Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-directed human introduction on the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated animation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, you're gonna see fourth part. What if Harry Potter resurrected a lost magical art and become a legend? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry discovers an ancient, forgotten branch of magic, he becomes the first wizard in centuries to wield its overwhelming power. As he masters this lost art, he rises from an overlooked boy to a legend who reshapes the wizarding world, and forces destiny itself to bow before him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. I can't believe you never told me about Sirius Black, Daphne said, poking him in the chest as they finally left Sirius Cave. They had spent most of the afternoon talking, especially when Daphne brought up the animagus process. Both Sirius and Remus had given loads of useful tips, along with Sirius' own experience. For Harry, most of it was just repeats of what he'd already been told, but Daphne enjoyed it. She also asked questions Harry hadn't thought of, such as the emotional change. Every time I change, I can feel my emotions change. It's like, while it is still me in charge, Padfoot simply can't process some of my emotions, and thus is unbothered by them. In Azkaban I was able to use this to lessen the Dementors, as while Padfoot was equally sad, it was different enough for the Dementors to be unable to feed upon. I was also much more fulfilled when I got to hang out with my friends while as a dog, like I would go nuts when we got to go out while changed, which led to a fair bit of teasing. Does it hurt to change? No, it's completely numb. In fact, if you do feel pain, stop, since something's gone wrong. The change from human to animal should be completely natural, filling you with a feeling of rightness. Sirius had replied, completely earnest. Sitting within the room of requirement again, Harry was starting to get annoyed. He'd asked the room to tell him how it had been made, only for the room to open a doorway straight to the library. A short investigation proved it was the actual library, seamlessly teleporting him 6 floors down. He had even ran all the way through the school just to confirm it, revealing that it was one constant loop. Illogical passageways were hardly uncommon in Hogwarts, but all the others would only ever be passageways, even when they were peculiar on when or how they worked. This was a door to a different part of the school, until it decided to be a pool or a living room. Worst of all, to Harry, was the sheer amount of power the room casually threw around, but only on the inside. Outside in the 7th floor corridor, he couldn't detect any magical output. But just inside the doorway, 1 foot slightly inside the library, he could feel it. A constant tunnel of raw magic, connecting the space between the room and the library, a theoretical infinite distance stretched to the size of a doorway. His magic could detect the frightening amount of the castle's magic, but it was kept just out of reach. It was the same in anything the room summoned, power kept just behind the walls. It was frightening, to feel nothing until he placed his hand against a seemingly harmless stone brick, only to feel like his hand was inches from the sun itself. Because of this, he was scared how Fleur might react, given how she'd become addicted to using his workshop. While his workshop was like a magical sink, it could only take in the magic Hogwarts let through. Compared to the full unrestrained power within the room of requirement, his workshop was nothing. It was for that reason he didn't quite trust the room, even as he meditated within its walls. That was how she found him, floating within an orb of magic, a book of magic floating in front of him. The moment she opened the door to the room, his magic leapt over, scanning the entire hallway. Before returning and telling him it was just Daphne. His still unrestrained magic often acted without his direction now, controlled only through instinct and mithrilium. He had reined it in since the second task, but he hadn't returned to the full control he had prior. Without Dumbledore to tell him to follow social norms, he felt no reason to try and fit in, not when he knew he didn't have to. Especially when it served him so well in the dueling tournament, giving him complete detection all around him. Looking up at Daphne, he spotted the now familiar look she gave him, a mix of longing, contentment and a touch of fear. Having regularly stepped into her mind, he knew her fear was a complex multi-layered thing. She feared him leaving her behind, or refusing to help her, fears he did his best to relieve. She gave a barely noticeable contented shiver as she passed through his magic, something he couldn't help grinning at. "You do know we'll be late for Professor Snape's session, right?" Daphne asked, more amused than irritated. In reply, he let himself fall to the floor and led her out of the room. Taking one last look at his study, he shut the door and asked for a passageway into Snape's workroom. As he had guessed, a door appeared which led them straight to the normal private workroom, disappearing back into the corridor's wall when they closed it. "What was that? You know how we use the room as a pool." "Well, apparently it can go anywhere within Hogwarts," Harry supplied, sitting down at his desk while they waited for Snape. Shaking her head, she sat down across from him, floating her bag over to its customary corner. "I can't believe how many things seem to happen around you. Don't forget me when you find something from the Founder's objects." Knowing she was joking, Harry decided to refrain from mentioning the Sword of Gryffindor. "So, Susan Bones talked to me the other day. Asked if it would be possible for her to get tutoring from you. I think she'd like to join our group, which I personally don't see a problem with. She is the best of her year within Hufflepuff, and seems quite strong. Plus, she's the niece of Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE and a prominent lady of the Wizengamot. Getting a favor like this out of Susan would be a big boon for the future. I don't really care about the political side, but do you think she'll learn and get along with the others?" Justin and Colin decided they didn't want to devote that time, so I don't want to invite someone completely unknown just for them to drop out. Harry replied, taking it into consideration. "She was determined enough when she spoke to me, said she wanted to be as strong as I had become in the dueling tournament. Also, she's a Hufflepuff, hard work is their whole modus operandi. Tell you what, I don't have time this year to help train someone from scratch, but tell her I'll test her at the start of next year. She has from now till then to work on her skills by herself, then if I think she has potential I'll invite her to join. Amelia Bones was head girl when I was in second year," Snape announced, appearing from his store cupboard, with a steel cauldron hovering behind him. Unusually, he seemed in a great mood, a smug smile threatening to slip out. "She was a fierce fighter during the war and quickly rose through the Aurors, although that was partially a process of elimination. Ms. Bones doesn't quite take after her aunt, her potions aren't exceptional, and her transfiguration needs work. However, I am informed her charms and defense are outstanding, which makes sense given her guardian. I'm sure, if it were a subject here, her warding would also be top of the class." Taking Snape's words at face value, Harry nodded politely and committed the professor's words to memory. "Now, assuming you are finished gossiping, I'd like to show you the latest result of our experiments. After we disbanded, I had an opportunity to receive a Goobrathian log, which I submerged into the potion." With a flourish, Snape removed the cauldron lid to reveal a cracked pure silver log, with a light blue flame crackling around it. A chill of air blew outwards with this, spreading a faint layer of frost, however despite that steam was rising out of the flames. "It seems, we've discovered an entirely new magical material, currently named cryofire. From my own experiments, it has the unique ability to chill the air around it, while simultaneously bringing anything it touches to a cold boil. I tested it on some ice, which quickly melted then steamed, yet when I took the temperature the steam was under -30 degrees Celsius. This alone will revolutionize potion making. My estimate is the Wolfsbane potion alone can have weeks cut from its brewing time, along with several expensive stabilizing elements that are now redundant. But, perhaps more importantly, I believe it will help unlock more uses of our Dementor Ash, given how heating it ruins their properties. With this, we can safely bring the potion to boil, allowing a much wider range of ingredients." Almost 2 hours later, Harry left the dungeons alone, Daphne having stayed behind to talk to Snape. Entering his workshop, he wearily sat at his table where his eyes fell upon the Marauder's map. He had left it open from the last time he'd been investigating it, simply getting a feel for it. Despite how smart it was, Harry had found little use for it. He had no reason to know the location of anyone, and he already knew his way around the castle. His main interest in the map was trying to copy the map's ability onto his mithril, yet another thing he couldn't do for the time being. Casually leafing through the map, he ended up looking at Moody's office, which had just a name frantically moving around inside, one, Bartemius Crouch. Instantly he got to his feet in anger, eyes locked on the man's name. He was the reason the mermen had attacked, the reason Luna had almost died. He was meant to be too sick to come into work, yet here he was breaking into the school. Getting to his feet, Harry rushed out of his workshop, grabbing the map as he went. Running through the corridors as fast as he could, he kept sending glances at the map, seeing Moody's name nearby. With how he was running, he struggled to see the map clearly, especially when he almost ran off the stairs. Getting to the defense room, he just barely spotted Moody's coattails turning the corner. "Professor Moody!" Harry yelled, maintaining his speed to catch up to his professor. Despite his peg leg, the man was moving fast, although he did turn to glance at Harry. "What is it, Potter?" "I've got urgent business," Moody growled, sounding unusually panicked. "It's Mr. Crouch, he was in your office. I came straight here when I saw, he can't be that far away." Harry replied, keeping pace next to the man. "So that's who it was. Somebody triggered my defenses, but they ran off before I could get to them." "But, how did you know he was there? You certainly weren't anywhere near and I know my office can't be seen from outside." Moody puffed, clearly struggling to maintain their pace. "I have a map that shows everyone in the school," Harry explained, knowing he could trust the man with the knowledge. Both Tonks and Dumbledore had expressed their faith in the man, alongside his existing knowledge of Harry's abilities. "A map?" the man asked incredulously, even going so far as to come to a stop on the stairs. Spinning quickly, the eye focused on Harry's pocket, where he had stuffed the still active map. "Ah, I see. Would you mind giving it to me, Potter? I can see Crouch making his way out. You run ahead to the school gates, see if you can cut him off, you are certainly the quicker out of us. I'll look for him on your map." Hesitating, Harry started bringing out the map, trying to look for himself, only for Moody to take it from his hands. "Don't fret, lad, you'll get it back soon. But don't just stand there, don't you want Crouch to pay for his crimes?" Begrudgingly, Harry nodded and jumped over the stair railing, leaving the map behind. He knew Moody was right, the paranoid ex-Auror would find the map far more useful than he ever could, not that he felt like he had a choice. While he would have argued about having the map taken, he knew he had no valid excuse for keeping it, seeing as the man would likely scoff at sentimentality. Landing easily, he set off to the gates, only to come across them locked tight. A quick scan with his magic proved the gates' protections were as strong as ever, proving they hadn't been opened within the past few hours. Frustrated, he went back to the grand staircase, only to find Moody nowhere to be seen. Sighing sorrowfully, Harry trudged back to his workshop, deciding against telling Sirius he'd lost the map. Rita's article had come out the morning after, sparking some controversy within the student population. Some thought he was entitled, while others said he was being modest. A rare few even thought he had cheated, although they stopped being vocal about it when Fleur and Crumb had a go at them. Not that Harry cared about any of them, knowing their opinions would change with the next news article. Instead, Harry had spent his time within the room of requirement, trying to learn its secrets. With Moody still keeping a firm hold over the map, the third task a secret and the work on his custom spell going nowhere, he had nothing better to do. He'd tried talking to Moody about the map, but the man was proving adept at sidestepping the issue, before pointing out how he was keeping a constant eye on the entire castle with it. Infuriatingly, the more he studied the room and read the books it provided, the more he realized how out of his depth he was. It was like trying to work out how the school's clock tower worked by looking at its shadow. Despite that, he was learning a lot about intent-based magic, magic he hoped would carry over into his mithril. He did learn the room had favorites. It followed a simple hierarchy, placing whomever first summoned that instance of the room at the top. From there downwards, it favored the greatest will, be it a combined group idea or one strong idea. As such, when Daphne entered the room, her own subconscious will folded around his own. Because of a lack of specification on his side, the air within the room cooled, while snow started to form on the fake windows. However, the actual room remained as Dumbledore's Godric's hollow study. Harry found it quite peaceful, giving him a soft reminder of home, having spent a fair deal of his last summers within it. Other than Fawkes' empty perch, it was easy to believe he was actually there. Moving silently, she settled down next to him on the sofa, deliberately causing her hair to fall in the way of his book. Huffing playfully, he brushed her hair out of the way, then shut and dropped the book. The moment it left his hands it disappeared, the room returning it to wherever it had come from. Lightly poking her with his magic, he turned to regard her fully. "Want to practice legilimency?" she asked, maintaining solid eye contact. Within a second of her asking, he had slipped within her mind. Even with her defenses raised, his attack was thinner than any standard attack. With his mithrilium aiding him, he could withhold almost all of the needed power, slipping unnoticed through cracks in her defense. Once inside, he then blocked up the opening he'd used, slowly shoring up her defenses to his level. Where his mindscape was a void and a single river, Daphne's was laid like a dark snowy forest, surrounded by a wall of dark blue ice. But, underneath that, he was able to see something different. Just like his magizite, there was a colored layer hidden from view, revealing the true workings. With a push of will, the trees dissolved into tendrils of energy, while the ground fell away to reveal a much denser collection of tendrils. He had no idea what most of it did, getting only vague flashes of intent at best, but he only needed to identify changes. Once he knew which parts of her mind the animagus ritual modified, he'd need to look further into those parts, but that was a year away. With both the speed of his mithrilium and the time distortion of their mindscapes, he was finished within seconds. While he still had under half left to map, overuse was malignant to both their mental health, forcing him to leave. Almost immediately, Daphne leaned on him heavily, eyes held shut from the headache. A gentle healing charm helped her recover, but not enough to continue. "It gets easier every time we do this." Daphne chuckled, finally reopening her eyes. "By the time we get around to starting the animagus ritual, I might not be bothered by it anymore. Now, don't you have a secret meeting thing to do? I'll just be here, resting my eyes." Sighing, he got up, causing her to fall fully onto the sofa, whereupon she yawned and stretched out. Leaving her to her own devices, he made his way down to Nicholas's classroom. Despite silently cursing the fact he hadn't used the room to get there before Daphne fell asleep and locked it into the study form, he got there with plenty of time to spare. Only a few minutes after he'd sat down, Nicholas strolled in. "Ah, Harry, any luck on finding a suitable ritual location?" "Well, I was thinking we could try the Chamber of Secrets. It's close to the ley lines, made of stone and has been left alone for centuries," Harry suggested. "Brilliant. I doubt there's a better spot in Britain, assuming it works." "Very well, let on." For the first time since his second year, Harry made his way into the second-floor girls' bathroom, passing easily through Dumbledore's barrier. Whilst he had planned on avoiding the resident ghost, he had the misfortune of finding her floating over the sinks, one hand floating lazily within a faucet. As they watched, her brow came together in concentration, until with a victorious, "Ah-ha," she ripped her hand free, causing water to explode outwards. "Myrtle, what are you doing? I thought we'd agreed you'd stop flooding bathrooms." "Oh, Harry, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry, Peeves has been causing problems again, so I wanted something to take my mind off it. I forgot my promise to you." "Peeves. Okay, tell the other ghosts I'll talk to them soon, possibly sometime next week," Harry instructed, before turning to the entrance to the chamber. He was dismayed to see Dumbledore had placed even more wards around the central sinks, completely blocking any path into the chamber. A quick scan confirmed it was far beyond his ability to defeat, even without it being tied into Hogwarts itself. Glancing at Nicholas sheepishly, Harry had no idea what to do next. To his surprise, Nicholas solved the problem by tapping the ward with his wand and stepping through. Albus is undeniably good at what he does, but you'd be surprised how often he repeats the same mistakes. This ward is one I designed myself long ago, which I made sure contained a bypass. In order for it to function, I must be able to pass through it. As for you, so long as you take my hand, you'll be able to pass through without issue." Once Harry had passed through, Nicholas instantly crawled through the cutout hole, before eagerly jumping into the hole below. His cheer of joy easily echoed up, all the way to the clear sound of his landing with a heavy thump. Following in his mentor's wake, Harry dived down the hole. As he slid down, he winced whenever he got caught on irregular holes, which he was sure hadn't been there the first time. Lifting himself up as he neared the bottom, he used his magic to bring him to a steady stop, easily stepping off the lip of the pipe. In contrast, Nicholas leaned heavily on the stone wall, running his wand up and down his back. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, instantly concerned. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. When you are as old as I, even a simple slide can cause aches and pains, something to look forward to in your future. Fortunately, a spell was made for this exact issue, so let us not delay any longer. Nicholas replied cheerfully, rolling his shoulders and setting off. Frowning at the quantity of bones and slime in front of him, Harry threw a powerful cleaning charm ahead, revealing smooth green tiles below. To his surprise, he easily caught up with Nicholas, despite the man's head start. Unlike his normal assured strike, the man seemed content with a slower leisurely pace. Inside the chamber proper, they were greeted with the sight of the dead basilisk and a giant pillar of mithril, stretching from floor to ceiling. Even now, the ceiling bowed dangerously low, held up entirely by the mithril's magic. To Harry's immense surprise, the mithril had changed over the years, digging deeper into the floor towards the ley lines. Using his mage sight, he was able to see pillar extend for over 100 feet before branching out. The independent growth had allowed the pillar to extend outwards, several tendrils wrapping around the main body then reaching up to further support the ceiling. It almost looked like a large silver tree, with a canopy of stone. I must say, I find myself disappointed. For the fabled chamber of a grand sorcerer, this is quite an embarrassment. Nicholas commented, looking around in disdain. What do you mean? It was big enough to hold the basilisk, wasn't it? Well, certainly, but this chamber wasn't built solely to contain a big snake, especially when said snake would hardly be taller than a lion when he died. No, this was where he conducted his sorcery. You have to understand, while the Chamber of Secrets within the school was thought to be a myth, Slytherin's chamber was a well-known fact. A few well-respected accounts of visiting his chamber were even published, with the writers having been taken by Portkey. Well, isn't sorcery just wandless magic? I'd have thought this would have been plenty of room. Wandless magic. Harry, sorcery is the art of controlling and banishing spirits from the otherworld, such as ghosts, demons and fae. As a grand sorcerer, it was Slytherin who bound Peeves to this school. It was his influence that still allows ghosts to manifest to this day. Historically, upon ascension to a grand sorcerer, one would build a special chamber as a receiving room. The banishment of spirits releases a significant amount of backlash, power that their chamber could catch and store. Then when summoning a spirit, the sorcerer could call upon their chamber to provide the power. Despite how heavily the other three founders disapproved of demonology, it was of course assumed he was using Hogwarts' power to boost his chamber. But as you know, the connection was never found. Slytherin's chamber was legendary for its ability to channel power several levels above other grand sorcerers. That is why I say this cannot be his actual chamber, or else the tales were lies. For a start, the roof is not tall enough to accommodate most high-level demons, especially the demon King Slytherin was renowned for banishing. Then you have the Seal of Solomon, which is clearly not here. Such a thing is impossible to remove. What would it feel like? I assume demonology would leave a mark, like dark magic. Harry asked, stretching his magicite out to scan the chamber. It will certainly leave a mark, although I can't admit to knowing what it would look like to you. It will feel unnatural, and will clearly stand out against any earthly magic. Nodding, Harry looked, but could find nothing other than Hogwarts white, except for his mithril. Taking a second glance at his mithril, Harry pressed his hand against the unusually warm metal and passed his magicite through it. Slowly, the mithril started glowing as his magic was rapidly thrown around the chamber, haphazardly illuminating parts of the room to him briefly with each return. When the entire chamber was mapped, Harry was going to let go when he noticed the snake effigies in the pool alongside the chamber were also being illuminated, the water hiding the transition from snake head to circular pillar. To his surprise, the mithril continued to map out far below even that, revealing the ground they were standing on to be a seemingly floating platform. He had assumed the mithril pillar had extended into the earth below the chamber, but apparently it was simply within a deep pool of water. His only unit of measurement was the giant statue of Salazar Slytherin, whose entire body was submerged. By the time his vision got well over 100 feet deep, he was getting very bored, seeing just chamber walls and stone pillars. Then his vision reached the floor, which showed him so much he was incapable of processing it all. What he did understand was the large raised circle, clearly highlighted in a new type of magic. For the first time, His magicite was blurry, making it impossible to try and make out what was written with the magic, but the look of the magic left no confusion. It was an off-black, but with what looked like frozen screaming faces floating within it, each face the color of dried blood. To his eyes, it looked like each face was slowly turning towards him, despite his lack of corporeal body within the pillar. As he kept looking, the blur started to clear, making him believe that if he stared just a bit longer, he'd be able to decipher them. That was when Nicholas wrenched him away from the pillar, which started releasing faint wisps of steam where his hand had been. The moment the world stopped spinning and he regained control over his body, Harry rushed over to the nearest pool and threw up into the water. To his dismay, his eyes unintentionally settled upon the faint red faces, something he knew he shouldn't be able to see from such a distance. Demonology, never a pleasant experience, Nicholas stated, helping Harry to his feet. I should have expected your magicite to react poorly. I certainly wouldn't have let you search for it unaware if I had. For that, you have my deepest apology. But, where did you look to find it? Below, it's below us. Harry mumbled, still shaking from his experience. It seems the chamber flooded at some point. We're just standing in the ceiling. That statue of Slytherin extends all the way to the ground, probably a good 120 feet. Perhaps it might be worthwhile trying to drain this chamber then, but that shall be a challenge for another day. For now, we must get on with the metallomancy. Thankfully, demonology will not affect our ritual, due to their divine magic and our arcane. Withdrawing a multicolored pouch, which floated in the air next to him, from that, he withdrew a similar pouch but in yellow. Pressing his hand into it, he pulled out a handful of yellow powdered chalk. Without a second thought, Nicholas threw the chalk upon the floor, where it instantly rearranged itself into a quad arrow, made up of tiny petroglyphs. In short order, several purple arrows were similarly formed in a ring around the original symbol. From there, Nicholas drew a 2-foot-long green line out from each of the purple arrows. Finally, he withdrew a soft black chalk, which had clearly been mixed with charcoal. To Harry, each black symbol formed looked like a quad arrow, within a ring, with 2 crescent moons either side. Placed at the end of each green line, crescent moon tangential to the line. Now, Harry, this is a delineation anvil. Each black set of symbols is called a plate, while the yellow quad arrow is called a hammer. You can sometimes have multiple hammers, and any number of plates. We shall be placing a block of brass within the hammer, since it is our sacrificial metal. The materials we wish to extract properties from are called the hecatome materials, which shall go on each plate. It is important that each plate can only contain one unique material. The tricky part comes as thus, the weight of the sacrificial metal cannot change, so the combined weight of all the hecatome materials have to be equal to it. We must be as accurate as possible, down to the milligram. Now, I hope you did your homework. I shall be providing 2 hecatomes, namely my obsidian blade and a feather. I hope both are obvious in their use. Well, I wasn't sure what materials were available, but I decided on a few things: a basilisk scale, for its magical resistance. Something of an alchemy for its choronaptixis ability. An erumpent horn, allowing the sword to explode maybe. Thunderbird feather for lightning or speed. Then finally the Dementor ash, to try and copy their powers. Harry listed, going over the items he'd like for his sword. Very good. Unfortunately the basilisk and alchemy would be mutually exclusive, but you weren't to know that. I'd be wary of using anything of the erumpent for a sword, as it's just as likely to explode within your hand, but if I was you I'd come back to this idea for a future project. An arrow or javelin head would work fantastically with an erumpent horn imbued. As for the alchemy, I suspect you could copy its power with your mithril, making it unnecessary. Nevertheless, you provided some good examples, especially with your currently limited knowledge of the subject. Reaching into a separate pouch, Nicholas started removing a few items, which had been vacuum-packed in plastic. For Harry, it was a surreal moment to see his ancient magic teacher, within a still far older chamber, use a quintessential Muggle invention. I find the vacuum seal helps isolate the items better than any magic could hope to match. Nicholas explained upon seeing Harry's bewildered expression. Now, first we shall be imbuing the brass with the required elements to form our alloy, or a calcum. The primary metals needed to make the most basic alloy are iron, gold and tungsten. Now, these alone make a fairly weak alloy, but it is the magical materials added that make it powerful. We already have the blade, and I thought several of fox feathers would suffice, making good use of its ability to lighten the heaviest loads. I would have liked to also use the phoenix's regeneration and fire, but that would be best symbolized by its ash. As we both already know, Dementor ash and phoenix ash react violently. I'd be wary of mixing the two within the sword, especially for an unsure advantage. I took the liberty of deciding that the Dementor ash would be the most beneficial, but if you disagree we could swap them round. No, I agree with that. Although, aren't phoenixes also creatures of purity? Indeed they are, which in my mind would tip the balance in the phoenix's favor, barring one thing. Nicholas agreed cheerfully, removing a new vacuum-packed item, this time a silver spiral horn. This is a freely given unicorn horn. As it is now, this would easily sell for around 5.4 million galleons, which is why I'm doing the ritual instead of letting you do it. As I'm sure you can understand, even with our nearly infinite gold, that is not an easy sum. Why is it so expensive? We use powdered unicorn horn in potions and that seems quite cheap in stores. Harry exclaimed, shocked at the price. With that one horn he could have bought over 1,000 copies of the Dursleys' house. Ah, because the horn you use in potion is technically called an inert unicorn horn, which are harvested from dead unicorns. No, much like their blood, the unicorn must both be alive, conscious and consenting to the removal, else it becomes heavily cursed. Due to this, there are 3 people alive capable of obtaining a freely given horn, and even then they rarely get a hold of one. Fortunately, I happen to be friends with one of those 3, who is willing to trade. Alongside providing its weight in gold, I designed a replacement horn for the donating unicorn. According to Mr. Scamander, this particular horn was causing growth issues, which was causing the unicorn immense pain. Because of its freely given status, this horn has near unequaled purity. When imbued into the alloy, it will transfer the unicorn's natural immunity to dark magic. With luck, this blade will be completely unaffected by all dark magic. Seeing as we are doing this to replace your Mithril's severe weakness to dark magic, this will be a massive boon, despite the cost. I didn't know unicorns were immune to dark magic. Harry replied in awe, looking at the horn in a new light. With this new metallomancy, Harry was already mentally redoing a lot of his previous projects, mainly focusing on his shield. Few do. Nicholas answered, an odd waver briefly entering his voice. The next item to be revealed was a large plastic bag of Dementor ash, which Nicholas struggled to keep a hold of. Unlike the other plastic packaging, the ash's plastic had what looked like a dark blue burn mark across it. Even in the strangest of places, the Dementor ash reminds us there is always more to learn. Nicholas announced cheerfully, regarding the ash fondly as he put it to the side, you may already know, but Muggle plastics emit something of an anti-magic layer. Of course, this layer isn't strong enough to defend against any sort of focused magic, but for items like this horn or the feathers, it can completely contain them. Despite the plastic being vacuum fitted to their shape, neither the feathers or horn is actually touching anything. Both are being held up by their own magic being rebuffed by the plastic, leaving them floating in a void. For some unexplained reason, this ash can overcome the plastic's layer. That discoloration is the ash reacting to the plastic. What will we be getting from the ash? Primarily, its magical corrosion ability, allowing it to literally cut through magic. Its chill ability would already be negated by the feathers, while its darkness will be destroyed by the horn. What it will likely do, is poison the blade. Finally, I brought some thestral hair. While I doubt its invisibility will work, they too have a strong dark magic resistance. As a bonus, it might grant the sword a minor casting ability, due to thestral hair's use in wand lore. With a practiced swish of his wand, all the hecatome items flew onto their respective spaces. First the iron bar, followed by the gold and tungsten, each of which were easily heavier than any of the other ingredients. As we need to match the weight of the hecatomes and the sacrifice, these metals will make up around 80% of the weight, since we want to replace as much of the brass as possible. When you do these yourself, you'll need to remember that. Whether you are designing your own delineation alloy or following a recipe like this, remember, there is only so much magic can do. I could easily change this ritual to have only 10% metal, and 90% magic, but the end result would be piss poor. Why would we have magic spend a constant effort to overcome the innate weakness of the base metal, when we can spend a smaller amount of magic now to just replace it entirely? Startled at Nicholas's rare profanity, Harry easily nodded along. Good, now we can get started on the magical hecatombs. As you should know, even though my obsidian blade itself did not come from a magical creature, my actions have imbued it with intent. That intent will be our primary focus, since we do not want the obsidian. We want its unnaturally sharpened edge, we want that edge to be permanent, but we do not want to end up with a glass blade. Again, we could use pure enchantment to sharpen the blade. The Vila tribes have certainly proven it is possible, but why bother? This is however where my own adjustments to this process come in handy. Normally, we would do a clean swap, so the brass sword and unicorn horn becomes a unicorn sword and a brass horn. Obviously the change is a bit more nuanced, but that is mostly how it works. My change deliberately unbalanced the transfer, resulting in the remaining brass material and hecatome bodies being turned into magic. This can then be channeled into the allow. I assume this is similar to when we swapped my cloaks over. We took my dragon skin coat and trench coat, and then ended up with a dragon skin trench coat, and a coat. Harry checked, running his hand down said trench coat fondly. To a degree. Both use the same alchemical principles, although the means of transfer are different. There is some debate about if metallomancy is a subject under countervail transfers, or merely related. For instance, you can make a magical alloy using just an alchemical ritual, such as the electrum alloy. It is easier to use countervail transfer to create such an alloy, because you don't need to spend the prep time needed for this ritual. There is another benefit, repetition, which is why they used the countervail transfer method in the Temple of Jupiter. Any time they needed more imperial gold, they could just place any amount of silver and any amount of gold in the right spots and power it. With this metallomancy delineation anvil, you'd need to redraw it every time, along with balancing both metals. Now, do you want to guess why we are doing it this way? Obviously this is faster, but I'd guess we'd also get more complexity this way. We don't have a permanent countervail, so we'd need to draw a new one regardless. With a countervail, we'd need to transfer each property individually, redrawing the sacrifice every time. So, if the runes were wrong in any of the steps, the entire process would need to happen again. Nodding fondly, Nicholas placed the unicorn horn as he continued his lecture. Precisely. You can do a complex alloy like this using a countervail, such as the weaponsmith factories of China. Much like the Muggles, they have an assembly line of countervail plates and the workers pass each result to the one behind them. Per day, those factories could make around 10 swords similar to this, but they could continue to make those swords every day for decades. It's due to this unmatched industry that allowed China to get by relatively unscathed for almost every goblin rebellion. During that, he'd placed the sealed bundle of feathers and ash within their own plates. Finally, he withdrew the thestral tail hairs, each a thick and brittle-looking black string. If it weren't for the plastic holding them still, Harry feared the hair might disintegrate just by being looked at. Now that all the hecatome items are in place, we can get started. While I said I'd be doing the ritual, I'd like you to do the sacrificing. Because it shall be you using the sword, the magic will be stronger if it comes from you. It's quite simple really. You'll just need to say as the item name, then what you want from it. After that, you tap the plate with your wand and move on to the next. I'll tell you what to say for each, and you'll only need to repeat after me. Getting in position, Nicholas gave a firm nod and began, iron, for its strength. Easily repeating the instruction, Harry was excited to see the black chalk start to shine, bathing just the iron in a soft green glow. Quickly moving on to the next, Harry repeated the remaining instructions. Gold, for its resistance. Tungsten, for its hardness. Obsidian, for its sharpness. Unicorn horn, for its purity and dark immunity. Phoenix feathers, for their ability to lighten the heaviest loads. Dementor ash, for its magical corrosion. Thestral hair, for its aspect of death. With each hecatome glowing merrily, Nicholas stepped forward and muttered a quick incantation in Latin. With an unusual pulling motion, the brass sword rose slightly into the air before the chalk under it burst aflame. Hidden completely within the yellow flames, Harry couldn't tell what was happening to the sword, even as fainter lines of green fire crawled towards the hecatome plates. The moment the green fire met black chalk, they too exploded into flame, this time a soft black. He did notice that moments prior to being engulfed, the plastic melted away, before being absorbed by the flames. After just a few seconds, the flames began ebbing, slowly revealing a spotless stone floor. Following that, the green fire started withdrawing, retreating back into the yellow flames. With a large puff of fire, a glob of magic rose outwards, onto to come to a drastic stop. It looked like the magic had crashed into an invisible dome, except there was nothing under Harry's magicite. If he had to guess, he'd say that the magic was the result of over 13 kilograms of brass being burned. With the magic trapped, the fire flared before crawling towards the center. It seemed like the amount of fire didn't change, it's just where there had been two flames, they merged into one brighter flame. This slowly continued, all the way until the flames were focused into the blade's shape, casting blinding yellow light across the chamber. Now, we have to leave it. It will take a few days to solidify into the final product, partly due to my unbalanced modification. This chamber might also affect the time, given the plitchblende in the walls. I've never heard of plitchblende, what is it? Young people, what did they teach you? Plitchblende is a type of powdered metal which gives off a fairly steady amount of magic, boosting the area's atmospheric levels. It needs to be alchemically treated to be anyway usable, which makes it extremely expensive nowadays. What is less well known is to create gold using the traditional method. You must first turn your transmutation into plitchblende and control its cascade until you land on gold. Cascade too far or too little and you end up stuck with the wrong element, often lead, mercury or platinum. Anyway, plitchblende started to become relevant over here about when Salazar built this chamber, just a few years after Hogwarts was built. Alchemists had figured out how to get a semi-stable form of plitchblende dust, which could then be coated onto stone brick. The ministry was built from a similar technique, although by then alchemists had used my advancements with alchemy stones to improve the recipe. Using an alchemy stone to control the transmutation, they could get a fairly decent amount of the blend, enough to use it within ceramic glazing. Next time you're in your ministry, take a closer look at the brickwork. That green glow is the result of plitchblende activating a paired illuminator. Of course, it was then realized that while the magic given off by the plitchblende was beneficial to us, it was detrimental to most living things. By the time the Muggles figured out how to harness their own plitchblende, it was already falling out of fashion, especially when the Muggles bought it all up for their bombs. Plitchblende, that isn't uranium, is it? Harry asked in concern, suddenly looking at the walls in fear. So you do know it. It's certainly called something like that, why do you ask? Because this stuff is incredibly dangerous. Loads of people died in the Muggle world from messing with this stuff. I'm fairly sure they used uranium in those World War II nukes. Of course, I keep forgetting you were originally Muggle raised. Yes, I believe plitchblende can be deadly to Muggles, especially when used by other Muggles. But, in low concentration like this you'll only be affected beneficially. And in high concentrations, well, you've felt dragon fire already, I'm told the experience is not too dissimilar. When concentrated, plitchblende starts to emit dark magic, eerily similar to dragon flame. In fact, it was theorized by Albus that some dragons consume plitchblende, causing their destructive breath. As May ended, he was summoned down to the Quidditch pitch, an area that had been blocked off since their dueling tournament. On his way out the castle, he heard Cedric call him. "Hey, Harry, wait up." Humoring him, Harry stopped and waited. As the tournament had progressed, Harry found himself paying more attention to the handsome boy. Rather annoyingly, he was an extremely likable person. At least once a week the Hufflepuff was in the library, helping the lower years with their homework. It wasn't even the lower year Hufflepuffs. Harry regularly saw students of all four houses attending his sessions, cheerfully working in their corner. It seemed like the boy was incapable of being mean, which clashed with Harry's natural cynicism. Everyone he knew had some type of failing, everyone. So, even as Harry genuinely smiled at Cedric, he was mentally scrambling for any sign of a negative trait. "What do you reckon it's going to be?" Cedric asked. "Fleur keeps going on about underground tunnels, she reckons we've got to find treasure." "I don't think so. This is the grand finale of their tournament, they aren't going to do something where we aren't seen, not again at least. Personally I'd make it some sort of obstacle course, first person to reach the end wins, you know. Something that combines beating the dragon with going down to that awful underwater village." They know we all have the power, so they'd want to show that off to the crowd some more. Harry reasoned. That makes sense, although if so I know I've already lost. I saw you fight that dragon. Seriously, what have they done to my pitch? Cedric cried out indignantly, as they entered the field. Having seemingly decided they couldn't fix the damage done from their duels, a thick-looking hedge maze was erupting from the ground. Hello there, Ludo called cheerily, standing in the middle of the maze with Fleur and Crumb. Well, what do you all think? Growing nicely, aren't they? Give them a month and Hagrid'll have them 20 foot high. His grin slipped slightly at Cedric's distraught expression, a lesser expression mirrored on Crumb's face. Don't worry, you'll have your Quidditch pitch back to normal once the task is over. Now, I imagine you can guess what we're making here. Sharing a brief glance between themselves, it was clear all four of them thought Ludo was an idiot. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Fleur and Crumb play a quick game of what looked like rock paper scissors, before Crumb grunted out, maze. That's right, Bagman cried, clapping excitedly, definitely an idiot. It turned out, the judge's grand plan for their finale was to throw the champions into a hedge maze and see who came out. At least Harry guessed there'd be obstacles. But how will the audience see us? Harry asked. If these hedges have any sort of serious height, you'd need to be right above us to be able to see us. Ah, well you see these hedges will have a nifty enchantment, courtesy of Professor Dumbledore and Madame Maxime. From below, where we are now, you will just see a hedge and fog. But from up high, these hedges will become transparent, granting us an uninterrupted view of your adventures. Any other questions? No, we'll go back up to the castle, shall we? It's a bit chilly. Taking the opportunity to study the maze, Harry almost didn't notice Crumb's presence until he deliberately tapped his shoulder. Could I have a word? Crumb asked politely, his accent still thick. Sure, what do you want? Harry replied, intrigued. Will you walk with me? Leaving the stadium, Crumb led him towards the forest, nearing the paddock of Bobatons, horses. Settling against a tree, Crumb began, in Quidditch, I always make effort to get to know opponent before game. I have not had chance for that this year, at least with you. I think to myself, now be good time. We build bond of respect, then we can devote ourselves to this task without distraction, then see where future lead. Oh, sure, I wouldn't mind that. Does seem a bit counterintuitive if we're meant to be opponents though. Ah, but see, I look at problem differently. Victory tastes better if I know opponent is worthy, but defeat less sour for same reason. For instance, I know you duel very well. If this were my Bulgaria, you'd be lauded as great wizard, not fighting pointless newspaper war. Thank you, you're very good yourself. I think if you hadn't electrified the arena, I'd never have been able to beat your defense. I take it that the papers are different in Bulgaria then. I would have lost anyway, I saw it then and I see it now. As for our papers, they are less secure, so they are more cautious when reporting on anyone. Our ministry also takes poor view on defamation. We are poor country you see, Grindelwald stole our men and our gold, then left only ruin behind. After war, money gets passed around and we think we get gold back, but everyone forgets little Bulgaria. So, we all help each other. I get good at Quidditch, I get invited to higher league. Higher league grants bigger paycheck, so I work even harder. But first I must deal with the papers. Back home, ministry cannot afford to chase away the wealthy, so papers heavily regulated. Abroad, not so much. I love my fame, my fans and my skill. Journalists not so much. So Quidditch was just a way for you to support your country. No, I play Quidditch because Quidditch best sport. Support is just happy result. Man should love country, but country should love man too. To me, does not seem to be same for you. I guess I'm just used to this country being fickle. Still, it's good that yours seems better. So, where did you learn? Elemental magic. I had to basically teach myself. You are self-taught. I would not believe it. In Durmstrang, elemental magic is course for anyone capable. Should you wish, I will talk to school governors, get them to grant you position at Durmstrang. Between the two of us, we break every school record. Crumb announced grandly, with just the lightest touches of humor. Ah, sounds good, although everyone I know is here. Plus, that would require giving up Hogwarts. I don't think I could ever give up a castle this amazing. That is true, Hogwarts is beautiful. Much like your purple-haired friend from the World Cup. I can see why you deal with English reporters for such. Whatever he was going to say was cut off by a man staggering into a tree nearby, instantly getting both boys alert with wands raised. Wasn't he a judge? Isn't he with your ministry? Crumb questioned, staring at the disheveled appearance of the man. Yes, he is. Back again, Mr. Crouch. Unfortunately for Harry, all Mr. Crouch did was completely ignore his quip and continue talking to the tree. Meanwhile, Crumb started looking at Harry in bewilderment, taken aback by Harry's dark tone. Given there was a man literally talking to a tree, Harry thought Crumb's bewilderment at him was a tad insulting. Sighing, Harry marched over to the madman, which allowed him to listen into the conversation. Done that, Weatherby, send an owl to Dumbledore confirming the number of Durmstrang students who will be attending the tournament. Karkaroff has just sent word there will be 12, and then send another owl to Madame Maxime. Mr. Crouch, a tree can't send an owl. Harry interrupted loudly, again going completely ignored. As the man continued giving instructions to a tree named Weatherby, Harry tried to shout over him. Oi, Crouch, what's wrong with you? You can't just leave my friend to be skewed by mermen then just appear raving mad. Despite Harry's shouting, Crouch continued to instruct the tree, causing Harry to growl in anger. Unbeknownst to himself till now, he had pinned Luna's temporary death on two men, Dumbledore and Crouch. Given he did still love Dumbledore, his mind had pushed the majority of the blame on Crouch, since he was the one who'd agreed to talk to the mermen. The vindictive part of Harry was thrilled at having Crouch readily available, only for the man to be mentally unable to appreciate Harry's anger. Annoyed, Harry pushed Crouch to the ground with a strong shove, letting a small current of electricity pass into the man as he did. Whether it was the physical contact, electricity or hitting the ground, Crouch seemed to snap out of his madness. For a few seconds only meaningless sounds came out of Crouch, until the man's eyes shockingly snapped onto Harry. Looking into the man's eyes, Harry could see there was still lingering madness, but also a surprising sharpness and intensity. Desperately, Crouch reached his hands out, grasping the end of Harry's trench coat and trying to pull him closer. Of course, the man's strength was pitiful compared to Harry's magically boosted one, while the dragon hide remained unaffected. Dumbledore. See, Dumbledore. Sure. Get up and I'll take you to him. I've done, stupid thing, Crouch breathed, eyes bulging, while a trickle of spittle slid down his chin. It seemed like every word caused the man pain. Must tell Dumbledore. Yeah, you seem to be doing plenty of stupid things recently. Harry muttered, taking in the sight of the man. He then stilled when he felt a fourth presence cautiously approach. Trying to be discreet, Harry threw his magicite around, detecting nothing unusual nearby. Despite that confirmation, he wasn't relieved. The trees within the forest were thick enough to block most of his vision, both normal and magical. You, Potter? Crouch asked feebly, eyes first roving up to take in his scar, then down onto his distinctive coat. Yes, that's right. I'm Potter, this is Crumb, your Crouch. Not his. Giving up on the man, Harry leant down and easily picked up the man and threw him over his shoulders into a fireman's hold. Ignoring the rambling man, who had talked some more about warning Dumbledore before deciding Harry's arm was the new Weatherby. It might be best if you came with us, Crumb, means I won't have to explain as much. Harry suggested, starting the trek back to Hogwarts. With Crouch over his shoulders, Harry's speed was limited, something which was causing him considerable unease. Despite their slowed speed, both Harry and Crumb were fit and athletic and were making good ground, which meant once they were out of the forest he could speak freely. Keep an eye out behind us, Crouch didn't come from nowhere. I didn't want to say anything, but I kept feeling like there was someone else near us there. Truly? Crumb asked perturbed, craning his neck to get a good look of the forest behind them. They continued walking in a cautious silence, until Crumb suddenly cried out and pointed behind them. There! A branch just broke off tree, and a foot appeared. It was like invisibility cloak got caught. It was coming towards us. Craning his own neck, Harry threw his mage sight far behind them, which confirmed Crumb's claim. Under his sight, there was a dead spot of magic, easily the size of a human, somewhere between themselves and the forest. A second more direct throw caused his eyes to widen as his sight placed the dead spot a few feet closer to them. Whatever it was coming towards them, fast. Run! Harry commanded, shifting Crouch higher on his back and going as fast as he could, cursing. In a case of thoughtlessness, he had placed Crouch over his dominant right shoulder, which meant that arm was stuck keeping the man up. His wand meanwhile was in its standard spot, tucked into the inside pocket on his left side. There was no way to reach it with his left hand, and he couldn't afford to even briefly let go of Crouch. To make matters worse, his unstable gauntlet was locked up in his workshop. He could summon his spear, but even with its ability to hit any target, he'd still need to see the target first. With no other choice, Harry summoned his saber, although he didn't ignite it yet. To further complicate matters, Crumb had refused to run ahead, instead dropping slightly behind and trying to provide cover. Which was when a colorless spell impacted Crumb and sent him flying ahead, where he laid still. Without bothering to turn his head, Harry sent a final wave of Magizite, alleviating his nerves somewhat when the invisible assailant was further back than it could have been. His sight also let him detect a second spell, which he managed to roll under. Letting go of both a babbling Crouch and his saber mid-roll, Harry came up with his wand free, pointing into the darkness. Casting a wide face of Volaire Jinx down the grounds, Harry hoped to flush out his opponent. To his incredible dismay, the entire wave of purple magic was banished, confirming the worst. None of the students in any of the 3 schools present was strong enough to banish the entirety of his jinx like that, even some adult wizards would have struggled. Given his opponent had vanished it all was itself a tell. Just because you had the power, didn't mean it was wise to use it. For as many adults that could have banished it, most would have struggled to do anything else, especially when different options were readily available. Over time Daphne had grown to the point her shield could withstand the wave long enough to have it pass around her harmlessly, an option which any competent adult could have done. In fact, this had been what Harry had been hoping for. Banishing the entire wave proved that this opponent was smart enough to figure out Harry's plan and figured out a way around it. B. This opponent was strong enough to banish the entire wave, probably with plenty of magic left over, and C. had used the distraction to conjure a giant spider which had just jumped at Harry's face. Letting his instinct guide him, Harry's charm froze it solid, killing it instantly. Morbidly, Harry couldn't help comparing the falling still spider to the long-dead spider Moody had used the killing curse on. Senses flaring, Harry barely blocked the jet of a bright red stunner, his Protega quivering under the power it had just deflected. 2 more brightly colored spells impacted it, until a previously unnoticed gas-like pale lime-green glob of magic tore through the bottom right-hand corner. For a moment, he had no idea why his opponent had aimed there, until he heard the pained groans of Crouch. Turning, he just barely got to see a thin layer of the magic spread over Crouch, before it compressed and sunk into his skin. With one last spasm, Crouch fell still, only his heavy breathing giving any sign of life. While he'd been looking, Harry had simultaneously been busy weaving the Bomba Mole charm into existence, spreading the light gray spores outwards. Unlike in the dueling tournament, Harry summoned enough to blanket the entire area around him, then sent them drifting across the grounds. After a few moments, gravity took effect and the magical mines grazed the ground, causing violent explosions. Finally, the brief glow of a shield appeared, absorbing both the spores and their explosions, although it swiftly vanished the moment it was safe. With both his memory of the location and the craters now surrounding it, Harry hurried to send out his missile Jinx. Its golden bolt of light almost blinding under the dark of night. Splitting halfway there, the smaller fragments peppered the area, getting one satisfying hit. The hit was costly however, as a dark blue spell zigzagged towards him. With each zigzag it sped up, until it seemed to jump forward into his chest. Feeling the brown foreign dark magic spread through him, his defenses unable to hold it back, he found himself instantly falling limp. Flopping onto the ground, all he could do was stare up at the stars, just barely able to make out the grounds at the bottom of his vision. Even his eyes refused to follow his commands, even as they sent information to him. Worst of all, he couldn't feel his magic, at all. It was even worse than when he had been a child, before he'd discovered his magic. At least there it had been an unrealized constant presence, a presence which had stayed with him his entire life. Even while he'd been under the basilisk stare he had been able to fortify his magic and escape its control, yet he now found his magic unreachable. He knew what had happened, he was locked inside his own mind, feeling like only himself and the mithrilium in his head existed within a void. Everything else, from the Earth's atmospheric magic, his personal core and his mithril to Hogwarts' deep booming pulse were unreachable. As he helplessly laid there, he was consumed by anger that his unknown opponent had dared take away his magic. To him his magic meant everything. It was his ticket away from the Dursleys, his path to never being looked down on again. To his great relief, the grounds were almost immediately lit up as large light blue arcs of electricity snaked across the air, each one sprouting large branches, which joined the arcs beside them. Soon a large grid-like net of electricity hovered a few feet above the grounds directly in front of them. Holding it all in place was a kneeling Krum, defiantly channeling an impressive amount of power. To both of their dismay, there was a sudden large shimmer of lilac air within one of the net segments. When the lightning made contact with the shimmer, it instantly curved downwards and into the ground. No matter what Krum tried to do, it seemed like he was incapable of getting the electricity to pass the shimmer. Unfortunately, it seemed the same was not true for their opponent, whose dull stunning and shinning killing curses sailed unopposed. It was only the fortuitous sacrifice of a flying stone boar which saved Mr. Crouch's life. From where he was lying, Harry was just able to see a furious Dumbledore emerge from the entrance hall, easily leaping down the steps onto the grounds. With Krum being forced to dodge the stunner, his electrical net had failed, dropping the grounds into a sharp darkness. Elder Wand raised high, Dumbledore first erected 3 impressive shields all around them, strong enough to look like pure diamonds, shimmering through all colors of the rainbow like a kaleidoscope. Within a moment of his shields appearing, 2 dark curses impacted it along with another transfigured giant spider. While the 2 curses were easily absorbed into the shields, while the spider seemed to just cease to exist as it tried to pass through. Pointing his wand at the source of the spells, the second flying stone boar charged through the shields and into the grounds. A second simple flick had the Elder Wand's power rush over Harry, shredding the curse holding his mind hostage. Instantly he felt everything rush back, unable to stop twitching as his body regained control over its muscles. At the same time, his mind was bombarded by his magical senses, almost suffocating him under its pressure. As such, he almost missed Snape's arrival, huffing and puffing from the journey. Soon after, Hagrid and Fang came sprinting up from his cabin, a large crossbow held tight. "Hagrid, I need you to fetch Professor Karkaroff, his student has been attacked," Dumbledore instructed, opening his shields just enough to let them speak. "When you've done that, kindly alert Professor Moody about what's happened. There's an intruder on the grounds, who must be found." "No need, Dumbledore," Moody growled, limping through the hall, part of his dark robes caught between the stump of his leg and his artificial metal one. "Damn feckin' leg. I'd taken it off for the night, then saw the flashes of light through my window. Hurried here as fast as I could." As he talked, he removed a small metal key and stuck it into the side of his leg. With a simple twist, there was a swift hiss as some sort of white mist escaped the false leg. Leaning heavily on his staff and remaining leg, Moody shook the stump of his leg free from its metal casing, allowing him to pull his robes free. Carefully lowering his leg back down, taking care to ensure his leg was unencumbered before turning the key the other way. This time there was a higher-pitched squeal as the leg sealed back into place. "I don't know who it was, but there's someone out there, Alistair. Find them." Nodding grimly, Moody limped away at a good pace, Dumbledore's shields rippling as he passed through. Without a second's delay, he set off to where Harry had last seen their attack spells. "Severus, awaken Minerva, tell her what's happened and that I need her to fully seal Hogwarts. Nobody enters or exits without my direct permission. When you've done that, call for the Aurors. By the time I'm done down here, they'll be ready for me to let them through." Still trying to get used to his magic again, Harry was content to rest his head against the cool ground and let events play around him. As such, he tuned out Dumbledore dealing with an irate Karkaroff, although Krum was doing a valiant job of mediating his headmaster's temper. Also choosing to ignore the blustering Durmstrang headmaster, a concerned Hagrid had checked in with Harry, which touched Harry even as he waved away his friend's worries. Harry was finding it surprisingly difficult processing everything again, even after just a few minutes of total exclusion. "Hagrid, you know this forest better than anyone. I need you to find out where Crouch came from. Did this invisible assailant come from the same location? Was this invisible assailant chasing Crouch or leading him? Understood, Professor. I'll see if the centaurs know any visitors. Come on, Fang. What are we going to do about my champion? Karkaroff finally exploded, gesturing wildly in Dumbledore's face. He has been attacked, on your grounds. This is a plot. Igor, be quiet. Dumbledore thundered, eyes burning with anger. Do not forget, Harry, my student, has been attacked too. And somewhere on these grounds, we have what is most likely an assassin, who is throwing around magic strong enough for me to feel it. I was in the headmaster's office, one of the most warded buildings, right over the heart of this school. The fact I could feel the fight all the way down here, quite frankly, that terrifies me. So you will be quiet. You will let me and my staff deal with this catastrophic issue. If you would like to be helpful, I suspected Mr. Crumb would benefit from a visit to our infirmary. After taking a physical step back, a clearly disturbed Karkaroff whisked Crumb into the school, casting a final concerned glance at Dumbledore's glowing rainbow shields. Wincing as he got to his feet, Harry resolutely ignored those shields, already knowing they'd flood his Magizite with unwanted knowledge. Already he felt like he'd gain a tan just from proximity to their brilliance. Harry, before anything else, I must ask, may I have your memory of this event, from leaving the Great Hall to right now? Dumbledore pressed gently. Nodding, Harry focused and drew out the requested memory, guiding it into the vial Dumbledore had procured. Easily pocketing it, Dumbledore led Harry back up into the castle, where he summoned a fourth kaleidoscope shield within the doorway. New shield in place, he let the previous three drop, creating an awful sound akin to glass being crushed. Now that he had his senses restored, Harry could feel the arcane magic being pulled into the shield's shape. Locella magic, Harry. The arcane magic draws in the Verbarn magic of a ward I developed. In essence, I am extending the wards across the entire grounds into this shape. From there, I don't need to imbue any intent, seeing as its own compressed density is enough to overwhelm anything within the same space. Dumbledore quietly explained. Now, are you all right? That wasn't a nice curse you'd been struck with, especially for one as attuned to magic as yourself. I think I'm okay. It's just shocking, I guess. I don't know how I lost so easily, especially when everyone points out how strong I'm meant to be. Harry replied morosely, resolutely staring at the saber's hilt in his clenched fist. Feeling a strong grip upon his shoulder, he looked up towards Dumbledore's grim face. Do not base your sense of worth upon this one event, Harry. You are strong, never doubt that. If I am to be lauded as the strongest wizard of my time, then what does that say about you, who's far stronger than I was at the same age? From what I can tell, you were caught unawares by a wizard with a shocking amount of power and skill. Everyone loses, it is inevitable. I've lost plenty of duels in my time, even when I was desperately trying to win. So, I'd advise going to Madame Pomfrey for some dreamless sleep, then talk with Nicholas tomorrow. I shall no doubt be busy entertaining ministry officials for weeks, but you are welcome to join us anytime should you wish. Waking up in the infirmary, the events of the previous night flashed before his eyes. Glancing over, he spotted the still sleeping form of Crumb, who'd nearly exhausted himself casting the electrical net. While his output was higher than Harry's, his regeneration was relatively terrible. Meanwhile, Mr. Crouch was a different story. Harry didn't know what the man had been hit with, but he'd been rushed to St. Mungo's before Dumbledore had closed the school down. Good morning, Harry. Luna's voice called, causing him to turn the other way and spot her calmly waiting next to his bed. Morning, been waiting long? He asked gravelly, flipping his wand into his palm and checking the time. Not long, I knew roughly when you'd wake up. The Aurors are still scouring the entire school, so it was quite nice to sit in the quiet here. Luna airily commented, subtly pointing out the tall black Auror slowly pacing by the giant hospital wing doors. I was thinking Professor Lupin might want to be told about last night. Luna then said leadingly, handing over his trench coat. You can borrow Mammallius if you'd like. Taking Luna's clue, the two snuck out of the hospital wing, with the Auror merely raising an eyebrow with a wry smile. Writing out a quick note, listing what had happened while promising to visit as soon as possible. Stepping into the Olary, Luna called down her owl, a relatively large blue-gray boreal owl. Of course, even then he was still small enough to easily rest on the side of her hand. For several moments, both Luna and Mammallius stared at each other, owlishly, until Luna blinked and turned to Harry. He said he'd deliver your letter. She declared cheerfully, taking his note and trying it to the owl's feet. Hooting equally cheerfully, the owl hopped onto the windowsill before leaping off. For several seconds the bird just plummeted downwards, until it spread its wings and glided away. I'm telling you, that's blackmail. I don't know why you're insisting on this. If the goblins can't get money out of him, what hope do you think we have? One of the Weasley twins demanded, barging into the Ollery only to stop Dumb as he spotted Harry and Luna. Yeah, but the goblins. Oh, hello you two. What are you doing here? The left twin asked. Sending a letter. Luna replied. What, at this time? From the right twin. I assume you heard what happened last night. Well, I just woke up and wanted to tell my godfather about it. Harry said easily, seeing no point in lying. What about you two? Glancing first at each other, then at Luna, the twins sighed in sync, before the left twin explained. It's Bagman, he still refuses to talk to us, let alone pay off our debt. How much does he owe you? 37 galleons, 15 sickles, 3 nuts. 42 galleons, he said he'd give us 5 galleons for the wand, remember? Right, that much. After we got to speak to the goblins, they told us they were taking as much of his paychecks as they can, but it will be years till we get a canute from that. Fred is hoping if we threaten Bagman, he'll somehow find the funds we need, skipping round the goblins. Listen, it's partially my fault Bagman can't pay you, since the goblins wouldn't let him bet on me. I can probably get you that money soon enough. Don't be daft, you didn't make Bagman a pillock. Fred scoffed. Yeah, he's right Harry, we can't ask you to pay off someone else's debt. We'll be fine, don't worry. We'll find our own way. Especially since we want Bagman to pay. Nodding in unison, the two swiftly left the tower, leaving no room for Harry to reply. I like them, but they can be very cruel at times. Luna murmured, come on, the others want to talk to you too. The prophet was quick to report on the attack, making full use of everyone's celebrity status. With Crouch locked within the Janus Thicky ward for the foreseeable future, and with Harry and Crumb's silence on the matter, the paper had gone to their old standby. Between Lockhart defending Harry's interests, the Bulgarians' Quidditch Wizarding Relations team defending Crumb's and the Aurors keeping the matter quiet, their old standby didn't work well. According to Lockhart, the prophet had tried to say Harry had attacked Crumb had attacked Harry, and then both had attacked Crouch. None of those stories had been allowed to be published, which forced the prophet to be somewhat truthful. Ministry official and Triwizard champions attacked outside Hogwarts. It was typical Rita sensational writing, but given she had no primary evidence, it was shockingly accurate. Unsurprisingly, it had completely glossed over Harry and Crumb's conversation, merely mentioning they had stayed behind with the other 3 left. Crouch's name was withheld, naming him only as an official, but they did manage to include the fact he appeared from the forest. In all, Harry could only conclude it was a testament to Rita's work when she decided to go back to her roots of investigative journalism. As Nicholas had coined, what a mess. Nicholas had been quite excited to continue their metallomancy, only to find out about the attack. Nevertheless, they traveled back into the chamber, checking on the blade early in the morning. Somewhat alarmingly, in a fairly large radius around the softly glowing blade, the dark green bricks had turned into an ashen gray. The air also felt slightly warmer and humid, with condensation hanging onto the ceiling. Ah, yes, perhaps I should have expected this. Obviously the alloy has to burn extremely hot to get all its elements to work together, which must have triggered the Plitchblend's defense. When it gets too hot, it's designed to decay into a type of ash, which would snuff out a fire. Except, in this case there was no fire to extinguish. No worries though, doubtlessly they will regenerate to full strength again swiftly. Given how hot these alloys can sometimes become, I wouldn't be surprised if this burn radius was even larger just a few days ago. So, does that mean it's ready if it has started cooling down? Harry asked, shifting closer to the ashen circle. In a way, if needed, you could dip this within the water to settle it, making it perfectly usable. However, the longer you let it sit in this magically saturated state, the more innate power the magic will have. In its current form, any magic it absorbs will increase its, I guess you might say, core. It will quench itself after some time, often by the time it has entered diminishing returns. It is up to you of course, but given you won't be able to do anything with the blade until you have your mithril back anyway, leaving it here won't hurt, no. So, we just leave it be. Almost. First we must erect a small ward over the blade, to provide a more active saturation. You'll need to draw a perimeter ward, something self-sustaining, passive and strong. Waiting for a moment, in case Nicholas had anything else to add, before withdrawing his enchanted chalk pouch. Running his fingers over the compartments, he retrieved the red chalk. Red for energy and strength, might help the ward in its purpose. Harry explained to Nicholas, who nodded for him to continue, I'm thinking some type of fire prevention ward would be best, seeing as they are strong and permeating. A good choice. I prefer a dimming ward myself, but then I don't have such an excellent secret chamber. All it needs to do is pull more of the atmospheric magic within range of the blade, there's nothing more we could do. There's a chance the metals wouldn't have bonded at this stage, which you'd see from a lack of unified color. You'd fix that by pumping more of your magic into the metal until it starts to glow anew. Now, do you want to talk to me about what you are feeling about the 27th? When I was attacked by someone we still have no idea about. When it was proven that without my mithril I am completely and utterly helpless. A failure. Is that what you're talking about? Come now, that's not fair. You've proven that without your mithril you're still stronger than anyone else from the premier European magic schools. You've proven that you can learn magic less than a dozen people alive can use. What about your ability to make new friends? Do you think that all stands for nothing? Yes, you were beaten. I won't tell you that means nothing, but it is not our abilities that define us, it is our choices. There is a man alive in St. Mungo's, who without you would have been dead. I am not strong, even now you could probably win in a fight between us, but would you call me a failure for that? What, I couldn't beat you? I wouldn't even know where to start. Harry exclaimed, pointing at Nicholas angrily. Me, a foolish old philosopher. No Harry, though my magic is vast, I am not a fighter like yourself. There is a reason me and Perenelle chose to hide, to lurk in shadows and secrecy. I admit, my knowledge of all magic is unmatched, but when it comes to using that magic, I am merely average. So yes, there will likely always be at least someone out there who can beat you, you wouldn't be human if there wasn't. What is important is how we deal with that defeat. You can decide to grow bitter and angry, choose to grow strong, grow past it. Or you can settle with where you are at now, accept your lot in life. I'll grow stronger, as I always have, but it's just frustrating to see all my progress be seemingly for nothing. It was awful, laying on the ground and not even feeling my magic. I know, I'm not saying you should look back on it with sunshine and rainbows. Just talk to Mr. Crumb about it, perhaps. He lost just as much as you did, hopefully together you two can come up with something. Heeding his mentor's advice, Harry wandered down to the Durmstrang ship, hoping Crumb also had a free period. To his relief, the older teenager seemed to be doing steady laps around the lake. Deciding to join in, he pushed himself to catch up with the Bulgarian, before matching his speed. Crumb gave an affirming nod of greeting, but kept his pace. After jogging for several minutes, Crumb eventually slowed down before coming to a stop under the shade of a large beech tree. I assume you want to talk? Crumb asked, breathing deeply. Yeah, I wanted to know how you felt on Saturday during the attack, I'm not used to losing that badly. Harry admittedly awkwardly. I understand. First, understand that from defeat comes victory. How can you hope to do your all, if you do not know taste of failure? I lost many times in Quidditch, but now every time I fly, I know how it feels to lose, so try even harder to avoid feeling. Crumb explained easily, laying back against the tree trunk. Use this to learn how you are weak, so that you may grow. From our duel I know I must work on speed and my type of attacks. From that, I learn Isto's Caravan spell. From Saturday, I learn my new spell has limits. But that okay, I now work on new poison spell. Nodding in understanding, Harry let out a shallow breath. Before asking, do you think you could teach me that lightning web spell? I haven't heard anything like it before. Certainly. Spell came from Durmstrang Library, Greek in origin. Crumb confided, going over the wand movements slowly for Harry. Any chance I can join in? Cedric called, strolling over to them. Reaching out to grasp Cedric's arm in welcome, Crumb eagerly added him to their lesson. I do not think lightning spell would work well for you, but I could give dueling spells. That's fair enough. Anything you'd want to know in return. I saw your self-transfiguration, so I don't think you'll be able to help there, but I'm good with charms. What about golems? Harry asked excitedly, eager to know how to do it himself. Golems EY. That's not a casual spell to teach. I'll do it, but only if you agree not to use it on my during the third task. You're scary enough without a near-immortal self-regenerating golem. Cedric joked, but how about that golden bolt spell you used against Fleur? With a round of grins, the three set about teaching the others about their requested spell, finding they all had a passion for magic in common. So, what people often do by mistake with a golem is to imagine the body is earth, or water or whatever. The problem with this is, your magic will try to build it all at once, which makes it incredibly weak. Instead, you just want a vague sort of outline, while focusing on the core. You need to let the core build its own body, otherwise the body is linked to you, not its own core. At worst, it means the golem can't move at all, because your own magic is fighting the core's intent. You will need to tell your golem what it should build itself out of, since different elements rarely mix. My dad said he once fought a water-earth golem, which was effective right until the water started boiling and splitting the earth. You'll understand when you try to form one, it's like you become aware of it, like how you know about your hands. Here, try to make one in the lake. Within divination, they'd almost finished planetary divination, which mostly involved letting Trelawney talk them through it. He found this particular topic difficult to follow, seeing as his magicite hardly expanded all the way into space. Sitting back into his plush chair, Harry let his eyes rest on the merrily burning fire, breathing in the incense smoke. Slowly, like a lights-after image, the vague image of a maze and a severed hand floated before him. Calmly regarding the images his brain had cooked up, Harry considered what they could mean. Typically, a severed hand could be a sign of punishment, or betrayal. It was his wand hand, which gave more credence to the latter. Wizards were understandably cautious about removing wand hands as punishment, especially when they knew it could be them on the other side. Before his relaxed magic could show him any more about this, he was carried away into Riddle Manor. There was no Tom, and from the dilapidated look, it was the present day. The decrepit form of Voldemort sat within his customary chair, while a sobbing man crouched in the corner, watched carefully by Voldemort's snake. Kneeling between Voldemort and the fire was a new figure, one who was hidden entirely by his silhouette. All Harry could see of him was his messy hair and worn dragon skin long coat. Having Tonk's commitment to cool coats rubbing off on him, Harry started comparing it to his own trench coat. While at the top the two were similar in design, Voldemort's follower had a far longer length, while looking quite baggy on the figure. From the way it caught and held the firelight, it was clearly made of dragon skin, nothing else having such a bright glister. From the dark material and small armored scales, Harry could only guess it was from a Hebridean black, indicating a severe price tag. I failed, my master. The man apologized gravely. Instantly, Harry recognized his cultured tone from the Yule Ball, when Tom had shown him another vision. Harry thought it sounded vaguely familiar, as if he'd heard someone similar. Unfortunately, all he could think of was the Ministry, which hardly narrowed it down. Explain. Voldemort hissed imperiously, anger clear in his voice. My father, he knew the champions would be meeting that day, knew exactly where to go. Then my potion ran out right as I found him, buying him time to escape as I sorted myself out. When I caught up to him again, Potter and the Crumb Boy had run into him. I had hoped one of them might leave, knowing you didn't want me to touch Potter. Unfortunately, apparently he'd sensed I was there, so I had to act fast. I was able to strike Crumb with a near-harmless spell, but Potter tried to fight back. I had to use my family spell on my father, which will lock his mind away. But, Dumbledore arrived before I could finish the job, whereupon I was forced to flee. I do not believe our secrets are at risk. If they couldn't heal the Longbottoms by now, then I see no reason for my father to be healed either. Rise, my most faithful. Let it not be said that Lord Voldemort is unkind. Return to your station, know your lord is disappointed in your failure, but no more. You need not have been put upon in such a situation if Wormtail had done his job. With a hiss, the dark red flash of the Cruciatus struck the man in the corner, sending near-deafening cries throughout the manor. My lord is most merciful. The faithful servant replied, backing away before parting away. Now, Wormtail, perhaps a reminder about why one does not fail their duty to their lord. All our planning, all our work, almost ruined because you could not watch one simple wizard. Crucio. The screaming returned, but this time it seemed to dig so much deeper into Harry. He could feel his throat burning, scar burning brightly. For the briefest of moments, Voldemort's eyes snapped over towards him, before he was flung back. Eyes snapping open, he looked up into Daphne's terrified teary face, the ceiling swimming above her. It took him a moment to realize he was laying in the remains of Ron's table, which had been behind him and Neville. "Harry, are you okay?" Daphne begged desperately, giving him a small shake. The shake revealed to Harry he'd hurt his back landing on the table, making his gasp in new pain. "Of course he isn't," Professor Trelawney declared excitedly, looming over him. "What was it, Potter? A premonition? An apparition? Apparition, something to do with the third task." Harry mumbled out, looking around and expecting to see Voldemort's glowing red eyes in the corners. I'm going to the hospital wing," he decided, carefully getting to his feet, head already feeling better. Even as he opened the trapdoor and started descending, Daphne hurried over, tucking her supplies back into her bag, alongside his own divination book. "You're not going without me," she announced fiercely, to which he simply shrugged and waited for her. "So, what was that? And don't tell me that was nothing, I've never heard you scream before, especially not that desperately. It felt like your magic was going to explode, I'm fairly sure some windows were cracked. I don't know, some sort of vision I think. I'm going to Dumbledore about it, he'll know." "Right, lead the way then." When he stopped in front of the headmaster's gargoyle, Daphne assumed he knew the password, she certainly didn't. Instead, Harry quickly cycled through as many suites as he could. To her amazement, the gargoyle finally jumped aside when he sarcastically announced, "Cockroach cluster." When the staircase locked into place, Daphne was startled by how much magic rushed around her as shield charms visibly disengaged. "Come in, Harry," Dumbledore's voice called, corresponding with the door swinging open. Eager to see the inside of her headmaster's office, she eagerly strolled forward only to realize they'd inadvertently interrupted an important meeting. She was instantly able to recognize her Minister for Magic, staring angrily at Professor Dumbledore. Beside them was Professor Moody, looking quite bored, and a man in gold-trimmed, black velvet robes who she didn't know at all. This unknown man was glaring at the minister thunderously, sparing only a brief glance towards them. "Harry, we should come back later," Daphne muttered, finding it extremely awkward to be amongst such powerful people. "Nonsense, it's important," Harry returned confidently, striding forward so that he wasn't hidden within the doorway. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I might have guessed Dumbledore would have brought you into the fold. It was you who found Bartemius, was it not? You were there, when he was, mysteriously cursed." The minister greeted coldly, shifting his gaze to Harry. Just like the headmaster, he acted completely unfazed from their minister's stare, despite the power the man wielded. I even provided a pensive memory moments after the event. I assure you, it is no mystery how he was cursed, he was struck in the back through my shield charm. The minister has decided he can't trust pensive memories, finding them too easy to trick. I have never found that to be the case myself, but then in my 100 years of yet to see everything. The headmaster added, "It's well known your little protege is a master of the mind arts. Tell me, Potter, what would you say to hearing my advisors are of the mind that you cursed Bartemius and tried to blame it on an invisible man? I would say it sounds like they are doing their job. It is the advisors that offer the far-fetched ideas first, so that the logical ones can be discussed, right?" Spluttering, the minister turned and collected his iconic lime green hat before ramming it onto his head in anger. "It is clear that Mr. Potter was only ever acting in defense of your employee, Minister Fudge." Victor confirmed as much, with both headmasters Dumbledore and Karkaroff believing them. The unknown man stated, irritation clear in his voice. "The Bulgarian ministry will not stand alongside the British in this matter. In fact, if you keep this push, I am willing to offer Mr. Potter sanctuary, to protect him from your biased opinions. Thank you, Minister Ablansk. Fudge, a man, one of your men, almost died here. He won't be the last, you must see sense." The headmaster pressed, drawing himself to his full height and looking down at the petulant British minister. I will not. In times like these the wizarding world looks to its leaders for strength, Dumbledore. The Triwizard Tournament will not be cancelled. I will not be seen as a coward. With his piece said, the minister stormed over to the fireplace and threw flow powder into the flames. Now is the time to do what is right, Minister. Dumbledore shouted back, right as the minister vanished into the green flames. Sighing, and collapsing back into his chair wearily. I apologize for that, everyone. It seems our minister would be popular, even if it costs his citizens' lives. Minister Ablansk, would you still like to conduct an examination of the grounds? If it would be no bother. I know Victor well, even before I became minister, I trust his word, but people back home will need more than that. Of course, Harry, Ms. Greengrass, I trust you can wait here for me to return. I assure you it will not take long. Do feel free to indulge in a licorice snack in my absence, but I have to warn you they're a little bit sharp. With that, the trio trooped out of the office, shield charms grinding back into place moments later. It's a good thing we didn't need him immediately, she announced, once she knew she was safe from being overheard. Dumbledore knew I could wait. I would have said something otherwise. If you don't want to wait I won't mind. He could be gone for almost an hour knowing him. Looking back at Harry, she found him carrying a beautiful Arlet and Gold Phoenix, Dumbledore's legendary familiar. No, I'm waiting with you. Am I allowed to stroke him? Who, Fox? Yeah, he adores attention. Harry replied easily, holding out the phoenix as if it weighed nothing. Being careful of its very sharp beak and talons, she tentatively ran her hand down Fox's back, finding it unimaginably soft. Trilling happily, Fox closed his eyes and seemed content to sit there and weather the strokes, before Harry grew bored and wandered off. Giving an unimpressed squawk, the bird flapped its wings and flamed away, paying no heed to how close he was. Laughing at Harry's now slightly singed hair, Daphne began to properly explore the office. Moving over to the headmaster's desk, she took a licorice out of the bowl. As she raised it, she noticed a bright silver bust of the headmaster's head, right next to a framed photo. She was startled from her inspection when the licorice in her hand started wiggling and took a bite of her hand. What was that? She demanded, shaking her hand angrily. Licorice snack. Dumbledore gets them from a friend. He hates the stuff, but thinks it's funny to offer them to guests. Take the sherbet lemo. Instead, it tastes better and he's fond of them. Harry advised, pointing out the foreign-looking gold sweet. No thanks, I don't think I'll trust any sweets again now. First the Weasley twins, now this, what are you looking for? His pensive, he keeps moving everything around. It's in the sink. Albus thinks he's funny by hiding it in there. A portrait called out, only to be shushed by neighboring paintings. Suddenly realizing the portraits have been paying attention the entire time, Daphne can't help her blush as she goes over to hide by Harry. Following the portrait's help, he'd stamped his foot on a random tile. In reply, two doors disguised as shelves opened outwards, revealing a gold-coated, floating stone basin. Upon its reveal, the entire alcove rolled forward, while an unknown light source illuminated the area. Why does the headmaster's office have a sink? At least, why a sink and nothing else? Officially, it's so that the headmaster can easily check the water quality. Salazar's plumbing was revolutionary, but mostly untested. Obviously the Romans had been using indoor plumbing for centuries before Hogwarts was built, but Salazar's was the first to run off magic. An elderly headmaster called from his portrait, conveniently located directly above the alcove. There was fear that the spells might break over time, so this sink was made so that the headmaster would be the first to know. When activated, it's fed by every tap in the school, so if it tastes salty, something's gone wrong. As you found out, Creaseworthy. One headmaster called to another, who flushed in embarrassment. That was one time, and it was good for the school. The accused headmistress defended. What about unofficially? Daphne asked curiously. Headmaster Jethro Morgan didn't want to go down to the kitchens for a glass of water at night. A new portrait cackled. Good thing Albus wasn't around back then, the school would run on hot chocolate. Ignore them. Want to view the memory with me? I want to know what it looked like without being scared out of my mind. Harry offered, removing the pensieve and throwing it over to the desk. Do you know how to use that thing? I'm not going to be responsible for breaking it. Relax, it won't be that easy to break one. As for control, how hard can it be? With that said, Harry stuck his face straight into the pensieve, causing his body to go limp. Sighing at his antics, she stuck her finger into the memory and got pulled into it herself. Plummeting down into the scene, she landed at the edge of the forest, appearing from thick black smoke. Looking around curiously was her Harry, then an angrier Harry, Crumb and Barty Crouch, all emerging from a similar smoke. As angry Harry went over to Mr. Crouch, her Harry wandered into the forest. "What are you looking for?" she whispered, eyeing the others behind them. "Our attacker came from this direction. I was hoping I'd be able to see it, but it seems like there's some sort of barrier stopping us getting too far away from my past self. It does make me wonder when people appear within this though, is it when I first noticed them, or when they actually appeared?" Harry replied, not bothering to lower his voice. "Well, since this is your memory, surely we'd only see something you'd noticed." "Nah, they don't work that way at all. This is basically just divination, we're seeing an illusion based on the actual vision of the event, keyed into from my memory of it. So, in theory, my past awareness shouldn't affect anything as we're watching it. Like these trees, I couldn't see them from where I was standing, but they are perfectly detailed." However, Daphne prompted, know how he liked to explain stuff. However, divination can be weird like that. It could be, since the invisible guy didn't want to be seen, that intent would carry over into this memory. Maybe we would be able to see them, but they'd be in silhouette, or blurry. The problem is, pensieves require a lot of magic, which is why they can only be used in places like Hogwarts or the Ministry, which might explain why we are limited in how far we can go. This might also limit the illusion in what it will show, such as ignoring unnoticed people. I simply don't have the answers yet. Hearing a shuffling from behind, Daphne turned in time to see past Harry effortlessly lift Mr. Crouch onto his shoulder. As the two boys hurried to the school, Daphne found her surroundings being pulled away. In theory, she and Harry were being pulled along with past Harry, but she had no sense of movement. Relative to each other, they were completely stationary, even as they left the smoke-like forest behind. Hearing Crumb cry out, they were just able to catch sight of a booted right foot briefly appearing from beneath an invisibility cloak, shrouded in the same black smoke. From there, things got confusing for Daphne. It was clear past Harry had an idea where their attacker was, although she couldn't tell. Their duel was terrifying, spells varying between almost invisible to illuminating the grounds, but it was clear her Harry wasn't interested. Finally, it was over, with Dumbledore arriving and the memory ending. Rather than replay the memory, or deposit them back in the office as she'd expected, the smoke sprung up around them again. When it resettled, they were inside a dimly lit room, walled in a dark green stone brick and marble columns. They were looking down on a soul-chained chair, situated in the very center of the room. With an unpleasant lurch, she realized they were sitting within one of the Ministry's deep courtrooms. While she'd never been there before, her father had shown her a picture of a Death Eater trial, the image being one that stuck with her. "We shouldn't be here, Harry. This is highly confidential material. If someone found us spying on an old Wizengamot session, we'd be in big trouble," Daphne warned, shaking his wrist fearfully. "Slight problem with that, I have no idea how to leave. There's probably a trick to it, but I tried to leave earlier and nothing happened. That alone should be a good enough defense, especially when we had a reasonable excuse being here," Harry replied calmly, clearly unbothered by any potential trouble. Trying to calm herself, she looked around for familiar people, eventually spotting her late grandfather, holding the greengrass seat, sitting behind Lord Arcturus Black. It was bittersweet to see her grandfather, who'd been killed when she was still a baby, just days after you-know-who's defeat. Equally bittersweet was the Potter seat, which was understandably unoccupied, although she was shocked to see Lord Frank Longbottom sat to its immediate left. Then you had to figure between them. Everyone knew Professor Dumbledore had an honorary seat, but it hadn't been used for a decade, what with him being elevated to Chief Warlock. Soon, the courtroom doors opened, letting a figure enter, flanked between two Dementor guards. Even through the memory, she could feel their aura picking at her, even as they focused on their prisoner. Easily recognizing a younger Igor Karkaroff, she realized they were seeing one of the first post-war trials. With that in mind, it wasn't surprising when the chains glowed gold and snaked up his arms, binding him in place. "Igor Karkaroff, you have been brought from Azkaban to give evidence to the Ministry of Magic. A curt voice announced, originating from Mr. Crouch, leading his flock. Her father had been quite outspoken on his distaste of the Council of Magical Law. In theory, it made sense, freeing up the full Wizengamot and allowing fewer members to go through a greater number of trials. In practice, Mr. Crouch's pet project allowed him near unmatched power over judgment. You have given us to understand you have important information for us. He finished, looking down at Karkaroff imperiously. To his credit, Karkaroff didn't back down, instead straightening as best he could and maintaining eye contact. I have, sir. I wish to be of use to the ministry. I wish to help. I know that the ministry is trying to round up the last of the Dark Lord's supporters. I am eager to assist in any way I can. It was interesting to see the mixed responses to that. For some, most notably those that would be outed as Death Eater supporters, they were clearly hoping to kill Karkaroff with their eyes. Others viewed him in interest, notably the Lord Black. Filth. Crouch is going to let him out. Professor Moody growled, causing her to leap forward in shock. Unbeknownst to herself, she'd effectively been sitting incorporeal within his lap, too far forward to notice the otherwise motionless man. He looked slightly better than present day, what with his 2 eyes. As her future professors argued over the Dementors, Daphne turned to Harry. Why are we seeing this? I know we can't leave, but this isn't your memory. The headmaster must have placed this after yours, but why? Sitting back in his illusionary chair, Harry hummed thoughtfully. It seems like Dumbledore is trying to work out the identity of the attacker. First, he'd need to know who'd have a motive, especially one that doesn't involve me or Crumb. With this trial, I'd say Karkaroff has enough of a motive. Secondly would be strength, which I wouldn't say he has, but who really knows. Augustus Rookwood, who was a spy, and passed he who must not be named useful information from inside the ministry itself. Karkaroff yelled desperately, interrupting Harry's thoughts. A few more names were then thrown around, including Professor Snape's, before the courtroom dissolved back into that black smoke. Almost immediately it returned, although with a different atmosphere. After taking a moment to ensure she wasn't sitting within anyone again, she took in this new memory. Most of the Wizengamot were absent, although Mr. Crouch's Council of Magical Law was present in full force. Her grandfather was amongst those missing, although she suspected that was due to his soon-to-be fatal illness. In a stark opposite, a younger Rita Skeeter took up a new seat below Mr. Crouch's bench. This must be one of her first cases. Harry muttered, also staring at Rita, even as Ludo Bagman sat down in the accused's chair. What do you mean? She just does gossip, doesn't she? Now, yeah. But she made a name for herself within the ministry exposing Death Eaters. Moody put most of them in Azkaban, but it was Rita who helped point him in their direction. She kept it as quiet as possible, probably because she knows for a fact not all of them are locked away. Of course, once they were all forgiven or locked up, she'd lost her moment of greatness. It didn't take her long to move on to lower-tier criminals, then when that proved less rewarding, just making up stuff about innocent people. Right, how do you know all of this? We were 1 year old at this point, there's no way you just know this. Daphne demanded. I have my sources, namely Gilderoy Lockhart. He's very good at fishing out details, and he sees Skeeter as some sort of rival. Harry explained, chuckling. So, that rumor that you and Lockhart are close was true. Us Slytherins just assumed it was more boasting on his part. The crowd's angry cry distracted her, something about Bagman's supposed crimes. Does that mean you'll be in his latest book? What book? Harry asked, equally distracted. Lockhart. For a while now he's been threatening his new book, saying it's based on our second year at Hogwarts. The release date keeps being pushed backwards. Oh, yeah, I guess so. He did talk about that at some point, I'll have to ask him. Almost in time with his statement, the court began to clap as Bagman was cleared on his charges. Dissolving once more, they found themselves in the same room for a third time, although it was clear some time had passed. They were still sandwiching the headmaster, leaving no room for whom's memory they had been viewing. There was a total, angry silence permeating the air, a stark contrast to the previous 2 memories. With a shock, she spotted her father sitting in the greengrass seat, the lordship ring sitting proud upon his finger. Bring them in, Mr. Crouch said, voice audibly frayed. This time 4 prisoners were brought forth, 3 of which she easily recognized. Harry, this is the Lestrange case. We definitely cannot tell anyone we were here. I don't know who they are. He replied quietly, leaning forward to observe the event. With a shock, she realized the crying straw-haired youth was Mr. Crouch's son, someone she'd only vaguely heard about before. Seeing him there, she felt like she might have seen him in the previous trials, as just a random member of his father's council. We have heard the evidence against you. The four of you stand accused of capturing an Auror, Frank Longbottom, and subjecting him to the Cruciatus curse. She missed the rest of their sentence, shocked. Mr. Crouch had appeared numerous times during her magical history lessons at home, her father having pressed upon her both the man's importance and tyranny. The man had fought his way to head of the DMLE during the war, earning the spot after holding back you-know-who alone for several minutes. The man had almost been heralded as the new Dumbledore, only for his favor to run out at the end of war. She'd known that part of that decline had been his son's imprisonment, but she hadn't known the severity of his crime. Mother, stop him, Mother. I didn't do it, it wasn't me. Junior begged, looking now at the woman beside Mr. Crouch. As they were taken away, Bellatrix Lestrange took the time to proclaim her support for her lord. Even while in chains, it was clear the Aurors on guard were unwilling to get near her, let alone try to stop her. Only the Dementors drew near, forcing the four away from the jury. Not the most pleasant memory to happen upon. The headmaster commented, only it wasn't the memory version. Sitting on the other side of Harry, their present-day headmaster was looking at them both kindly. Why was he with them? He didn't seem guilty like the others. Harry questioned, apparently unsurprised at Dumbledore's entrance. You can see, if you'd like. I don't like rewatching it myself, but I feel seeing it will answer better than words. The headmaster said, indicating Junior who'd stumbled at the doorway. With the three Lestranges out of sight, an Auror went up to pull him to his feet, only to have Junior latch onto him. Striking a hand against the Auror's chest, Junior cast some spell into the man, sending him tumbling to the ground. Even as the first Auror fell, Junior had drawn the man's wand and used it to disintegrate the second Auror. Pandemonium filled the room as people scrambled out of the way, helped along by several of Junior's spells. It was hard to tell, but at least 7 people had been killed already, Junior showing himself extremely dangerous. Are you not proud then, Father? Junior spat, no longer a quivering mess. Looking at him now, it was clear his previous state had been an act, one which had won her over completely. Leaping towards his father, cleaving a man in two to do so, Junior kept up his speech. All my life, you've told me I need to prove myself, to live up to the Crouch name. Well, is this not enough? One of your strongest Aurors, and I beat him alone. We needed him, you see, to break into that manner of his. Can't say his wife held up any better, but oh, you should have heard the screams. Before he could say any more, Professor Moody had managed to free himself from the crowds, beginning a terrifying but calculated assault upon Junior. She recognized techniques he'd occasionally used to end a fight against Harry in their lessons, but against Junior they fell flat. In return, the spells that fell upon Moody were indiscriminate. Any the Auror didn't block fell upon the crowd trapped behind him. It was at this point Dumbledore stepped in, striking Junior from behind and hoisting him into the air with invisible chains, while simultaneously wrenching his wand from him. A very brave, tawny-haired Auror jumped forward, pulling Junior's hands behind his back and sealed them in amber. With the threat secured, more Aurors started pouring forward, grasping hold of Junior and dragging him away. Just before he was pulled out of view, with the courtroom dissolving back into fog, Daphne could still hear his yelling. Get your hands off me, you pathetic little men. I'm sorry, Headmaster, please forgive us. We didn't plan on seeing any of those trials, we just wanted to see Harry's memory. Daphne begged as soon as they'd left the pensieve, only to find Harry and her headmaster sitting down like it was no big deal. Fear not, Ms. Greengrass, I know neither of you would intentionally spy in such a way, especially when you could both ask, as heirs. Regardless, it would not be you who'd be in trouble. I was using the pensieve when the minister arrived for our meeting, and put it away rather hastily. Normally, I would remove any confidential memories after perusing them. Although I would recommend more caution in the future, it is always polite to ask before diving into someone's pensieve. Professor, who is that boy at the end, Crouch's son? What happened to him? Harry asked, just barely acknowledging the warning. Bartemius Crouch Jr. He was sent to Azkaban. Destroyed Barty to do it. But he had no choice, the evidence was overwhelming. Then of course, you saw how Junior reacted to being caught. He died, not too long into his sentence. With Barty's wife dying soon after, he was left the last of his line. He's not dead, Junior that is. I saw him, in a vision. That's why we came up to see you. During divination I had a vision of Voldemort, Wormtail and a guy in shadow. I'm positive that guy was Junior. Harry stated firmly. I fail to see how that could be. Junior's death was well documented when it happened. Short of necromancy, I would not believe him capable of returning. Raising his wand to his temple, Harry pulled out a memory, which he passed into the pensieve. See for yourself. Diving into this memory, Daphne could instantly notice it was wrong. It seemed like the fog remained unable to form correctly, leaving everything out of focus. She could just barely make out a figure in front of a fire, but that was it. What? Why isn't it showing correctly? Harry asked, spinning around in confusion. The limitations of a pensieve, my boy. In essence, you are asking the pensieve to show a vision of a vision. Your memory of the vision is not enough to create a new complete vision. The headmaster explained, before pulling them out of the memory. Fear not, I shall not dismiss your worries. I shall look into this matter, see if there's any way for Junior to have faked his death. I shall trust your account of events, should you wish to share. Of course. So, Voldemort was there, along with Wormtail and Barty Jr. Barty said he'd failed, but used his family spell on his father. Voldemort basically forgave him and sent him away, then tortured Wormtail. That's when I woke up. Harry supplied. It was awful. He was screaming towards the end, but we couldn't wake him. He was there for at least 5 minutes, then he just woke up and came here. Daphne added, seeing that Harry seemed content to ignore what had happened. Sending Harry a concerned glare, he nodded slowly. That is concerning. I had assumed you had seen it as part of your lesson. We will need to talk later on this, but for now, was there anything else you wanted to bring to my attention? Just, why those memories, sir? More specifically, why the last one? Obviously you're still investigating mine, while Ludo and Karkaroff are here at Hogwarts. Ah, that is quite simple. You see, Barty's current condition matches the victims of that final case. I had wondered if they'd perhaps taught their technique to another, who'd then gone after yourself and Barty. I've searched and searched for something, some small detail. Something I might have overlooked, something that would explain why these terrible things have happened. Every time I get close to an answer it slips away, it's maddening. If your vision is correct, which I don't doubt, then you've just solved one of my biggest questions. Now I just need to discover how all these events tie together, how Barty Jr. seems to appear where he shouldn't. I assure you Harry, I am not resting on my laurels. I have been keeping my investigation quiet, in the hope that you'd get a peaceful year despite this tournament. Nicholas made it quite clear he considers this a mistake, so I will give you the choice. If you'd like to know what I've been doing, I will be completely transparent with you. Despite already knowing about their near familial relationship, Daphne was still surprised at such frankness. From his reaction, Harry was in a similar boat. Thank you, Professor. But I think I need to focus on this maze. I trust you to look after me, even if you don't always succeed. Harry eventually said, after remaining deep in thought. During the wait, she couldn't help shuffling awkwardly, even when Harry silently held her hand. I am touched you feel that way, Harry. I shall do my utmost to prove myself worthy. As always, you both of you are welcome up here at any point. With the third task looming just on the horizon, Nicholas had gone from weekly sessions to 3 a week. In these times, he taught as much general magic as he could know, in the hope that Harry could understand anything he might encounter. In his off time, he'd work with his friends to improve his magic even further, even as they worked for their own exams. The Weasley twins proved indispensable, as they didn't mind skipping lessons, along with a surprising knowledge of spell crafting. Remember, you need to have an incantation that makes you think of what you want. After that, it's all just mental. George had explained. Firmly incanting, Semper Mutans, Harry twisted his wrist as if throwing a frisbee. With a lurch, his magic burst free, taking the form of an emerald green lightning bolt. Try as he might, he couldn't get his spell to work without the shape of his scar. Despite his complaint, he was thrilled to see his spell do a lap around the room, although he noticed it turned slower than the previous incarnation of his spell. With a mental pull, his spell diverted its course and struck Fred in the back, causing his ginger hair to become a bright purple. Casting it a second time allowed it to zip straight forward, before leaping over George's shield and flipping him upside down. It seems like I can only use spell effects I know, even then it will only be vaguely similar. Like, I tried to make George's arm glow, but it refused to change its intent and remained similar to a flipendo. That does check out, it's always easier to borrow existing spells. George pointed out, easily rising from the cushioned floor. Still, a unique spell at your age is unheard of, you definitely need to keep it protected. For sure, just don't forget Ol, Gred and Forge, I. Surprised, Harry found himself looking at the twins in a new light. You two know about protecting spells. Well, we know to keep our trap shut. We've got a few things made which we haven't unveiled yet, we gotta have something to sell when we make it big, you know. What about locking them behind a bequest? Then only you could reproduce it. Harry pointed out, getting befuddled looks in return. Even if we knew how to do that. Which we don't. That seems like a lot of effort just for a few prank items. Even if someone did learn how to reproduce our pranks, well that's just more chaos, we're all for that you know. What about you though? This is a pretty serious spell, I don't think we've heard anything like it before. That seems like something worth protecting. Fred finished. I could protect my spell, but at the moment it's not ready, I need it to be better, way better. If I do protect it, then if I do any major improvement to it, I'll need to protect it again. It's not like many people will be able to cast it anyway, since it's wandless. Harry replied, shrugging. Fair enough. Now, how about we put this spell through its paces? On the morning of the third task, Daphne couldn't help throwing down the paper in disgust, outraged on Harry's behalf. Bad news? Tracy asked, raising an eyebrow at her friend's reaction. Look at this. How the hell can they get away with this? Daphne demanded, thrusting the paper into Tracy's hands. Harry Potter, Diviner or Deranged. Certainly a catchy title. I mean, he did collapse in divination, they aren't wrong. Even Trelawney didn't seem to know what was happening, which suggests it wasn't an actual vision. That's not the point. Daphne argued hotly, the point is that they have no reason to write this, especially today. Down her table, the more unpleasant Slytherins giggled amongst themselves, before craning their necks to look up and down the Ravenclaw table. Scooping up the paper, Daphne rushed out of the hall, only to have Professor Flitwick float after her. I say, Miss Greengrass, a moment if I could. The professor asked, bringing Daphne to a stop. Yes, Professor. I was wondering if you knew where Harry currently is. You see, I have a message for him, concerning the tournament. Oh, well I'm going to see him right now, if you'd like me to carry on the message. Daphne offered, unsure if Harry wanted his tutor room to be known to the teachers. Splendid, that will work nicely. Well, the message is simply, he needs to come to the Great Hall's side chamber, where the families of the champions are waiting. As you may appreciate, I'm sure Harry's family don't want to be waiting long. Professor Flitwick said cheerfully. Sure, I'll let him know immediately. Have a good day, Professor. Watching the charms professor pitch to the side before zooming off to his upcoming class, Daphne once more set off for where she hoped Harry was. Bursting into the classroom, she was unsurprised to see Harry fighting with their friends. He'd been pushing himself hard ever since he'd been attacked. Unfortunately, that meant he'd also been pushing them hard in turn, not that they complained. With a standard Protega held in his offhand, he'd foregone his wand for his intangible runic sword. Unlike in the second task, his sword was now the same whispery pale blue of the sky outside, making it very hard to see. Regardless of its appearance, the blade easily moved through a wooden bore, reverting to a broken desk either side of Harry. A second swipe of his sword caused one of the halves to lift itself and fly towards George, before a distinctive green lightning bolt flew out of nowhere and enlarged the desk. With a loud huff, George was bodily thrown from the arena, his spell barely affecting the wood. Now faced solely against Draco, Harry made his particular hand motion, resummoning his ever-changing spell. Although the effects of the spell proved mediocre at best, the bolt flew at Harry's whim, making it almost impossible to predict. Despite that, the twins and Draco had shown an aptitude for countering it, their years as Quidditch players giving them an edge. Eyes tracking the spell's movement, Draco managed to raise a shield directly in its path. In response, Harry tried to change the spell's trajectory, but it took too long and clipped the edge of the shield. As the black dust exploded around Draco, a gray spell corkscrewed towards Harry. While Harry had focused on trying to redirect his spell, Draco had taken advantage to launch his own attack. This forced Harry to bunker behind his shield, while Draco's spell tried to worm its way in. Letting go of his sword, Harry threw it towards Draco, where it dissolved into a subtle wave of magic. Now it was Draco's time to be distracted, eyes widening just before a green bolt struck him in the chest, causing him to slowly float into the air, locked inside a blue bubble. "Your spell works then," Daphne commented, drawing Harry's attention. "Not enough, it needs to be better." Harry grumbled, releasing Draco and then wandering over to her. "What do you mean? It seems to be exactly what you wanted. You said you'd been planning this spell for a while now, aren't you happy to have it figured out? It can't turn properly, and it's far too slow. I am also limited in what I can make it do. If I put too much thought into the end result it just fizzles out. It's very nearly a limited version of my existing wandless magic, only with a further reach. In short, it's bad, I need it to be far better to make it perfect." Harry responded harshly, drawing everyone by surprise. "You alright mate? It's just, you'd normally be jumping for joy over this, you love magic like this." Ron called. "I've just come to realize there's more than just loving magic, okay. Daphne, I assume you came here for a reason, you have a history of magic exams soon don't you?" "Right, yeah sorry. First, the paper wrote a story on it. I thought you'd better read it yourself than hear about it secondhand. Also, Flitwick said the champions need to go to the Great Hall's side chamber, where your family are there waiting," she said hurriedly, before glancing meaningfully at Draco and Ron. "Blimey, I'd forgotten about that, we'd better run. See you around, Harry," Ron announced, running out the room. Looking after him, Harry idly commented, "Whoa, did anyone else see that? I don't think I've ever seen Ron in a hurry for any class, let alone an exam." "Well Harry old boy, seems to me that for Ronikins it was less about where he was going to, and more about what he was leaving behind. Capiche?" George Weasley said, with faux gravity, patting Harry on the shoulder. "I'm not that bad am I?" While Daphne and the others said their goodbyes and left after Ron, Fred took his other side, gently leading Harry towards the Great Hall alongside George. "Not bad, per se, more like you've been highly dedicated this past month. We all understand why, don't even mind it to be truthful. It's just, Ron isn't good at hard work, especially without any rest." Fred explained. "That's not entirely fair on Ron. It's not the hard work itself, but the lack of results for it." George countered, getting a half nod from Fred. "Sort of. Anyway, it should all work out well in the end, right? Positive thoughts. Precisely. Greet your family, have fun, chill out. Then it's a quiet saunter through the maze, confront your problems, win." With that, they stopped outside the side chamber, getting a few curious gazes. Around the elves tidying up after breakfast, a few students were finishing a late meal, who were now trying to see what the Weasley twins and Potter were going to get up to. Stepping forward and turning to face the twins, Harry honestly said, "Thank you two for everything, seriously. I'll see you later." Entering the room, Harry was surprised to see Xenophilius Lovegood in a heated argument with Victor Crumb and his father. Tonks was clearly doing her best to mediate, while the Diggory and Delacour families looked on. "What's going on?" Harry deliberately called out, gaining some attention. "Thank Merlin, Harry. The Crumbs seem to think Xenophilius' necklace is some dark symbol." Tonks summed up. "Victor. Duh, we would know this symbol anywhere. Grindelwald's mark." Victor spat, glaring hotly at Zeno. "Such ignorance. This symbol is no more Grindelwald's than it is mine." Zeno protested heatedly, only for Harry to step between them. "Look, Victor, I'm sorry but Zeno isn't wrong. Are you familiar with the Tale of Three Brothers? Well, that story is based on the real-life Peverell brothers, and this symbol has been the family crest of the Peverell family for centuries. For those like myself and Zeno, who believe the Hallows are real, this symbol is simply what we use to represent the three." Harry explained as best he could, trying to be as sympathetic as possible. Zeno is no more a Grindelwald supporter than I am. Grindelwald carved that symbol into a wall at Durmstrang, back when he was a pupil there. Since then, those that support his ideology try to copy it, using it to shock or impress. Those of us who lost family to that monster, that symbol holds no kindness. Victor's father announced thickly, although with less heat. Gellert was another believer in the Hallows, who thought he'd be the one to collect them all. It is true that he used the symbol, but only before he took the mantle of a Dark Lord. To the best of my knowledge, he never publicly associated himself with it as an adult. Appearing from nowhere, Dumbledore added his insight. I heard raised voices and thought I'd ensure there were no problems. This is a time for the champions to be with their families after all. Dumbledore added, even as he went over to talk to the Delacours. In that case, I will apologize for believing you a supporter of Grindelwald, although I cannot say I will ever look upon that symbol positively. Mr. Krum said stiffly, directing his apology to Zeno. Giving a brief bow, Mr. Krum marched back to his wife. After hesitating for a moment, Victor turned to Harry and bowed to him too. Harry, I must apologize too. It was clear this Mr. Zeno was a member of your family, so to have insulted him was to insult you also. Regardless of our own opinions, it was improper to make them known in a time that is meant for family. No, you're fine Victor, I think we can all understand why you'd have such a strong reaction. Harry easily replied, holding out his hand to Krum, who gratefully shook it. Offering one last bow to both Harry and Zeno, Krum turned to Tonks. And you fair lady, I regret you were needed in our dispute. Perhaps I might buy you drinks to make up for it. Deliberately tuning out Krum's flirting with Tonks, Harry turned to Zeno who'd calmed down considerably. I didn't expect you to be here, Zeno. When I was told my family were waiting, I wasn't sure what to think, but I'm glad you came. I'd thought that perhaps after the second task. Harry, Zeno cut in, holding up a hand and smiling easily, I have seen you as family for a long time now. You are the brother my Luna has always wanted. It is an honor and a privilege to be here as your family. I couldn't agree more. A new voice added, which caused Harry's jaw to drop. Nicholas was blatantly out in public, without any disguise or magic in place to protect his identity. While he could get away with the average person being unaware of who he was, Nicholas had always avoided risk where possible. Seeing the Delacours react to his presence with surprise and recognition, Harry feared the worst. Grandpappy! Gabrielle cried, throwing herself into Nicholas's arms, quickly followed by Fleur. Grandfather, we didn't expect to see you here. Have you come to watch me compete? Fleur asked in French, hope clear in her voice. At her question, Harry felt his own hopes drop. He hadn't known Fleur had any link to his mentor, but obviously he'd be here to support his granddaughter. It's good to see you, little ones. Indeed, I will be watching you compete, but I'm not here for just you. Harry, would you join us? Surprised, Harry shuffled over to Nicholas, who Gabrielle was still clinging to tightly. Harry, may I introduce you to my biological heirs? The Delacours can trace their lineage all the way to my firstborn son, a relation I've tried to keep in touch with. Everyone, it brings me great pleasure to introduce my apprentice of several years now, Harry Potter. Shocked, Harry could only look on as events whirled around him. But, what does this mean? Fleur eventually asked, clearly as confused as Harry. Well, in short I consider you both my grandchildren. I'll be there, cheering you both on. Nicholas said cheerfully, clasping both Harry and Fleur on the shoulder. So they're cousins? Tonks asked in amusement, having finished arranging her date with Victor. Being quicker on the uptake, Fleur looked at Harry and smiled happily. What say you, Ari? Do you think we could be cousins? Well yeah sure, if you'd be fine with that, I guess. Harry stumbled, tripping over his words, but returning her smile despite that. In response, Fleur threw her arms wide and pulled him into a tight hug, which after getting over his shock he gladly returned. But, I thought you didn't want anyone to know you're still alive, why would you reveal your presence so publicly like this? Harry eventually asked, once he'd been further introduced to Fleur's family, who were now technically his distant family. Bah, I've come to realize, I have no reason to hide anymore. My philosopher's stone is safely out of reach, especially since I don't plan to become a large public figure again. However, by publicly naming you as my successor, I may be able to gain some good for you. It was the prophet's article this morning that showed me I can and should be doing more for your public image. You are my apprentice, and it is my duty to protect you from all harm, including libel. I have already told the prophet about our status, although from what I hear, I wasn't the first. Wasn't the first to what? Claim me as your apprentice. No. It seems like Mr. Lockhart disagreed with your name being degraded just as he's trying to advertise his new book, in which I'm sure you feature heavily. Now, I'm sure you'll want to spend time with Xenophilius and Nifedora. You are of course welcome to join us, but I have no doubt Apolline will want to grill me on what this all means. Stepping up to the entrance to the maze, Harry scanned the stands, easily finding Zeno, Tonks and Nicholas just behind the judge's table. Further up, in one of the worst seats he could just about make out Remus and a large black dog beside him. He'd had a great afternoon with Zeno and Tonks, first taking a walk around the lake, before going up so he could show them his workshop. It was there that Tonks had advised him to keep an eye out for Sirius and Remus, who'd be unable to publicly approach him but had wanted to watch regardless. At dinner, they joined with the Delacour family, before being sent down to the Quidditch pitch. Unlike the previous tasks, the organizers had decided that moonrise was the best time, regardless of the audience's ability to see. With Cedric's 85 points, he entered the maze first, then exactly 5 minutes later Harry and Crumb entered, with their 80 points. With her 57 points, Fleur would have to wait another 23 minutes, practically eliminating her from the game. The moment they stepped into the embrace of the hedges, Harry couldn't help shivering as the weight of the magic pushed down upon them. Where Dumbledore's magic normally felt light and gentle, Madame Maxime's made Harry think of wading through a thick rain cloud. Silencing spells completely blocked out any outside noise completely, even the sound of the wind, leaving a perpetual eerie atmosphere. That, alongside the unnatural fog emanating from the hedges, could almost trick Harry into thinking they were underwater again. It was the rare moments like these that Harry regretted his ability to sense magic on a fundamental level. Beside him, Crumb showed no sign of discomfort, at least no discomfort other than being in a giant maze grown to be as challenging as possible. Even the enchantments expanding the space between them and the top of the maze were oppressive, with the sky almost completely blocked by the 20-foot walls. Well, here we go. Again, Harry said, gaining a grin from Crumb. Together they set off into the darkness, both unwilling to lock their wand with a lighting spell. While Harry could rely on his Magicite as a basic form of vision, Crumb kept tripping over roots that deliberately shot out in front of him. After his third trip, Crumb moodily brought his wand to his face and began transfiguring his eyes, hissing through the pain. He'd clearly added some type of natural night vision to his eyes, giving them a bright gray appearance, which nevertheless seemed effective. You like transfiguration then? Chuckling, Crumb dipped his head. I find it easier, instead of trying to remember many charms. Harder for another to undo too. With that, they reached a fork, allowing them to go their separate ways. With Crumb out of view, Harry could finally set up, starting with his invocation. It was a similar chain to what he'd cast during the attack at the World Cup, but with the added rune of Night Sight. The moment he'd finished, the previous dark gray surroundings gained a brighter green glow, one that only he'd be able to see. With his invocation bound to his magical aura, he set to work on his sword sigil, identical to what he'd used in the second task, but with the second form of silver replacing the phosphorus rune. This gave the sword a shadowy silver look, allowing it to effortlessly blend into any nearby shadow. The crescent moon rune for silver was at its strongest while the moon shone, which under the current rising full moon meant his sigil sword was at its full potential. Finally he cast his ever-changing spell, which he made float over his shoulder. Fully armed, he tentatively tried to cut the wall of hedges with his sword, resulting in a sudden lurch as the maze grabbed a hold of his spectral sword. In panic, Harry wrenched it free, even as the hedge tried to consume it. Swiftly backing off, Harry quickly jogged away, unwilling to test his luck. Glancing over his shoulder, he picked up the pace upon seeing the hedges clash together where he'd just been. Taking the first bend he found, he hurried down the empty path feeling incredibly underwhelmed. So far, his biggest risk had been the maze itself, which was easily beaten by not trying to attack it. Slowly growing bored, he was glad of a distraction when a scorched Cedric burst out in front of him. Seemingly not seeing Harry in the shadows, the Hufflepuff ran as fast as he could away from there. Deciding he wasn't bored enough to see what would make Cedric run that fast, Harry slightly increased his pace, only to run into a moonlit Luna. Although his eyes told him it was his closest friend, his Magizite held firm. Instead of Luna's vibrant sky blue signature, he instead encountered the oily midnight black signature of a boggart, its magic slightly larger than the illusion it was projecting. "I don't take kindly to you taking this form, boggart." Harry firmly started, sword raised threateningly. In reply, the illusion of Luna grinned mockingly, even as blood started dripping from her mouth. "Why did you let me die, Harry? Why didn't you stop them before it was too late? Stop this!" Harry ground out, glaring solely at the magic, while trying to ignore what his eyes and ears were telling him. "Are you going to kill me again? Going to extinguish another innocent life, like you took Hermio?" But the boggart never got to finish its sentence, as Harry's sword leapt forward, passing through the illusion and striking the phantom form behind it. With a hiss of anguish, the boggart started breaking apart into wisps of vapor, unraveling into nothingness. Cautiously stepping forward, Harry carefully scanned the area, finding nothing but a puddle of steaming black ectoplasm. Carefully giving the puddle a wide berth, he set off again, relying on the point me spell to keep north. Once again, he grew suspicious at the lack of obstacles. He knew Hagrid well, and if given the chance the man would have tried to fill the maze with as many interesting creatures as he could have. Never mind what any of the other teachers and headmasters would contribute. Which was precisely when he spotted an odd golden mist, slowly floating down the path towards him. Running through as many diagnostic spells as he could, he easily concluded this was a limbo mist enchantment. He hadn't seen it in person before, but he'd read about it in Dippett's conditional magic book. Backing up slightly, Harry sprinted towards the mist, letting momentum carry him forward as gravity first flipped and then flopped. Crashing into the ground, safely on the overside, Harry lay sprawled as he thought not to be sick. Suddenly, a feminine scream broke the air, prompting him to swiftly jump to his feet. With the silencing charms still in effect, Fleur must be quite close to be so easily heard, making him spin around desperately. Picking a direction he thought the sound had come from, until he came face to face with Hagrid's fabled blast-ended Scroots. It looked like a fire crab, but with a second stinger in place of a face. Easily 10 feet long, its thick gray shell glinted threateningly. With a wrench of will, his previously docile spell became imbued with stunning, as it flew towards the creature. Quick as a flash, one of its stingers came down to intercept it, its armor easily negating his own magic. Expelling a blast of fire, the Scroot flew towards him, which he was only just able to dodge, getting a warm tan in the process. It did give him the sight of an exposed underbelly, but with the creature now crouched low, he doubted his ability to hit it. Instead, he recast his spell, and then aimed it in front of the creature just as it took a step forward. Instantly, the leg sank into a boggy quicksand, soon followed by the rest of its body. Due to the spell's limited power and the creature's size, the liquidated ground was unlikely to kill the creature, but it did the job. As the creature stood, it was nothing but a very dangerous sentinel, but one that couldn't chase after Harry as he took off. Somewhere deeper into the maze, he could hear Cedric and Crumb fighting, but with the enchanted hedges in his way, he was unwilling to intervene. Trusting the two to handle themselves, he carried on his way. To his senses, the pressure of the enchantments seemed to be growing stronger, indicating he was nearing the central point. Eager to get the whole thing done with, he was almost pleased to come face to face with a sphinx. As a Ravenclaw, he doubted the organizers could have picked an easier obstacle. "You do riddles right, if I get it I pass and if I fail you kill me." Harry hurried, getting a slow blink in return. "I am also to let you walk away, should you wish to avoid my riddle," she replied, clearly taking her time to spite him. "I chose the riddle, please, ask away." He just barely withheld his laugh, when she finished her riddle. He'd struggled with a very similar riddle back in his second year, one which he'd needed Penelope's help with. Lives in disguise, a spy. Last of mend, end of end, middle of middle, the letter D. A hard to find noise, I would be unwilling to key, a spider. Lazily stretching, the Sphinx rose to her padded feet and moved out of his way. Trusting his instinct and magical detection, he soon spotted the Triwizard Cup, prompting an extra spurt of speed. His invocation runes had started going wild in warning, but with his target in sight he didn't pay it much heed. At his run, the hedges grew alive and tried to grab him, only to be far too slow. Instead, he ran headfirst into the giant spider, jumping into his path, knocking both his air from his lungs and his wand from his hand. Somewhere, he could hear Cedric yelling, but he was too busy physically wrestling the creature to notice. In his fall, he'd lost focus of his sigil sword, which gracefully faded into nothingness, leaving him weaponless. Its pincers gnashed distressingly close to his throat, while his hands bled from contacting the spider's sharp exoskeleton. For the first time since taking the strength ritual, Harry was feeling weak, the spider's superior strength winning out. Just moments before failing, a concentrated wave of earth smashed into the spider, sending it tumbling away. Crouching over him, Cedric started a barrage against the Acromantula, which shrugged off his spells with extreme vengeance. Reaching out, Harry threw his changing spell towards the spider, for once glad it required wandless magic to work. While the spider tried to dodge, it was unprepared for the spell to turn enough to catch it. Instantly, its body went rigid as miniature lightning bolts jumped from it into the ground below. Unfortunately, Cedric had also chosen that moment to leap forward with a transfigured shield raised. Not only did the momentum of the giant spider audibly break the boy's arm, the lightning jumped into him. Rushing to check on Cedric, Harry was extremely relieved to find him still breathing, albeit unconscious. If he'd been responsible for the boy's death, even indirectly, he didn't know what he'd do. Throwing up red sparks, and sending a spike through the spider to ensure its death, Harry scooped up his wand and limped over to the damned cup. Each breath raised a twinge of pain in his chest, so all he wanted as he took the cup was to experience Madame Pomfrey's healing and have a rest. Spinning through a void of colors, Harry landed on the dark grass, heaving. Finally glad to have the tournament over with, he reached out with his magic to release his invocation. It was only as he did so that he grew aware of its blaring warning, right as a thick branch broke itself upon his head. Waking blearily, Harry had no idea how much time had passed since being knocked unconscious, but he did his best to take stock of the situation. From both the local geography, and the distance he could sense from his Hogwarts workshop, he was quite certain something was wrong. His next clue was the lack of people around, except for one small short person whimpering next to a cauldron, whose contents were a luminous burning red. As the lone man shuffled towards him, Harry finally got a glance under his hood, easily recognizing his distinctive features. "Wormtail. You're Peter Pettigrew, aren't you?" Harry rasped, having only ever seen the man within Tom's visions. "Harry," Wormtail greeted, giving a pained smile, despite the circumstances. "Your father was always kind to me. I wish you hadn't woken up, it would have been a kindness." "Why are you doing this?" "My master wishes it of me, and I am not strong enough to deny him." "You cannot imagine the power he wields, although it seems you may learn before your end." So saying, Wormtail didn't hesitate to forcefully gag the boy, before taking a long cut down Harry's arm, insultingly choosing the uninjured right arm. Unable to help himself, Harry screamed in pain, even as he desperately tried to draw his magic out of his stolen blood. Unlike whenever he'd willingly given his blood, Harry couldn't stop his panic when his blood steadfastly refused to obey his commands. "Blood of the enemy forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." The moment Harry's blood hit the cauldron, the world seemed to still, before it positively exploded. Even as the cauldron melted into a human-like shape, a thick white fog spread across the graveyard. Through it all, Harry's consciousness dipped and waned, riding the storm of pain emanating from his scar. With each dip, he saw a vision of the very same graveyard, but from a third-person perspective. Finally, a sickly pale, skeletal figure formed from the cauldron and whatever foul potion it had held. Eyes snapping open, wide livid Arlette eyes beheld the scene, the inhuman face of Lord Voldemort grinning at Harry's dazed form. Then suddenly Harry wasn't seeing a graveyard, but a darkened apartment, with a man jumping out of bed. Extremely confused, he could only follow along as the man ran into his bathroom and was violently sick, rousing the women who had slept beside him. "Henry, what's wrong?" I'm fine, Lucy. Just a bad dream, don't worry." The man croaked, allowing Harry to identify him. While his hair was a few shades lighter, and having stolen Harry's eye color, it was most definitely Tom Riddle. "Tom," Harry tried, without effect. Before he could think of any way to try and get the man's attention, with the hope of gaining help, he felt his consciousness pulled again. Opening his eyes, he involuntarily stopped breathing upon seeing Voldemort's face mere inches from his own. "Welcome to my resurrection, Harry Potter. I would introduce you to the area, but I hear you are already well acquainted. Even worked on my ancestral manor, like some common servant. Amazing is it not, what you might glean from some muggle's mind? You see, I killed my father, when I was only a few years older than yourself. My mother, the pathetic witch that she was, died in birth, leaving me as much of an orphan as yourself." Voldemort hissed, backing away, but look, my true family returns. On cue, the crack of multiple apparitions broke the silence, as hooded and masked figures filtered into the graveyard. "Master, Master," one of the Death Eaters murmured, crawling towards Voldemort on his knees, keying the hem of his robes. While Voldemort was busy playing with his followers, Harry tried to get himself free, to no avail. Despite the fact he'd taken the cup, the Goblet of Fire hadn't released him from his contract yet, keeping him locked from his mithril. He didn't even know where his wand was, but he could safely say it wasn't accessible. Finally, he tried to reach out with his wandless abilities, only to come across a solid block. Frantically looking with his magicite, his concern only rose upon seeing Voldemort's sickly dark red magic resting just above his own. Doing his best to feel it out, Harry could tell it was too rough and chaotic to be a ritual, or even a rehearsed spell. To Harry, it felt like raw magic, Voldemort's own force of will and intent keeping his own magic trapped. No matter how hard he pushed, Voldemort's magic refused to budge, while the man himself gave no visible response to Harry's best efforts. The screams of a tortured Death Eater startled him out of his escape attempts. Against his better judgment, he couldn't take his eyes off the robed man, writhing under the cruciatus. Soon enough, Voldemort turned to Wormtail, shooing Avery away. After teasing out some more sobs from the cowardly man, he raised his wand and with a complicated whirl left a streak of molten silver, brilliantly reflecting the moonlight. Through the tint covering his magicite, Harry found it hard to see what it actually was, but from every aspect he could see, it was painfully similar to his own mithril. Under his direction, Voldemort's construct shifted and writhed a gleaming human hand, which soared down to settle upon Wormtail's bleeding stump. Instantly halting his sobbing, Wormtail lifted his new hand in wonder, flexing it in. Marveled at how it seamlessly bonded to his wrist. Reaching down, the man lifted a small rock, before crushing it and letting the resulting powder pour out. "My lord, master, it is beautiful, thank you, thank you." Wormtail breathed, scuttling forward to the hem of Voldemort's robes. "May your loyalty never waver again, Wormtail," Voldemort announced, dismissing the man even as he pledged his eternal servitude. "Recognize it, Harry. I'd hoped you would. It took me many years to learn the secret of goblin silver, so I admit to myself, displeased, that an 11-year-old is capable of the same. But, then I am more than just my mithril. You see, during your stay working for my manor, you happened to leave a remnant of your mithril. It was that which allowed me to pass a condition into the Goblet of Fire, specifically blocking the creation of your mithril. Sacrificial magic can be very useful at times, do you not think?" Voldemort mocked. "Wormtail, show our little guest your gift." Moving with more confidence than he'd shown before, Wormtail didn't hesitate to thrust his shiny hand into Harry's face. Now that it was so close, Harry could almost breathe a sigh of relief. Despite what Voldemort had claimed, it was clear that their two skills were different. The magic within Wormtail's hand moved sluggishly and clearly fed off the man's own supply. It was more akin to the goblin mithrilum than Harry's mithril. What was far more alarming was Voldemort's ability to review and disable Harry's mithril, even if the man had confused it for his own inferior method. Not that it mattered much, seeing as Voldemort had nevertheless given Wormtail a hand fully capable of crushing Harry's skull. While Harry was given the opportunity to study Wormtail's hand, Voldemort carried on his roll call, while also regaining his servant's fear and loyalty. As he monologued, Harry took careful note, in the vague hope he'd live long enough to pass on the information. If Voldemort was going to explain his entire plan, the least Harry could do was try and profit from it. "And one, who remains my most faithful servant, and who has already re-entered my service. He is at Hogwarts, that faithful servant, and it was through his efforts that our young friend joins us tonight." It seemed after 13 years of being a spirit, Voldemort wanted to fully stretch his vocal cords, as he would just not stop talking. In painful detail, he laid out his carefully made plans, heedless of the cold chill affecting many of his unwilling audience. Now untie him, Wormtail, and give him back his wand. Voldemort finally announced, making Harry's anxiety spike through the roof. While the rest had helped him, Harry was still suffering from a few broken ribs, along with the sticky blood coating his arm and hands. Most of all, he was worried about his invocations, which he'd still not had the chance to cancel. It was still feeding off ambient magic, but his senses were telling him he was drawing close to his limit. If he left it too late, the magical cost demanded of him would be far greater than anything he could provide. With a single swipe, Wormtail tore through Harry's bonds with his new hand, before shoving Harry's wand into his palm. Grasping it tightly, Harry rolled his shoulders as he stood up, running his fingers up and down his blackthorn wand for what might be the last time. As if in response, the white raven feather core hummed in solidarity, transferring a surge of will. "You have been taught how to duel, Harry Potter." Voldemort softly mocked. "First, we bow to each other. Come on now, Harry, the niceties must be observed. Dumbledore would not want you to forget your manners now, would he?" He knew Voldemort was just playing with him, but Harry bowed. Regardless, keeping his eyes locked on Voldemort's as he did so. Mid-bow, he felt Voldemort lift his magic, drawing it all into himself. With this freedom, Harry let his own magic ease out, sighing at the relief. The invisible bolt of legilimency was to be expected, although its struggle against his mithrilium was not. Instead of simply shattering, as everyone else would do, Voldemort's probe kept up the attack. Fortunately for Harry, despite Voldemort's attempt at drilling through, his protections proved they could regrow quicker than they'd be destroyed. "Very good," Voldemort awarded softly, "and now you face me, like a man, straight back and proud, the way your father died, and now, we duel." As Voldemort raised his wand, Harry tried to beat him to the punch. Throwing out his changeling spell with his offhand, Harry simultaneously let loose with a strong red lightning bolt. In return, Harry was forced to the ground as Voldemort's nearly invisible Cruciatus moved impossibly fast, crossing the distance between them far quicker than the lightning bolt. Through the pain, Harry could make out Voldemort effortlessly banishing the lightning, while his changeling spell fizzled out on its own. Under the curse, Harry screamed as he experienced more pain than anything else in his life, exaggerated by his mithrilium's attempt to counter the dark magic. And yet, despite the pain, he could easily hear the Death Eater's laughter, led by Voldemort's own high laugh. Inexorably the curse tore and burned and stabbed anything and everything Harry was, scorning any defense he might have been able to raise against it. Finally, Voldemort broke the curse himself, leaving Harry shaking uncontrollably. A little break, a little pause, that hurt, didn't it, Harry? You don't want me to do that again, do you? In reply, Harry spat a ball of blood at him, making the monster's eyes flash in anger. With a blindingly fast gesture, Voldemort forced the wind out of Harry's lungs, sending him to his knees again. "Tisk tisk, I asked you whether you want me to do that again. I will have my answer." Imperio. While his mental defenses may have managed to hold back Voldemort's legilimency, his Imperius simply burned its way into his brain. Just say no, just. World spinning, Harry grasped his wand firmly as he wrenched his mind free, sending a spear of condensed air as he did so. "I won't." While the spear was negligently dissolved, his words were not. "You won't." None of the Death Eaters were laughing now. "You won't say no." Harry. Rather than let him finish, Harry painstakingly drew his wand up from the ground, causing a small rumble before a great big shiny black orb burst free between them. Finally, Voldemort's red-slitted eyes widened in shock, thrusting his wand forward and forcefully exploding the fissure attack before it could reach him. This gave Harry just enough time to cast the Dark Shockwave curse, which had proven so effective against his dragon. Sending out the wave of incandescent shadows, Harry felt a flush of satisfaction as a few Death Eaters weren't quick enough to shield, and fell covered in blood scars. Against Voldemort, the man merely flared the side of his robe, extending a pitch-black shield which completely absorbed the shockwave. That was as far as he got, before Voldemort's retaliatory purple fire destroyed his blasting curse. Despite his invocation having warned him of the spell's trajectory, Voldemort's fire still phased through his ankle as he tried to dive aside. There was the briefest sense of warmth, before all feeling was lost. Looking down, he almost threw up upon seeing his foot just barely hanging onto the rest of his leg. My Harry, that was not nice at all. I admit, I find myself surprised, that one so loyal to Dumbledore might know a spell so dark. But no matter, no matter. I'm going to kill you, Harry Potter, I'm going to destroy you. After tonight no one will ever again question my powers. There was no anger in Voldemort's voice, just a cold certainty, one Harry could hardly disagree with. As Voldemort talked, Harry reached down and cast a freezing spell upon his foot, freezing the entire thing within a layer of ice. He almost fainted as his vision went white, a new pain rushing through his system. But it did its job, as Harry was able to gingerly rest his weight upon the poorly made splint. The moment he felt he could trust his leg, Harry cast the strong Lumos he could, covering his eyes just moments before. Immediately after he threw 2 air spears at Voldemort, who deftly dodged them. Harry didn't know if the man had been blinded, but he continued fighting as if he could still see. What it did allow was for Harry to spot the Triwizard Cup, safely behind Voldemort. He had no idea if it would still work, for all he knew it was now nothing but a shiny cup, but for once he had hope. Disillusioned and masking his magic the best he could, he launched his changeling spell to Voldemort's right, while also sending a vague impression of his magic backwards. As he'd hoped, Voldemort's eyes sightlessly followed his magic, while missing his real location. Just as his spell struck the ground behind the man, Harry rushed forward, using the subsequent explosion to cover his movement. Immediately Voldemort raised a strong shield between himself and the explosion, while Harry summoned a sigil sword and swung it towards the man's side. Using frighteningly fast reflexes, Voldemort managed to spin around, blocking the sword with his shield. But, without letting up for a single moment, Harry kept swinging with all his might. Against his magically enhanced strength, Voldemort's fresh and unused muscles could not compare. This had the delightful result of pushing Voldemort aside, far enough to open a gap. Dropping his sword and causing it to erupt, burning his right hand in the process, Harry set off for the cup. His explosion had sufficiently scared the Death Eaters away, while he pushed onward through sheer force of will. It was at that exact moment his magic started screaming in full, warning him he'd reached his limit with the invocation. If he didn't drop them right now, he was dead, regardless of his escape attempt. Hearing Voldemort's yell of rage, while feeling the violent magic build behind him, encouraged Harry to take a leap of faith. Wand held tight in his left hand, reaching out as far as he could, he cast Accio with all his might, just before he dropped his invocation. Immediately he felt a blood rush as all his energy was mercilessly purged from his body, with the invocation furiously taking its payment. Eyes useless, he could just barely feel something strike him, before the Triwizard Cup slammed into his chest and whisked him away. Slamming painfully into the ground, Harry didn't even have the energy to mow, and, unable to do anything but lay there. He could feel the grass tickling his face, could smell it, and he tried to hold on to that. If he had failed, if he was back in Voldemort's grasp, he didn't want his last moments to be worse. Upon his head, his scar felt like it was turning itself inside out, which hardly helped his sense of security. Then all of a sudden a pair of hands seized him and roughly turned him over. He could hear vaguely muffled shouts, but it was all drowned out by the pounding of blood. But he could feel Dumbledore's magic, which was sufficient. He would be safe now. With that realization, he was slowly able to comprehend those shouting around him, even as he started drifting off. What's going on? What's happened? Cornelius, I do not know, please. Harry, please Harry. Dumbledore, his arm, what happened to his hand? Alistair, Nymphadora, take Harry, he needs to go to the hospital wing, do not leave him, no matter what. I'll send Remus to you soon, he'll have a big black dog. They are both to join you guarding him. Go. Xenophilius, you know where to find Remus. Minerva, I need you too. For a wild moment, when Harry opened his eyes, he couldn't tell if he had actually died or not. He knew his eyes were open, and yet there was a near impenetrable dusk, alongside a deathly silence. Trying to sit up yielded a sharp pain that forced him back into the mattress, cluing him into his continued life. He didn't think the other place would hurt so much. His move did wake up Daphne, who'd been asleep unnoticed beside the bed. Harry, she mumbled, blearily turning to look at him. Yeah, it's me. he rasped, settling deeper into his pillow. What time is it? About 3 in the morning, you've been here for an entire day. It was scary, you had blood everywhere, and Madame Pomfrey was panicking, so they brought in this healer from Paris. And your heart just stopped, they had to restart it. Daphne said in a rush, emotion thick in her voice. Is it always like this for you? Madame Pomfrey said she's used to you being in here, but you were just lying there and I didn't know what to do. I don't know if I could deal with this being a common occurrence. No, I could, but I won't be happy about it. Reaching out blindly, Harry fumbled until he found her shaking hand and tried to convey a sense of comfort. I can't promise this won't happen again, but I do try and avoid getting hurt. Without a Triwizard tournament next year, well hopefully I won't end up nearly dead again. No, I'm serious, Harry. There was so much blood, they had to vanish your shirt because of it. It was awful. Keeping her hand in his, he tried to lift the covers so that he could see for himself, only for pain to suddenly shoot up his left arm. Gasping from the pain, Harry hurriedly looked down, only to go deathly pale. Just below his elbow, where his injured arm had been, was gone. In its place, the skin had been painfully twisted into a knot. He could easily feel the dark magic festering in the knot, preventing both magical healing and keeping the pain constant. Ah, Mr. Potter, I can't tell you how glad I am to see you awake. Madame Pomfrey said, bustling around his bed and placing an entire tray of potions beside him. Now, first things first, you need to take all of these. The blues ones must be taken first, these are pain relievers. Next you'll need to take doses of Skelegro. This dark red one is for the Cruciatus aftermath, you'll need to take 1 cup every day for 2 months. After that, you can take the yellow blood replenisher, red healing elixir and pepper up potions, in any order. Finally you'll need to take these 8 potions, any order. You'll need to keep taking those until I tell you otherwise. She carefully watched him as he followed her instructions, grimacing with each awful tasting potion. But, they did unmistakably help. The dull shivers he hadn't realized he'd been experiencing faded away, to be replaced with a roar of pain from his ankle. Now, you've been treated for as many injuries as we could, but some of your wounds are too deep, and will need long-term care. Most pressing is your ankle, it will be a long and arduous recovery, but we are hopeful that by next year it will just be a memory. Your ribs will likely be sensitive for a few weeks, but as long as you avoid putting necessary stress on them you'll be fine. I will teach you a localized paralysis hex for your chest. During the night, you will also want to eat several fatty foods to rebuild your magic, but I know you are already good with such requirements. Then, to Harry's shock, Madame Pomfrey visibly shrunk and sighed sadly. It is also my unfortunate duty to say, your hand was beyond our ability to salvage. We can't even offer any artificial replacements, due to the nature of the injury. If you have your own ability to try and fix the injury, I will not hesitate to offer my own assistance. My office will always be open, if you'd ever like to talk. Equally, I will always be available to any owls, should you wish to communicate that way. I am deeply sorry, Harry, that we couldn't do more to help. Reaching down with his now only hand, he gingerly pulled back his covers to reveal his damaged right ankle. The wound had been cleaned, but that somehow made it look worse than it had been. Wrapped in a strangely flexible transparent soft green magic, which he experimentally prodded. While it distorted under his finger, he couldn't feel it on his ankle, just the all-encompassing throbbing. That's fine, Madame Pomfrey. I'll see what I can do myself. I was able to help Lockhart from a similar wound. Thank you for trying. Harry tried to sound confident, or maybe hopeful, but to his chagrin all that came out was a tired dead tone. No, I need to talk to Dumbledore, please. It's about what happened at the third task, it is vitally important. Of course, he's just outside. Madame Pomfrey said, giving him a sad smile before disappearing behind the curtains. Harry, would you like me to stay here, or would you rather talk to the headmaster in private? Daphne asked, startling out of his thoughts. With a shock, he realized he hadn't been passively feeling people's magic, something he'd grown subconsciously used to over time. Sorry, yes please. Could you gather the others later? But make sure Vincent and Draco aren't seen with the others. They're going to be under a lot of scrutiny soon, so we all have to be careful. Of course, I'll let them all know. When he actively focused, he could distantly feel her turquoise magic leaving, even behind the cover of curtains. He could also feel someone's folded gray magic coming closer, storm-like flashes revealing Dumbledore's dark indigo magic underneath. "Harry," Dumbledore said thickly, not bothering to hide the depth of his emotion. "I cannot express how relieved I am to see you awake." "Me too, sir, Voldemort is back. I had assumed, but I had hoped. Please, Harry, what happened?" With a deep breath, Harry told him everything, from when he first stepped into the maze, till he'd fallen unconscious at Dumbledore's feet. Reliving that night helped numb the experience of it, even as it stabbed a new blade of defeat into his heart. "If I may, could I see your arm, the one that Peter cut, that is?" Dumbledore finally requested, tears brimming in his eyes, even as his voice stayed strong. "Voldemort could touch me, he'd broken my mother's protection." For a very fleeting moment, Harry saw a flash of triumph in Dumbledore's eyes. What are you so happy with?" Harry demanded. Smiling weakly, Dumbledore rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. "He didn't break your mother's protection. It was my modification that bound it into your blood, but you broke that when you accepted my home as your home. What he did was take your protection into his own blood, perpetuating it. I must ask you to trust me here. The type of magic I have planned is the type that would fail given your knowledge." Normally, he might have pushed, but in his current state he was just relieved it wasn't something else to stress about. He knew there was vague, conceptual magic, which relied heavily on someone's knowledge, or lack thereof. So, he just nodded, letting Dumbledore take the weight into his own hands. "You have shown bravery beyond anything I could have expected from you, Harry. You have shouldered a grown wizard's burden and found yourself equal to it. You have shown strength, when far too many people just gave up." "But he beat me," Harry replied, brokenly. "I could not beat him. I couldn't even defend against him. How am I meant to feel brave, when every time I'll see my King arm, I'll remember how badly I lost?" Moving over to join Harry on the bed, Dumbledore brought him into a side hug. "Harry, as I am sure you are sick of hearing, it is our choices, not our actions that define us. Being brave doesn't mean you beat the bad guy, get the girl and live happily ever after. It means you see an injustice, you face someone stronger than you, or can't see where the end is. It means you are scared, but keep going. Bravery is not the opposite of fear, or cowardice, bravery is the shadow of it. You cannot be brave, if you are not afraid. That is not to say you cannot act without fear, but in this, you were brave. You survived, and to me that is all that matters. The information you have given me will help in our fight against Voldemort, but I don't care. I care that you are here, for us to have our conversations. I care. And I will have to be brave. I will have to tell the minister that we are about to launch head first back into a war we are not ready for. But I can do that with hope, knowing that brave men and women like yourself will stand beside me. I guess. But I am going to kill him, or die trying. I need to get stronger, I won't be helpless again. I'd like you to train me. If that is your wish, I will help you. I will be busy over the summer, but when we return to school I will begin training you." Nodding gratefully, Harry felt another wave of exhaustion overtook him. "Thank you, I'll make you proud. Also, Voldemort said he had a spy here, someone who added my name to the goblet and used it to remove my mithril," he murmured, as he tried to fight the sleep. "You've already made me proud, Harry. I'll look into this spy, just focus on healing." Alistair and Nymphadora are on guard outside, along with Sirius and Remus. Dumbledore replied, voice fading out as Harry fell asleep. He wasn't asleep long, or at least he hoped so. Early morning sunlight streamed through the window above his head. Turning, he spotted another bee-owned girl sitting beside him, although this one was too small and calm to be Daphne. With the sunlight settling upon her like a halo, Luna had never looked more ethereal, especially as she stared owlishly down at him. "Good morning, Luna," he slurred, blinking sleep from his eyes and sitting up. Someone, probably Dumbledore, had tucked him back in, which was very nice but made it hard to leave. "You were there when I woke up from my death, remember, Harry? I thought it fitting I'd get to be here when you'd wake up too." "I wouldn't think you'd remember that," Harry admitted, before taking a deep drink. "Oh yes, I remember it all vividly. I remember floating away, thinking I'd get to see my mother again. It felt like trying to swim in an underwater cave, with a strong current guiding me onwards. But then I could feel you, desperately holding onto me, pulling me back against the current. Luna said sadly. Do you regret it? Do you regret me saving you? Harry finally asked, forming the question he'd been avoiding. Oh no. There was no hesitation in her voice, which brought Harry immediate relief. It would have been nice to see my mother again, but my father also needs me. You need me. And life is too precious to wish away, but I think, for some time I was grieving. Like, your own death or. For myself I think. There's a sense of loss, that I didn't have before. I think I'm better now, but I know life will continue. And now I want to help you, in case you also need it. Oh, Luna, I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you when you needed me. Harry said, suddenly struck with guilt at her genuinely helpful tone. No, Harry, you were there, you just didn't know why. I deliberately didn't let you know, you had enough to deal with. When I needed comfort, you'd unconditionally offer it, even without realizing it. I also had Justin and Crab to turn to, who've both tried their best. So I don't want you to blame yourself. I made the decision to let you focus on your task, because I knew that if I needed help you wouldn't hesitate to drop everything. I still should have noticed. Regardless of whether you let me know, I should have realized something was different. Harry replied guiltily. But I'm glad you were able to find help. I'd hate for you to have been alone during a time like that. I would too, which is why I'm saying me and the others will be here for you if you need help too. But there is nothing to debate, I do not blame you, so for you to blame yourself must surely be an insult to myself. Before he could craft a retort, he picked up raised voices as someone stormed into the infirmary. Minister, I must insist, so stop this madness. Dumbledore demanded, voice raised unnaturally loud. I am Cornelius Fudge, I am the Minister for Magic. And I demand you get out of my way. Fudge returned, equally as passionate. All due respects, Minister, I've been told not to let anyone see Harry without the headmaster's permission. He needs to recover. That was definitely Tonk's voice, sounding like she was just outside the curtains. How dare you? You work for me, nobody else. Now I will be seeing Mr. Potter. Before the curtains were thrown open, to reveal a furious trio of Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey and Flitwick. Beside them, Padfoot was outright growling at Fudge, who had seemingly shoved Tonks out of the way. So, Mr. Potter, you believe you know who has returned, do you? Well, I certainly fought someone who called himself Voldemort, who I have no doubt was Voldemort. Harry replied coldly. Aha, so it could have been someone else, then. You know what, sure, it could have been someone who changed themselves to look like Voldemort. Someone who knew how to summon the imperious Death Eaters, who responded to him as if he was the real Voldemort. Who was also able to use magic just like Voldemort. So now what, what's your next step? Blustering, Fudge seemed to gather himself up. See, I told you, he isn't back. But it wasn't to Harry, it was to Dumbledore. Minister, as Harry himself just pointed out, does that matter? We are both of the impression that he is back, but what if we are wrong? There is still an incredibly dangerous man out there, who can drag us back into a war you have ensured we aren't capable of fighting. But, what if it is you who is wrong? Are you willing to stick your head in the sand and refuse to act, purely out of spite? What do you think people will think, when they learn you could have stopped this war, the day it began, but chose not to? Dumbledore demanded. Nonsense. I'm sure it was just some type of prank, which Mr. Potter's notorious over-imagination turned into this. I don't believe it, I won't. This is a clear attempt to throw our society back into a panic from which you profited from, did you not, Dumbledore? You are blinded, Cornelius. I have never sought power, my interest has always been in thwarting darkness whenever it may rise. But you must act as you see fit. And I shall act as I see fit. Huffing, Fudge turned to Harry, holding up a large bag of gold and throwing them in Harry's direction. Your winnings, 1,000 galleons. Reactively, Harry tried to catch, only for the bag to fly over his left arm stump and smack him in the chest. Fudge chose that time to make a dignified run for it, scuttling out of the hospital wing as fast as he could. After a moment of stunned silence, Dumbledore spoke up, there is work to be done. Harry, I must apologize, for I won't be able to see you for some time. We'll talk when you come home for summer, until then, focus on your own recovery. With the students going home far too soon, Harry stubbornly made his way to the group study room. He'd convinced Tonks to help him out the moment Madame Pomfrey's back had been turned, Sirius in dog form anxiously following behind them. As he'd arranged, Daphne had gathered everyone, including the other 3 champions. All of them looked up anxiously when he entered, leaning heavily on his newly made mithril staff. "Listen, Voldemort's returned. I fought him and lost badly. He gathered the old Imperious Death Eaters, namely Draco and Vincent's fathers. From what you've both told me, I will suggest you keep your distance from me, for your own protection." "Regrettably, I agree," Draco said. "I definitely won't forget who nearly got us killed, and that it was you who saved us, Harry. But we'd be in danger if we stayed, or forced to spy on you. I think we can both get away with just avoiding you, since that's what people seem to think happened this year." "Good. I'll try and see if I can find a secret way for you to join us, but I'll pass messages through Daphne or Professor Snape if needed." Turning to Daphne, Ron and Neville, Harry continued, "The offer goes to you 3, too. Luna is too well known with me, but you 3 have the chance to convince people we aren't friends." "Never," Ron loudly stated, head held high. Behind him, Neville firmly nodded his support. "I'm already a target due to being from a family of blood traitors. I'm not going to turn my back on you again. Don't look at me, I actually have more to gain by being with you. The other Slytherins leave me alone since I'm under your protection," Daphne pointed out, "and my parents are safe, behind there, perfect pure blood, business and incredibly strong wards." "Fine, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm not sure if we'll be able to continue these lessons, but we'll try. With all due respect, Harry, why did you ask us to be here?" Cedric called. "I wanted to apologize. Voldemort has a spy, who made sure my name would be drawn, and then ensured it would be me who got to the Triwizard Cup. If I hadn't been here, then you would have all had a fair chance at winning. Ari, don't be silly, we all fought our artist. You won fairly, we don't mind," Fleur argued. "Duh, I am sad I lost, but I do not feel cheated." "You were better man," Crumb nodded, smiling faintly at Harry. Grinning himself, Cedric instead asked, "I don't suppose that the offer of continuing your lessons can extend to me?" "You sure? I won't mind if you are angry at this. I also don't want to find out years later that you've really been pissed this entire time." "No chance, I'm a Hufflepuff. Where they are just and loyal, those patient Hufflepuffs are true, and unafraid of toil. I'll gladly fight beside you. Seriously, thank you, everyone. I won't forget this, that was everything I wanted, I just need to talk to Fleur. Enjoy your summers." Laughing, his friends started to disperse, with Draco and Crabbe patting him on the back before sneaking out the door. "Yes, Ari. Not here, I want to introduce you to someone, and give a gift. We'll need to go to my workshop for that." Carefully, again with Tonks' help, they made the relatively short journey to his workshop. Watching Sirius make an undignified leap through the painting provided a welcome hilarity, even if it earned him a half-hearted glare. The moment she entered the workshop, Fleur began literally glowing with an ethereal feathered light. "You've been keeping this from me?" she demanded, voice oddly echoey. "I was worried what would happen. But, I needed to go here, so I decided to find out." Harry replied, drawing upon the stuffy saturation of magic to work through his pain. Unaided, he was able to scoop up his earrings, summoning ring, greaves, chestplate and Mutatia watch. Using his regained control over his mithril, he reformed them into a more malleable state, which allowed him to easily place them in their respective places upon his body. Finally, he placed the gauntlet ring upon his finger, once more wincing at how weakened the ring's magic had become. The rest of his belongings would remain in the room, seeing as he had somewhere lost his desire to continue them. Just a year ago, he had been frantically his next project, looking forward to what new advancement he might find with his mithril. Now he just felt like his mind had been removed and placed in a cold stone room. He couldn't see the point in anything other than beating Voldemort. So what if he could make an ever-flowing fountain, or a customizable music box? Voldemort was out there, and had several decades of magical knowledge Harry needed to catch up on. But there was one project he wanted to do, one of his lights in the darkness. "I think I can let you keep this feeling, Fleur. So that at any time, you could call upon this power." I'll proudly call you my cousin, but that will make you a target, especially since you are already everything a Death Eater might hate. I can protect you, but I will need a drop of your blood. Shrugging, Fleur easily handed over her palm, before using a taloned finger to split open her skin. Quickly forming a plain mithril plate, Harry caught the drops of blood within the metal. To their combined amazement, her palm had already fully healed when they went to heal it. Meanwhile his mithril had greedily accepted the blood, turning a soft gold without any wool from Harry, whilst also growing slightly warmer on his hand. Going over to his windows, which were showing the mid-afternoon sun high over the Hogsmeade Mountains. Dispelling one of the illusions, revealing the fake stone texture of the mithril walls, he withdrew the rare 2 mithrate crystals which had been projecting the live display. Reforming the mithril plate into an amulet, complete with a lifelike imprint of Fox the Phoenix mid-flight. He then pressed the 2 crystals into the image's eyes, which immediately started shining with the fire-like quality of Fleur's magic. Even without nearly a year of practice, Harry seamlessly imbued the full ideologies into the amulet as he passed it to Fleur, completing the artifact. Here, put this on. It will act sort of like a battery, but will also be able to passively pull in atmospheric magic at all times. Because it has your blood, only you will be able to pull from its store, but you can do this at any time with just a thought. I have something similar, but as I'm not a Vila it's different for me. It's interesting though, I've never seen someone's blood change the metal like that. It's a shame you won't be here next year. Hurriedly placing it around her neck, Fleur effortlessly figured out how to use it, grinning wildly when she felt power exclusive to her flood-free. C'est incroyable. You don't know how much this means. Fleur cried, leaping forward to enthusiastically key both his checks before jumping back to offer her palm again. I will gladly offer more blood if you'd like to experiment, especially if it results in something as amazing as this. It is the least I could do. Even with his arguing, he soon ended up with an extra 10 plates of the golden mithril, which he secured away next to the workshop's secret heart. Right, well the other thing, if you are to be my cousin, I want you to meet my godfather. Sirius. It was a strange interaction, but Fleur and Sirius quickly grew used to each other, at which point Harry had to leave them. While the room certainly helped, the pain of being out of bed was growing steadily, and he regrettably let the 2 to seal his room behind them. Now leaning heavily upon both Tonks and his staff, Harry limped towards the infirmary, only to run into Moody. "Ah, Potter, I had hoped to see you. Nymphadora, I hope you won't mind if I talk to Harry alone for a bit. Thought I might offer my advice on losing a limb, that sort of thing you know." Without even waiting for a response, Moody drew Harry into his office, before sealing the door behind him. It was clear the man was moments away from leaving, with the room almost entirely bare, leaving just his traveling chest and leg stand. He could also spot the opened Marauder's map on the man's desk. "So, Potter, Triwizard Champion, how does it feel?" Moody asked, as he sat down and used a key to release his false leg. Mainly trying to ignore his own pain, Harry wandered over to the lone window and looked down on the Quidditch pitch. "Yeah, it feels great. First I got beaten up by some unknown guy, then I got heavily beaten up by Voldemort. Oh, and my best friend almost died and I ruined an important artifact to save her. And now, I have to get used to not having my main arm, while also having to get a third wand. I understand. It took me a long time to grow comfy with my leg and this eye. Despite how good they may be, I still miss my actual leg and eye, but needs must." Hearing the man place his false leg upon its stand, Harry randomly remembered how the man had gotten his robes caught in his leg in his rush to help, the night when Harry had fought the invisible intruder. Glancing back at the Quidditch pitch, where it seemed a few members of Slytherin and Hufflepuff were having an unofficial match, Harry frowned. "Professor, didn't you say you saw our fight from your window? That night we got attacked, how could you have seen that happen on the other side of the castle?" "Ah, I had wondered if you'd notice my mistake." Moody growled, although it didn't sound quite like him. Hairs prickling at the back of his neck, Harry spun, only to stumble as his injured foot buckled under the weight. The stumble doubtlessly saved his life, as a colorless spell stuck where his head had just been. Where Moody had just been, a new man stood, wearing Moody's now oversized clothes. Even while unkempt, the man was unmistakable. Barty Crouch. Harry wheezed, slowly trying to circle to the door. At his best, he'd been unable to beat the man. Now without an arm or wand, he was doomed. His only hope was getting Tonks and running away. At your service. I must say, Potter, you were one of the best students I've had the pleasure of teaching. So eager, so trusting. It wasn't easy, stopping your metal powers. I had to sacrifice that great cutlery you'd made mad eye, but it was worth it. I felt my master rise, but I knew my orders. We feared you'd escape, with your history of rotten luck. It was me, who guided you through those tasks. But it was also me, feeding letters to Fudge about your attention-seeking behavior. Oh, he kedded right up, with dear Lucius at his side, unwittingly helping us. All it took was a small word, the slightest whisper, to utterly convince our glorious minister that Dumbledore was working with you. To try and overthrow the ministry. Barty crowed, wand held loosely at Harry. And here you are. A year of work, a year of keeping up a constant act, even with my own father trying his best to reveal the plot. But I got him in the end, didn't I, Potter? True, he may be beyond my reach in St. Mungo's, that's the beauty of a family spell. It's funny, if he hadn't kept his silence, if he'd chosen to reveal what I'd done to the Longbottoms, he'd likely be awake now. But in his doomed hope to salvage his reputation, he'd condemned himself to a slow death, locked inside his own mind. A fate that you must now experience, so that I might offer you to my lord again. Farewell, Harry Potter. He hadn't gotten to the door, he was barely halfway. His leg was screaming at him, and even if he threw himself there, Barty would defeat him long before he could undo the ceiling. Instead, he blessed his stars and used his ring to conjure his magic saber, instantly igniting the blade and using it to bat away Barty's spell. Without his other arm, his shield was lost forever, something he'd just belatedly realized when he'd tried to summon it. Idly, he wondered if his missing left arm was now equipped with a shield, or if the severing of his arm had also severed the Mithrilium's power. Not that either helped him now, as he was forced to bat away yet another spell, as he continued his desperate shuffle to the door. The conjured net was easily thrown aside with his aerokinesis, while the transfigured desk spider was split in two. If Barty had been a transfiguration or charms master, Harry would have failed, overwhelmed. Instead, he was fortunate Barty counted heavily on the dark arts, spells which Harry could try and deflect. With the door just out of reach, Barty's eyes suddenly narrowed, as he realized Harry's plan. Well, it seems we can't have everything. I trust you remember my first lesson, Potter. Avada Kedavra. With the rush of death coming towards him, Harry desperately raised his saber into its path, wildly hoping for a miracle. As he dreaded, the spell ate away at his saber's magic the moment it touched, only for his saber to instantly resupply the magic. The result was a bizarre occurrence where the green ball of fire spun continuously into the blade, only for the blade to keep it at bay with a roaring rush of its own vibrant green mithrilium. From the strain on Barty's face, Harry inferred he was still bound to the spell, unable to release it or cast anew. It was a fantastic opening for Harry to attack, if it wasn't for the fact he could barely hold himself up, and couldn't move his saber without being killed. He was also alarmed by how warm the saber's hilt was growing in his hand, as new blazing hot magic continuously spun within the blade. Finally, something happened. Later, he didn't know if the hilt had exploded, sending a reaction into the blade and then killing Curse, or maybe that Curse had taken in too much magic, and ruptured its own intent. But somehow, a giant explosion of magic erupted between them. He could feel himself forced into the wall behind him, with his chestplate doing its best to protect him. But then suddenly the wall gave way, and he slammed into the wall in the corridor, spewing fire and dust everywhere. Instantly, Tonks was standing over him, wand pointing through the hole he'd made, while vanishing the dust. With the dust cleared, she could make out a scorched room, with an equally large hole where a window had once been. Carefully creeping into the room, and glancing through the hole, she could make out an unknown man crawl out of a deep ditch in the grounds. Not wanting to hang around, Tonks scooped up Harry and took off to the hospital wing, trusting the portraits to alert Dumbledore. Riding the train back to London without Harry felt wrong, even though that was always how she'd done it before. He'd become such a key part of her life so quickly, so effortlessly, she'd often forget it hadn't always been that way. Of course, now he was lying in the hospital wing, once more pushed to the brink of death. But he would be fine, he had to be, he'd promised. But that didn't mean she was riding alone. Luna hadn't left her side since they'd left the hospital wing that morning, while Susan Bones had shyly joined their carriage down to Hogsmeade. With the Weasley twins then joining, with Ron and Neville waiting outside, they'd needed to expand the cabin. It was a first for Daphne, who'd often rode with just her sister and Tracy. Letting the twins expand the cabin did give Daphne an opportunity to bring up something Harry had tasked her with, as everyone else had stepped out. "Fred, George, could we talk for a moment?" "What's up?" one of them asked, not that she could tell which. "I assume you still want to start a prank store. Because Harry asked me to give you his Triwizard winnings as an investment," she quickly stated, having been warned they'd likely resist the money. Is he sure? That's a lot of money," the other twin said, sounding almost nervous, exactly as Harry had predicted. He was very clear. He doesn't think he'd have been able to beat the tournament without your help. Even if he wasn't, he's already given me the money, so you'll have to take it. Does he want anything in return? They asked, very sincerely. Yeah, if he's offering that 1,000, there's little we wouldn't do in return. Harry hadn't said anything about what he wanted in return, he just wanted the twins to take the money, so they could bring joy to the world. But Daphne didn't want him to walk away with nothing to show for his investment, especially since he'd barely been able to get the words out before needing to rest. Make him a silent partner, earning maybe 30% of your profits. Oh, and you keep him up to date on what items you're making, and he gets to suggest new items you could look into. She negotiated, finding herself impressed at the twins' moral integrity. The smart thing would have been to take the money without any strings, it was the Slytherin thing to do. A direct contrast to the twins being obviously pleased once given conditions for the money. But, it was obvious Harry had gained business partners for life, assuming the twins' integrity didn't lead to them losing everything. Deal. He'll also get to purchase our products for free, it wouldn't make sense for him to pay for his own stuff anyway. With the deal struck, they didn't argue when she handed them the money pouch, quickly stuffing it out of view. Once you get set up, I'll also try and convince my father to get in a partnership with you. Even though his business is selling potions, I feel like he could be persuaded to make custom orders for you if required. Daphne offered. We'll consider it. Currently, we're making everything ourselves as we experiment, but we'll probably need to arrange production in the future. When we get settled, we'll remember what you said, Daphne. The other twin promised, right as the door rolled open and Ronald Weasley stuck his head through. Are you lot done yet? 'Cause we're getting bored out here. So, what is the plan? Susan Bones asked nervously, as she and Daphne walked across the Greengrass grounds. After Harry had agreed to train her if she'd improved, Daphne had offered her own private lessons for the redhead. While Harry was approaching the matter in his own practical way, Daphne couldn't let such an opportunity go to waste. It was infuriating that the Daily Prophet had started smearing Harry, yet Susan had asked Daphne to make it clear she still wanted to learn from him, that she believed in him. Already, that level of loyalty would prove valuable to Harry, especially when Susan inherited the title of Lord Bones. But first, Daphne needed to help Susan reach a level Harry deemed worthy, which was a considerably vague goal. Primarily, I think we need to work out where you are in relation to me. I know I won't be able to train you as well as Harry will, but I think I know enough to compare you. If I had to guess, he'll test you by how long you can last either against myself, or one of the boys in our group. That's what we'll work towards. I know Harry's good, but surely training from you must be comparable to that from Harry. He's already been training you the same way I'd assume. No. Harry is extraordinary, and I mean that completely. I know I am good at magic, I've been second best in our year ever since first year. But the gulf between me and Harry is like that between my father and Dumbledore. I've always been good at visualizing how magic works, and can accurately predict how magic will react. Harry doesn't need that, he just knows it. Part of that is he studies magic at a scary rate, and it's not just books. In our first year, Harry was practicing charms we've only just started learning about, and as far as I can tell he's never once stopped that dedication to learning. So, I may be able to show you what you're doing wrong in your spells, or show you what I do. But Harry can look at you and suggest an entire future for you, because any spell you could use he likely already knows. Is he really that good? Susan sounded doubtful, which confounded Daphne. They'd both been there at school alongside Harry, especially during last year's Triwizard Tournament. Susan, Harry has already proven he's the strongest wizard of our generation. Dumbledore once told me Harry has more potential than he had at the same age. So yes, he really is that good. Even Daphne could tell she'd been rather sharp, but not undeservingly. Speaking of the headmaster, isn't that him walking up your drive? Susan suddenly asked, pointing him out. Indeed, leisurely strolling across their grounds was Dumbledore, still dressed in his normal flowing robes despite the growing heat. It is, that's very unusual. Have you heard of him visiting any other students over the holiday? Daphne asked, suddenly nervous. Nope, none. According to my aunt, he's normally too busy running the Wizengamot and ICW to play headmaster. Although, there were rumors of him possibly losing his position as chief warlock in the next session, because of what the prophet has been saying, you know. I take it you won't want me to stick around, if you've been visited by him. Is it okay if I use your flow? Susan offered. That's probably for the best. I'll owl you a next date, probably with some spells to study up on. Shields and stuff. We'll be running duels against each other, so prepare yourself for that. The day Harry was due to arrive, Daphne was a bundle of nerves. While they'd communicated via letters, she wouldn't easily forget him lying in that hospital bed. She wasn't sure what to expect when he arrived, even when he'd written that he was fine. But underneath her concerns over his health, was her general worry over his opinion on her home and parents. While her family manor was smaller than most pureblood manors, they indisputably had the most land. Even outside the single acre that made up the manor and garden, the surrounding thousands of acres of countryside were entirely greengrass property. Coming to a stop inside the manor's gates, she didn't have to wait long until Harry's portkey dropped him off just outside their ward line. Ensuring he was alone, she launched a quick snowball at the gates, causing them to swiftly melt away into water. That's a nifty entrance, Harry commented as he easily stepped over the damp earth, ignoring the water rising behind him, reforming into the gates. Now he stood in front of her, she barely refrained from gasping. He'd changed considerably in their time apart, even though it had only been a month. For a start, his previously missing left arm was now a dull silver prosthetic, likely made from his mithril. But while most of his mithril artifacts had at least some aesthetical design etched in, this arm was plain and purely utilitarian. It was also obvious his ankle's injury hadn't healed, as with every other step he limped. From there, his eyes had gained a dull haunted look, even as they had regained their glow of power. He'd also shot up several inches, almost towering over her. Someone had cut his hair, making it much shorter than it had been during the Triwizard Tournament, which only exasperated its wild nature. But it was an attractive change, despite it helped emphasize his haunted look. But even beyond that, there was a deeper change. It was hard to define, even when she tried to compare with what she remembered of him. He held himself smaller, lacking the casual confidence he'd first shown around her. Daphne. Sorry, yes, it's a good gate. You need greengrass ice magic to unlock it, so it's really secure for us. Have you had a good summer so far? How was your birthday? Yeah, it's been good. My birthday was fine, I guess, although it's a shame I wasn't able to invite you. Now that I have my mithril again, I've been able to upgrade several of my weapons, along with improving my coat further. Deciding to briefly ignore the weapons line, Daphne looked closer at Harry's usual trench coat, which had indeed changed. The most obvious was the long draping hood hanging down his back, where it had previously been a rugged collar. It was very familiar, especially as the hood still retained the same thin fabric from the Dementor's cloak. Now that she knew what to spot, other changes jumped out. Where the coat had been a shiny blue-gray, it felt like some of the blue had been drained out of the coat. The more dominant gray helped hide the faint mist that oozed out of various folds, easily missable under the bright summer sun. Finally, barely poking out under both of the coat's lapels were two unnatural green gemstones, which seemed to draw the mist towards them. You merged it with your Dementor's cloak. I think you said you were planning that, right? Yup. We figured out we could sacrifice a lot of my Dementor's ash to help transfer the cloak's properties over without destroying anything important. Then we needed to embed these two mithrate crystals into the hood to control the aura. It's still quite cold to the touch, but its full power will only be unleashed when I choose it to, so I can still wear this coat full time. Running her fingers down the scaled leather arm, she couldn't help marveling at just how icy the leather now felt. Her family's ice magic lent her a firm degree of cold resistance, a resistance that always failed against the Dementor's unnatural chill. It was slightly unnerving to know that even after that aura had been transferred to the Dementor's clothing, and then magically transformed into a completely separate piece of clothing, that chill was still present. Must be nice in this heatwave, having that cold source. She joked, did you plan this having predicted the hottest heat wave yet, or was it your usual luck? Neither, this coat was always temperature controlled. No, the coldness was mostly unwanted, although we've learned it completely hides me from thermal detection. Anyway, I'd have thought your ice magic would have gotten you cool enough during this summer, you shouldn't need my coat to stay cold. I'm definitely aware of the heat, but my family is basically unaffected. My mother's been complaining about the heat for ages now, meanwhile me and my dad are basically fine. Makes sense. So, is that your family crest? The sudden topic shift was jarring, but by now used to Harry's mannerisms, swiftly tried to figure it out. Their talk had led them into the entrance hall of her manor, just inside the front doors. Between them and the twin sweeping staircases, was indeed her family crest, engraved into the floor. Yeah, that's it. The physical mark of our noble and most ancient family magic, stamping our claim upon this land. Why do you ask? I don't think I've seen one before. I once visited Malfoy Manor, but if I did see their crest I was too young to know about it. It's fascinating. What do you see, like, the magic? Daphne asked quietly, eyeing her crest. It had been there for as long as the manor had stood. To her, it was just the basic representation of her family's magic, the symbol that Astoria had thrown up on as a toddler. It's, so you know, the official wax stamps on mail. It's like that, except it's made of pure magic instead of wax. It's such a dense collection of family magic, I don't think my magic would actually be strong enough to even touch the seal. From here it's hard to tell, but I think this is where your tie to your ley line comes from. Based on that, as long as there are enough greengrass alive to feed the family magic, this land will always belong to you. Nobody could come here and try to stake a claim, because you have the highest claim right here. Descending from the floor above, her father nodded approvingly. Exactly as you said, Mr. Potter. Our family has ruled these lands for many millennia, before many other families even settled on these shores. For as long as that crest remains, we shall rule millennia more. All us noble and most ancient families have our own family seals, which cannot be copied or replicated. If you ever receive a letter with such a seal, you can be sure it is the genuine deal. Having already spun to face her father, Harry offered a polite bow. Lord Greengrass, I thank you for inviting me into your home. Nonsense, you are offering a monumental service to both myself as a father, and my house as a lord. Letting you into my home is the least I would do. But first, I'm afraid you must convince my wife. They're waiting in our living room, please follow me. Despite her love for both her parents, she couldn't help the flash of irritation when they found her mother. Just that morning she'd been complaining about the heat, yet she'd taken the time to change out of her casual clothing. Carefully lounging beside Astoria, her mother had changed into her most expensive velvet gown and bodice, one she usually reserved for gala balls. A dress which Daphne knew would be sweltering under the current heat. If she had just asked, Daphne would have gladly advised her it would have been a waste. Harry lacked the background to understand such a power play, never mind being intimidated by it. He'd been attacked by Voldemort and lived with Dumbledore, her mother's fanciest gown would hardly be seen as a big deal. But, unaware of this knowledge, her mother tried looking down at Harry sternly, channeling her strictest voice. So, Mr. Potter, my husband seems to believe you can do what countless others have failed. Do I have that correct? I will be saving your daughter, if you will let me. I've got several abilities that countless others could only dream of. I am very confident I will succeed. Harry replied with conviction, clearly unmoved by her. Did you know Albus Dumbledore came to visit us? He seemed to believe that being seen with you could be dangerous. Mother, that is not what he said. He said we'd be targeted because Harry is in danger. In the exact same way we'll be targeted because father doesn't follow the Malfoys. Daphne defended hotly, truly angry now. Besides, while I'd hate to sound rude, what are your choices? To be frank, if I fail, Astoria will die, no. If I succeed, she lives. You can run from Voldemort, even I should be able to shield you enough. You can renounce any ties to me at a later point. Whatever. But would you rather sit through the guaranteed death, or take the gamble that you might be in danger? There was a coolness to Harry's tone she had rarely heard, especially not directed to someone so close to her. But she agreed completely, and hoped to project that silently to her mother. Very well, do as you would. If you do save my daughter, I will remember my debt to you. Do not think that I do not love my Astoria, for I do, but I must protect my entire family. I bid farewell. With that, she swept grandly from the room, most likely rushing to change out of her sweltering outfit. I apologize for Eleanor. I warned her I had faith in you, but she wished to test you. If you are still willing, you have free reign of my house and resources to save Astoria. Her father smoothly announced, diffusing the tension. Thank you. I'll need a vial of your wife's blood, and somewhere flat outside under direct sunlight to do the ritual. Her father gave an apprehensive look towards where her mother had gone and asked, would my blood not suffice? I'm afraid not. I need her blood because Astoria is a mix of you and your wife, and since the curse came from your blood, I must use the uncursed mother's to ease out her curse. Harry explained, before silently offering a crystal vial. As you say, Daphne and Astoria will show you to the gardens, you'll be sure to find a usable ritual site there. Unsaid, was the illegal nature of blood rituals. It was quite brazen of Harry to so casually mention them, but her family had long gone beyond the law to try and undo their curse. Taking her cue, she led Harry out of the house, choosing the room's side door, which led directly onto a garden patio. So, any preferences? Any special flowers, trees? Something stone, but it should be indifferent to any nature nearby. I know the perfect place, follow me. Astoria exclaimed, bouncing her way down the path. So, Dumbledore visited you? Harry asked as they made their way through the gardens, roughly following Astoria. He did, he kind of invited himself over. He basically just warned us that you know who had resurrected himself, and that because he'd be hunting you, I'd be in danger from being so close to you. He offered to protect us, by inviting us to some sort of secret safe house. He never told me he'd gone to visit you, he's probably gone to everyone. But he's not wrong, Harry reasoned. I'll tell you the same thing I told the headmaster. Stuff. Being your friend is the best thing that's happened to me, even when you keep trying to get yourself killed. Besides, we're safe enough here. Our wards are some of the oldest around. The other thing he warned me about was contacting you, essentially saying I should only use your crow so our letters wouldn't be intercepted. I'm sorry, I had assumed you'd known about it, otherwise I would have told you before. No, you're fine, it's not like I'm entitled to know your every moment. I just wish Dumbledore had told me he'd gone to visit you. But I can hardly blame you for that. Will you two hurry up? I want to get cured as quickly as possible. Astoria yelled, jumping up and down beside the garden's water feature. Some time ago, one of their ancestors had built a large stone brick patio in a forgotten corner of the gardens. Water ran through channels around the edge of the patio, all fed from a large water feature in the center. But even with the water, the patio provided lots of room. This is perfect. Right, I'll need you two to step back while I set it up, it should go back to normal when we're done. As he got to work, Daphne couldn't tell if he was deliberately showing off, or if it was essential magic. Knowing Harry, it could easily be both. Standing in the middle of his chosen area, he directed his magic outwards, carving a great many strange runes into the stone beneath him. Alongside the runes were several basic geometric shapes, but how they related to the runes she couldn't say. As they were carving, 4 strangely golden mithril spikes floated out of his pockets, moving themselves to the 4 corners, pointy side up. Then with a flick of his wrist, they started growing, until they were easily 7 feet tall. Now that they were significantly larger, it was clear to see they had a slight curve, so that they all seemed to lean towards Harry. My, that was fast. Her father commented, coming up behind them, joined by her now sullen mother. It's a fairly simple ritual, at least when it comes to setting it up. Astoria, would you mind laying down on that cushion, please? Lord Greengrass, would you mind placing a drop of your wife's blood on each of the plates around Astoria? As her father did as instructed, Harry started activating the 4 spikes, which instantly infused the air with his power. Then, after her father left the ritual zone, 4 bright orange shields erected between them, trapping Harry and Astoria within. Upon the shields, Harry began during even more runes, which glowed green once they connected with the spires. Then, with a deep breath, Harry stepped back and over to her sister. I'm going to stick a special crystal just above your heart. It will help pull the curse out of you, and will store it once done. But for that, it needs to take on your blood as you are now. I don't quite know what will happen when you are uncursed, but the theory is without the curse your magical signature will be slightly different. This crystal will then take on your old cursed identity. That's fine, as long as I'm uncursed. How much blood would it need? I'm not entirely sure, but it'll be a fair bit. You'll know it's enough when the entire crystal changes, probably to an azure color. Harry handed over a small, shimmering emerald green crystal sphere, about the size of an inch, placing it delicately into Astoria's open palm. From her distance, Daphne couldn't quite tell what it was, but it definitely had its own set of runes, which became easier to see as the azure light oozed into the crystal. Right, now we just need to start the ritual. So, this is your last chance to back out. Once it begins the magic can't stop. Harry warned, directing his words to the entire family. Not that there was any need, as they'd already made their decision. So, with the sun beating down on them from above, Harry began. Where before the 4 mithril spires had merely hummed with power, they now roared as blinding sunlight connected from the tips down to the crystal upon Astoria's chest. In that exact same moment, the runes within the ground started to emit a colored mist, which noticeably gravitated towards Astoria's form. And then Harry raised his metal arm towards the sky, which subtly grew into his gauntlet. Unlike when he'd saved Luna's life after the second task, it seemed like his gauntlet had gained its own emerald, smaller than the one he'd given the Astoria. This emerald glowed with an inner fire, making it easily visible on the silver surface. Only for it to begin emitting a gray fog, in tune with the other translucent gray gemstone on the knuckles. Under that mist, his hand became hard to see, right as he plunged it into Astoria's heart. She gave a slight gasp upon the contact, but gave no other signs of discomfort. After that, there was little to see, as for several minutes nothing happened. Then with a sudden shift, hell broke loose. A great whirlwind of ice and snow erupted from Astoria, most of which broke upon the shields Harry had placed. But there had been no shield above them, so soon the grounds were covered under snow. Through it all, Daphne couldn't move, as she felt gravity itself shift and distort around them. While her feet remained firmly rooted onto the ground, her hair whipped around, while her heart did a flip every time gravity tried to pull her into the sky. Even the light itself was affected, as the summer sun burned a cold blue and the snow became a swirling purple. And then the world righted itself, reality shifting back into normality. The shields around Harry and Astoria were torn to shatters, hanging down as if made from fabric. The golden spires had great holes torn out of them, burned into a stony gray. But there was Harry and Astoria, who both miraculously seemed untouched. It's safe, Harry called, as he dispelled his magic and helped Astoria sit upright. Seeing as her parents were inspecting Astoria, Daphne chose to sidle up to Harry, ensuring he was fine too. Doing so gave her a prime opportunity to inspect the crystal he'd taken back from Astoria, which had noticeably changed. Its once smooth surface was now fractured, each face forming sharp, angular planes that caught and fragmented the light into a myriad of dazzling shards. In the heart of the crystal, a swirling mist of icy blue and white surged and pulsed, as if alive with some inner power. It was like Harry had captured the snowstorm that had just raged across the grounds. Just looking at it reminded her of the darkest winter, when ice and wind hammered upon their manor and demanded to be let in, a time when she'd always felt strongest. Is that crystal safe? Daphne asked, more than slightly alarmed. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. My mithrate has sealed it perfectly, so technically there is an infinite amount of space between the side I'm holding and the curse within. You saw how it reacted to being removed, but now that it's in a new host, it's not fighting back anymore. To demonstrate, Harry gave it a little shake, which did nothing for her nerves. Please, don't do that. Even if you say it's safe, it feels wrong to just wave it around. So, would I be right in thinking you already have a plan for that curse? Well, I would have added it to the gauntlet, but it's weaker than the soul gem. It would only do more damage at that point. I don't know, I might just use it as a paperweight. Before she could respond, her father stepped in, shaking Harry's hand vigorously. Mr. Potter, I thank you, I thank you. You made your promise, and lo, my daughter is cured because of you. Anything you may ask for will be too little. For a long time my family has set aside a fund for whoever manages to cure our curse, a fund which will be transferred to you immediately. But you may ask for anything, loyalty, wealth, Daphne's hand. Father. Daphne broke in, blushing wildly. Which would of course unlock our archives. Please, make your request. Her father finished, paying no heed to Daphne's half-hearted protest. As kind as your offer of Daphne is, I think there's only two things I might want. The first is this crystal, which now contains Astoria's curse. But the second is a book on your family's ice magic, should such be available. With your permission, I would like to see if I could use this crystal as a focus to channel your magic. They are yours. Should you prove capable of such, I'll let you have free reign of our library, along with granting Daphne permission to teach you. A few of our spells are under bequest, but most we solely rely upon the unique makeup of our magic. Thank you very much, it's a great honor. Do you want me to help clean up the ritual area before I go? Mr. Potter, you have done more than enough. We'll get the house elves to clean up the mess later. But surely you cannot leave yet. We must celebrate. Her mother protested, her earlier frostiness completely forgotten. Daphne could instantly see he was uncomfortable with that idea, by his slight awkward shuffle, as his new crystal started spinning over his hand. I would love to, but I regret to say I've got a few appointments I've got to get to. Besides, Astoria has her whole life ahead of her now, there will be plenty of time to celebrate again. But I thank you for your hospitality, and if you have any other esoteric illnesses, I'll gladly come back to take a look. Some other time then. I'll walk him to the gates, Father. Daphne stated. Of course. Leave with the Greengrass blessing, Mr. Potter. You will find Greengrass Hall your home should you ever require it. Her father intoned, causing a flutter of melting snow as the land and family magic recognized Harry as a friend. Even with that farewell, it took them a while to start walking away, but eventually it was just her and Harry. The prior snowstorm was already thawing at an impressive rate, leaving slushy footsteps in her wake. At first she'd feared that Harry would struggle in the slush, given his limp, but he somehow had it easier than she did. So you've upgraded your gauntlet then? Didn't you say you couldn't use it as it was? Daphne prompted, indicating his mithril arm which had already changed back to its bland appearance, without her having noticed. Yeah, one of the first things I did. Harry replied, shaking his arm, which expanded into the full gauntlet. Where in the past it had stopped up his forearm, it now seemed to encapsulate his entire arm. Go on then, what have you done with it? It's a whole thing, I'll leave the details to later, but mainly I've added a new stone. It's a more powerful version of the mithrate crystal I had Astoria hold onto, this teardrop one. He started, holding out his hand for her to see. There, on the knuckle of his index finger, was indeed a green teardrop crystal. But while the one Astoria had held merely glowed from within, this had a clearly visible phosphorescent aura that extended out beyond the stone. From it, she could feel the sheer weight of its power upon her, demanding attention. Even though she lacked the depth of magical sense Harry possessed, sensing the sheer power behind Harry's unleashed magic made it trivial to identify. Between Harry and his new stone, there was an undeniable difference, as she tried her best to compare the two. Finally, she found her answer: the stone's magic had an unfamiliarity to it. Where her magic subconsciously reached out and Harry's magic welcomed her unconditionally, his stone firmly rebuffed her. It wasn't doing anything beyond that, but it managed to unsettle her nonetheless. But beyond that indifference, she'd struggled to differentiate them. Even now that she'd found the difference, it was hard to tell where his magic ended and his stone started. It's you. It's exactly your magic, not a different feeling. Yeah, more so than anything else I've ever made. I can't go into much detail, but this will be a one-off thing. I don't think I have it in me to make a new one. But yeah, it's me, or another me to be correct. It's why I'm calling it the Eidolon Core, since it's got my spirit. The problem was always that the soul gem was too uncontrolled without me there asserting my will. The red stone by itself wasn't strong enough. So, I made a stone that would allow for a version of my will to be asserted constantly. So, you have the soul gem and the Eidolon Core, still no name for that red one. Daphne teased. She suspected the red stone already had a name, but Harry had always refused to name it, even when he'd explained to her the purpose of his gauntlet. Sorry, I still don't have permission to tell you what it is. She could hear the apology in his tone, not that she particularly needed it. Even if he could tell her, but just didn't feel like it, she didn't feel entitled for his explanations. His artifacts were wondrous and she felt privileged that he shared his knowledge with her, but she didn't need his sometimes lengthy descriptions to feel that. As long as they worked as he needed, she was happy. Really, it's fine. So, was it just this Eidolon core that you've added? Holding up his arm so that he could inspect it himself, he gave a slow nod. Basically. Adding the core also cleaned itself up a bit, mainly with the green tint and the distortion the Dementors caused. See how only my palm is now that dark green. Oh, yeah, the entire thing used to be green, right? She recalled, as she gently inspected his palm. The green was darkest right in the middle of his palm, which faded out as it spread outwards. Then, where interlocking plates started sprouting around the wrist and fingers, red bands formed a hard stop to the green. Actually, it was originally pure silver, the green was added when I got stabbed by the basilisk. It seems like the core was able to rein in the venom, so I wouldn't lick it. Equally, when I grabbed a Dementor, the mithril grew distorted. Apparently, the core decided this distortion looked better on the back of my hand. It was actually quite disconcerting. Like, I just placed the core on the gauntlet and everything started moving around. I think that's the reason it changed from its old silk glove appearance to this new armor-plated design. Basically, it's showing off. So, is it this gauntlet that allowed you to regain an arm? Daphne questioned, eyeing him with curiosity. Because I remember Madame Pomfrey saying your arm was badly cursed, that type of wound doesn't just get better. That's more complicated. I still haven't been able to remove the curse, not fully. But I was able to get advice on how to lessen its effects. My mithril was then able to make a basic arm. I actually based it off what Voldemort gave Wormtail in that graveyard. So it works by itself, but it's not good. Then, after adding the gauntlet's ring to my arm, the two sort of merged. Now, this mithril arm acts exactly like my real one, but only if it's touching the gauntlet. I can still detach the gauntlet, but I'll likely keep it as my arm for now. Makes sense you'd build such a powerful artifact, then use it as a prosthetic. But your arm looked different earlier, is that just an illusion? Daphne asked, motioning to his hand. While his arm had been pure plain silver, it now looked more like a typical gauntlet. Surprisingly, no. It doesn't matter whether the gauntlet is in its true form, or condensed into its ring, as long as it's still on my hand. Then, it's just a notice knot on the ring when it's hiding. But, when my arm looks normal, it's physically like that, not an illusion. She'd mostly let his words wash over her, but it just felt nice to be able to spend time with him. Especially when a lightness entered his tone as he explained it, which she hadn't heard for a while now. So, you're sure you don't want to add that new cursed crystal to your gauntlet? Given the precautions Harry had needed to spend to protect against that curse, Daphne felt it was a worthwhile enquiry. Oh, absolutely not. As this gauntlet currently sits, the soul gem is quite comfortably under the Eidolon core's control. Adding something of similar temperament to a Dementor would upset that balance. But I think it's worth pursuing what it can do by itself, since you saw the storm it was able to unleash by itself. Given some direction, alongside your family magic, it should be very powerful. Weaker than the soul gem maybe, but with considerably less risks. She nodded along, for once knowing exactly what he was talking about. She knew her family magic was incredibly strong, as it should be, given sacrifices they'd spent for that ice curse. But, even the brief examples Harry had shown her of his soul gem, she knew she couldn't compare. Their two powers manifested different powers, but at their base they were both frost magic. Do you think I could do that myself? Like, manifest a winter storm around me, using my ice magic? Probably, given enough power. The curse in this crystal is most likely identical to the one within you, you just have to harness it without freezing to death. But for the most part, what's the point? A well-cast ritual would do something similar, whilst giving you far more control over it. Last year you would have said the cool factor would have been enough reason. Daphne pointed out lightly, giving him a small shoulder bump. Yeah well, that was last year. I've finally had it beaten into me that just because it looks cool, doesn't make it useful. Just like that, the darkness returned to his posture, while his eyes hardened in anger. I still think there's room for being cool, and didn't you say the illusion of power is what gives you power? That's what I've always noted about you, your negligent displays of power. Anyway, where are you going after this? Now that they'd reached the gates, Daphne found herself postponing his departure as long as possible. Well, I had thought about heading to Gringotts, but what you said about Dumbledore visiting reminded me of something. I should check on my Muggle relatives, especially if I left anything behind that could be used against me. How are you planning on getting there? I'm sure my dad wouldn't mind dropping you off. Thank you, but I'm fine. Fox volunteered to give me a lift. I also have to have a guard when I'm out, so hopefully Fox will bring Tonks, and not someone else. Will I get to see you again this summer? I doubt it. I was only able to come in today because of that portkey. I suspect when I return home, I'll get in trouble for that. But I'll try to keep in touch via Corvus. He can't be tracked, so it's safe to send letters that way. After pulling him in for a hug, she couldn't help feeling like she was seeing him off to war. Which was silly, they were meant to be on school holidays, worried about homework and other trivialities. On the other side of the gates, Harry gave a sharp whistle, right before a golden fireball exploded beside him. Almost immediately the fire cleared again, revealing Harry's orange-haired bodyguard, with the headmaster's famed phoenix on her shoulder. With one last wave, Harry vanished into that golden fire. Sighing, Daphne turned back to the house, putting it out of mind as she joyfully remembered her sister's newly healed state. She heard of Harry far sooner than she expected, as she went down to breakfast the following morning, joining her sister and father at the table. Potter's gotten in trouble with the ministry. Her father announced gravely, handing her the morning paper the moment she sat down. Potter breaks statute of secrecy, made a bold title, even as it failed to provide any substantial news on the matter. All it could say was that Harry had been charged with casting magic in front of a Muggle, and that he'd appear within a closed disciplinary hearing the following week. What did he do? She asked, turning back to her father. We don't know for sure, although simple underage magic shouldn't warrant such a large reaction. I'm certain there are political games going on behind the scenes, but I can't tell who the target is. Well, it's Harry, surely. He's the one in trouble. Astoria pointed out. Perhaps, but he doesn't warrant that type of political pressure, especially at his age. No, I'd say this is aimed more at Albus Dumbledore, someone who'd rush to publicly defend Harry. Regardless of the truth of the matter, or what the outcome ends up being, this will result in two things. Firstly, it will expose Harry's supporters, probably as targets. Normally I'd say these are trivial games, but if you know who has returned. What's the second result? Daphne asked, when her father seemed lost in thought. Oh, the second result is that it will taint Harry's reputation. Even if he's deemed not guilty, the public won't forget that this did happen. If something similar happens in the future, this time will get brought up. Equally, anyone who supports Harry will be affected by this too. If I had planned for this, I'd expect it to divide my enemies. Namely, I'd expect Harry to take note of who defends him and who stays quiet. Anyone who stays quiet will be defending their own interests, but will be less likely to gain Harry's trust in the future. Do you think that's what the ministry is planning? Or was this planned by you-know-who? Knowing her father was well versed in their country's politics, his insight only served to further Daphne's worry. Perhaps. Maybe there's elements we haven't been privy to, or maybe Minister Fudge only sees this as a chance to humiliate Harry. But just because Fudge can be short-sighted, doesn't mean those behind him don't have their own plots. So what are we going to do? We can't just let Harry suffer through this, not after he saved Astoria. Well, first I need you to reach out to him, find out his version of events. I named him an official friend of the family, so I will always try my best to defend him politically, but knowing the truth would help. After that, I'll make sure I'm at his trial, and see how things goes. Finally, there was a sense of confidence present. That might not be very easy. He told me to only contact him using his special bird, and it only comes when he sends it. Hopefully he will send me a letter to say what happened, because otherwise I don't know what to do. Daphne replied mournfully, even as she looked at the window hopefully. Well, I'll see what I can find through my contacts in the ministry. At worst, I'll be able to discover what they're planning on bringing against him. I might also be able to find out who will be at the trial, see if I can pull any favors. Hearing her father talk, Daphne suddenly had an insight into Harry's future. He'd continue to help people, as was his nature, especially as his magic grew. And from that he'd gain influential favors, people exactly like her father. It didn't matter what Harry's current political power was, or what the current regime tried to bring against him. Because just like Dumbledore before him, Harry's sheer power would be the cause of his political strength. No point wasting time, I'll be off to the ministry. If Harry does contact you, Daphne, send me a letter to say you've had contact. But do not mention Harry's name or anything in his message, we cannot risk anything being intercepted. Harry's letter arrived late that night, after they were all lazing around after dinner. Dear Daphne, as you most likely saw in the paper today, I've gotten in trouble with the ministry. I arrived at my Muggle relatives all right, but then 6 Dementors were apparently waiting for me. They were the same ones that I fought at the end of my 3rd year, judging by the blue marks that are still on them. It's silly, but I got the sense they were there for revenge. Even when Tonks cast her Patronus, the Dementors didn't go away. But I also just learned I now seem to be immune to their aura, so there's that. Fawkes had already left before the Dementors had shown up, and Tonks would only be able to apparate one of us. So I did what I had to do and killed them all. The Dementors, that is, not my relatives. We think it was that which tripped the censors, but I still haven't gotten a wand, so there shouldn't have been anything to have triggered. That or it was detecting Tonks' signature, which it definitely shouldn't have done. While this was happening, apparently Dumbledore's house was being attacked too. Nothing actually happened, of course, but it scared everyone enough that I've been moved into another safe house. We're all hoping that, seeing as she's an Auror, once Tonks gives her report my charges will be dropped, but unusually she's been unable to arrange a meeting. Ron's here with me, him, the twins and most of their family, as is Luna and her father. Neville apparently is in the same boat you are, where he'd be safer under the Longbottom wards than we are. I haven't tried to contact Draco or Vincent. Ultimately, this has messed up a lot of my plans, so I don't know what I'm going to be able to do. I'll try to uphold my promise of keeping in touch, but this has changed things. Also, I should have said before I left, but if Astoria starts negatively reacting to having the curse removed, send me a normal emergency owl immediately. It'll be risky, but that's fine. Hoping all is well with you, Harry. P.S. I'm going to try and design a way for us to safely communicate safety. I've got something with Dumbledore, but only I can send messages. After she'd thoroughly digested Harry's letter, she passed it to her father, who was clearly disbelieving. How can he possibly recognize Dementors? They are all identical. I've never heard of any Dementor that was marked. This will make defending him much harder if he won't tell the truth. But he isn't lying, father. He wore a Dementor's cloak to the first Triwizard task. Since then, he'd used some magic to merge that cloak into the trench coat he wore yesterday. Did you not recognize the hood? Daphne argued, instantly rushing to defend Harry. Even if I hadn't felt the Dementor's aura on it myself, Ronald Weasley never shuts up about when they got attacked by those Dementors. Apparently, Harry made a type of sword that could cut and hut them. That's likely the markings Harry's recognized. Truly. Well, I think it's worth formally offering my political support to Harry. Could you find out if he's willing to come back for a meeting? If he can't, I'd like to know what he's planning for his defense, as that will allow me to better work with him. The morning after, Harry's reply was waiting for her, beside her father's unread paper. Father, Harry says he won't be allowed to leave his safe house for a meeting, but his defense will be 2 items. His foremost defense is that he didn't have a wand to use, so he'd be unable to cast any magic. Following that, his secondary defense is that the only Muggle who'd been exposed was his cousin, who'd been aware of magic for years. I can work with that. I'll need to visit the Obliviators department, see if I can get a copy of their report. That will help prove Harry's defense. So, do you girls have anything planned for today? Well, Gilderoy Lockhart is giving his interview today, hopefully to reveal his latest book. Rumor has it he'll be describing what happened while he was a professor there. So, I'll be listening to that on the radio. Astoria announced excitedly. Having joined Hogwarts the year after Lockhart had left, Astoria was far more enthusiastic than Daphne felt was deserved. Although the man had eventually proven his worth, she wouldn't soon forget when he'd simply had them read from his overpriced books. And yet, she still found herself sitting around the wireless beside her sister, as the iconic voice of Miranda Sterling announced her guest. Usually, the guest would say thank you for being invited, the usual small talk. It seemed Gilderoy did not conform to such trivialities, as unusual music started blaring from the speakers, followed by an unknown singer. Who's wiser than a warlock, and tougher than a troll, and quick as a quill? Who's faster than a phoenix, and sly as a sphinx, and always there to entertain? Here to bring some magic to our ordinary day, it's Gilderoy. Oh, where did he go? Does he even care at all? Gilderoy is here, his tales won't let you down, to fill your short attention span. Who had Harry by his side, facing challenges with pride? Who was it? Gilderoy. Daphne almost broke out laughing, until she saw her sister's enthralled look. Somehow, despite being ridiculously over the top, and even outright insulting his readers, her sister was still enamored. But, with some reflection, she could remember her 12-year-old self, sitting wide-eyed in his defense against the dark arts class, hanging onto his every word. The memory brought a wry smile to her lips, as she realized she'd likely looked exactly like Astoria did now. So, tell me Gilderoy, are we finally going to learn about this new book you've been teasing us with for so long? I can't remember a time you've left us in such suspense. Sterling asked excitedly, swiftly bringing their interview to the main event. Indeed I am, Miranda. Although, it is not one but two books I bring before you. The first, Teaching Triumphs, From Trainee to Top Teacher. In this thrilling memoir, I take you on a captivating journey through my early days as a novice instructor to becoming the pinnacle of educational excellence. Discover the secrets of my extraordinary teaching methods and how I molded the minds of our country's exceptional students, including the remarkable Harry Potter himself. Join me as I unveil the triumphs and challenges of my remarkable teaching career. At that, Daphne definitely couldn't stop her scoff. While his teaching had certainly been remarkable, it definitely was more challenges than triumphs. Even after he'd stopped reading his books aloud, likely after the headmaster had spoken to him, Lockhart had still seemed incapable of teaching them to pass exams. It was clear he'd known the spells he'd tried to teach to them, but passing that knowledge on had proved harder. With hindsight, it seemed Lockhart's methods had largely inspired Harry's teaching methods when he'd become tutor for her. This book serves to highlight the bright and cheerful events of the year, that have otherwise been overshadowed by the dark times. That brings me onto the companion book, Salazar's Secrets, Harry Potter and the Heir. Follow, as I lead you through the mystery of the heir of Slytherin, how terror struck the famed halls of Hogwarts. Be amazed, as Harry Potter must face down Salazar's secret monster alone, relying only on his wits and the strength of his friend. And, for the first time ever, as the illustrious headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, renowned for his countless achievements and esteemed titles such as Order of Merlin, First Class, and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, graces us with his own insightful conclusion on the extraordinary tale recounted in Teaching Triumphs and Salazar's Secrets. Despite herself, Daphne found herself intrigued. Even now, she didn't quite understand what happened in her second year, only that Lockhart had been badly hurt, and the Weasley daughter hadn't returned the year after. There was a wild theory that Weasley had been the heir of Slytherin, but having interacted closely with three Weasleys now, Daphne was quite confident the theory was baseless. Even if their sister had grown up to be the black sheep of the family, that didn't explain how an 11-year-old managed to overpower Lockhart. Sounds like you've got some bestsellers there, Gilderoy. But I have to ask, given Mr. Potter's upcoming court date, do you not fear the potential backlash you may receive from featuring him so prominently? Miranda Sterling asked. Not at all. First and foremost, I consider myself a good friend of Harry. I believe in him wholeheartedly, which is why I am honored to include his incredible journey in my books. Harry Potter's story deserves to be told, celebrated, and remembered for generations to come. I've got it. The Ministry doesn't have a case against Harry. Their father announced, almost running into the dining room. Oh, did you find something at the Ministry? Astoria called, excitedly. As might be expected, she developed something of a hero worship for Harry. I did indeed. Or, More accurately, I didn't find anything, her father replied, sounding almost giddy. I was able to call in a favor with old Ambrose Thistlebrook, and there's no record of obliviators being dispatched. On top of that, I've discovered that Harry was never sent a notice that his pardon on underage magic, granted when he was 12, has been revoked after 3 years. Namely, because this revocation was made while he was here, performing his ritual. The ministry doesn't have a case against him then, surely. If he didn't know he would get in trouble, they can't bring him up for it. Despite her level tone, Daphne was finding herself angry on Harry's behalf. On that front they would have a point. Technically, it can be argued he had previously been given a warning, so even though he was pardoned, he wouldn't have an excuse of ignorance there. But, that's not what I'd focus on. The obliviators were never sent. That means, either the ministry by default recognizes there wasn't any fault done, or the department never received the warning, even once the court case against Harry had been arranged. Both should see Harry cleared. Bouncing happily, Astoria asked, "That's great, so Harry will be let free?" "Most definitely. But I'm thinking beyond that, someone in the ministry overstepped, and that's left them open. We can use that to strike back, and try to rein in the damage they've been causing." Listening to her father, Daphne struggled to match him with the man she'd known even a week ago. He had gained new energy, a spark in his eyes that she hadn't seen in years. His voice carried a newfound passion and hopefulness. It was strange, because she'd never noticed that energy was missing previously. But now that he'd regained it, it clearly highlighted how much he'd lacked it. The weight of worry and fear that had burdened him for so long had lifted, and in its place a renewed sense of purpose and determination had arisen. "But dear, is it your place to do so? It would be safer to stay low, which should surely be our priority." Her mother protested softly. "No, it is. By far safer to go on the attack now. If Mr. Potter is right, we'll be plunging into a new war soon enough, a war the ministry has ensured we won't be ready for. This is exactly the right opening for us to guide the ministry, to push it in the right direction. But, this will also benefit us further. With this, I can defend Harry publicly, and then say I was using the opportunity to go against the ministry. So, if Harry is indeed a target, we get to help a family friend, without gaining dangerous enemies. So, what do we do now?" Daphne finally asked. "Now, I need to get in contact with Harry, and from there plan how we deal with the Wizengamot." Early on the morning of Harry's hearing, Daphne had invited Susan over for more training. They'd ended up dueling within sight of the remains of Harry's ritual, although Susan had no way of knowing that detail. Especially as the morning mist still lingering around them. But, as the time of the hearing was drawing closer, Daphne found her stress levels rising dramatically, and even exhausting herself by dueling Susan was doing little to help. "So, what's the plan if the Wizengamot doesn't vote in Harry's favor today?" Susan asked, wiping sweat from her brow, taking advantage of the break Daphne awarded her. Looked away momentarily, Daphne frowned before answering, "What do you mean?" "Well, I mean if Harry does get his wand snapped, and can't come back to Hogwarts. He can't teach me anything if he can't do magic." If it weren't for the clear worry in the redhead's voice, Daphne would have snapped at her. "He won't," Daphne asserted, her confidence unwavering. "First of all, they can't snap his wand, because he doesn't even have one at the moment. Despite that, he's resourceful and powerful, so that wouldn't stop Harry from doing magic. I have no doubt he'd have no trouble teaching you." Her eyes softened with a touch of reassurance as she continued, "And if, somehow, they still manage to find him guilty, he'll be safe here, behind our wards. My family won't let any harm come to him. We owe him so much, and we won't turn our backs on him now, not when he needs us the most." Susan's eyes widened in shock as she processed Daphne's words. "But, that would be illegal," she stammered, her voice tinged with disbelief. "He's being charged for breaking the statute of secrecy. He'd be banished from our world at minimum." At that, Daphne let her expression soften and gently touched Susan's shoulder, understanding Susan's concern and trying to offer reassurance. "We don't care. Harry did us an unpayable service, and now the ministry is unlawfully attacking him. House Greengrass won't let that stand. Our lands have been protected by powerful wards that were old when Hogwarts was only House Hufflepuff farmlands." Just then, the sun peeked through the surrounding trees, casting a warm glow over the two witches as Daphne sighed deeply, taking a moment to collect her thoughts. Put it this way, Harry is the boy who lived, and the Ministry is punishing him after he simply defended himself, without giving him time to explain himself. His hearing was announced after he'd been told his wand would be snapped. If the Ministry is able to do that to a public hero, what would they do to someone like me or you? The threats they could make behind closed doors. That got a reaction from Susan. In truth, Daphne was making up the danger, although it wasn't that much of a reach. Besides that, me and my family believe Harry, we believe he really did see you know who come back. I personally would have Harry here to help us, even if it makes the Ministry our enemy. Daphne finished, finally putting a voice to her fears. Sighing deeply, Susan nodded, I would too. I'd better keep training then. So I can impress him when we meet at Hogwarts, as he'll be found innocent. With that, she offered a small smile to Daphne. It was a smile she was glad to return. With a small bow, the two launched back into a fight, pushing themselves to the limit. Under the hot summer sun, Daphne knew she was at her weakest, relying predominantly on conventional transfiguration and curses. Unfortunately, even after what little training she'd received, Susan was growing fast. It was clear her aunt had taught her a few spells, such as the shield charm Susan regularly used to block Daphne's attacks. The shield was always very thin, and even wobbled under its own weight, but Susan could summon it within moments. Unlike any of Harry's shields, which could effortlessly absorb multiple attacks, Susan's was much weaker. It would always fail after just a single hit, but even as it fell, Susan would be returning fire. Still, whilst the girl was fast, Harry was faster. So, it wasn't too hard for her to dodge the retaliatory spells, but it was irritating that Susan was already a decent threat. Moving quickly, Daphne began to transfigure a thin layer of mud beneath Susan, only for the girl to cast Terraclipeus, summoning an earthy green disc-like shield beneath her feet. The shield sank somewhat into the mud, but it nevertheless kept Susan's feet out of the mud, defeating Daphne's intent. Borrowing one of Harry's tricks, Daphne sent a purple wave at Susan, attempting to trap the girl. To her surprise, Susan instead leapt forward, towards Daphne and the wave, summoning a shield charm as soon as her feet left the platform. Without the power and experience of Harry, Daphne's wave broke easily on Susan's shield. But, Daphne's stinging jinx was able to break through. Taking her own time to shield, Daphne grimaced as Susan's stunning and binding spells battered her defense. But, it gained her time to create a blunt ice dagger behind her back, which she wandlessly transfigured into wood. Then, dropping the shield, she'd fired her own binding curse while simultaneously throwing the dagger at Susan. As expected, the binding curse died against the girl's shield, while she used finite on the dagger. Daphne found it immensely satisfying to see Susan's smug smile turn into shock, as the dagger simply returned to ice, which then bounced off her stomach. I win, she called, easily repairing their dueling area, and casting a minor healing charm on Susan. What was that? I'd assumed you'd conjured it, how were you able to make that dagger wandlessly? I make it with ice first. Harry found an unusual ice-to-wood transfiguration spell, and then made sure I was able to do it wandlessly. That's why you should never assume something in a battle. Right. It's difficult to remember all of these things. Ready for another duel. As the sun neared its zenith, the two girls had retreated indoors, giving up on further training. Instead, Daphne was providing Susan with a rundown of useful spells to learn. However, somewhere along the line, their discussion had shifted from dueling spells to a much broader conversation. When they had first met, Daphne had primarily considered the political benefits, which she had then convinced Harry of. Now, as she spent most of her summer with Susan, Daphne found her incredibly likable. It was refreshing to converse with someone who wasn't already part of Harry's inner circle of friends. Tracy had once filled that role, but Daphne hadn't heard from her all summer. It was just the two of them in the house, with her mother having taken Astoria to get Lockhart's new books. Astoria had hoped they'd be first in line, but they'd left far too late for that. The Lady Greengrass couldn't be seen waiting in line hours before the store opened. As much as she loved her sister, Astoria had never truly learned the responsibilities of their house. She'd always maintained the morbid position she'd never needed in her future. Thanks to Harry, Astoria would likely find herself studying Daphne's old notes. Without realizing it, she'd forgotten her stress about Harry's upcoming hearing, having grown completely engrossed in their conversation. That was, until her father unexpectedly returned home, far too early to have finished at the hearing. "What happened? Why aren't you at the hearing?" Daphne asked immediately, springing to her feet in concern. "It's fine, Harry was found innocent, but there was no hearing. Those rat bastards moved it up an hour and turned it into a full Wizengamot trial in courtroom 10. The entire affair, from start to finish, was a sham. Totally devoid of any decorum or honor. But Harry was exceptional. He didn't let Fudge talk over him, then cowed the entire court into listening to him. Your boyfriend can be quite intimidating when he wants to be. Of course, he wasn't alone. I did my best to support him where I could, but it was hard to find the right time." "What do you mean? Why did you need to find the right time?" Daphne demanded. "Because it seems Harry has many hidden allies." Dowager Longbottom was very aggressive. She normally keeps her opinions to herself. And, of course, Dumbledore was there in the background to watch over events. It was quite a spectacle, to be honest. What happened then? I raised hell, of course. Demanded to know why we'd all been summoned just for underage magic, then asked to see the Obliviator's report. After that, I accused Fudge of abusing his power. I don't foresee anything substantial coming from it, but it'll lay the groundwork. Her father's satisfaction was evident as he sank into his seat. "Sir, how did my auntie react?" Susan asked timidly. "Professionally, but she was fair. She took Harry's account seriously, which is more than Fudge offered." "Thank you. I think I'll go home to see her. Thank you for welcoming me into your home." After seeing Susan out, Daphne returned to her father for a more in-depth breakdown. Clearly anticipating her return, her father had a package waiting for her, even as he tucked into his lunch. "Harry told me to give this to you, some way of communicating. I'm sure he can tell you more than I." He chuckled, handing over the present. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open caught their attention. Astoria cheerfully entered the room, her arms laden with a pile of Lockhart's latest books. "Those don't look like just 2 books, young lady," their father called, suddenly stern. Leaving her sister to her fate, Daphne hurried to her room, where she eagerly tore open the package. What it revealed was a plain silver slate, and a similarly designed mithril quill. Confused, she picked it up and looked it over, finding a black expanse on the other side. Below that black expanse, was a single green crystal, which she cautiously rubbed her finger over. At her touch, the black expanse seemed to stir, as a shadowy green hue swirled over the surface. As the swirl vanished, it revealed bright green words, which seemed to materialize from within the mithril. It was clearly Harry's messy handwriting, though each letter seemed to form on its own. "Daphne, this will let us talk easier. It uses a protean charm to link your slate with mine. Touch the mithrate crystal to erase this message, and then you'll be able to write your own message, which I'll see on my end. Give it a try. Yours, Harry." Almost giddy with excitement, she picked up the quill and wrote her own message back, fascinated by how her words appeared in a turquoise light, despite lack of ink. "Harry, how was the trial? And what haven't you been telling me? Yours, Daphne." If anyone asked, Harry would have gladly told them being blasted through a solid stone wall wasn't all that bad. Compared to his recent trauma, specifically Voldemort, it was almost nothing. His memory of the impact never woke him up sweating at night, not like the graveyard duel, which played out whenever he closed his eyes. By far the worst part was the recovery period, as Madame Pomfrey had worked tirelessly to repair him, again. But the important fact was, it could have been a lot worse. Even though his East plate had been largely untested, and then untouched for close to a year, it had certainly served its purpose well. Not only had that single sheet of mithril protected him from the exploding killing curse, it had then absorbed the brunt of the wall too. Being mithril, it hadn't even broken, although the impact had warped it hideously. Being mithril, the armor wasn't even completely beyond repair, although Harry didn't want to put in the considerable effort to fix it. That East plate had been the first successful version, but he felt it was now time for an entirely new, better version. The initial design, created just before the Quidditch World Cup, had been based on his encounter with Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets. Which, it had to be said, had served its purpose well against threats of that scale. But then he'd fought the fully reborn, adult Lord Voldemort, not the weakened teenager of Tom Riddle. The graveyard duel had showcased a level of power that couldn't compare to anything Harry had faced before. It was clear that his armor would need to become something far stronger. Something that he could trust to survive a direct and lethal hit, without leaving him in further danger, even if his opponent was Voldemort himself. With the summer imminent, Harry was planning on getting started as soon as possible. He was sure once he got into the flow of things again, ideas would once more appear to him. Till then, he'd started making a basic list of projects that he was determined to complete. While Hermione's tragic death in their first year had opened his eyes to the dangers that lurked in the magical world, he'd still ended up treating his mithril creations merely as fun projects. Those projects had still been useful, but their creation had been a question of if he could, not if he needed them. Now the danger was a tangible threat, forcing Harry to realize he couldn't afford such childishness. Voldemort was out there now, and would always pose a threat to Harry. A threat he'd use his mithril to its full deadly potential, to completely destroy Voldemort. But first, he had to convince Madame Pomfrey to let him go home, back to the safety of Dumbledore's cottage. She had argued that Harry could only go once he got out of bed and flowed himself home, although she'd then been incredibly displeased when he felt trying to do exactly that. For his part, Dumbledore was also quite eager to see Harry home, partially given Harry was running out of guards. Most of the teachers had already gone home for the summer, few of which were capable of doing much anyway. Dumbledore himself could have done it, if he wasn't spending most of his time rushing around, trying to prepare for Voldemort. Remus had left for a mission just a few hours before Harry had been attacked, an attack which had then revealed Moody to be a disguised Death Eater. Sirius had remained, but needed to remain in dog form, limiting his effectiveness. Then, you had the Ministry, who had started demanding for Tonks to arrange her first official Auror debriefing, which she could only put off for so long. As a response, Hagrid had been temporarily called back, who'd been preparing for his own mission. At the same time, Professor Flitwick had stepped forward, volunteering his time while Tonks was catching up on sleep between writing her reports. But, finally a week after everyone else had gone home, he'd mustered up the strength to make it through the flow, following an equally eager Tonks. Sirius had wanted to join them, but Dumbledore had sent private orders, leading to Sirius promising they'd meet again soon. With him safely under his own mithril wards, inside Dumbledore's own cottage, they'd all agreed he'd be safe enough. While it allowed Tonks the time needed to attend her meetings, it left Harry alone with his frustrations and his work. At first, Harry had focused on recreating his old gear, notably his Eastplate, shield and saber. But, then he'd moved on to improving those designs, and hit a wall. He had those ideas in his head, but he couldn't figure out how to get them to work. The result was a feverish few days, where night and day muddled into each other. He'd created more raw mithril in that time than perhaps any other, and yet his projects remained stubbornly unfinished. He'd jump out of bed at night when a new idea struck, and spent a few hours tinkering until it failed, whereupon he'd crawl back into bed as the rising sun poked its way past his curtains. Then after a few days of this, Harry was disturbed from his routine, as Nicholas had returned. The aged alchemist had visited immediately after the attack, but had needed to leave again before Harry had even awoken. Given Nicholas had been with his dying wife Perenelle, planning her funeral, Harry hadn't seen fit to complain. Back before he'd left the hospital wing, Nicholas had left a message for Harry to leave his new mithrate crystal alone. Seeing as Harry had felt that mithrate would have gone a long way to helping his projects, it was a rather impatient Harry that awaited him. An impatience that had nearly been equally mirrored by the aged man, right up until he got a good look at his young apprentice. "Ah Harry, I would say I'm glad to see you're doing better, but frankly you look like shit. You should be resting, recovering your health." Nicholas tutted, prodding at the bags under Harry's eyes with an unusual strength given his frail papery hands. "I have been resting, this is me taking it easy, sitting around and not doing anything physical." Harry protested, trying his best to get to his full height. "Right then, if you insist. Now, I trust you haven't used that mithrate yet?" Nicholas asked, already shuffling through the cottage and out towards the shed where the bismuth kiln had been. "No, I haven't even looked at it yet. The weight has been killing me," Harry replied, inadvertently imitating the old man's shuffle, taking a short limp every time his injured ankle took his weight. As the shed door creaked open, an involuntary gasp escaped Harry's lips, as his heart sank at the sight that greeted him. The kiln, one he'd paid the goblins dearly for, now lay shattered and broken, its fragments scattered across the floorboards. Given the size of the mithril cube he'd originally fed it, he was further disheartened to see he perhaps had 2 fists worth of crystal. Even then, the exact quantity of mithrate was hard to gauge amidst the shattered fragments, as it was abundantly clear that the mithrate had fallen with the kiln, shattering into fractured pieces upon impact. A mixture of frustration and determination welled up within Harry. The pieces, though broken, were not entirely lost. He could still salvage them, as even in their shattered state, each shard was a well of power and potential. With careful fingers, Harry gathered the larger fragments, feeling their edges beneath his touch. The sensation was both gritty and smooth, but above it all they were warm, as if each had its only pulse. Holding a few up into the light, Harry contented himself with the knowledge they were far larger than the tiny granules they'd previously taken from the gauntlet. Now that is a shame. Nicholas BMO.Ned, shifting through the small pile of crystals with far more purpose than Harry had. Finally, the man pulled from deep within the pile, revealing a relatively large stone. Would you be opposed if I took this gem back to France with me, Harry? Can I ask why? I'd prefer to hold on to the larger ones, Harry inquired, curious about his tutor's intent. The unpolished crystal itself was about the size of his knuckle, the type that would have worked great upon the hilt of a sword. With luck, it will be for your gauntlet. Nicholas answered easily, I've come to realize that we might have made a mistake when we removed the original mithrate crystals from it. It seems plausible that the gauntlet had generated those crystals to help manage your soul gem. By removing them, we eliminated the eventual buffer between the Philosopher's Stone and the soul gem. So, if we add that crystal, it might help control the soul gem. Harry quickly grasped the concept. Exactly, that's my hope. But I don't want to incorporate this crystal as it currently is. I believe the same process that made my Philosopher's Stone so potent could elevate your mithrate to similar heights of power. Really, it wasn't a hard decision to make, one Harry barely blinked at. Oh, okay, great. It's yours to take then. I thought you'd see it my way. Nicholas nodded, chuckling as with a negligent flick of his wand, the piles of gems floated into the air. Even a few caught between the floorboards worked themselves loose, joining the mass freely floating. A second flick conjured a smooth glass bowl, which soured underneath and neatly stored the mithrate within. The image was only slightly ruined when a third swish merely resulted in Nicholas frowning sternly at the remains of the kiln. I had forgotten that the kiln was made of bismuth, no wonder it broke. You'll need to dispose of it the Muggle way, unless you want to try to repair it. Now, I think you need to go back to your room and go to bed, although perhaps you'd best take a shower first. Nicholas instructed a blushing Harry, as normally, I'll be back in a week. I expect you to have gotten your sleep schedule sorted out by then. If not, I'll be having stern words with Albus. He should be here, caring for you, not gallivanting about collecting membership fees for his group. With the mithrate crystals finally in his possession, Harry finally felt he was getting somewhere. The first project he'd finished was his new saber, his official Mark II. The new version had kept the fairly plain silver cylinder hilt, although it was now long enough to allow both hands to grasp it. The other visual change was the 7 glowing green crystals evenly spaced around the emitter. These crystals were there to help guide and control the blade, improving upon the slightly passive control the original hilt had used. With the crystals, Harry had been able to add a second mithril generator, in turn making a blade that was far stronger than its deceased counterpart. This strength partially showed itself in an increased width and length, but it was hard to notice. When the blade reached its full power, the stabilized mithrilium bypassed the normal emerald green glow, and into a near-white sheen. If he pushed the blade any further, he'd quickly found out the blade would break confinement, at best reducing the hilt into a half-molten mess. But that wasn't an issue, as he'd rarely needed the old blade at its own full strength. Instead, the new mithril generator was for that added control. His hope was that the next time the blade matched a killing curse, the additional generator would help cover the load, preventing another explosion. After he'd managed to completely destroy several targets and strong shields with the blade, without so much as a flicker, Harry had deemed it finished. He'd then immediately made it a twin, before placing one saber into his pocket and another set aside. Given he had access to a near-infinite amount of mithril, he had no idea why he'd kept his old designs limited to just one finished version. However, he couldn't help but find the bitter irony distasteful. Now that he had two finished sabers, he had only a single hand to wield them with. The issue of his cursed stump had continued to thwart him, especially as he feared the proximity to its biting dark residual was partially to blame for his lethargy. The one time he'd attempted to cure himself hadn't ended well, when his pained cries had been enough to awaken Tonks and Dumbledore, who'd stormed in with drawn wands. As such, he'd resorted to hiding his stump in a temporary mithril shell. The shell helped soothe the pain, and provided a nice buffer whenever he'd unthinkingly reach for something. He disliked how this shell often kept his arm feeling itchy, and its presence made his missing limb feel permanent in a way the actual wound didn't. But, it did its job, and while he knew he could likely add a mithrate-powered hand onto that shell, he didn't want to waste that much mithrate when his repaired gauntlet might already have the answer. Instead, he'd moved back onto his Eastplate design, where he'd settled onto a final variant. In truth, it was more like it was composed of two parts, although they were unconventionally connected. The first was a form-fitting layer, which sat upon his bare skin like a normal shirt. Around the neckline and hem, he'd literally sprinkled the smallest mithrate crystals, those that had been reduced to a near powder. Their cumulative effect allowed that mithril shirt a fluidity similar to silk, allowing him to easily pull it on or off. By itself, that fluidity made it an improvement over the old version, which he'd always needed to crawl into. Being mithril, that newest mithril shirt hadn't even lost that much of its strength with the added fluidity. But, just in case, Harry had then taken up his chisel, and carefully drawn a great many runes upon the metal. Most were for all manner of shields, which had simply been copied over from the old Eastplate. But, there was a slightly increased focus on absorbing physical impacts. However, a few of the runes had instead been used for keeping the mithril clean. The metal itself had some degree of self-cleaning, resisting dust and stains. But, Harry had noticed the old Eastplate had still trapped his sweat and blood, which had slowly accumulated over time. It hadn't been an issue to occasionally clean it, but it was one less thing to worry about with the new version. He'd intended for the old version to be an all-day armor, but the few issues had been enough of an inconvenience to avoid wearing it fully. As such, every upgrade he'd installed into the new Eastplate had been focused on increased comfort, to make his armor convenient enough to be worn as intended. If that ended up with the shirt no longer looking like a true Eastplate, it was a cost he was willing to bear. But, that wasn't where the advancement stopped. The mithril shirt would predominantly go under his clothes, which would limit the abuse it could take. As such, a second larger layer would be placed over top, taking up the bulk of protection. This outer layer took the typical design of a Eastplate, although it still differed from the original. Where the first version had been designed after a typical medieval European Eastplate, this new version was purely functional. It consisted of a simple yet effective design, covering just Harry's upper chest and shoulders with a considerable mass of mithril. Where in the past Harry might have wasted time embellishing his designs, this Eastplate's surface was smooth, devoid of any decorative patterns or intricate engravings. Both layers would always be linked, keeping them as one full Eastplate, but the outer layer would only appear when called. To facilitate this, Harry had first formed the bulkier outer Eastplate, taking extra care to leave a void of space between his skin and the mithril. This outer layer was then fed into a sizable mithrate crystal. The actual feeding part had been unintentional, as Harry had placed the crystal onto the Eastplate. He'd merely instructed it to memorize the armor, when the mithril had seemingly been got into the crystal. At first he'd scrambled away in alarm, only calming when the crystal showed no sign of absorbing anything else. Cautiously, he'd poked it, at which point he'd gotten the weird sensation of touching the prior Eastplate. After some experimentation, he'd figured out feeding that crystal more magic led to the Eastplate reappearing. The mithril creeped out of the emerald crystal, reforming the armor within a few seconds, whilst keeping the mithrate front and center. Instantly, he'd picked up more crystals to experiment, only to quickly hit a limit. It seemed like the crystals would turn the silver mithril back into pure magic, which would then be stored. By itself, this wasn't dissimilar to how his mithril itself could expand and shrink according to his whim. The miraculous part was the crystal was able to independently remember and recreate whatever it had been fed. The only limitation was the crystal needed to be large enough to store it. Tiny crystals, those that made up most of his inventory, were barely able to hold mithril of an equally tiny mass. But, scaled up to a crystal 2 inches long, there was enough internal space to store a bulky beast plate, although it seemed that was its limit. Not for the first time, Harry swore at the kiln breaking, as it would have been fascinating to see what a large crystal could have stored. For now, it proved a very convenient method of transporting the beast plate, but Harry vowed he would get his hands on a full-sized mithrate crystal at some point. But, he'd quickly found the storage came at a considerable cost. The ideologies he'd formed the beast plate with would be retained after storage. But any runes he'd drawn would be lost upon being recalled to storage. Equally, only mithril could be stored. The steel plate he'd transfigured onto the mithril had simply fallen to the floor once the mithril had been recalled, and had remained there once the mithril had reformed. Fortunately, those limitations hadn't stopped him for long, as he'd affixed the crystal onto a mithril chain, and then placed the chain around his neck. The chain itself then had multiple metaphysical tethers to the mithril shirt underneath. When the bulky beast plate was called, it would merge onto the chain, where the ideologies could be passed through. As he'd already heavily enchanted the undershirt, Harry had realized he could copy his mithril ward's design. Rather than repeatedly draw runes onto the beast plate to recreate the same shields, the ideologies took the shields made from the undershirt, and expanded them. With minor modifications to the undershirt, he'd been able to create a trigger function. To call his armor, he'd simply need to fish the crystal out from his clothes, then feed it a touch of magic. Within less than 5 seconds, the outer beast plate would be fully formed, with shields activated. He just needed to ensure the crystal didn't activate from within his clothes, as one jumper had already been torn to shreds by the armor relentlessly forming underneath. There would always be more improvements to add, a fact Harry had designed the entire beast plate with in mind. For now, both the mithril shirt and beast plate would serve him well. With those initial 2 projects out of the way, he'd hoped to continue that progress but instead hit a roadblock. His main aim had been to fully replace what he'd lost, hence his new saber and beast plate. Out of what remained to be replaced, his mithrilium sleeve was possibly his biggest loss, having been destroyed alongside his arm. With the sleeve gone, he'd also lost a multitude of secondary items, which had been linked to it. Most of those items had already been easily replaced in his spare time, such as his general tools, water flask, or spear. Being some of the first mithril items he'd ever made, recreating them was done in moments. But then there were more intricate items like his shield, which he'd always been tinkering with. Not only had the loss of his shield lowered his present defensive capabilities, it meant years of advancement had been lost. In a similar boat was his key, which had been a part of the sleeve itself. Although being relatively simple by itself, Harry had been improving it for years. Starting from Malfoy Manor, any new lock he found, he'd modified his key to be able to open it. As such, with a wave of his arm he'd have been able to break into the Malfoy's attic, the headmaster's office, or even bypass the Ravenclaw riddle. In his foolish naivety, he'd never documented how he'd done so, having never considered the fact he'd lose that key. Outside of that key, the sleeve itself had mainly been used for summoning other inventions, an ability easily replicated onto any other creation. But deciding what to replicate it onto was a problem he'd been struggling with. The ability to summon his tools and creations was indispensable, streamlining his work and enhancing his capabilities. Without it, he found himself constantly searching for tools or laboriously recreating tools he'd forgotten about prior to needing them, a far cry from the efficiency the sleeve had offered. Another sleeve, this time within his right arm, would in theory work as well as the previous sleeve. But, given how much abuse his left arm had suffered, Harry wasn't sure he wanted to tempt fate onto his right arm. Instead, he'd planned on using his gauntlet for that purpose. Then, with just 2 days left until Nicholas's return, a neat solution made itself known, even if it had waited a week. Harry hadn't considered the missing sleeve a pressing issue, yet it continued to subtly annoy him. Then, yet another failed shield had fallen, and Harry had instinctively tried to catch it with his missing left hand. Of course, the shield had bounced right off the mithril shell covering his stump, disturbing a cluster of similarly faulty shields. But it had sparked his imagination. In short order, he'd set a mithrate crystal upon the end of the stump, then started imbuing the summoning capabilities of the old sleeve into his arm's shell. While he'd kept the item separate from the physical shell, he'd made liberal use of metaphysical tethers, keeping his tools intangible until called. When those tools weren't in use, he'd programmed them to float around his arm. Technically, the crystal wasn't needed for such a basic task, but it felt like the right course of action. Even then, the crystal's main task was to instead control a levitation charm when triggered. After some trial and error, Harry managed to calibrate the levitation charm, such that he could somewhat naturally grasp an object and manipulate it as he would have with his old hand. Without the crystal, that level of control would have taken considerable conscious thought. As it was, the crystal still needed to contend with the dark curse lingering in his arm, which really didn't want to be invalidated. But it was a solution for two of his problems, so Harry considered it a big success. The next time Nicholas showed up, Harry had recovered enough to actually welcome him at the door. But, it seemed since their last meeting their roles had reversed, as his mentor now seemed to bear a heavy weariness. "Good morning, Nicholas, are you doing all right?" Harry asked in concern, hardly relieved when a sad smile slid onto Nicholas's face. A smile that notably didn't reach his eyes. "I'm fine. Perhaps we might move this conversation to your room." Being Kendra Dumbledore's old room, Harry had the largest bedroom in the house, most of which he'd converted into another workshop. With his single bed tucked away under the window, Harry had done his best to maximize the space he had to work with. Having taken the time to tidy, his room was in a rare case of being presentable. Despite that, numerous opened books still covered his desk, with several more simply floating beside it. Just that morning, it had been tricky to even get to the desk, as a great many failed projects had littered the floor. The worst offenders had been reduced to raw magic and reabsorbed, but there had simply been too much for Harry to safely do that for them all. As such, Nicholas gave a critical eye at the mountain of loot decorating the corners of Harry's room. As he'd seen the inside of Nicholas's own workshop, Harry felt the man didn't have much room to be critical. According to Perenelle, there were projects Nicholas had put aside centuries ago, which had slowly become load-bearing junk. But, to his surprise, Nicholas didn't otherwise react, merely sinking into a chair and sighing. "I trust you've had a productive week, Harry, although it seems that book disagreed with you." Nicholas pointed out wryly, pointing at an open book with a half-dozen darts sticking out of it. "Ah, no, I was actually testing out a type of divination." Harry replied truthfully, although that didn't stop his blush. "Oh?" Nicholas asked wryly, raising an intrigued eyebrow, as a true smile finally gracing his wizened face. While his mentor had lived for many lifetimes, with the majority spent learning about magic, he'd never gained much faith in divination. Enough to concede it is a true magical art, but he didn't put as much stock into it as Harry did. "Yes, oh, I'd gotten a bit stuck on what to do, and thought, why not leave it to chance? So, I took that book on weapons, then charmed it to flip its pages back and forth, like it's in a breeze. After that, I just threw a dart at it to pick a page. Well, it certainly seems like the requirements for divination have gone down since I last looked into the subject." Rolling his eyes at Nicholas, but otherwise deciding to ignore the man's humor, Harry continued his explanation. "My problem was it landed on a page about a shield, so I took the dart out and tried again, and again. No matter how many darts I threw, all of them landed on the exact same page. I tried everything I could think of, short of just tearing that page out." "Now that is unusual," Nicholas commented, rising to his feet and checking the book for himself. "But why are all the darts in it now?" "Stress relief," he replied cheerfully, still confident the book had deserved its punishment. "I decided if the book is going to mock me like that, I'd keep throwing my darts at it." "Quite right, too, so, I take it this, dartomancy, is based on a real principle. I don't quite know if I call it that myself, but essentially. It originates from stichomancy, which is an established type of divination. Other than the fact it didn't give me the result I wanted, my dart casting was a perfectly valid divination." "Well, why isn't it the result you wanted?" What's stopping you from making a shield? Nicholas prompted. Despite his own lack of belief, he'd still support his apprentice, to the best of his abilities. A few things. First, I need something to tether it to. My watch was the tether for the old shield, but its power was linked to the mithrilium sleeve in my arm. With that arm now gone, Harry's voice tightened, the watch doesn't have the power to support the old shield, let alone a better one. With his frustrating failure brought back to the surface, Harry couldn't stop the tightness that infected his voice. While Nicholas definitely recognized Harry's frustration, he didn't allow it to get in his way, instead digging further into the problem. Break it down then. Why can't you make a new sleeve? Because I'm hoping my gauntlet can heal my arm, which means I can then get a fully operational mithril arm, like what Wormtail was given. That mithril arm would have vastly more power than my old sleeve did. But you needed me to fix it first. Nicholas finished, nodding in understanding, before letting out a very large sigh. Well, in that, I suppose I have news for you. You'd better sit down. Despite the prior direction of their conversation, Harry felt a slight dread given Nicholas's grave tone. As such, he silently took a seat on his bed, waiting for what was to come. So, I have never been good at this. You should know, we were able to enchant your mithrate. But, to ensure it would be as strong as possible, Perenelle gave her life to do so. There was a moment, where Harry could only blink dumbly, before the full weight of Nicholas's words struck him. Then, he found it hard to breathe, as his heart began pounding uncontrollably. Perhaps detecting his apprentice's shock, Nicholas kept talking, knowing Harry needed something to focus upon. Last week, on Friday, me and Perenelle began experimenting with your crystal. It's definitely crystalline, but that's about as far as we could tell. Just like your mithril, it's impossible to look further, to see elemental composition. But, we'd worked out enough to know we had a chance. Our original equation, allowing the use of a crystal for an alchemy stone instead of stone, would still work. And of course, while we've only made one philosopher's stone, we have improved the original experiment considerably. But, by Monday we made a decision. What we've never told anyone, is the cost and sacrifice it took to make the original stone. Endless health comes at an equal cost, a cost of life. Me and Perenelle both sacrificed our ability to have any more children, and it turned out our existing children couldn't take the elixir of life either. But, we can only sacrifice our fertility once, and we unanimously refused to let you make the mistakes we'd made. So Perenelle began designing a ritual to sacrifice her remaining life. With Nicholas's explanation serving its purpose, Harry regained enough control to argue back. But why? I didn't ask for this, I didn't ask for any of this. Nothing was worth someone's life. Harry yelled, getting up in Nicholas's face, trying to make him feel the same emotions Harry had been struck with. Why? Do you not think we had reasons for doing everything? Harry, my philosopher's stone was regarded as the strongest artifact of its generation. Your mithril took my stone and made it stronger. Add that soul gem into the mix, and what do you think happens? That gauntlet, the one you've made without even realizing it, is beyond anything me and Perenelle have ever made. That, keeping that protected, is well worth a life. We've been alive for centuries, long enough to see our family line die. My descendants, among them the Delacours, cannot use flammel magic. They lack the flammel alchemy boon, the very name of flammel is dead and forgotten. Nicholas paused, his eyes distant as if lost in the memories of centuries. All my legacy, it rests within your memories, and upon your gauntlet. Harry clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his mind racing to grasp the enormity of what was being said. It was Perenelle's right to ensure our legacy lived on, for as long as we could manage, Nicholas continued, his voice softer now. She was already dying, Harry. She had perhaps one more year anyway, of long days as she first lost her remaining magic, then her memories, then her very sense of self. The weight of Nicholas's words pressed upon Harry, the room feeling smaller, air heavier. It was my wife's sacrifice, Nicholas concluded, his voice filled with a reverence Harry had never heard before, and it was beautiful. After that, several minutes passed in heavy silence, the room enveloped in a somber stillness. And for Harry, there was an added measure of guilt that weighed on him like a leaden cloak. He'd never really gotten to know Perenelle, beyond the surface of her identity. She'd always just been, Nicholas' wife, a friendly face. Someone who'd attended occasional celebrations, who'd stood beside his mentor as they'd given him a gift. It was hard connecting those sparse memories of her with the realization that she was now dead. Her laughter and wisdom confined to the past, forever out of reach with no possibility of creating new memories or forging a deeper connection. It was a bitter realization that struck at Harry's heart, a poignant reminder of the fleeting nature of life and the missed opportunities to know someone truly remarkable. Now, onto lighter matters, the crystal. It took to the ritual even better than the Philosopher's Stone had. But, of course, that might be due to different outcomes. We'd realized, you don't need a second transmutation device. That allowed us to streamline the old ritual significantly, boosting its power instead. So saying, Nicholas withdrew a small leather pouch, from which he levitated the mithrate crystal, and for just a single moment, the crystal shone with its full power. It wasn't blinding, it was indeed remarkably easy to look at. But, the crystal was filled with such a light, the rest of the otherwise brightly lit room felt dim in comparison. It was even impossible to tell what type of light it was giving off, as for a wild moment, Harry thought it was emitting every light. And then, without any fanfare, the light shut off. Without that light, the crystal did seem less imposing, but it would always stand out from a pile of mithrate. For one, it shared that inner fire from the Philosopher's Stone, each holding a single flame trapped within. But where the stone's flame was Nicholas's Arlet red, the crystal's flame was Perenel's cool blue. But, at some point since he'd last seen it, it had also physically changed. When Nicholas has taken it, it has gone from a rough uncut gem, to what was clearly identifiable as a teardrop crystal. It was even hard to tell how much of its light was from within, and how much was the room's light reflecting off its polished surface. But, it was undeniable that some of its light came from within, for there was no other source of its unnatural all-consuming light. Well, don't just stand there, give it a wave. Nicholas demanded excitedly, floating the crystal over to him. Acting on pure instinct, Harry let the gem fall into his palm, before realizing Nicholas's likely had a reason for not touching the crystal. The rush of power that instantly filled him was both startling and invigorating. What residual exhaustion he'd felt, was seemingly washed aside, while all his senses seemed completely refreshed. But, he understood innately it came at a cost. Just like the Philosopher's Stone, it was an unnaturally strong generator of magic. But, that's roughly where the comparison stopped, as Harry instantly understood what Nicholas had meant by streamlining the ritual. Unlike the Philosopher's Stone, whose power generation was primarily there to fuel otherwise impossible rituals and transmutations, Harry's ability to draw upon its story was an unintended side effect. In comparison, this new crystal was only made to be a power generator, its entire purpose was to be strong. It would likely do other tasks if asked, but it would only be a secondary purpose at most. Strangely, as Harry felt the rush of power subside, he could feel the mithrate crystal had subtly linked to the mithrilium in his head. He hadn't expected the crystal to try and reach out to the liquid mithril, especially given their relative distance across his body. Whatever was happening between the two, he got the sense it was all that had kept the power rush from punishing him, a protection that wouldn't be afforded to anyone who wasn't called Harry Potter. Suddenly unnerved at the potentially dangerous nature of the crystal, he quickly set it to levitate in the air. With the crystal out of the way, he pulled the gauntlet ring from his pocket, and held it up. He was just on his way to putting it on, when he was once again reminded of his missing hand. Although he could have simply applied the ring to his other hand, he instead felt a touch of inspiration. Without the ring actually being on his finger, he gave it the mental command to open out. Strangely, in the 3 years he'd owned the gauntlet, it had only been fully formed off his hand once before. That had been when it was less than a day old, back when it looked vastly different from its current state. Even then, it had already been fully formed when he'd taken it off, and had remained so after he'd put it back on. Admittedly, back then he'd kept the gauntlet ring on his hand near constantly, fearing it'd get lost otherwise. As he'd grown used to its presence, he'd been more lenient, letting it sit elsewhere. Then of course adding the soul gem had essentially killed it, making it unsafe to wear for long. Now, as it slowly unfurled from the ring, it was clear that both the years, and Harry, hadn't been kind to it. As normal, the Philosopher's Stone easily transmuted itself, seeming to spring from a tiny jewel on the ring, to taking up most of the back of the gauntlet's hand. In comparison, the soul gem was clearly more stubborn, even as it grew from a tiny stud to taking up most of the ring finger knuckle. But, its path was decidedly sluggish, and left a brief dark stain upon the mithril. Then, the recently added beige alchemy stones jostled for position around the gauntlet, although they focused around the soul gem. Seeing as they were helping keep that gem under control, Harry couldn't protest their presence, but even now he still thought of them as unsightly. Not that the rest of the gauntlet was a masterpiece itself. In its youth, it had seemed almost like a silken glove, merely textured into pure silver. Other than the bright Arlet rock upon its back, his gauntlet matched the rest of his unnaturally perfect mithril. But, between being infused with basilisk venom and being repeatedly tainted by dementors, the mithril had grown a sickly green, with a pitted and warped texture. What was harder to note, was how much mobility it had lost, the result of the soul gem and foreign alchemy stones. It likely still functioned like a glove, but less silky, and more decayed leather. With his new understanding of his mithrate, Harry even understood why. The Philosopher's Stone had been the cause of its flexibility, independently changing the mithril by itself. With the stone's new focus of containing the soul gem, it seemed the mithril had been their silent battleground. So, not quite sure what to expect, Harry gently laid the gauntlet upon his desk, before reaching out and retaking the mithrate crystal. Without wasting any more time, Harry brought it over, only to be shocked as the crystal wormed its way free of his grasp to fling itself upon the gauntlet. Entirely by itself, the crystal settled into its new spot, taking up residence on the middle finger's knuckle. There was a brief moment of quiet, before both mithrate crystal and Philosopher's Stone flared brilliantly, surrounding the frigid soul gem in fiery light. After the mithrate crystal jumped into the gauntlet, Harry almost missed the full changes, his attention drawn by the brilliant flares of both the mithrate crystal and the Philosopher's Stone, which had surrounded the frigid soul gem in fiery light. The immediate change was the slight ripple that seemed to flow through the mithril, emanating from the new crystal. In each wake, the gauntlet seemed a touch healthier. The green of the basilisk venom, and the rough pitted texture from the dementors were steadily cleansed, restoring the mithril to its original pearly silver. At the same time, the beige alchemy stones slowly shrank, soon being fully absorbed into the gauntlet. Soon, barely visible under the light of its 3 gemstones, Harry was able to see the gauntlet as it had been years ago. But, despite that change, the slight mist emitted by the mithril that had lingered ever since he'd added the soul gem, remained. If anything, it seemed like it had grown far stronger, now noticeably floating off the magical metal. Then, as his arm's stump suddenly throbbed with pain, Harry couldn't shake the vivid images of a dark and eerie graveyard. It was only the resilient presence of mithrilium guarding his thoughts that managed to free him, just as the nightmarish figure of Voldemort rose from his cauldron. Now free, it was clear that the unsettling episode had been triggered by his gauntlet. Judging from the small layer of ice that was equally spreading across his table, the soul gem was fighting back, unleashing its full Dementor aura. Instinctively, Harry drew back, pulling a weeping Nicholas with him. Having some experience with the empathivoric powers of the Dementors, he feared their shared pain was helping fuel the soul gem. But, before anything could grow out of hand, a bright burst of cool blue flames surged over the gauntlet. Once his eyes recovered, he couldn't help blinking just a few more times, ensuring his eyes weren't lying. All 3 gemstones had dimmed, allowing the full change to be visible. The gauntlet had transformed into a true medieval knight's gauntlet, thicker and reinforced with new interlocking plates. These plates seemed to have naturally molded around the 3 gemstones, partially embedding and protecting them within the fresh layers of mithril while leaving their tops free to emit their various energies. One plate, covering all 4 knuckles, stood out prominently, providing additional protection to the soul gem and mithrate crystal embedded within. Harry could see how it would also safeguard his hand during a punch. Yet, its most distinctive feature was the faint red tint, transitioning from the dark red of Voldemort to the lighter red of Tom Riddle. This tint was a remnant from the 2 curses the gauntlet had absorbed, now employed for protection. The plates on top had taken on a subdued version of the damaging pitted texture the Dementor's aura had caused, but now it seemed deliberate. While it merely seemed like an aesthetical detail, a quick glance with his magizite revealed the truth. The combined gemstones, with the soul gem now under control, had directed its anti-magic aura to the back of the gauntlet. This created a shroud that would prove corrosive to any magic in its radius. This did result in the noticeable pitting in areas, a deliberate sacrifice to harness its newfound power while preserving the rest of the mithril in its pristine state. Having ensured the soul gem wouldn't attack them again, Harry turned to his distressed mentor, Nicholas, and inquired softly, "Nicholas, are you okay?" Nicholas, his usually composed demeanor shaken, replied with a strained voice, "Yes, I think I am. Don't pay me any mind. I just hadn't realized Perenel's death had hit me so hard, having it brought back so suddenly caught me off guard." He cleared his throat and managed a faint smile. "Please, do carry on." Taking his mentor's word for it, Harry cautiously reached out for the gauntlet, finding it unresponsive to his touch. Taking that as a good sign, he picked it up, before bringing it to his left stump. Sensing his intentions, he was treated to the sight of the entire gauntlet blurring for a second, turning into a left-hand version. It changed again as it drew even closer, although in a more sedate fashion. The gauntlet seemed to reach out, expanding outwards as it merged with the mithril shell that had been covering his injury. But he didn't expect the bright hot pain that suddenly struck his amputated arm, as the gauntlet firmly fixed itself upon his arm. Despite its power, the gauntlet eventually failed to dispel Voldemort's dark severing curse, merely confining it deep within his flesh. But blinking the pain away, Harry found it within him to smile. For, clutching his head in pain, was his gauntlet, seamlessly acting as a new left hand. Sitting heavily in a worn leather armchair, Nicholas felt every line on his face etched deep with the weight of centuries. His usually sharp eyes, which had seen more than most could fathom, were clouded with sorrow and fatigue. He knew that time was catching up with him, despite all his efforts to stave off the effects of aging. The elixir of life would prevent the body aging, along with healing most injuries, but it couldn't undo its effects. It also came at a cruel cost, as Nicholas's body had grown used to the strength his immortality had brought it. Despite his countless other elixirs and magical enhancements, he could feel his age catching up with him. The shock of forcibly reliving Perenel's death only exacerbated the issue. With a weary sigh, he decided to take a rest, to gather his strength for what lay ahead. "Harry, I'm going to lie down for a while. Get yourself familiar with that new arm, and you can catch me up on it later." Looking up from where he'd been running his hand down the armored plates that made up his forearm, Harry's eyes narrowed in concern. "Are you okay, Nicholas? You're not ill or anything?" Chuckling, Nicholas shook his head at the youth. "I'm old, that's my problem. This mortal body wasn't meant to live over 6 centuries, and your soul gem gave quite a shock to my system. But I'm just tired, I'll be right as rain after a nap." Trusting his mentor to be honest about such things, Harry let the matter drop. Especially when he had such an intriguing object to fill his attention. Even an hour later, Harry still caught himself marveling at his new hand. While its sense of touch was far weaker than he'd been used to, like he was constantly wearing a thick glove. Truth be told, it was a frightening concept, knowing he'd never fully regain his own hand. But, when his new arm came with a multitude of benefits, it was easy to push that fear aside. First and foremost, he could understand the gauntlet in ways he'd never imagined. The flow of information had even been so immense the mithrilium in his head had placed itself as a barrier against it. It left him in a strange position, as he knew he had the information available, it just wasn't stored in his own memory. But, if he wanted something to happen, his mithrilium would translate his meaning, before passing it onto the gauntlet. This translation went anywhere from giving his arm an incredibly smooth movement, to activating the Philosopher's Stone by accident. But even without the abilities of the gauntlet, his new arm was still a marvel. Even just flexing his fingers came with a sense of power, as its raw strength surpassed that of his biological arm, which had its own strength boosted from the ritual he'd taken the year before. He had also been surprised to find the mithrate crystal had integrated the tools he had connected to his arm's previous shell. Once he'd realized the shell had been absorbed into the gauntlet arm, he'd feared he'd lost the tools to metaspace. But he needn't have worried. Where those tools had floated intangibly around the mithril shell, they were now stored within the crystal. It seemed this ritual-enhanced crystal possessed an unnatural capacity for storage, unmatched by the limitations of ordinary mithrate. Of course, unlike the crystals holding his armor, the gauntlet crystal would only create items into his hand. Besides which, he wasn't fond of putting all his eggs into one basket. He'd nevertheless put a copy of his armor into the crystal, but he'd decided to keep important objects outside the gauntlet. The last thing he wanted was to lose the gauntlet, and with it every single weapon he had. But that didn't stop him adding metaphysical tethers to almost everything, in particular one of his magic sabers. Given it was his spare saber, he had tried feeding it into his gauntlet, only for the other mithrate crystals to be left behind to clatter on the floor. The saber his gauntlet had summoned had also been completely non-functional, with its dual energy cores lacking the runes they needed to work. It had taken some work to repair the damage, enough to make it clear he didn't want it to be a regular occurrence. His compromise was to make the entire saber intangible, and float around his gauntlet. It was a very similar method to what he'd used on his tools, just with a touch more care. While he didn't think it had happened, he'd eventually realized once his mithril was made metaphysical, he essentially lost track of it. He knew for a fact his first shield was somewhere in the Caribbean Sea, after its tether had been broken against an island ward. But as he'd started linking more tools to his previous arm shell, he grew concerned about the possibility of him forgetting what he'd tethered. Technically, a forgotten item wouldn't be lost, he just wouldn't know to recall them. Of course, for his tools he figured the 2 seconds it would take to recreate them was fine. The worry came from the possibility of forgetting something important, like his saber. It was unlikely to happen naturally, but mind magic was a powerful thing, and even a normal concussion could disrupt his memory. Those concerns had been eased when he'd focused on the tools that had been linked to his arm shell, having accurately guessed they'd transferred to his gauntlet. The moment the thought had crossed his mind, the mithrilium in his head had helpfully recalled the half-dozen minor tools, pulling the information from the mithrate crystal. As always, he couldn't quite describe it, even to himself. But it was as if the very idea and concept behind each tool had been shown to his mind's eye. Once he'd tentatively added his saber to the mix, he was satisfied he wouldn't easily forget it. It was like the mithrilium kept the concept of the saber floating on the edge of his consciousness, never enough to be distracting or even noticed, but equally available to him. What was important to take out of it was, he couldn't forget what he'd tethered to the gauntlet. He'd then taken his time to form a variety of basic mithril weapons, which he swiftly fed into the gauntlet. Just as he didn't want to lose his gauntlet and lose all his weapons, he didn't want the reverse to be true either. Not that he planned on ever losing the gauntlet, of course. Even if he were to disregard the gauntlet's formidable power, it held the last act of Perenelle Flammel, a legacy he was determined not to disrespect. Her memory by losing it. Nevertheless, he'd collapsed first a sword and shield into the mithrate crystal, followed by a spear and dagger. Then he'd gotten more creative, feeding it a versatile mithril rope, and even a few single-use grenades. But they wouldn't be his primary options, more like a backup plan. Before the Goblet of Fire, he'd always assumed he could create any weapon as he needed it, and then he'd had his mithril creation blocked. What he'd stored in the gauntlet could be summoned instantly, without drawing on his own power or abilities. He would hope they'd never be needed, since they'd never be stronger than what he'd normally use. For that was the very first lesson he'd learned against Voldemort. Back in his first year, his mithril alone wasn't enough. His view had started with its vulnerability to dark magic, but he'd easily pushed it out of mind. He still believed his mithril was extremely powerful, especially once he'd learned to augment his creations. But Nicholas had shown him different magical metals existed, which could surpass his mithril in different situations. That didn't mean his mithril was weak, far from it. But Harry could no longer allow himself to ignore the truth. With that thought in mind, he'd decided he wasn't going to ignore how his repeated attempts at divination had all told him he needed a shield any longer. After Nicholas had left for his nap, he'd even blindly picked a random book, running his fingers along the spines until he felt one that seemed right. Plucking it out, he'd made it open to a random page, and thrown a new dart at it. When he'd opened his eyes, he'd first regretted his choice of blindly picking a book, when he recognized the chosen book as a particularly important one. But the dart had nevertheless fallen upon a particular passage, with the words having instantly caught his attention. In the annals of magical history, HMS Warrior, a renowned 19th-century ship, stood for its pioneering use of enchanted iron plating, layered over the standard base of reinforced wood. Together it created an impregnable shield against both magical and Muggle threats. He knew he could be mistaken, as divination was renowned for its inaccuracy, but he felt the mention of layering materials was the true message. However, he didn't have all the materials he needed readily accessible, something he hoped the goblins would help with. But, even the thought of venturing out without a powerful shield already in place made his heart race and his palms grow clammy, unwilling to have a repeat performance of Crouch Jr.'s surprise attack after the graveyard. So, he'd settled on the slightly wasteful option of creating 2 shields, the first of which would be a more ordinary mithril one, augmented with mithrate and runes. He'd then be able to have it on him for his trip to Gringotts, where it would only need to work for his brief time in public. But, he hadn't started designing the second shield, as he didn't know what materials the goblins would or could give him. With luck, they'd actually help him build that shield, given their own experience with weapon forging. Even with that plan in place, he'd needed to wait until Nicholas awoke, so he devoted his remaining time to practicing recalling and storing his basic mithril items from the gauntlet. Whenever Harry created anything mithril, the pure silver mithril would run like liquid, growing into its shape. The entire process hardly took any time, even as raw material seamlessly formed into existence. However, when recalling a similar item from the gauntlet, the process looked remarkably different. Instead, it was as though the item materialized instantly, but in an ethereal form, invisible to the BPD eye. Then, the mithrate crystal would gleam, and Harry's emerald magic would surge forth, forming a shimmering wave that cascaded over the item. As the wave swept along, the item would slowly materialize, unveiled in its wake. Including the slight flick of his wrist he needed to activate the recall, the entire process took a bit longer, but with the added benefit of being pre-made. When creating his mithril, he'd always need to keep a firm result in mind, otherwise he'd need to start again. Just as he'd recalled his spear again, he spotted an awakened Nicholas leaning against the doorway. New ability. I don't remember you being able to do that before. Harry couldn't help but grin. Yeah, I figured out how to add items directly into the mithrate crystal on the gauntlet. Makes it quicker to access what I need. Nicholas raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued but didn't reply how Harry had expected. Perenelle called it the Eidolon Core when we were designing its ritual. She normally named projects randomly, so I didn't think much of it, but maybe she foresaw what it could do. Harry nodded, his curiosity piqued. Eidolon Core. That's the name for a Greek phantom, isn't it? Nicholas chuckled softly, a distant look in his eyes. Yes, it is. An Eidolon is a lingering spirit, not quite as aware as a ghost. They often hold onto items they died with, so some ancient wizards used them as a repository for preserving and accessing ethereal remnants of items or memories. The wizarding wing of the Library of Alexandria uses such spirits to keep copies of their books safe. The idea of using a spirit for such a task fell out of favor, of course, especially as Avs were being killed and forced into becoming an Eidolon. Do you think Perenelle's an Eidolon inside this crystal? Harry asked in concern, looking down at the gemstone in worry. Seeing Harry's distress, Nicholas instantly waved his concerns away. No, she isn't. The ritual to power that stone wouldn't have taken if her spirit had lingered. But its name does seem quite fitting, doesn't it? Relieved, Harry kept his focus on the crystal, thoughtfully eyeing the preserved flame of Perenelle's magic. I think I like the name Eidolon Core, it's only right it gets its own name too. Oh, don't let my reminiscing affect you. If you want to name it something else, go ahead. Neither me nor Perenelle expected you to keep that name, it was just something she used for note-keeping. Nicholas hastened to explain. No, it's a good name, I've already decided. Harry firmly announced, before storing the spear and holding his gauntlet aloft, before dramatically announcing, Behold, for I pronounce thee the Eidolon Core, keeper of the mithril, the light that glows in the darkness. To his surprise, there was a near-blinding flash from the gemstone, instantly followed by the unearthly sound of crystal unbreaking. He then numbly felt himself collapse, as his magic was steadily drained, until the world gave a jolt and everything was fine. Opening his eyes and finding himself back upright and unmoved, Harry gave a slight stumble, staring at his gauntlet in shock. While it seemed like the previous moment had been undone somehow, the exhaustion lingered, clinging to his very bones. I'm glad you haven't lost your flair for dramatics, you've certainly spent far too much time with Albus. Nicholas chuckled, seemingly unconcerned and nodding his head in approval. That light and stuff wasn't me, it seemed like it was the core. Harry replied, unable to take his eyes away from the dim crystal. It reacted to what I said, but that wasn't anything it should be able to do by itself. Well, are you sure it hasn't just adopted your own sense of flair? It is a strong concentration of your own magic. No, it cannot be. This wasn't just some light magic, it was something more. Can you not feel it? That tinge of power still in the air. Now frowning, Nicholas drew his wand and ran a series of diagnostic charms, increasing in intensity with each cast. He finished by drawing a series of runes that Harry knew were far beyond him, with each rune linking together to tell Nicholas something. Finally, Nicholas lowered his wand, releasing a shocked, "Oh my." Now that his mentor's face now matched the shock Harry had felt, his fears only grew. What is it? What did it do? Harry urged, more than a bit unsettled. It seems, Harry, you've done the impossible, again. Tell me, what do you know of named objects? Nicholas pondered, clearly lost in thought. I don't think I've ever heard of it. I mean, obviously I know some objects have names, but I thought that was just a sentimental thing. Harry stammered. It does, normally. But every so often something special happens, a touch of the divine. Here Nicholas raised his finger accusingly upwards, as if he could see the divine through the ceiling. When that happens, the named object becomes more individual than item, it becomes an artifact. You'd recognize most of the historical named artifacts, I'd bet, although the most famous around here is likely Thor's hammer Mjolnir. If you want an example closer to home, does the Elder Wand ring any bells, EY? But it's not meant to work as it just did. What, so my Eidolon core is as strong as the Elder Wand? Merlin, no. To start with, that wand is even older than I, your newly born artifact isn't going to compare. But, it's likely a step closer to that wand that it was a few minutes ago. Turning back to the crystal, and looking with his mage sight, Harry could tell Nicholas was right. It was hard to detect given the stone was already considerably strong, but there was a depth to it there hadn't been before. Just looking at it was like a mirror, almost a perfect reflection of himself. It wasn't an entirely new sensation, seeing as all his mithril contained his magic. But there was a deeper connection within the Eidolon core that had always been missing. Running his finger across the smooth crystal, he wasn't able to sense anything beyond that, however his finger had disturbed a visible aura. A strange glow that orbited the teardrop shape without ever touching. So, what happens now? Harry asked, completely lost. Now you have an artifact, plus my stone and your soul gem could likely be counted too if you named them too. It simply shouldn't be possible for mortal men like us to name an artifact, especially without being in a consecrated temple. Why a temple? What's so special about it? It's the home of a god's power. Their very presence permeates the building, and it's usually them who names artifacts devoted to them. You mean, like how my mithril ward protects this cottage? In my room full of mithril, naming an object made from my own magic and holding my exact signature? Harry asked wryly, looking around his room. That would make a fair deal of sense. You could attempt to name another object, but be careful. Named objects were meant to hold the essence of the namer, making them stronger at the cost of making the namer vulnerable. For some perspective, there's a legend that suggests Thor met his demise when Mjolnir was shattered in battle. I wouldn't think you'd be quite that vulnerable, but this is uncharted territory. When you can, visit the goblins. They have a long history of dealing in named artifacts, and their expertise in this area is unmatched. Nodding, Harry easily agreed. I was planning on visiting the goblins anyway, since they would help me make a powerful shield. But I think I'll try naming something else first, to prove it wasn't a fluke. Oh, you have something in mind already. Rather than reply, Harry held up his false hand, giving Nicholas a good look at it. Another stone, I take it. If it is true that it needs your personal connection, I don't think either would work. No, not another stone, the gauntlet itself. It already practically has its own name, so it's about time it has its own, right? Stunned, Nicholas sat back, running a hand through his wizened hair. It will be interesting to see how that works, but think of the implications. Do you want to put more of your power into that? I understand, but look at it another way. If I name my gauntlet, it will truly be mine, right? Dedicated to me, or in my honor or whatever. There must be some strong magic I could cast on such an artifact, something that would further protect it. Point. Tell you what, how about we sleep on the problem? I doubt a few hours will change your apparent ability to name an artifact, and we'll be able to look at it with clear heads. Incidentally, did you plan to just keep calling it the gauntlet? I was thinking of changing it actually. It's grown since then, not just a container for your philosopher's stone. So I was thinking it should be known as the Perennialian Gauntlet. Getting slightly teary, Nicholas looked at Harry in joy. Perennialian, after my Perennial. That's a wonderful name, you have a great heart, lad. Let nobody ever tell you otherwise. Drying his eyes, Nicholas patted Harry fondly on the shoulder, before leading him out the room. Now, you need some food put into you, I can tell you haven't been eating well. Harry found it surprisingly pleasant to take a break and enjoy a sandwich with Nicholas. The simple act of sitting down and sharing a meal brought a sense of peace that had eluded him for a long while. So, about your plans with the goblins, do you have any specific materials in mind? Nicholas prompted. Not really. Harry shrugged. Honestly, I was hoping they'd be willing to negotiate and make the entire thing for me. They owe me after that bismuth kiln broke. But I'm also considering creating a lighter shield for my gauntlet, which I did want your help with. Do you think your sigils would interact well with my mithril? Nicholas leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Sigils, Typically, they're summoned in midair, as that's how they were designed. However, you've mentioned that your mithril is quite similar. If you haven't tried it already, I'd suggest giving it a shot. Just remember, sigils tend to react explosively if they collapse. Harry nodded, before carefully recalling the first shield sigil Nicholas had taught him. Once in mind, he summoned it, and the upside-down triangle blazed to life between them. Afterward, he dismissed the sigil and began forming it once more. As he held the magic in front of him, shaping the sigil's design, Harry decided to flood it with his magic and let it cool. To his relieved surprise, his improvised alteration of the sigil led to his mithril solidifying first try. His elation was short-lived though, as gravity took its toll, causing the sigil pattern to break into individual rune segments that clattered onto the table. Harry stared at them in disapproval. No worries. If anything, it'll be easier to recreate the sigil now that you have the parts. We can construct it directly on the table. Nicholas reassured him, already beginning to piece together the accidental puzzle Harry had created. However, even after they rebuilt the complete sigil, Harry's mithril proved incapable of summoning the actual sigil shield. Well, that is disappointing. Nicholas admitted, frowning down at the mithril. But what if you try to form the sigil directly into the mithril? If my hunch is correct, the mithril should act as the conduit, making it easier to manifest the sigil. It required some adjustments, with faint mithril wires connecting the entire sigil pattern into a single, coherent piece. But breathing deeply, Harry began. Instead of drawing the sigil, he willed his magic into the mithril sigil, which, to his relief, burst to life and summoned the sigil. Plucking up a nearby apple, Nicholas tossed it onto the sigil shield, which easily held the apple aloft, even as both apple and mithril started smoking worryingly. It didn't take long for the sigil to splutter pathetically, before fizzling out of existence, the half-burned apple splattering onto the mithril below. Well, at least it did form correctly. Nicholas commented. Oh, it worked great, I'll be able to boil any rogue apples in my way. Harry retorted, leaning over to inspect the now inert mithril. Look at this, the wires are completely destroyed. Hopefully, that's the only reason it failed. That could very well be it, although even I wouldn't have thought your mithril being overwhelmed should have been a problem. By the time Tonks arrived home from the office, late at night she found Harry and Nicholas still at the table. She couldn't help laughing as they very seriously put together a strange puzzle on top of a circular shield, especially as several identical puzzle pieces were littering the table and floor. Oh, Tonks, home already? Harry asked, looking up in surprise. Well, yes, same as most days. You see, once I'm there long enough, they let me go home. Tonks returned dryly, indicating the darkened windows. Good heavens, it can't be this late already, surely. Nicholas cried, staring at the windows in puzzlement. Have you two been down here making a mess all day? What's the matter, did you run out of room in your workshop? Sheepishly, Harry rubbed the back of his neck, even as he set about disposing of the spare mithril runes. Actually, we came down here for lunch. I guess we just forgot to go upstairs again. Nerds. The following morning, Harry and Nicholas stood in the garden, the newest shield lying in front of them. Once they'd arranged the sigil correctly the night before, Harry had recessed it into the shield, holding it all together. At the moment, the shield's entire purpose was to test out the sigil, which they feared could explode. He hoped it wouldn't, least of all as he had one of his valuable mithrate crystals embedded on the backside of the shield which would actually trigger the sigil. But, wary of the risks, the shield had a thick cable leading to where Harry and Nicholas stood, allowing him to activate the crystal from a distance. Exchanging giddy looks, Harry sent his magic down the cable, activating the sigil. With bated breath, they watched as the mithril pieces were briefly tinted in his emerald magic, before the sigil shield surged into life. Already, Harry could tell it looked stronger than the day before, with the mithril shield hard to make out through the sigil shield above it. Then, when Nicholas repeated his apple test, the apple was able to rest of the sigil without either mithril or fruit being burned by the power. Now grinning in anticipation, Harry threw a large rock at the shield as hard as he could, which shattered on impact as expected. Sending another stream of magic to dismiss the shield, Harry grew dismayed when he finally saw the mithril shield again. Not only had the shield shrunk as its magic had been used up to fuel the shield, there were clear burn marks where the sigil shield had apparently formed within the mithril. Despite his frown, Nicholas still pulled at his wispy beard, in what Harry knew was deep thought. That's not too bad, his mentor finally mused, eyeing the shield in consideration. It's not too good either. Harry felt obliged to point out. I doubt they'd even be in a situation where I'd want to sacrifice my entire shield for the sigil. Crossing over to the shield, Nicholas waved off Harry's concerns, tipping the shield over to examine its underside. Harry took a little longer, needing to limp considerably from the pain emanating from his ankle. He needed to take each step cautiously, his ankle throbbing with pain with each step. He had awakened that morning to an unwelcome reminder of his injury with a sharp, persistent ache that had refused to subside, even after the healing encasement charm. When he had managed to find a solution to replace his arm, he had hoped for a similar fix for his foot, seeing as both injuries had been inflicted by Voldemort in their last encounter. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything he or his mithril could do, other than let it heal naturally. Even trying to remove the dark magic taint like he'd done for Lockhart hadn't worked, with Voldemort's magic being strong enough to burn through any mithril he sent at it. So, by the time he'd reached Nicholas, the man had already given the shield an initial examination. The good news is the crystal wasn't damaged, so it's likely a lack of power that made the shield shrink. And these marks where the sigil was, they don't go very deep. It seems to me like if we raised the sigil runes a bit, the sigil would be summoned just above the mithril. Nicholas announced, before looking up and finally seeing exactly how Harry was limping. Foolish boy, limping around like that isn't going to help anyone. If you are in this much pain, you should tell someone. Nicholas chided, running his wand around Harry's leg and instantly soothing the pain. Blushing, Harry still found it within himself to argue. Madame Pomfrey told me the only thing to do with it is to let it heal naturally and numb it. I didn't expect that telling anyone could do anything. With the greatest respect to your healer, Harry, I have lived a half-dozen of her lifetimes. Nicholas chided, you will find that healing has many similarities to alchemy. As you should know, considering I am standing here now, thanks to that stone on your hand. Somehow blushing even harder, he could only nod in agreement. Sighing fondly, Nicholas conjured a pair of armchairs for them to rest in, shield temporarily forgotten. Now's as good a time as any to teach you, I suppose. Harry, your gauntlet, can you form something like a cup around just the Philosopher's Stone? Something that will allow us to fill it with liquid, and allow the liquid to touch the stone. Despite the strange request, Harry focused on his gauntlet, reforming the mithril as requested. Given the gauntlet was also his new hand, it made balancing the cup an issue, as the cup extended out the top of his hand. Good, now you'll want to fill it with your blood. Now slightly incredulous, Harry nevertheless didn't question the order as he mentally sharpened the lip of his strange cup. With some maneuvering, he pressed his forearm against the lip, getting it mostly full. That'll do. Now just let it sit for a while, the longer the better. Whilst we wait, I've had a thought about that shield if you'd want to hear it. Of course I'd love to hear your thoughts. Excellent. Firstly, you'll need to sort out the power generation for the sigil, you'll want to make it as strong as you can. Secondly, I'll get to work on designing a new sigil shield for you. If it's summoned entirely by your mithril, I don't need to worry about complexity. Obviously, when we thought sigils could only be summoned manually, me and Paranel couldn't mentally cast sigils with too many parts. This has naturally limited how far we could go with the art, instead leading to many simple sigils. With your mithril, I can ignore all those limitations. Harry wasn't sure whether to be more impressed by the topic itself, or the almost giddy way his ancient mentor was telling it. That sounds great, but I'd assume it would come at a bigger power cost. Oh, an enormous power cost most likely. It will be magnificent. But, you'll get your worth out of it. So, do you have any suggestions of what you'd like? Harry thought for a moment, mentally catching himself just before he raised his arm and spilled his blood, before musing his ideas. Well, I was thinking obviously this sigil will work best against physical attacks, but that's already mostly redundant by the mithril itself. But, could you make it elemental? Something like an earth shield that could block curses like the Unforgivables. Regular shield charms will deal with lesser magic, but charms won't stop anything that can break apart magic, like dragon fire or a killing curse. Certainly, Nicholas easily agreed. And I suspect such a sigil shield would have other uses too. Anything else? I was thinking I need some way to reinforce the mithril. This shield will need to be cheap to make, so I only have mithril to work with, so some sigil to increase its rigidity would be great. At this, Harry was surprised when Nicholas vigorously shook his head. No, absolutely not. Never use waste magic doing something that can be done for free. Harry, you aren't the first person to make a shield, learn from what everyone's done before you. Shields, especially ones like you are making, were made from wood for a reason. Keep the mithril disc you've got, but set it onto a good bit of wood. Talk to Fleur about it, she'll need the experience anyway. Fleur. Yes, Fleur. Nicholas clarified, taking on a slight teasing tone. My granddaughter Fleur, the one who called you cousin. Owned, yay hi, French. Yes, thank you. I know who Fleur is, but why her? I think I can make a wooden circle myself, thanks. I'm quite sure you know, but no matter. Fleur is a Vila, and as such she has access to their traditional Solaris resonance enchanting. In short, they take a piece of wood, and they make it unbreakable. A wooden blade will shatter a steel sword long before it receives any damage itself. Send her a balsa wood base for your shield, and she'll enchant it to be virtually indestructible, as long as it basks in sunlight occasionally. Your shield can then conserve energy for other protections, and the wood itself requires no magical upkeep and remains intrinsically resilient. Do you have any of that wood available? Harry asked eagerly, fully sold on the idea. I do not, but have you already forgotten a particular stone in your possession, that can transmute anything into anything else? Incidentally, you'll want to send a bar of alchemical gold too. The Vila like it for some reason. Actually, I hadn't forgotten the stone, but I had assumed it would be like most rituals, where the material has to be organic. You've always been the one to drill into me that I can't use the stone as a shortcut for everything, so excuse me if I don't instantly jump to use it. Right you are, my apologies, Nicholas hummed. Well, for future reference, transmuted materials only affect rituals in which that specific material is being used. The Vila's Solaris resonance enchanting is applied directly to the wood, so its origin is unimportant. Okay, sure. So, transmute a wooden shield and bar of gold, send both to Fleur and ask her to enchant it. Meanwhile, you'll be designing a new sigil. I'll also get to work designing a new power system, but it shouldn't take too long, so I was thinking of starting a new project. Oh, is this another weapon or something different? Different. You know how we imbue my coat with that dragon skin leather. I think it's time I do the same with the Dementor's cloak. This year proved how important it can be, I just need to find some way of controlling it. That clearly took Nicholas by surprise, who took a moment to muse over the implications. That could work, but I'd worry about its corruptive aura. I'd hate for your current coat to become unusable because we rushed into things. It shouldn't be too different to the dragon skin ritual, right? We can hope not. But you have to understand, that ritual was a tried and tested process. Tailors and armorers have been doing similar for centuries. To the best of my knowledge, nobody has done anything even close to what you want. However, the fact that the Dementor's cloak is a physical object you can wear, and its proximity hasn't caused any other damage, there's a chance it's possible. A chance is good. I'd like to try and design the ritual, based on what we did for the dragon skin transfer. Harry decided, looking at his mentor for his approval. It took Nicholas a while, but eventually he nodded his consent. Fine, but do not try anything until I've come back. Theory only, Harry, theory only. Anyway, I think the stone will have finished transmuting your blood, so you'll want to drink up. I will warn you, it's incredibly bitter. It took Harry an awkwardly long time to work out what Nicholas was talking about, until he remembered the cup he'd formed from the gauntlet. Bashful at his forgetfulness, he didn't waste any time in downing the drink, instantly regretting it as the bitter and metallic taste flooded his senses. He almost choked, but finally managed to swallow it all down, to the clear amusement of Nicholas. For a moment, he'd feared his mentor was pulling some bizarre prank, but then warmth began to flood him, starting from his stomach and radiating outwards. It was very similar to his experience with fire whiskey, except far stronger and without the alcohol. Almost immediately, the pains he'd been suffering from soothed into nothingness, giving him a lightness he hadn't felt for a while. Even the stump of his arm within the gauntlet felt better, while his ankle quietened away entirely. He'd only just registered that, when another wave of heat spread through him, giving him a strength he'd never have expected. Even with his ritual tying his physical strength to his magical strength, his body had never felt this energized. Wow! Harry breathed, almost lost to the sensation. What was that? That was the elixir of life. I figured it's long gone time for you to know how to brew it yourself, especially with the short-term effects you just experienced. Does that mean I'm immortal now, just like that? Not how you're imagining, but equally yes. For at most the next hour, you are indeed immortal. But, the duration of the elixir lasts for roughly as long as its brewing time. A year of brewing will grant about a year and a bit of immortality. But, there are two key pieces of information you should keep in mind. 1. The elixir itself isn't long-lasting, once it loses contact with the stone. At some point, you'll get the enchant ton cask Perenelle used, once it's finished decontamination. But, 2. The elixir only works for whoever's blood was used. That elixir healed you, but would have had the opposite effect on me. His mind spun, but he still did his best to memorize the details. So, the elixir doesn't last long, takes a long time to be truly effective, and poison for anyone else. Is that why you said you'd have enough elixir left to make your arrangements? Quite. Me and Perenelle would take turns brewing the elixir, using our aforementioned casks. At our best, we'd spend 1 decade brewing a new batch, and while using up the last batch. But we weren't perfect with it. There was one particularly dark time when a cask broke while we weren't there. I was going through batches every few days, and it took years for us to crawl our way back to a safe amount. That's the other problem. The elixir can get extremely addictive, as your body yearns for that energized feeling. So, I have that to look forward to then. How bad is the yearning, and how often will I need to drink the elixir? For now, with that single drink, you'll unlikely to suffer. Well, no, you may suffer as your pains return, but that's no different from usual potions. As for how often you need it, my best advice is simply, you'll know. It's like growing thirsty, your body will let you know it's running out of the elixir. I would highly recommend drinking it sparingly, when you truly need the boost. Times like today, when your injuries and pains are near debilitating. I wouldn't worry about setting a rhythm for brewing the elixir for many years, perhaps even decades. Frowning, Harry couldn't agree with that last point. But Voldemort is after me. Surely having a plentiful supply of the elixir to drink from would be useful, if nothing else to allow me to survive another encounter. The elixir of life isn't some performance-enhancing drunk, Harry. Nicholas snapped, a rare taste of anger coloring his tone. The elixir will not save you from being injured, or even killed. It will provide a healing factor, it will give you a source of energy. But it doesn't stop death. You age partly because your body naturally degrades quicker than you can heal. The elixir gives your body the boost it needs to overcome that degradation. But even then it cannot undo the effects of age, only halt further damage. It doesn't matter how many times you drink the elixir, your arm will remain a stump. If Voldemort gets a killing blow on you, no healing factor will save you. Finally, Nicholas took a deep breath, calming himself down. No, use the elixir sparingly for now. In your hands, the Philosopher's Stone will serve you better than its elixir ever will. I'm sorry, Harry replied, only for Nicholas to wave it away. No, it's natural for you to ask this. It is your future, you should be as informed as possible. But, you have to remember, Perenelle was dying even with the elixir still supporting her. It wouldn't have mattered if we'd still had the Philosopher's Stone, the human body is still a highly fragile machine. Anyway, enough about that for now. If you get that wooden shield made now, I'll see if I can give it to Fleur personally. I'll need to return to France for this anyway, to consult Perenelle's old notes on sigils. Onwards and upwards, Harry. For his homework, Harry had designed an entirely new magical generator, making use of another mithrate crystal. It was quite alarming how many crystals he'd already used. The glass bowl he'd kept them in was still over half full, yet the top of the pile was a fair bit from the lip of the bowl, where they'd started from. Nevertheless, he valued his safety over the number of crystals he had left. They were future Harry problems, and future Harry may not exist without present Harry protecting himself. He'd started by taking apart a mithril generator he'd made in his first year, shaking his head at the shoddy work. The newer and safer mithril core couldn't provide the power he wanted whilst keeping a small profile. The mithril kettle he'd designed for the goblins had a similar problem, as it was simply gigantic. As such, he'd returned to his original generators, having incorporated a mithrate crystal into the design. This crystal could control the intensity of the decay runes, which would then power the generator. When the shield experienced strain, the mithrate would automatically increase the power output to match, allowing him to always run the shield at full power. The result was a compact mithril generator he'd christened the Mithril Overdrive, which he'd fashioned to end up looking like a shield roundel. It even looked natural when placed onto a new temporary shield, with the mithrate crystal pointing inwards, so it was sandwiched between the two thick plates of mithril. Making the most of Tonk's day off work, he'd given the shield a few basic charms he'd remembered from his previous shield, and pushed it to full power. He and Tonks then threw their all at the propped-up shield, fully battering it with any number of curses. No matter what struck it, they splashed against the luminous shield charm with no obvious impact. The only time the shield had even reacted was when Tonks had used a particularly dark piercing curse. But, while the shield had merely flickered momentarily, before instantly recovering, Tonks had been left bent over and taking deep breaths, needing to regain her spent energy. Given he hadn't even used the more complex shield charms he'd had on his last shield, it was safe to say he was thoroughly pleased with his new overdrive generator, even if it had limited potential outside of shields. The only downside Harry could see was how the rim of the mithril shield had dug itself into the grass, suggesting he'd need to worry about the physical knockback from stronger spells. With their test concluded, Harry enlisted Tonks's help in brainstorming additional shield enhancements. He had already inscribed protective runes on the back of the shield, with the majority employing the same kinetic dampening principle as its predecessor. Given the previous shield had been enough to halt the swing of an enraged werewolf, he had no intention of abandoning this feature. Where the last shield had absorbed the kinetic energy of incoming attacks and transferred it into the shield itself, that extra energy would have been wasted on this new design. Instead, Harry used runes that could reverse that kinetic energy. For the most part, he expected this adjustment to maintain the same effect, rapidly reducing the force of physical attacks when they collided with the shield. But, Harry could foresee the shield acting to repel weaker attacks too. At its most extreme, he was hoping the shield would eventually be strong enough to slow a freefall. It was purely dumb luck that Barty Jr. had been the one sent hurtling out of Moody's office and crashing into the grounds while Harry had been thrown through a wall and into the corridor. If their positions had been reversed, Harry knew that would have been his death. His hope was that his new shield could save him from falling to his death, even if he was unconscious or unable to save himself. This kinetic reversal was his first true attempt, which he hoped would be the first of many. Putting his faith in his runes, he then strapped the shield to his feet and leapt from an upper floor window, despite Tonk's protests. He didn't immediately sense any difference, having grown used to the feeling of falling from his jumps off the divination tower. But, while he'd started to fall at a normal speed, once the ground had drawn close enough, he had felt the runes on the shield activating. Slowly, he could feel his speed decreasing, feeling almost like he was compressing a spring. After a moment to recover from the jolt of landing, he stumbled forward, his legs wobbly but thrilled at the effectiveness of the shield as he regained his composure. His landing had been bone-jarring, but It felt like a minor inconvenience compared to what it could have been without the shield's protection. Even his injured ankle hadn't reacted, between the magical cast and the elixir of life still in his system. Despite herself, Tonks was clearly impressed. She shook her head in disbelief and then gave Harry an enthusiastic thumbs up. Okay, I'll admit that was impressive. But you'll want to roll out of the landing for falls like that, even with your cushioning. Actually, by the time I've improved it a bit more, I'm hoping I'll come to a complete stop before I hit the ground. Like an elevator stopping, you know. But I'll definitely keep that roll suggestion in mind. Shrugging, Tonks accepted his claim. Alright then, but you know what would be cool? Enchanting your coat to do that. Think about it, you could be falling and then your coat tails could spread out and you'd be able to glide around. I don't need my coat to do that, I can already use magic to land easily. This shield is a last resort, something I shouldn't ever need to use. Besides, fabric won't hold the runes as easily. Well, could you enchant my robes like that then? Tonks returned, getting an eye roll from Harry for her efforts. With a gasp, Harry remembered something. Getting up, he left his shield on the floor as he ran into the garden, moving behind the shed to find the near-forgotten stack of bismuth Dumbledore had gifted him. It took some time to shift enough bars out the way, but there within the stack was the ice-covered golden cauldron he'd hidden the summer before. Cautiously cracking open the lid, he groaned as he saw most of the Dementor ash had vanished, as he'd feared. When Snape had given him the ash that previous summer, he'd even been warned the ash likely wouldn't last a year, and he'd planned on preserving it and messing with it over the winter break, after he and Snape had experimented with the professor's batch. Instead, the Triwizard Tournament had both robbed him of the winter break, and banished the golden cauldron completely from his mind. But now he'd remembered it, and confirmed he did still have some left over. He knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. First, he used the gauntlet to transmute a spot of the ground into another golden cauldron, this one far smaller than the other. Feeling curious, Harry went into the shed and pulled out the largest pieces of bismuth from his broken kiln, and did his best to line the new cauldron with it. Gold naturally resisted magic, including containing the Dementor ash's aura. His hope was the bismuth would help reflect that aura, allowing the ash some further longevity. Which was entirely theoretical, as nobody had ever been idiotic enough to try and store Dementor ash. The usual procedure was the Ministry would occasionally gather up the Dementor ash Azkaban would steadily generate, and then auction it off to potioneers and alchemists. What was not the standard, was getting mobbed by 100 Dementors, warding them off with a burning sword, and covering an entire forest clearing in Dementor ash. Even after they'd split that ash between themselves, Harry alone had likely lost more ash than most people ever owned. Which unfortunately meant if anyone had done any research into his current issue, they hadn't made it accessible. Between Nicholas and Snape, their combined knowledge on the ash was mostly made up with what they'd discovered by themselves. Harry's plan was to take the ash, and use it as chalk for the ritual of imbuing his coat with the Dementor's cloak. Snape's knowledge was exclusive to using the ash with potions, but there was a chance Nicholas would know the answer. Something that would need to wait, as his mentor wouldn't return from France for another day. So, with some regret, he buried both cauldrons back within the bismuth ingots, further insulating the magic within them. But, not before he'd scooped a handful of the ash into a bowl, to experiment with inside. Hey Tonks, I know it's your day off, but would you mind going on a small shopping trip for me please? Harry called, as he started rummaging through his many pockets for his old mortar and pestle. Maybe, what do you need? She replied, getting up from where she'd been modifying her own coat in front of the radio. Coconut oil and spruce sap, about a half ounce of each. The apothecary will have the coconut oil, but you might need to go into the botanical novelties, for the sap, which might also be called spruce gum. That is completely nonsensical, but I'll do my best. I'll probably only be able to go down to a jigger of each, but that should be fine, right? Baffled, Harry stared at her for a moment, before his brain clicked back to the Wizarding World standards. Rather than consistently use a simple method, like the measurements he'd grown up with in Muggle school, wizarding shops used whatever measurement they wanted. So, Slug and Jigger's apothecary had their smallest bottle size as a jigger, almost 3 times what he needed. Yeah, that'll be fine. Nicholas will use the leftovers if I don't. Thank you, Tonks. Although that combination was strange, Harry didn't expect her to struggle, it would just take some time. In the meantime, he'd busied himself by trying to find his old first-year potion kit. He'd gotten better equipment years ago, and hadn't touched them since. But, as the Dementor Ash would ruin any potion equipment over time, he wanted to sacrifice his old kit rather than the more expensive replacements. Which was a good plan, if he knew where to find them. His main coat pocket only contained the supplies for the previous school year, which left another 5 pockets for it to be in. By the time Tonks had returned, she came back to a small mountain of clutter in the living room. The last time he'd fully emptied his pockets had been the last time he'd upgraded the coat, and even then he'd put everything back in. Leaning around the clutter, Tonks finally found Harry half buried in the junk, still shifting things around. Watch her, having trouble with the expansion charms. Oh, no, the charms are fine. I'm looking for my old potions kit, mainly the pewter mortar and pestle. I'm fairly sure I put them in my coat. I don't want to ruin a good mortar and pestle with the Dementor Ash. Harry replied, carefully crawling out of his mountain. Did you at least try an Accio? She asked, looking at him in fond exasperation. She found it funny to see how his face quickly swapped between reactions, before he finally settled on looking pleased with himself. No wand, remember. Besides, an auror like yourself surely wouldn't ask me to break the law. He countered, smirking up at her. Tonks raised an eyebrow, letting her amusement show. You can use all this incredibly wandless magic, and Accio is where you draw the line. Summoning the mortar would require already knowing the exact location of the item before I can summon it. By then, I might as well fetch it myself, Harry explained. I could wandlessly summon something like that firebolt, since I can see it. But if I don't know where it is, my magic can't do anything about it. Firebolt. Harry, why do you have a firebolt with all this junk? Tonks exclaimed, instantly saving the broomstick from its own mountain and cradling it protectively. Sirius gave it to me after 3rd year, I kind of just put it in a pocket and forgot about it. Seeing the way Tonks held it, Harry couldn't help feeling guilty, mainly at Sirius. He'd been brought an incredibly valuable broom, and had then completely forgotten about it, just because he hadn't liked flying as a firstie. I'll take better care of it. Now, would you mind casting that Accio please? He couldn't help frowning in concern when Tonks' spell found several, including one he didn't even remember owning, but not the cheap pewter one he'd definitely used in his first year. Where else could it be? Tonks asked, looking around. I'd have thought it would be in your room, but the spell would have summoned it from there. Groaning, Harry only then realized where he'd likely left it. There at the Dursleys. I probably left them behind when I ran away. I'll just use something else. As he had no desire to return to that landmine just for some scrap potions kit, he'd put up with wasting a higher quality mortar. But it did make Harry realize the mortar likely hadn't been the only item he'd left behind. Certainly nothing he'd felt like he'd miss, but Voldemort had already shown an ability to use the Goblet of Fire against him. The last thing Harry wanted was for Voldemort to make a visit to Privet Drive, and walk away with any mithril. Well, what about this mortar? It's like cast iron. Tonks frowned, holding up the mortar she'd accidentally summoned. For that matter, why not just transfigure something? You won't have to worry about ruining anything then. I can't, not because of the ash though. I'm making alchemy chalk, which has some fairly specific requirements. One is it can't even touch anything transfigured. As I'm already messing around with using ash that actively breaks down magic, I don't want to take any chances. Harry replied, blowing the dust out of the cast iron mortar Tonks had found. Looking at it up close, he was certain it wasn't his, but with the heavy build-up of rust and dust, it wouldn't be missed. You got the ingredients right? He asked, only to look up and see Tonks already had both bottles held out to him. Ah, thank you. Right, I probably have 3 goes with this, until I run out of ash. Sure, and while you're doing that, I'm going back to the Weird Sisters. You know, when I mentioned, no experiments, this is exactly the type of thing I was talking about. Nicholas commented, holding up a bowl of Harry's new chalk to the light. He'd returned from France with both a letter and enchanted wood from Fleur, only for Harry to spring his creation. But I didn't do anything with the cloak. It wasn't anything dangerous. Harry protested, I even took every precaution I felt it deserved, it's not like I'm not banging rocks together here. Fair enough, Nicholas suddenly said, catching Harry off guard. You are old enough to make your own mistakes, and your own success. That said, I am now going to run a few tests on this new chalk. While I'm doing that, you can read Fleur's letter and test the new sigil. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you in good health. I'm glad grandfather has been keeping busy working with you, it's the most energetic I've seen him. I also wanted to write to you and share a few things that have been happening on my end. Firstly, my grandmother's loss is deeply felt in our family, but I find solace in the knowledge that she lived an exceedingly long and fulfilling life. On a lighter note, I wanted to tell you about the Vila dueling tournament that just took place this solstice. It was a spectacular event, and I wish you could have been here to witness it. The dueling tournament isn't like the one we partook in for the Triwizard tournament. This duel is to divine the strongest Vila, who often becomes the Pythia. Normally, I'll rank within the 200s, but this year with your amulet, I ranked 32nd. I tell you, if you had given me this amulet at the start of the year, I would be the winner of our last duel. So, I hope the shield I enchanted for you ends up serving you just as well. I even used your amulet in the enchanting, which should prove helpful in your adventures. It is my hope this shield will save you from any more pain. I hope we can meet again soon, Harry. Until then, please take care of yourself and know that you are in my thoughts. Warmest regards, your cousin, Fleur Delacour. Already, despite having the shield base for a few minutes, Harry found himself mentally thanking Nicholas. The wooden shield Fleur had enchanted was a marvel, despite its balsa wood origins. The wood had gone from its pale brown, to the golden color of morning sunlight. It even shimmered, like it was constantly bathed in sunlight, despite the cloudy sky above them. But, he hadn't gotten it for the aesthetics. Wielding a transfigured hammer, Harry swung it with all his might at the shield on the ground, which merely rebounded the force back into the hammer. He could tell it wouldn't hold up well against magical attacks, but then that was what the mithril would be for. But, before Harry would try and incorporate the wooden base, he wanted to test Nicholas's sigil. Just in case the man had done something wrong and it exploded. So, he'd followed the instructions Nicholas had provided to form the new sigil, making sure the bars forming the sigil stuck out from the metal base, and hooked it up to his new overdrive generator. Then, giddy with expectation, he triggered the shield. Immediately, he could feel the overdrive generator flicker, before the geometric sigil exploded into existence above the mithril shield. The mithril itself began glowing with an eerie green light, which was easily missed under the heavy emerald sigil. Where a standard sigil consisted of a few basic hollow geometric runes, this sigil looked almost solid, with each rune so close together they became indistinguishable. It grew even harder to understand, as clumps of earth were drawn from the ground to stick to the sigil. Eventually, the sigil was completely buried within garden turf and stones. Looking at it reminded Harry heavily of the earth golem Cedric could summon, just on a smaller scale. Checking back in with the mithril, he confirmed the sigil wasn't currently creating any issues. From the stress the overdrive generator was under, Harry wouldn't want to run too many shield charms alongside the sigil. That was disappointing, and a problem that couldn't be easily fixed. Although most shield charms and the sigil itself could handle far more magic, the mithril would grow unstable, returning to its liquid mithrilium state. The existing overdrive generator was already pushing the mithril shield to its limits, with some leeway for safety. But, Harry had to remind himself, the important part was the sigil worked as intended. With its constraints, he'd likely keep the sigil in reserve, but then given its destructive nature it wouldn't be regularly used anyway. "What's the matter?" Nicholas asked, coming over after seeing his sigil activate. "It works, does it not?" "Huh, oh yeah, it works great. Haven't actively tested it, but no explosions so far. No, I was thinking about how I won't be able to use this sigil all the time. Between its power draw, and what it does to the ground, I'll need to save it for emergencies." "Yes, was that not always the assumption? Forgive me Harry, but it seems to me you are going around this the wrong way. Your shield will work perfectly fine without this sigil. You have already identified the failings of your last design, and have improved upon it. This sigil, it is and always will be the emergency option. Unless you are being attacked by true divine magic, your usual shield charms will be enough. You should be incredibly proud of what you've already done, and take comfort in the fact we've accounted for as many variables as possible." Nicholas chastised, looking at Harry comfortingly. Besides, I thought your plan was to use this shield so you can talk to the goblins. It's likely they could greatly improve upon this design. In which case you hopefully won't even get an opportunity to use this shield. Still dejected, Harry still appreciated Nicholas's wisdom. Yeah, you're right. In which case, do you want to try the Dementor cloak ritual now, then? I'd say getting that right is a higher risk than putting the shield together. If that's your wish, you'll have to tell me your plan though. I must admit I still don't quite understand how you intend to do it. That caused Harry to blink in bewilderment for a moment. Nicholas had let Harry take the lead in the past, but it had always been with the understanding of mentoring. For Nicholas to blatantly admit Harry likely knew more was unnerving. It almost made Harry want to call the ritual off, overcome with worry. He felt like his safety net had been snatched out from under him, at perhaps the worst possible time. But his desire to upgrade his coat was just stronger than his worry. He hadn't been able to wear his armored coat to the graveyard, which had heavily contributed to his vulnerability. Yet, even under the strict terms of the Triwizard Tournament, he'd been able to sneak his Dementor's cloak into the first task, due to its undetectability. Even if the cloak lost its other numerous abilities, giving his trench coat that same undetectability would prove itself worthwhile. Okay then, I'll do my best. So, firstly I want to transfer the cloak's magic permeability, that's the utmost priority. After that, I want its empathivoric powers, and then its cryogenesis. So, I thought I'd either try and transfer the abilities one at a time, or give each ability some type of weight within the countervail ritual. Nicholas nodded along, before finally giving his own insights. Giving them a weight would be best. I don't know how stable the cloak will be once you start removing elements from it. I'll trust in the order you've given them, but I confess, I still don't know how you intend to do this. Well, my hope is that by using chalk made from Dementor ash, it'll create a natural sympathetic bond. The cloak's permeability from magic would likely make it hard to use in a ritual, but as the chalk will have that bond, they should find each other. From there, I'm going to place a mithrate crystal in the coat, which will be used to help pull the abilities into itself. According to the goblins, these crystals will take in anything that strengthens itself. After that, I'll use a whole bunch of power to get the ritual going, and sacrifice some more Dementor ash. Finished, Harry anxiously looked at Nicholas, hoping the man would then know what to do. The way he was subconsciously stroking his wispy beard certainly gave Harry some hope, especially given their esoteric plans. Yes, that sounds like it should work. Where are you planning on doing it though? While your coat's last ritual worked fine in this garden, I doubt young Albus will want his family garden destroyed by that much Dementor ash. For that, Harry had no answer. It hadn't even occurred to him about finding a ritual location, something he definitely should have put some thought behind. Even outside the environmental damage such a ritual might inflict, a warm summer garden simply wouldn't be productive to a cloak of darkness and the cold. Some type of cave perhaps. Somewhere cold and dark, Harry suggested. Maybe, but I was thinking we'd instead do this in the Hogwarts Highlands. Exposed to the cold air, unyielding stone, and best of all nobody nearby to get hurt. It didn't take long for Harry to regret following Nicholas's suggestion. Even in the middle of summer, the mountain range they'd found themselves in was bitingly cold, and that was with the sun still raised. They wouldn't be starting the ritual until midnight, which was still a few hours away. Fawkes had been kind enough to flame the pair and their golden cauldron to the mountain, but had almost immediately left. That left the two trudging around the mountain top, trying to find an appropriate place. Finally, on something of an outcropping, Nicholas had brandished his wand and worked his magic. Despite knowing his mentor had spent numerous centuries refining his knowledge and magic, it was still easy to forget just how much power Nicholas Flamel could wield. The entire mountain top reshaped itself, clearing a full platform with natural walls to block the wind. If it weren't for the unnaturally smooth surface that had been left behind, its magical origins were almost impossible to notice. Best of all, Nicholas had transfigured the entire mountain top in such a way that he'd left the ritual area without a single trace of magic. From the smirk adorning the man's face, Nicholas was enjoying Harry's astonished expression. "Well then Harry, I trust you are ready to do your bit now," Nicholas called, not quite hiding his heavy breathing. Still, Harry wordlessly began inscribing the first layer of the countervail ritual. The ashy chalk wasn't the easiest to draw with, but he managed all the same. Much like the original ritual, he'd drawn 2 large circles, with a smaller circle forming the top of a triangle. He placed the golden cauldron within that topmost triangle, where it would work as the fuel source, before placing his coat and Dementor's cloak in the other circles. At the same time, Nicholas had used a separate colored ash chalk to draw lines between, adding the appropriate runes where necessary. Soon, they were ready to begin, as Harry embedded 2 mithrate crystals into the collar of his trench coat. Despite all their careful theory, Harry still found the actual setup of the ritual relatively anticlimactic, but that didn't stop the hairs at the back of his neck sticking up. Their simple chalk lines had created a massive magical powder keg that could either do exactly what he wanted, or reduce the entire mountain to rubble. When it came to this level of unknown magic, anything was possible. The potential power from sacrificing the gold from the cauldron was enough to be a concern alone, never mind the completely unknown reaction of the Dementor's ash. Which was not to say either student or mentor were being reckless. They had both agreed the risks were minimal, comparative to a standard countervail ritual. What they'd considered the most likely disaster was the Dementor's cloak simply ripping itself apart, maybe taking the dragonskin trenchcoat with it. However, that didn't stop the heavy beat of adrenaline as Harry called for the ritual to begin, his gauntlet raised to conduct the ritual. Nicholas stood just behind him, hand tightly clamped on his shoulder, ready to apparate away should the need arise. As Harry felt his own magic trigger the powerful ritual, he realized they'd already stepped beyond a point of no return, something that usually happened far later in a ritual. It meant he'd need to keep his mind cleared, pushing aside his many conflicting emotions, leaving nothing but the desire to see the ritual through. Other than maintaining the ritual's flow, Harry had little to do but stand there, putting all his faith in the runes Nicholas had laid down. But, he could feel the weight of magic unbalancing the ritual, only for the golden cauldron to erupt in flames and level the magical equilibrium. His first coat had finished in a matter of seconds, but already several minutes had passed, as the magic continued to circulate. It was clear the Dementor's cloak wasn't happy about the ritual, presenting an unnatural resistance, but one Harry wasn't too concerned about. The amount of magic they'd called forth was pushing heavily against them, giving their exposed skin some welcome warmth. Even though Harry had long closed his eyes to better focus, he started to see a dull light through his eyelids, indicating something was visually changing. Eventually, there was a snapping sensation, and the ritual closed in on itself. Where they'd drawn the ritual, the chalk had seemingly been banished from existence, while an ashen outline was all that was left of the cloak. But, to Harry's great relief, his trench coat was visually unharmed, despite the scorch marks around it. Summoning it to him, he tenderly ran his hands across it, using the gesture to inspect it with his magic. Immediately, he could tell the ritual hadn't failed, as his magic struggled to even identify he was holding anything. However, it was clear its dragonhide properties had remained untouched, although the undetectable expansion charms on the pockets had clearly collapsed. The coat had also gained the deep draping hood from the Dementor's cloak, which he hadn't expected at all. It also seemed to be emitting a lesser version of the Dementor's mist, although it was hard to see in the already freezing air. "I take it the ritual worked, then," Nicholas called, voice shaky. "Because, I'll tell you now, I never want to try this again. Apparently. I'll need to spend more time to figure out how well it worked, but the important stuff worked. Will you be alright with casting the expansion charms again once we get home?" Once home, they'd both mutually agreed to take the next day off, to recover from the ritual. Rather than go to sleep, Harry had instantly taken to wearing his upgraded coat, getting his first surprise with how comfortable it had become. Its inside had gained a light silky texture, and also provided a welcome chill against the oppressive summer heatwave, which were both a great improvement. He was also quite glad it hadn't copied over the full oppressive aura that had made the full cloak difficult to wear long-term. That aura hadn't gone entirely, but now seemed more focused on outside threats. The next day, whilst taking it easy, they'd also discovered the coat hadn't been able to support the expansion charms anymore, with the coat's new magical permeability proving too weak to support such a heavy charm. But that hadn't stopped Tonks from making small leather pockets, which she'd then sewn within the existing coat pockets. Those pockets were easily capable of sustaining the charm, while working exactly the same. And as long as Harry closed the trench coat's pocket flaps, the leather pockets would even become masked by the coat's magical undetectability. He had been very disappointed when he'd closed the coat around him and he hadn't also become fully undetectable. According to Nicholas, when he'd closed the coat around him, his magical signature had become slightly blurry to look at, but he hadn't gained the full undetectability. But Harry had quickly realized it would work great with his invisibility cloak. While the invisibility cloak was notoriously difficult to detect, skilled mages like Dumbledore and Moody could discern the magical void it left behind. Harry hoped that his coat's permeability could blur the void left by the invisibility cloak, both working together to provide additional layers of concealment. His trench coat had even kept its ability to turn itself invisible, from its dragon skin coat upgrade, so he could even safely wear it over the invisibility cloak without comically revealing himself. He'd gone so long without using his coat's invisibility, he'd had a brief moment of worry when he could get it to work, right as his coat snapped itself invisible. But his joy lasted just long enough for him to look in a mirror, and realize the cloak's invisibility had at some point suffered. When he stayed still, the coat vanished completely, but any movement was just barely visible. It was like the coat shimmered slightly, becoming just a touch less transparent while in motion. While that realization had significantly dampened Harry's excitement, he reminded himself it was still a step in the right direction. His worst-case scenario was that he'd stick to the shadows whilst invisible. He'd awoken the next morning fully intent on putting his newest shield together for the first time, only for him to walk into the kitchen and receive a large, "Happy birthday." The sudden cheerful exclamation nearly made him draw his wand. Turning towards the table, Harry was stunned at the unexpected sight. Tonks and Nicholas's presence was understandable, but Dumbledore had made a rare appearance. However, the true surprise was his godfather, Sirius, who was bouncing in his chair. Harry had to blink in surprise, taking a moment to process the situation. Birthdays hadn't been a big deal for him in years, and this one had crept up on him unnoticed. He had been so immersed in his magical projects and the recent ritual that the days had slipped past without him realizing. "Happy birthday, Harry!" Sirius exclaimed, grinning madly, as he jumped to his feet to enthusiastically hug Harry. "Surprise!" Tonks added, her hair changing colors in excitement. Dumbledore, wearing his signature twinkle, nodded warmly. "A very happy birthday to you, my boy." Nicholas, looking amused, raised his glass in a silent toast. The room was filled with such a warm and celebratory atmosphere that Harry couldn't help but smile, his initial shock giving way to a genuine appreciation for the unexpected gesture. Sirius, eagerly accepting his godfather's embrace. They'd technically only been apart for a few weeks, but it felt longer, especially given the poor headspace Harry had been in at the time. The intensity and warmth of Sirius' hug also helped banish his recent sense of guilt. His mind kept recalling how, just a few days ago, Tonks unearthed the forgotten firebolt from his emptied pockets, and how neglectful he'd felt. "Thanks, everyone," Harry said, a touch of gratitude in his voice. "This is unexpected. We thought it was about time you had a proper celebration," Sirius said, clapping Harry on the back before pulling back. "Now, blow out the candles and make a wish. We've got a cake and everything." A small smile played on his lips as he approached the cake, ready to make a wish and embrace the unexpected joy. Eating cake first thing in the morning made for an unusual breakfast, but it was very enjoyable. After the cake, they'd moved on to the gift-giving. Reaching into his robe, Dumbledore produced a large, ornate gold-leaf book. Arcane Arms and Mythic Might, an esoteric examination of magical weapons, by Arional Dumbledore. Given your current fascination with physical weapons, I felt you'd appreciate my ancestors' findings. Few have ever been able to match Arionel's fascination with the ancient wonders. If nothing else, it should give you some ideas for your own creations. After he'd carefully placed down the likely priceless book Dumbledore had gifted him, Tonks eagerly presented her gift next. She produced a somewhat unassuming small box, covered in bright purple paper, which matched the bright hair she'd taken to sporting. Carefully opening the box, Harry was confused when he pulled out a small orb, covered in intricately designed silver rings, each adorned with delicate runic engravings. "Do you know what that is?" Tonks asked excitedly, quickly explaining her gift. "So, it's called a Velgard Revelator. They're super rare, since only a few guys can make them. But, fortunately for you, one of them works for the ministry, and he gave this one to me just in time. Basically, it's a dark detector for anyone who's trying to hide from you, mainly concealment charms or disguises. But it also works on intent, so someone nearby who just wants to stay hidden from you will often trigger the detector too. Just hold it and give it a squeeze, and the time between pulses of light will reveal how close the concealed person is. Tonks finished excitedly, gesturing for him to try it out. Cautious with how delicate the device felt, he tentatively squeezed it, until he felt something click into place, before the orb instantly began emitting bright blue pulses of light. When Tonks took a clear step backwards, he grew alarmed, fearing a prank or trap, only to calm when the flash slowed in time with her distance. See, it even works on metamorphs like me, since it can pick up on my power. Of course, it makes it useless for me to use one, but it should work well for you. He found himself smiling gladly for the gift, appreciating Tonks' thoughtfulness. Although he was already quite good at detecting people using his magizite, it required both line of sight and for him to actively be using his altered vision. I wanted to get you one when you were first ambushed by Crouch Jr., but I couldn't get it in time. Then I was feeling guilty, because if I had gotten it to you earlier, he likely wouldn't have been able to pretend to be Mad-Eye, but better late than never, hey? She asked, giving a tentative laugh, before hurriedly handing over another small and colorful box. But, as I still wasn't sure I'd get that detector in time, I also had this made for you. Half expecting another dark detector, Harry wasn't prepared to see a simple rounded locket. At first glance, it seemed to be perfectly ordinary, and it was only when he picked it up that he could feel a faint enchantment. I haven't put any pictures in it, I thought I'd let you do that. Tonks preempted, as Harry went to open it. But it is enchanted. It will put a simple glamour on your left arm, that will make it mirror the right. He was briefly confused, until he looked down and remembered his fake arm. It was strange, because even after a few weeks to grow used to his missing limb, it still caught him off guard. Raising the chain, the moment he placed the locket around his neck, he felt something like liquid running down his arm, before his gauntleted arm shimmered away into his old arm, enveloped in a sophisticated glamour. He'd used a similar glamour in the past to disguise the gradual damage his arm had received, but Tonks' enchantment put his version to shame. While his previous glamour had merely given his sickly skin a healthier color, Tonks' version was far more intricate. The enchanted locket mirrored every detail seamlessly. It even included the occasional blemish or spot, giving it a realistic and imperfect appearance. It was as if his gauntlet had never existed, hidden beneath the flawless illusion crafted by the locket's magic. Only a close inspection would reveal that the blemish or spot was merely duplicated from the other arm. This is fantastic. How did you even get this? I've never heard anything like this. Harry asked, holding his arm up to the light to try and spot any flaws. Oh, it's nothing much, it's just something I made myself. Tonks answered, blushing at his praise. I just thought you likely don't want to be walking around with a silver arm. Unfortunately, it can only do that mirroring thing. I'm not good enough to tie multiple enchantments into a single object. Deciding to test the enchantment, he flexed his hand and summoned the full gauntlet, growing disappointed when the glamour tore apart as the gauntlet sprung into existence beneath it. Concerned he'd instantly broken Tonks' gift, Harry turned the gauntlet back into his standard arm, which allowed the locket's illusion to flutter back into existence. Where before the entire thing would morph into a ring, since he'd used the gauntlet for his full arm, it now only partially changed. The gemstones would all shrink, and the ring would form as expected, but with some slight direction it still left a passable imitation of a normal arm behind. It was unfortunate the full gauntlet was simply too powerful for Tonks' enchantment to survive over it. It's useful for my undercover work, like, I can morph one arm to be larger, and hide my wand holster on the other arm under the glamour. As you saw, the glamour doesn't react well to sudden changes, but the glamour will reapply itself as soon as it can. This is really amazing, Tonks. Harry repeated, getting a noise of agreement from Dumbledore who'd come over to investigate it for himself. Why not just make a standard glamour of his arm? I'd have thought a lady of your talents could make such a glamour without relying on mirroring. Nicholas inquired. Oh, well, I know Harry has been working on his disguise, and I wasn't sure how his arm would react to such a disguise. So, since that same enchantment can keep up with my metamorph changes, I figured his disguise would work fine too. That is certainly something to look into. I must admit, I hadn't even considered how Harry's new arm would impede a disguise. My dear, if you ever grow bored of being an Auror, I would highly suggest you look into becoming an enchantress. Is life always like this for you, Harry? Sirius asked quietly, pulling Harry away from the others, a somber look on his face. Confused, Harry took in the scene again, before turning to his godfather. I guess so, but what do you mean, Sirius? I mean, there's no rest. Even on your birthday, everyone here's discussing weapons, disguises, and detecting threats. Do you never just get a moment to rest and put it out of mind? It didn't used to be like this, it's just that Voldemort is back, and I'll bet he isn't taking a day to rest. I fought him once, when he was at his weakest, and he almost killed me. I won't have the benefit of him being in a new body, and you can bet he'll be taking a bunch of rituals to give himself a boost. Harry argued, gently. He certainly didn't want to upset or hurt his godfather, but he couldn't pretend to just be another 15-year-old. After some consideration, Sirius nodded sadly. Has Dumbledore been letting you know what the Order's found out? No, this is actually one of the few times I've even seen Dumbledore this summer. Back at Hogwarts, before Crouch attacked me, we agreed Dumbledore would handle everything, for now. I don't need to know what Voldemort's up to. Not right now, Harry admitted somberly, his gaze momentarily flickering away from the ongoing discussions. Don't get me wrong, it's hard not knowing what Voldemort's up to. It's like I'm constantly standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting for something to happen. But I can either spend my time looking over my shoulder, seeing what Voldemort's doing, or I can focus solely on myself, so whenever I meet him again, I'll have another chance to survive. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm sorry you have to live like this. It's not right, but I won't try and talk you out of it. Merlin knows James and I were trying to join the Order when we were your age, and we were just unimportant punks back then. Any way I can support you, you just have to ask, you know that, right? Makes my gift a bit prophetic though. Sirius said, before pulling out a book that reeked of dark magic. Sirius, what's this? He asked cautiously, unwilling to put his hands on something so obviously dark. Don't worry, it's a book on countering dark magic. But my family had strange ideas about how someone should learn how to counter the dark. My family felt rightfully paranoid that just because we knew more dark magic than anyone else, doesn't mean we'd be immune to it. So, this book has a clear patch for every dark curse we know, and it'll then teach you how to counter it. As long as you don't pull the patches out of the book, you won't interact with any dark magic directly, I checked. Taking the book, Harry used his magic to leaf through a few pages, noting how the writing was strangely mechanical looking. Finally, he flipped to the beginning and found an author's note, crediting the book to a Harold Black. Sirius, how many Harold Blacks are in your family? The writer, right. He's the only Harold in the family, at least as far back as we recorded. He was disowned from the family at birth for being blind, and the Peverell family ended up raising him. Then, when he made a name for himself from his transfiguration skills, he was reintegrated into the family. Typical Black family politics. I've read about him before. According to Xenophilius, this guy used to own my family's invisibility cloak. Xenophilius had also suspected Harold had owned the Resurrection Stone, making him one of the very few people who'd been the master of two Deathly Hallows simultaneously, but Sirius didn't need to know that. That shouldn't be possible, Harry. Think about it, your dad's old cloak was already passed down from his father. I'm surprised it's lasted this long, but it certainly can't have been the same cloak centuries ago. Rather than open that can of worms, Harry shrugged and put it out of mind, but vowed to read Harold's book very carefully. Thank you, for this and everything, Sirius. Harry said instead, hugging the man again. Always, Harry. Now, tell me more about your cute friend, Daphne, I think it was. Does she still want to become an animagus? Daphne. Yeah, I think she still wants to. It hasn't really come up in conversation since we last saw you. That actually reminds me, I'll need to arrange a meeting with her, unrelated to the animagus process. Good for you. Sirius said proudly, I remember I spent much of my own summers making and meeting girlfriends. From what I've heard about you, I'm quite sure your visits to girlfriends were far less innocent than my plans. Harry replied wryly, hardly reassured by the devious grin he got in return. Are we talking about how innocent little Harry is? Tonks called, drawn back into the conversation. No, we are definitely not. Nor will we be. Harry was quite glad when they eventually stopped to have lunch, which allowed Tonks and Sirius to forget their teasing, after which Dumbledore apologized profusely before taking his leave. It was then that Nicholas sprang his own gift, having taken his time. I had a bit of a dilemma when it came to gifts. Nicholas said, you see, if I had anything useful for you, you already have it. But I didn't want to give you just some trivial present like food. And then I remembered Perenelle once had her own grimoire. From the folds of his velvet cloak, he pulled out the mentioned book, a rather thick and aged tome. She hadn't updated it for about a century, but I consulted it when I designed your shield sigil, and I thought you'd enjoy her insights. There will be parts neither of us are able to read, due to the blood magic at play, but I know Fleur and her family can help out there. Thank you, Nicholas, but wouldn't you want to keep hold of this yourself? No, I have my own family grimoire to read if I'm feeling nostalgic for Perenelle's musings, and I've had many centuries to study that book. After the last of her family died, Perenelle stopped updating the de Rune grimoire, but not all her original findings made their way from that book to mine. Harry ran his fingers over the weathered pages of Perenelle's grimoire, deeply touched Nicholas would give him something so personal. It was one thing to be told Nicholas cared for him, it was another to be given his late wife's book on family magic. Nicholas smiled, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. Perenelle was an extraordinary witch, and her insights into magic were unparalleled. I'm sure you'll find many fascinating discoveries within those pages. Harry nodded, a sense of reverence settling over him. I can't thank you enough for entrusting me with this, Nicholas. It means a lot. Sirius, drawn from his food by the conversation, joined them. What's all the excitement about then? He asked, his eyes flicking between Harry and the grimoire. Nicholas gave me his wife's family grimoire, Harry explained, displaying the ancient book to Sirius. Sirius raised an intrigued eyebrow. A family grimoire, eh? That's an incredibly generous gift, Harry, you'll need to take very good care of it. And it's probably best if you keep it to yourself. A grimoire is almost always quite a personal book, enough that I know several blacks have died over the generations to keep our grimoire safe. I don't think Harry will need to worry all that much. Nicholas interjected, the last de Rune who might contest Harry's ownership died a long time ago. I assure you, I wouldn't give Harry anything that wasn't my right to give. Immediately Sirius grew apologetically, bowing to them both. Of course, my apologies, I didn't mean to say Harry shouldn't be in possession of this grimoire. No, I was only concerned about others who might wish to take it from him. Slightly unnerved by seeing Sirius act in such a mature manner, Harry somewhat desperately tried to break up the tense moment. Sirius, do you know if the Potters had a grimoire I'd be able to claim? I keep learning about how different families have their own unique magic, but I have no idea if my own family has something. Sirius straightened up, his expression thoughtful. The Potters, like many older wizarding families, probably had a grimoire of their own. I'd say it would be unusual if they didn't, but I also never heard your father or grandfather refer to it. Harry's eyes brightened with curiosity. Do you think there's a chance it's still around, or maybe in the possession of someone in the family? Sirius scratched his chin, considering the possibilities. Well, the Potters did have a rich magical history. James's parents might have safeguarded it somewhere. If I had to guess, it could be in some family vault in Gringotts. You might want to check there. Nicholas, observing the conversation with interest, chimed in. Exploring one's family history can be a fascinating journey. It can connect you to your roots in a way just hearing about them cannot. I'll see what I've got lying around at home, Harry. Sirius promised. I didn't leave much behind when I left my parents' house, but who knows, something might show up. Unfortunately, I think a lot of your family's history went up in flames when Voldemort went after your grandparents. While he certainly wouldn't say he didn't appreciate the previous day's birthday celebrations, he woke up the following morning with a determined anticipation. Being reminded of just how much destruction Voldemort's actions had robbed him of, Harry felt an added urgency to finish his newest shield. With his prior birthday having prevented him from finishing it, he once again woke up desperate to finish it. Fortunately, he was hoping that putting the shield together would be an easy process, just time-consuming. So he and Nicholas had taken their breakfast into the garden, to sit around as Harry formed the outer mithril layer around the wooden base Fleur had enchanted for him. The mithril slid over the wood easily, protecting the wood from any magical attacks. In turn, the wood itself would provide the much-needed physical reinforcement the mithril required. Once he'd had about an inch of mithril coating the shield, he moved on to the tedious task of adding the sigil runes. To pass the time, as he laboriously followed the same template as before, he decided to ask his mentor a question he'd been considering for a while. Nicholas, if you had Voldemort going after you, like he went after me, what would you do? Well, you see, I have some experience with that in the past. Your Dark Lord is hardly the first to exist in my lifetime. Especially when I was far younger, having recently finished my Philosopher's Stone, just after people noticed I wasn't aging as I should have. To deal with the pressure back then, I made a flying castle, which used gravity itself as a power source. Unfortunately, the effort it took to maintain the castle was worse than just learning how to defend my property. But, I will say, I lack the proactive attitude you've been blessed with. I'd much rather hide and outlive a threat. Seriously, an entire floating castle, how would you even try and make something like that? Harry asked, stunned, almost convinced his mentor was pulling his leg. I was young and foolish, but it wasn't particularly hard to create. A bit of alchemical runes to convert the gravitational energy applied to the castle into power, and then another controlled conversion to turn some of that power into kinetic energy to keep it in the air. Surely that cannot work. I'm fairly sure if you tried that, you'd spin away into space without gravity. I know that much from my old science classes. Harry countered. Ah, I see your confusion. The answer is, yes, a muggle couldn't just magically neutralize gravity and expect to stay stationary over the Earth. But also the answer is no, as we are not muggles. You have to understand, the muggle laws of physics are just one law of nature we have available to us. Where magic is concerned, our planet might as well be an infinite flat plane. Gravity in this sense is purely a downwards force. The realities of our real world hardly matter for this. Nicholas's explanation wasn't an entirely new concept to Harry, but to scale such an understanding to such a large scale was mind-boggling. So I can just make something fly like that? Just use some runes to stop gravity? Harry asked skeptically. Well, yes, but it does come at a cost. Although my castle was smaller than you'd likely imagine, more of a small manor, every stone brick was covered in the runes. If you're curious, it will all be in Perenel's grimoire. I can't say I'd recommend it, but yes, in theory you could. But, for now I'd suggest focusing on your shield. You've done that last rune wrong. Wincing, Harry looked down and fixed his mistake, putting more focus back on his work. He couldn't get the image of defying gravity out of his head, but he wasn't going to let that sabotage his current project. What happened to your castle then? Because I would have thought I'd have heard of that before. I donated it to Beauxbatons, although it doesn't fly anymore, of course. I believe they now use what remains as a building for enchanting lessons, which has far more prominence than what you'd find at Hogwarts. If you ever do find yourself on the Beauxbatons campus, you can see it for yourself. I'll be sure to do so. Harry replied, as he stood up with the almost finished shield. The golden wooden base was almost completely swallowed up by the silver mithril, save for a small patch of exposed wood on the front of the shield. Handing the shield over to Nicholas, he let the man carefully examine the complex sigil pattern, checking for any flaws. With the amount of magic they'd be feeding it, Harry feared any flaw could become lethal. That was just the risk he'd had to accept, when he'd vowed to gear up to face Voldemort as an equal. But they could still do their best to mitigate the danger. So, your castle, I take it you'd just fly away from danger? Harry asked. Oh, yes, that was always the plan. Of course, it turned out it was hard for anyone to find a home that is constantly moving. However, we had to live a utilitarian lifestyle while in the air. As you should know by now, the magic we use comes from the earth, from the land itself. The further away from the land you travel, the less magic you have available. It made life difficult for us, especially as I was still dedicated to learning magic's secrets. But, in terms of avoiding Dark Lords, I would say such mobility is unquestionably the best defense. Would you recommend it for me? If I made something like a flying castle? No, I would say such an endeavor would be ill-suited for you. While you are unquestionably my apprentice, our personalities are dramatically opposites, where it matters. Do you ever think you could sit amongst the clouds to avoid your Dark Lord, knowing he was killing those you knew down below? I could bring those I care about into the castle with me. Harry replied hesitantly. Nicholas leaned in, shield forgotten as he scrutinized Harry's face. The lines around his eyes deepened, conveying a mix of understanding and concern. You could, as I myself did. And yet those I cared for, they too had people they knew, and wanted to save. So eventually they all left, except for my Perenelle, and my son's youngest daughter. But no, I do not feel you could live as I, because you by your nature are not a coward. Scoffing, Harry waved away Nicholas's statement. I hardly think you're a coward either. Especially after all you've done. All I've done, and yet everything of note only happened once I'd wasted my youth making the stone you now bear upon your Perennial gauntlet. At the end of the day, I likely feared death just as much as your Dark Lord. I would hide and wait for safer times to arrive, then put myself at risk. Nicholas's eyes bore into Harry's, revealing a vulnerability he'd seldom shown before. You, for all you are significantly younger, have already faced more danger than I. I am a coward, Harry, and I am not ashamed to admit it. Ask me any question on magical theory, and I'd gladly entertain you. Ask me to fight, to take a stand, and I'd laugh in your face. Before Harry could formulate a response, Nicholas spun the shield around to face Harry, and pointed at one rune set. You only need to fix this rune. The redirect rune should point directly to the center of the shield, but you're off by a degree or two. Normally that's fine, but with this sigil it'll cause a dangerous overlap. Scowling at his mistake, Harry furrowed his brow in concentration as he fixed the offending rune. Once finished, he did another quick visual sweep of the sigil before seeking approval from Nicholas. The confident nod he received was a welcome relief, knowing his mentor wouldn't allow mistakes. Holding his new shield aloft, he very carefully picked up the overdrive generator and sealed it into the exposed slot to form the roundel of the shield. When nothing else happened, they both let out a sigh of relief, before Harry manually activated the sigil. As had happened in their previous test, the sigil gorged itself on all the power the shield's generator could provide, before swiftly projecting the larger glowing sigil. Once that sigil had pulled enough earth to bury itself within a wall of dirt, Harry activated a newer far smaller rune sequence, before releasing the sigil. Unlike last time, where the dirt had cascaded back to the ground, his new rune sequence had used a modified hardening charm, leaving a resilient wall behind. Taking a step back, Harry appreciated the solidity of the wall left behind, before blasting it apart with a flick of his gauntlet. Excellent. It all works as expected, I take it. Nicholas remarked, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and approval. So far. Now I just need to hope my shielding charms and runes won't interfere with your sigil runes. This is what I'm most worried about now, and I can't even test it on a separate shield, since my runes will use the wood. Rather than reply, Nicholas merely smiled supportively, his eyes crinkling at the corners, and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The grip, though frail-looking, carried a firmness and reassurance that gave Harry the courage he needed. Giving one final sigh, Harry forced his mind to settle, before a simple thought had his mithril chisel formed within his grasp, summoned from the glittering eidolon core on his gauntlet. With tool in hand, he set to work inscribing the many runes, reciting many from his memory of the last shield. He started on the back, working until every inch of the mithril was written upon. Only then did he swap to the front of the shield, working around the blocks that made up the sigil runes, to finish his own rune additions. Unlike the sigil runes, his own runes lit up the moment he finished each set, casting a multitude of beneficial effects. It meant he needed to work in a specific order, but eventually he'd finished the final rune, causing a harsh blue magic to coat the mithril. Even without his charms and enchantments, the shield was impressive, with runes devoted to as many problems as Harry and Nicholas could predict. All of which would be overlaid with as many shielding charms Harry knew. Do you want to give it a full test now, or finish with the enchantments and test it all at the end? Nicholas prompted. Harry hesitated before answering, sensing a verbal trap. I was thinking I'd like to finish it all up, but what would you suggest? Normally, I'd advocate for testing throughout the project, but here I think it would be best to do it all at once. We already know the core runes aren't misbehaving, and your spellcraft would pose little issue. Worst case scenario, you just rip your magic off the shield, and we try again. Nodding, Harry wasted no time in getting to work, using both his gauntlet and wandless magic to inscribe his charms and enchantments into his shield. It was one of the many times he found himself missing his wand, which Voldemort had no doubt destroyed in the graveyard. The nature of inlaying enchantments into the mithril meant the Philosopher's Stone and Mithrate Eidolon core were able to work together just as well as his wand could have, but they lacked the eagerness to help that his wand had possessed. But, for all it wasn't a wand, his gauntlet was an exceptional magical foci, which meant in no time at all Harry found he'd finished all the charms. The result was a shield that was almost blinding if he looked with his magizite, which would no doubt shrug off anything. Sticking the shield to his mithril arm, Harry turned to face Nicholas, and held his new shield aloft. "Hit me, the strongest spell you've got," Harry challenged, doing his best to hide his nerves. To his credit, his mentor merely raised his eyes in surprise, before leveling his wand and fired an unknown spell. It shot forward in a perfectly straight line, trailing a bright blue fire, before it struck Harry's shield dead center and exploded into a giant white fireball. Even through his shield, the pressure from the spell hit him like a strong storm wind, while he had to clamp his eyes shut from the bright light. But other than being pushed lightly back, he opened his eyes to being completely unharmed. The same could not be said to Dumbledore's back garden, which now possessed a new crater around Harry, leaving him on an island of untouched grass. "Merlin, what the hell was that?" Tonks demanded, running out the house with her wand drawn, hair still in disarray from being disturbed from her nap. The moment she stepped out the door, she came to a sharp halt, having found herself standing on the fringes of the chaos, her white eyes taking in the aftermath of the fireball. "Oh, hello Tonks," Harry greeted, doing his best to pretend nothing had happened, knowing it would infuriate her. "Don't, hello Tonks, me. I felt the entire cottage shake from that spell. What in Merlin's name were you two up to?" "I'm afraid to say this is my fault, Nymphadora," Nicholas interjected bashfully, glancing at Harry. "You see, Harry and I wanted to test out his new shield. But, I fear, I might have underestimated the power of my spell after all these centuries." Turning slowly, Tonks took a moment to take in the sheer destruction Nicholas had caused, her face apparently stuck in a dumbfounded expression. "As you can see, the experiment worked great," Harry called cheerfully, moving his shield out the way to reveal his continued health. As he'd half expected, rather than act relieved at Harry's survival, Tonks instead raised her wand and began firing spells at him as fast as she could. Grinning from behind his shield, Harry weathered the storm, with each hit increasing his appreciation for his work. Being a descendant of the Black family, Tonks was a fair bit above average in terms of power, and yet Harry could barely feel the spells impacting his shield. The one thing the shield absolutely couldn't protect him from was Tonks' attempts at transfiguring the ground below him, but instinctively clenching his gauntlet neutralized that attack. The embedded glowing Philosopher's Stone easily pretended any foreign transfiguration attempts within its radius, even if it stopped Harry using the foci for a counter-attack. But, when all he wanted to do was test his shield, the ability to counter-attack was unnecessary. Instead, he easily moved the shield to intercept the metal balls Tonks had launched at him, where its momentum reversal properties caused the balls to instead bounce backwards. Even when Tonks had resorted to a stream of fire, his shield held the flames at bay. Given Harry had designed that specific defense with the Horntail from the Triwizard Tournament in mind, the relatively peaceful attack was unnoteworthy. Finally, Tonks defeatedly lowered her wand, thoroughly exhausted from her exertion. "Fine, you little punk, your shield works. I'm just going to go back to bed now. Don't make me come out again," she warned, waving her wand between a smug Harry and sheepish Nicholas. "Thank you Tonks, sleep well," Harry called, getting an exceptionally rude gesture in reply as the back door slammed shut. Amidst the still smoldering crater, a mix of pride and joy swelled within Harry. His usual satisfaction of a successful project, however, was now tinged with a detached determination. Completing the shield marked the stepping stone for the next project, all to build another layer of preparation against Voldemort. "I trust you consider your shield satisfactory, Harry," Nicholas mused, shuffling over and repairing the garden as he went. "I certainly wouldn't want to be on the end of that lady's wand." "Of course not," Harry scoffed, doing his part to undo the damage Tonks had caused. No offense to Tonks of course, but I've been able to withstand her spells myself for a while now. No, this shield needs to defend against the attacks I cannot block myself, so do you feel up to casting that blue spell again? Huffing in disbelief, Nicholas shook his head in dismay. Harry, my boy, I must admit I'm a tad wary of invoking Nymphodora's wrath again. She's a formidable witch, and I fear I shan't enjoy her response. How about we relocate to a more secluded area? Perhaps back to the Scottish Highlands where we can test the shield without the risk of disturbing our good friend Tonks or this garden further. What do you think? Sure, that could work. Just wait here a moment. Harry replied, before rushing inside. Nicholas didn't have to wait long for Harry to return, now adorned with his full breastplate underneath his trenchcoat, with a spear stuck to his back. With some alarm, Nicholas said, I assure you Harry, I have no intention of us dueling to such a degree you'd need such weapons. Indeed, if we were to duel, I'd be the one needing such protection. This is just in case we get attacked while outside the wards. Best case scenario is none of this gets used, but rather have it and not need it, than be dead, right? Sighing again, Nicholas merely held out a hand for Harry to grasp, deciding any argument would be fruitless. He'd love nothing more than to prove to his apprentice that such defensive measures were unnecessary, but when it came to Harry, such statements always seemed to turn to ash in his mouth. For the first time in a long while, Harry began to feel hope, as Nicholas's final attack slammed against his shield. The force of the blow was enough to make him stumble backwards, yet he remained completely unharmed. Only for a frown to cross his face as he noticed the pronounced dents marring the once flawless surface of his shield. The nature of the mithril meant the runes emblazoned across it were unchanged, and it only took a moment to restore the mithril to its previous pristine condition, but it was an extra step he hadn't expected. But, for the moment he was only focusing on defensive improvements, and its viability as a useful shield. With Nicholas having used as many spells as he felt safe to use, they'd verified the mithril wouldn't just fall apart from an impact. However, further tests would take more time, as Harry had disappointedly noted how bad his mentor was at combat. It made sense, since the aged philosopher by his own admission wasn't a fighter, but to actually see the man try and test Harry's defenses was difficult. Despite undeniably being the strongest wizard Harry had ever met, Nicholas's actual combat experience was comparable to Gilderoy Lockhart, just without the ego. In the time it took the man to cast a spell, Harry could have returned a multitude of simpler spells. So, as Harry walked back to Nicholas, he planned his next strategy, absently doing his best to repair the damage to their spell-stricken valley as he went. Well, how was that? Nicholas asked, bouncing on the balls of his feet with a rare look of excitement on his face. That was good. My shield didn't hold up to my standards physically, but magically this is likely the strongest thing I've made by myself. I just need to figure out a way to get the mithril to repair itself after every hit. Why can't it already do that? Is this self-repair not supposed to be a main part of your mithril's power? Nicholas asked, peering at the shield as if it held the answer. It can, just not as I need it. Spell damage will get undone, assuming it even gets close enough to touch the mithril. But it's the recoil from blocking the stronger spells. It's physically warping the mithril, and the shield isn't smart enough to recognize it as damage. The only solution I currently have is to tell the mithril to constantly return to its original shape, but that will just eat up magic. Obviously another mithrate crystal will work, but I don't really want to use two crystals on this shield, especially when they shatter so easily. Nicholas hummed in sympathy, taking his time before answering. I'm afraid I'll have to take your word for it. It's just a shame you can't extend the enchantment of the Vila wood to protect the mithril too, but I suspect the contrasting magic wouldn't work well. So, if I was able to give my mithril Fleur's signature, it would take on the resistance of the wooden base. I can't know for certain, but the logic is sound. I have encountered nothing that says it shouldn't be possible. But how are you planning on doing so? Are you willing to make a short trip to Hogwarts? Because I think Fleur gave me exactly what I need when I last saw her. Harry wasn't entirely sure what the official rules were for visiting Hogwarts during the summer. It wasn't something that had been widely advertised, but the front gates had opened for at least one of them. But, having decided to avoid the main doors, Harry and Nicholas silently treaded the outskirts of the Hogwarts grounds, lit solely by the low-hung moon in the sky. Approaching a secluded area at the base of the astronomy tower, Harry gestured toward an unassuming section of the thick Hogwarts foliage. With a deft movement, he pulled back a creeper to reveal a concealed lever, blending seamlessly with the natural shrubbery. The ground beneath them rumbled, and a concealed door creaked open, revealing a narrow, dimly lit passage. "Quite the ingenious find," Nicholas remarked, casting a glance at the revealed passage. "But, I would fear having such a security flaw myself." "Indeed," Harry agreed, his eyes focused on the passage ahead. "But it works for us. This way, we can enter Hogwarts without raising any alarms and awkward questions." As they descended into the tunnel, the sensation of Hogwarts enveloped them. The earthy scent of the passage mingled with the magic that permeated the castle grounds, creating an almost melancholic atmosphere. The narrow corridor led them beneath the enchanted wards of Hogwarts, before swiftly depositing them into a shadowy alcove inside the castle, where they stepped out from behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy. A quick glance out a window confirmed for Harry that he had no idea where he was. After unfurling the Marauder's map, he was able to work out they'd exited on the 4th floor, very close to the Ravenclaw Tower. He also hadn't detected any sense of alarm from the school wards, whilst the map had shown no nearby presences. Relieved, Harry confidently led Nicholas up a floor, before entering the secret passageway to his workshop. Unlocking the room with practiced ease, Harry swiftly crossed the darkened room, making his way to the concealed control core. There, precisely where he'd left them, rested the 10 golden mithril bars infused with Fleur's blood. Picking them up, he was able to easily sense their similarity to the shield slung over his back. For now, he slipped the bars into his pocket, before turning in, sealing the chamber behind him, only to stop short as Nicholas held up the short goblin sword, having pulled it from a forgotten shelf. "Such a treasure shouldn't be left on some common shelf, Harry. I put it there because I've learned all I can from it. I don't really have any other need for it. Harry, my boy, I fear you may not realize the significance of this goblin-made sword. Possessing a blade crafted by goblins is more than just a practical choice, it's a symbol of prestige and respect. Carrying such a sword signifies not just your importance as a wizard but your standing in the magical community. A goblin-made blade, Harry, is a mark of respect and a declaration that you're a force to be reckoned with. Besides which, you cannot get in trouble for wearing such a blade in public, whilst your own mithril may not be granted such immunity. Sure, but what's the point of that? People who are actually a threat to me, like Voldemort, won't care if I have a decorative blade. And I've made my own weapons that are easier to conceal, and hold far more power." Harry retorted, still unconvinced. Nicholas sighed, shaking his head wearily. "Look, if nothing else, an extra sword won't be a bad thing. Besides which, I'd dread to think how the goblins might react if they learned how you treat their gifts. Especially when you want their help. Honestly, are you this resistant to taking a simple sword?" Embarrassed and unable to come up with a proper retort, Harry instead chose to silently take the sword and drop it into a pocket. "Is there anything else you feel like I should take?" Harry asked, trying to add an apologetic tone to his question. "Unless you've been given a device to find the lost dwarf civilization, I think that'll be all." Nicholas returned with a laugh, waving away Harry's concerns. "How can you lose a civilization anyway? Seems like a pretty big thing to forget." "Ah, now you see that is an interesting tale. You see, if we first assume dwarves were indeed real, it's believed they buried their kingdom a very long time ago, before the Bronze Age civilization had even reached modern Europe. So, it's likely to the dwarves, their civilization isn't lost at all. It's just us non-dwarves who can't find them. And of course, there are still some dwarves wandering around, although they are accepted to be lesser folk than their ancestors. My own apprenticeship was spent studying different dwarven artifacts, to see if they might hold the secret to a philosopher's stone. But they might not have existed. Well, it is a possibility, but of course that does open the question for who else might have left those artifacts behind. Most of them are metals we couldn't hope to surpass. Remember, the recipe for the orichalcum blade we were making was dwarven in origin." Humming along in agreement, Harry's mind spun with possibilities. "So, if I were the one to find these dwarves, do you think they'd help me make new weapons?" "Doubtful. It's believed they hid themselves for a reason. However, I suspect the goblins would place themselves in your debt if you did manage such a feat." I'm led to believe the beings saw the dwarves as deities, hence their obsession with constantly expanding down into the earth. Regardless, I think you should stop expanding your horizons. If you spend your time looking elsewhere for solutions, you'll miss the potential you already possess. Maybe you could find the dwarves, and maybe they could help you. But you already have all you need. Scoffing, Harry didn't even hesitate to dismiss Nicholas's wisdom. No. With all due respect, Nicholas, you didn't have to stand before Voldemort, look straight into his eyes, and know you were hopeless. That man has decades of experience over me. When it comes to beating Voldemort, I refuse to believe there is such a thing as overkill. If I want to live my life, I must see Voldemort killed. And to do that, I have to be his equal, by any means necessary. I don't doubt your determination, Harry. Voldemort is a threat few others could hope to match. But remember, power alone may not be the key. It's how you wield it that matters most. Your intellect, creativity, and the bonds you forge are equally crucial. Nicholas replied, regarding Harry with a mixture of understanding and concern. Harry, however, remained steadfast in his resolve. I get that, but I've seen what he can do. I've seen the devastation he's caused. Until I can match him blow for blow, I won't rest. To emphasize his point, Harry extended his metal arm, the cool gleam of silver serving as a silent testament to the last encounter with Voldemort that had cost him his original limb. Nicholas sighed, recognizing the unyielding determination in Harry's eyes. Very well, my boy. Just be cautious not to lose yourself in the pursuit of power. Sometimes, the greatest strength lies in knowing when to hold back. With a nod, Harry acknowledged the advice but remained resolute. I will have all the time in the world to restore myself, once I've seen Voldemort fall. Starting towards the workshop door, a somber expression crossed his face. I wish, Harry, you didn't have to be the one to carry such a burden. But, if you are determined, I will talk to Albus. You'll need proper training, the kind I am ill-equipped to offer. But, my opinion hasn't changed. Do you think Voldemort found a lost civilization of dwarves, or made mythical weapons? By all means, get every advantage you can get. But don't spread yourself too thin. Focus on what you've got, learn to master it all to the best of your abilities. Voldemort, and Dumbledore, and myself, do you know why we're so powerful? All of us, we've dedicated ourselves to our craft. I for alchemy, Albus for transfiguration, and Voldemort to the dark. You, Harry, are destined for similar greatness. But only if you can focus. With those parting words, Nicholas opened the door, before beckoning Harry to follow. Come on, I doubt I know this school well enough to sneak out of Hogwarts on my own. With his new shield at a satisfactory state, Harry felt he could finally move on to the next entry on his summer plans. However, arranging a visit to Daphne's home proved to be more time-consuming than he'd initially expected. But by the time he and Nicholas returned home from yet another test, Corvus awaited them with the required Greengrass invitation. Its new mithrate eyes seemed to inspect him with a newfound intelligence, which still unnerved Harry. But, he'd yet to see anything alarming from his creation. Knowing Dumbledore was resistant to the idea of Harry going anywhere alone, they'd strategically arranged for Harry's visit to coincide with the Wizengamot, a session that Lord Greengrass was conveniently avoiding. The court, it was widely accepted, had convened solely to demote the professor, providing Harry with the perfect opportunity to visit the Greengrass estate. He'd told Nicholas and Tonks at the last possible moment, arranging for one of the two to pick him up once his business had finished, before he activated the included portkey. The heavy and oppressive wards that greeted him upon arrival were not quite on par with those of Hogwarts or the Dumbledore cottage, but they were far less welcoming. Meeting Daphne's family was unremarkable, going about as he'd expected, easily fading into the background once the main event had arrived. Prior to the visit, Harry had surreptitiously picked Nicholas's brain on the fly, despite his oath to Lord Greengrass preventing him from revealing family information. Utilizing a subtle amount of the gauntlet's power, Harry carved runes into the stone patio, as he positioned the mithril spikes prepared beforehand. This process consumed 4 of the 10 plates Fleur had given him, but Harry prioritized dealing with the Greengrass curse over conserving replenishable resources. Having consulted a myriad of shields and charms designed to contain a Phi, Harry had done his best to memorize the various options. His primary concern lay with the potential power requirements. Which was why he'd gone for a fully rooted shield scheme, instead of relying solely on his own personal shield. As he reached for the Phi's magic with the aid of the soul gem embedded in the gauntlet, the sensation of touching the Phi magic sent a shiver down his spine. It eerily mirrored the experience of encountering demon magic within the Chamber of Secrets, emanating a deep inhumanity. The soul gem proved effective in handling Phi magic, which functioned differently than normal wizard curses. Historical evidence suggested Phi had to leave an imprint stronger than simple magic for a long-term connection, a connection that perfectly described the Greengrass curse. So the magic contained enough of a soul for his gauntlet to get a firm grip, successfully wrenching it free of Astoria's magic. However, Harry's books hadn't prepared him for the sudden onslaught of winter when the curse was briefly exposed to the open air. He promptly buried it deep within the prepared mithrate containment crystal, but not before the world itself seemed to react poorly to the exposed Phi magic, as if reality had momentarily taken a step back to avoid it. Eventually, Harry felt his magic imprison the curse, the crystal being corrupted into a chilled azure light, fractured into 1,000 glittering shards of sharp, angular planes. As a stone for his gauntlet, the crystal was next to useless. Its main use would have been its winter chill, which paled in comparison to the soul gem's ability to nullify any amount of heat. One would passively bring the temperature down to its level, while the other would gladly consume until there was nothing left to take. Nevertheless, for the curse's potential of granting the Greengrass family magic, it was worth pursuing elsewhere. And then, with the task at hand finished, Harry found himself hugging Daphne and saying goodbye before it had fully registered that they wouldn't meet again for a while. He had naturally clicked into their usual dynamic, and the realization of their temporary separation struck him as he reluctantly left Daphne behind, whistling for Fawkes. He wasn't quite expecting Tonks to appear alongside the Phoenix, her bright orange hair giving away her anxious mood. Ready to go home then. Just one more stop left, Tonks. Fawkes, can you take us to number 4, Privet Drive please? Returning to Privet Drive for the first time in 3 years sent a tremor down Harry's spine. Just the sight of the accursed street, unchanged from his childhood years, brought back memories he hadn't thought of in years. The neat rows of identical houses, the manicured lawns, and the cold, unwelcoming atmosphere remained as though frozen in time. He only got a brief respite from the flood of memories as Fawkes gave a mournful cry before flaming away. You doing all right? Tonks asked in concern, bumping him with her shoulder. Yeah, I guess. It's strange, really. What I had to deal with here was insignificant compared to what I've encountered in the magical world, but this place, it had this way of making me feel so powerless. He drew some comfort when Tonks silently placed her hand upon his shoulder. But no, I am fine. It's probably for the best that I came back here. I didn't even know I still felt so strongly about this place. Come on, let's just get anything I might have left, and then I can put all of this behind me. Harry continued, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Ringing the doorbell, Harry did his best to control his heartbeat, a task which became increasingly difficult as he heard someone coming to the door. However, as the door creaked open, Harry was met with the sight of a young man who was completely unknown to him. Hello, can I help you? Oh, sorry, I'm looking for the Dursleys. Did they still live here? Harry asked awkwardly, fearing they'd moved away since he'd run away. We still live here. I'm Dudley Dursley, came the soft, almost melodic reply. If it were indeed Dudley standing before him, he'd shed the remnants of his childhood, his features having grown more refined, and his frame considerably leaner. His eyes, which Harry had only known to bear malice, now held a friendly kind of weariness. But now he knew what to look for. Harry could identify his cousin, although his changes were profound, with the passage of time having sculpted him into a person visually distinct from the boy Harry remembered from years ago. Harry hesitated for a moment, preparing for Dudley's reaction to his next words. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. I assume you remember me. To his surprise, Dudley actually smiled at his words. God, I didn't expect to ever see you again, Harry. He said, a mix of surprise and genuine warmth in his voice. Yeah, neither did I, but some matters arose. Honestly, I didn't expect this. Harry replied, loosely indicating Dudley's body. You've changed. Dudley offered a small, almost self-conscious smile. Yeah, well, life happens, doesn't it? What matters brought you back here after all this time? I needed to tie up some loose ends, I suppose, Harry replied vaguely, not ready to disclose the intricacies of his return. Mind if I come in for a bit? Dudley hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sure, why not? It's just me here, so you won't need to worry about more reunions. Tonks gave Harry's shoulder another reassuring squeeze, silently communicating her support, as they followed Dudley inside. Whilst the street outside hadn't changed, the Dursleys' house had. It seemed more run down than it had in Harry's time, and less cared for. Harry wouldn't go so far as to call it a dirty home, but it was far from the spotless cleanliness Petunia had always commanded of him. So, what's happened since I left? Harry prompted, as Dudley led them into the kitchen. A lot, Dudley chuckled. Do you want some tea? It's a somewhat long story. Seeing Dudley sink into an armchair, hammered home the changes his cousin had gone through. Harry vividly remembered a time Dudley could almost fill that exact chair, yet now he left plenty of room to spare, even when he leaned forward to recount his story. So, I guess it all starts when you ran away. At first, Mum and Dad were furious, mainly at how the Masons reported the event to the police. But when you never came back home, I think Mum began to grow worried. When school began and nobody from your world showed up, she realized you were probably fine, just back in your own world, I guess. Then when I returned home for Christmas break, Mum said Dad had been arrested. It seemed the police had finished their investigation, and found him guilty. Harry sat there, absorbing Dudley's words, dreading an inevitable explanation of how Vernon had wormed his way free of any charges. He got sentenced to 20 years, Dudley continued, his expression somber. The charges were serious, especially when they couldn't find any further trace of you, and that weighed heavily against him. The court didn't take kindly to it, especially when he couldn't control his temper during his court appearances. It's been tough adjusting without him around, but I suppose it's what he deserved. But he took the credit for Mum's actions, so she only got sentenced to mandatory therapy, which was for the best. I ended up going to a few sessions of my own too, which helped me gain clarity for my own actions. As time passed, I realized there was more to life than the way we were raised. It took some soul-searching and facing the truth about our family, but it was worth it. Dudley took a deep breath, as if releasing the lingering echoes of his past. Harry sat in silence, absorbing the weight of Dudley's words, waiting for the continuation of his cousin's story. Of course, when Dad's money ran out, Mum needed to find work for herself, and I had to go to Stonewall High. It's funny, I ended up wearing the same uniform Mum made for you, which certainly made me stand out. Funnily enough, that was probably the best thing for me. My form tutor, Mr. Bennett, was also my PE and English teacher, and took a personal interest in me. He taught me boxing, as a way to let out my emotions and energy, but also about living healthy. From there, he also helped me improve in other subjects. He showed me I did actually have a brain somewhere under all my fat. Harry felt a mix of emotions, finding himself strangely proud of his cousin, yet also unable to let go of his impression of the younger Dudley. So, how's your life been, Harry? Dudley asked, steering the conversation away from the heavy topic. Better, I hope. Not exactly. I can't quite say I've been through what you have, but I'd rather be where you are now. Harry answered, doing his best to keep his words light. I've had a friend die, been tortured, lost my hand, and faced death more times than I can count. Jesus, yeah, I'd rather be where I'm sitting too. Are you doing all right? I can't afford to not be all right. The man who killed my parents, he came back to life last month. He's the one who sliced my arm in half. That's why I'm here. If there's anything of mine I left behind, this man might be able to use it against me. He'd have to find us here though first, surely. Are me and Mum safe here? No, you aren't. Tonks cut in, speaking for the first time. This man, he will have means to find Harry's old residence, which will lead him straight here. I'd recommend moving, as soon as you can. This house used to be protected, but those fell some time ago. I don't think we can afford to move. Dudley replied in alarm, looking around as if he'd see Voldemort staring at them through the window. Dudley, do you promise me Aunt Petunia has changed for the better, and that your dad won't be welcomed home? I can promise you I won't welcome Dad home. But yes, Mum has changed considerably since you were last here. Some old man from your world came to speak with her after you'd left, and wasn't the same ever since. I don't actually see her all that much, she's always busy working. But I know she's better than she was. Sighing, Harry stood and looked around the living room, before his eyes settled on an old vase sitting on the mantelpiece. It had been there for years, unnoticed and forgotten. All it took was a simple tap with his gauntlet ring, and the vase transformed into gleaming gold, shedding dust in the process. There, that will help cover the cost of moving. I don't know how much it will sell for, but it's pure gold, so it must be worth something. Harry said, finding some joy in Dudley's stupefied look. Can all your people do that? Just turn anything you want into gold? No, it's quite a unique skill. But technically what I just did was illegal, so don't tell anybody the truth. Now, do you mind if I look around for anything left behind? Go for it, but I think Dad had put everything of yours in a box under the stairs. Moving over to his old cupboard, Harry found he didn't need to rout around for his belongings. All he'd had was within a single shoebox, which immediately stood out amongst the almost bare storage space. Mum couldn't bear to look in here, I can't either to be honest. She always said you'd cursed it, as a punishment for us. Dudley explained, standing in the living room doorway. I don't think I could curse things back then. Harry said lightly, even as he opened the shoebox. Although accidental curses aren't unheard of. As he'd feared, there were a few random mithril objects, made when he'd been inexperienced, which he easily drained into nothingness. His old pewter mortar was also there, albeit shattered. Beyond that was a single first-year textbook, some half-finished homework, and a few quills. All of which were easily vanished by his gauntlet. Closing his cupboard for what he'd hoped was the last time, he carried on upstairs, entering his bedroom. It had been striped completely, even his old bed had gone. Cracking open the broken floorboard, he found nothing bar some more homework, which was similarly vanished. And with it, any last trace that Harry Potter had once lived in this home. No leftover magic or mithril for Voldemort to find and abuse. That's all of it. I probably didn't need to return after all, but I am glad I did. Harry called, taking a moment to stare out his old window, looking at the overgrown garden through the frozen glass. Pulling his coat closed to better counter the growing cold, Harry turned to face his cousin. Take care, Dudley. I don't think I can ever forget my childhood here, but I think the man you've become is something you can be proud of. Thank you, that honestly means a lot. I must admit, I don't think I'll ever not be scared of magic, but I wouldn't be opposed to trying to learn more about your world, if you ever want to catch up again. Maybe, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I'll be able to find you, once you move. Hopefully once things calm down in my world, we'll get some time to properly catch up. Before anything else could be said, they were interrupted by a Patronus shooting into the room and taking the form of a giant tortoise. Harry, I don't know if you are still at the Greengrass estate, but do not return. The cottage is under some kind of attack, and it isn't safe. Stay where you are if it's safe, otherwise Nymphadora is to take you to headquarters. The tortoise said, taking on Nicholas's hurried tone. Tonks, Harry called. I heard, it's not safe here, not for us. Your cousin will need to take his chances, I'm afraid, the wards won't let him into headquarters. Tonks replied, charging down the stairs. Come on, we can't disapparate here. If there's an ambush outside headquarters, it will be child's play for them to track our journey back here. You've got your broom right. We'll need to fly for AWO. Jumping down the last few stairs, Harry was pulled up short as Tonks hastily stepped away from the Dementor floating in the doorway. Dementor of Azkaban, I am an Auror of the Ministry. You are not licensed to be here, in a Muggle neighborhood. Withdraw immediately, or face the consequences. Tonks rattled off, hurriedly pulling her badge and presenting it to the Dementor. While it didn't make any move to draw closer, neither did it obey Tonks' order. Do you want to read it its rights next, or should we just cut straight into you using your Patronus to scare it away? Harry snarked, eyeing the Dementor with distaste. What's the problem? Dudley called, unwilling to take even another step downwards. Why? Can't you leave? There's a Dementor in your doorway, a monster from our world. You'd probably call it a frost demon. Only we can see it, but it will feast upon all our souls if it gets the chance. Do your best to avoid it, and avoid touching it. Harry replied, even as the blue light of Tonks' Jack-Rabbit Patronus illuminated the hallway. At its light, the Dementor gave a chilling hiss and took a clear step backwards, yet strangely didn't flee as they'd hoped. especially when they heard the back door creak open, to reveal a second Dementor gliding inside. "Harry, we might need to risk just leaving. I don't know how long I can hold two Dementors back," Tonks muttered. "Just give me a second," Harry replied, stepping closer to the first Dementor. While both Tonks and Dudley were clearly reacting negatively to its presence, Harry couldn't even feel it was there. "Why are you here? Are you here of your own free will, or did someone order you to attack this house?" Harry questioned, standing as close to the Dementor as he dared. In return, the Dementor drew in a deep rattling breath, only to stop short when it realized Harry hadn't reacted. For his part, Harry wasn't entirely sure what was happening, but it seemed the Dementor properties he'd infused into his coat was easily negating his foe. He could also feel a reaction within his gauntlet, as it reacted to the Dementor in its own way. "Don't transmute this one," he commanded mentally, before he flexed his fingers and coated his hand in the Patronus flames. There was a momentary spark of resistance from the soul gem, which was swiftly overridden once the Eidolon core flared to life, conjuring a mesmerizing firestorm that seized Harry by complete surprise. In his third year, when he had called forth similar flames from a sword, they had emanated from every inch of the mithril. Now, the flames roared over the gauntlet like they were liquid, cascading with an ethereal unnaturalness. And at its heart, the emerald stone stood as the eye of a swirling maelstrom, corralling the tempest of deep blue flames. At the sight of the flames, the Dementor finally pulled back, giving off a loud animalistic screech. Thrusting his hand outwards, the Dementor instinctively flew out the doorway, opening a means of escape. "Come on, quickly, out the door," Harry urged, but as he turned, he noticed his cousin frozen in shock upon the stairs. Tugging Dudley along, his heart almost stopped once they cleared the boundary and were met with 5 Dementors floating over Petunia's garden, each radiating a clear sense of anger. With another Dementor drawing a rattling breath from behind them within the house, Harry grimaced, realizing he might have triggered some trap. He held his breath as he awaited the expected charge, but relaxed somewhat once he noticed the Dementors weren't making any serious move to get nearer. Instead, they moved side to side around them, creating an unsettling dance in the air. "What's with their marks?" Tonks muttered, pointing at the dark blue lines visible across most of their foes. Holding up his flame-coated hand, Harry broke into a cruel grin as he saw the Dementor's marks grow brighter upon exposure to his light. "You are the ones that tried to attack me in my third year, aren't you?" he called, confident enough to take a firm step forward. "Let me guess, those burn marks have never stopped hurting you, so now you are here to settle the score." "Harry, what on earth are you talking about?" Tonks asked, refusing to take her eyes off the beings. "In my third year, when I met Sirius, we got attacked by the horde guarding Hogwarts. But I was able to make these flames, that could actually hurt them. These Dementors seem to have the same marks my fire leaves behind. And that must be why you won't get any closer, am I right?" he asked, raising his voice to address the closest Dementor. "Did you really think I wouldn't be able to make the fire a second time? Or perhaps you were told I was helpless? Come on, don't give me these blank looks." To his surprise, the Dementors actually reacted to his words, giving each other what he'd almost call furtive looks. Then as one they drew deep breaths, instantly killing the weeds beneath them. The air itself seemed to shudder as the Dementors inhaled, a visible distortion extending outwards, king everything toward them. The very essence of the surroundings was being pulled into their cold, soul king breath. At first, he wasn't sure what they were trying to do, until he felt Tonks and Dudley seize up behind him. The light of Tonks, Patronus even faded alarmingly, allowing the Dementor behind them to move daringly closer. "Stop that, it clearly doesn't work on me, and my friends are not your concern," Harry demanded, his fear giving way to raw anger. "I've stolen one of your cloaks, I've turned one of you into a stone I now wear upon my own hand. The demons from third year have no power over me now. Leave, now. Or else I will have to see how much I can hurt you for a second time." He couldn't resist feeling disappointed when they didn't follow his threat, especially when they increased their suction. To his alarm, he could feel the air itself getting lighter. Whilst he was immune to their aura, it seemed they could still suffocate him to death. Reaching out with his aerokinesis, he did his best to pull the air back, finally feeling some of the Dementor's power as he tried to tug against their ceaseless inhaling. Deciding to put his new ability to the test, he recalled the length of mithril rope he'd stored within the Eidolon core. He wasn't too surprised when the blue flames wrapped around his hand traveled down the coiled mithril, granting him a whip of Patronus fire. Without waiting to see how they'd react, Harry flicked the whip and directed it around the closest Dementor's neck. Instantly it began to screech, shriveled hands coming up to futilely grasp the rope. As the first Dementor writhed in pain, its companions turned their attention toward Harry with what seemed like a mix of fury and fear. The swirling flames of the Patronus whip crackled ominously, casting an eerie light on the garden. "Get back, both of you!" Harry shouted at Tonks and Dudley, who were struggling to breathe in the oppressive atmosphere. He felt the strain of holding the air against the Dementor's relentless pull, being the only thing allowing them all to remain conscious in the low air. To his concern, the Dementor had managed to degrade the mithril enough that the whip unfurled around its neck, allowing it to pull itself free. As it recoiled, Harry noticed the scorch marks on its neck where the Patronus fire had touched. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Now, who's next?" he challenged, cracking the whip in the air. Another flick of his wrist purged the damaged mithril and replaced it, leaving the decayed mithril to be consumed within the still burning Patronus flames. Snapping the whip backwards delivered a biting impact upon the Dementor within the house, which he managed to continue into wrapping around the wrist of the next creature. This time he let go of the whip, before he recalled a spear, which soon found itself burning within the rotten chest of the first Dementor. He'd been expecting the backlash from injuring the Dementors to arrive at any moment, having remembered the cold spasms his heart had endured when he'd struck the Dementors with these flames in his third year. Yet to his relief, no pain came his way. Pushing his luck, he recalled another coil of rope, which he used to pull a fourth Dementor closer, which he pierced with a sword with all his magically increased might. Feeling a touch of guidance from the mithrilium within his head, he then channeled a lightning bolt through the mithril sword. Instead of merely screeching, this Dementor tipped its head back in a silent scream as blue tendrils of electricity lit up its skin from the inside, before it collapsed into a spectacular burst of dark azure particles. The remnants of the entity dissipated into the air, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the eerie echo of its former existence. There was a moment of pure silence, before the remaining Dementors in a twisted harmony unleashed a combined screech so deafening it hit like a physical wave. The chilling wail reverberated through the air, a cacophony of misery and despair that seemed to echo from the darkest recesses of the world. The sheer volume of their unified cry threatened to overwhelm Harry, forcing his eyes shut to try and protect himself from it. By the time the assault let up, and he could reopen his eyes, the Dementors had clearly reconsidered their situation and began to fly away. With his gauntlet, he continuously summoned a whip to pull the Dementors back, while he used his free hand to control the air. Without the Dementors draining the air, he could focus all his power on buffering their attempts to fly away. Tonks even tried to direct her Patronus to help, with minimal effect. Briefly pausing his whip work to launch a spear at the furthest Dementor, he swiftly reformed his whip to slam yet another Dementor back to the ground, which received its own lightning-charged sword into the back. At its death, Harry let out a gleeful laugh, even as he charged over to the Dementor that was struggling with the spear in its chest. He needed to only grasp the spear to channel his lightning, which danced within the Dementor's incorporeal form. The creature convulsed in a silent scream, its essence unraveling into the same dark azure particles that marked the end of its kin. Harry stood slowly, catching his breath and surveying the aftermath of the supernatural battle. The remaining Dementors had flown too far out of reach, but he didn't expect to see them again anytime soon. Tonks, though visibly shaken, approached him with a mix of awe and concern. "Harry, what was that?" A wry smile played on his lips as he glanced at the dissipating particles. "Seems they underestimated how much I've changed since our last encounter. Perhaps I have too. It means I'm back to my full strength. I've got my mithril, I've got my gauntlet, and I've got my magic." His glee was interrupted by the sound of wings, prompting an almost instinctual preactive reaction. Instead, a large, puffed-up owl disdainfully dropped a letter at his feet before swiftly departing. Casting a contemptuous look at the ministry logo, he summoned the letter to him, allowing the recorded voice to read its contents aloud. "Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that you performed the Patronus charm at 47 minutes past 12 this afternoon in a Muggle-inhabited area and in the presence of a Muggle. The severity of this breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery has resulted in your expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ministry representatives will be calling at your place of residence shortly to destroy your wand. As you have already received an official warning for a previous offense under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Warlocks, Statute of Secrecy, we regret to inform you that your presence is required at a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on the 12th of August. Hoping you are well. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of Magic Office Ministry of Magic. Frustration turned into irritation as he let out a deep breath. Without conscious thought, the letter burst into flames before he could process what was running through his head. Well, that's some bullshit, Dudley announced, even if the effort to speak had him nearly throwing up. Yeah, it really is. Tonks agreed. Would your gauntlet even register as a wand, Harry? No, it shouldn't. Maybe the new stone has changed it enough, but it shouldn't have made a difference. Either way, it says wand here, not foci. So unless they want to go get my wand from Voldemort, they'll have a tough time destroying it. There's a thought actually. If they show up at Dumbledore's house, they'll have to explain away the attack Nicholas mentioned. If they show up here, they'll need to explain the Dementor residue. They might, or it might be an empty threat. I've certainly never heard of ministry officials coming to someone's house to destroy their wand. You either get your wand confiscated after being sent to Azkaban, or the headmaster snaps it after expelling you. Tonks pointed out, still glaring at where the letter had been. Either way, I'm not keeping you exposed out here. Get your broom, we'll fly out a ways, then I'll apparate us to headquarters. You're lucky Moody isn't here, he hates apparition, so he makes the rest of us fly around everywhere. You, Dudley, I'd recommend going back home. Keep your head down, and the Obliviators might leave you alone. Feeling sympathetic of the lost look Dudley now wore, Harry swiftly created a simple mithril chain that he metaphysically linked to another simple cube he slipped into his pockets. Here, wear this, he called, tossing the chain to Dudley, who to his credit nimbly caught it. As soon as you can, work a drop of your blood into the metal. Anyone who doesn't share your blood won't be able to notice it, so if you get in any trouble, break the chain. It will let me know where you are, and somebody will be able to help you. Mind, it may not be immediate support, but it's better than nothing. Dudley examined the mithril chain in his hands, clearly unsure about the magical device. How do I put my blood in it? It will only need a single drop, Harry explained. Prick your finger with a needle or something, let a drop fall onto the chain, and it should do the rest. The magic will then recognize your blood, and only you and your family can use it. Dudley, still looking uncertain, pocketed the chain. All right, I'll do that. But what if someone from your world sees it? Keep it under your shirt, Harry urged. Wear it like a necklace. Most people from my world won't be able to see it, and if you run into those that can, there's very little we could do anyway. Tonks patted Dudley on the shoulder. You'll be fine. You've gone this far without being attacked. Move house and keep quiet about our world, and nobody will know to find you. But if anything happens, you are better off with that chain than without. Now, I need to get this one going before any ministry officials decide to drop in. Riding on his firebolt for the first time beside Tonks, Harry found himself reconsidering his distaste of brooms. The air buffeting his face had been easily dealt with, which only left the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air. His grip on the firebolt was firm, and with each effortless maneuver, he felt a newfound sense of control. As they ascended ever higher, Harry couldn't help but appreciate the view. The landscape unfolded beneath him, as the brown and gray mass of Surrey gave way to the patchwork of fields and forests, all merging into a breathtaking panorama. Tonks flew alongside him, her now long sky-blue hair whipping in the wind. She cast a sidelong glance at Harry, noting the positive change in his demeanor. Enjoying the ride, Harry? Harry grinned, the rush of wind and the thrill of flight combining to lift his spirits. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Maybe I underestimated broomsticks. See, I knew you'd come around, Tonks teased, executing a skillful loop in the air. Flying is one of the best things ever, although I will admit it gets a bit painful after a while, unless you have a proper seat made like Mad Eye. Speaking of, how much further do you want us to fly? Harry called, doing his best to follow Tonks through the looping. Not much further. I'm sure Moody's brewing up a storm about your little escapade, so the sooner I can hand you over, the less trouble I'll be in. Harry found he wasn't too fond of Tonks' idea of further. As they continued flying, Tonks led Harry through a series of aerial maneuvers, showcasing the capabilities of his firebolt. After several more exhilarating minutes, Tonks finally signaled for Harry to pull close. "Ready for a change of scenery?" Tonks shouted, her eyes glinting mischievously. Before Harry could respond, Tonks lunged across to grab him and performed a swift side-along apparition, dropping them into a dried park. Harry stumbled slightly, adjusting to the sudden shift in surroundings. Tonks grinned. "Welcome to the neighborhood, Harry." Confused, Harry looked around at the ordinary park. "Neighborhood. Tonks, this is just a park. Please tell me Dumbledore's special headquarters isn't the crawl space under a slide." "Ah, but it's a special park," Tonks explained, before her expression turned more serious. "No, headquarters is a house, but you'll need to know the secret, although now we're here, I'm not quite sure how we'll do that." She was interrupted by a deep clang, as Harry's shield sprung out of nowhere to absorb a spinning dark green chain shot spell. "Pulverous Turbo," Harry intoned, pointing his hand at a nearby bench. There was a muffled swear, before a torrent of red dust exploded from Harry's hand to coat everything around it. The bench itself was completely cloaked within the softly glowing red dust, as was a shrouded and invisible figure that was rolling up to meet them. To Tonks' shame, it took until another spell struck Harry's shield, this time A.S. Arlette disarming Jinx, before she gathered her wits. Diving to the side herself, in an attempt to flank, she readied herself to duel their assailant. She was fairly sure the swear had been Moody's gruff voice, but she wasn't going to take any chances for as long as they were in the open. Clearly understanding his invisibility had been compromised, their ambusher spared a moment to cast a windy spell upon himself, with almost no discernible effect. It had also cost him valuable time, as Harry had grasped the remnants of the wind to whip the invisibility cloak upwards, before lightning sparked across his gauntlet, before bounding towards the now revealed Moody. Even with the cloak flapping around his face, Moody managed to slam his staff against the ground and redirect the lightning bolt into the ground. "Right, Potter, that's enough," Mad Eye called, throwing the cloak off himself fully. To his credit, Harry didn't try to continue their abrupt duel, but nevertheless refused to fully drop his guard. "And how do I know you are genuine? I've been attacked by someone wearing your face before, exactly like this." You have. That's some fine constant vigilance, unlike yourself, Nymphadora. Unfortunately for us, my only evidence is my note to you from Dumbledore. It will bring you into the Fidelius secret. And of course the understanding that if I were an imposter, we could duel well into the night and you'd be no closer to defeating me." From within his own dragonskin coat, Moody released a scrap of paper, which he floated over. Seeing no magic upon the paper, Harry plucked it up with his own magic, bringing it just close enough to decipher the words, written in Dumbledore's loopy handwriting. "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is located at number 12, Grimmauld Place." The moment he'd comprehended the message, he felt his own magic embracing them, as an entire house popped into existence. Moody pointed at the now visible house. "There you have it, Potter. We're here. The Order's safe house. I'm sure Dumbledore mentioned it's not the coziest place, but it's secure. Now, after you remove this gunk from my cloak, let's get inside before more trouble finds us out here. It'll cheer Black up if nothing else. Onwards, Potter." As soon as Harry drew close to the black front door, Harry could feel the almost vindictive magic guarding the house, protections he doubted Dumbledore approved of. Nevertheless, it only took a single tap of his wand for Moody to unlock the door. The moment the door creaked open, a wave of ancient enchantments and decay brushed against Harry's senses. Where the Greengrass wards had welcomed him, these wards clearly didn't value his presence. Even without the wards, the revealed hallway lay in shadow, derelict and ominous. He could feel faint traces of expansion charms lingered, their effects unraveling over time. He was hesitant to even step foot inside, wary of the charms might finally give up and crush him between the walls. The hall's cramped width furthered his unease, barely allowing two people to pass. All whilst the ceiling soared to impossible heights, shrouded in darkness where anything might hide. Despite that, he could almost see similarities between the Greengrass Hall and the one he found himself within. His Magizite could just barely make out the imprint of a family crest beneath a moth-eaten rug, the worn fabric unable to fully hide the lingering family magic. Even when the enchanted gas lamp spluttered to life, it did little to improve the ambience, rather illuminating the filth. "Right, on you go, son," Moody prompted, giving a firm shove to Harry's back. "Don't worry, we've fully vetted this part of the house, there's nothing left to be concerned about." Keeping a firm hold on his shield, he shuffled forwards, wincing as his bad ankle made itself known again. He was completely unprepared for Ron's mother to step into the hall, who let out a breath of relief. "Oh Harry, it's lovely to see you again," she whispered, smiling warmly as she gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "We were also worried when we'd heard you'd gone missing. Come through, but keep your voice down. We don't want the portraits to wake up." Before Harry could wonder exactly why the portraits might be an issue, Tonks managed to trip over a troll leg umbrella stand. "Tonks!" Mrs. Weasley cried in exasperation, turning to stare accusingly. "Every time. Just step around it." "I'm sorry," Tonks whined, pushing herself to her feet. But the rest of her apology was drowned out as large velvet curtains flew apart and unleashed a blood-curdling scream. Instantly Harry understood Mrs. Weasley's desire to let the portraits sleep, as the mad old hag in the oversized painting did her best to bring the house down. At her cue, numerous other portraits awoke and began to yell throughout the house too. Some were demanding the woman shut up, while others were in clear support of her. "Filth, scum, infesting these sacred halls. Blood traitors and their filthy pets. Disgracing the noble black name with your presence." Mrs. Weasley did her best to pull the curtains shut, whilst Tonks kept apologizing over and over again, and Moody wore an expression of exasperation. Just as Harry considered intervening, Sirius burst in with Lupins, and together seized the portrait curtains. "Shut up, you horrible old hag, shut up!" Sirius shouted back at the screaming portrait, exchanging several unpleasantries until the curtains finally snapped shut, bringing the hallway back into a tense silence. "Hello, Harry," Sirius greeted grimly, panting slightly and sweeping his hair out of his eyes. "I see you've met my mother." "Your mother? Why would your mother's portrait be here?" "Because this used to be her house. This is the hall of, the noble and most ancient House of Black. But it's mine now, and I offered it to Dumbledore as a headquarters, about the only useful thing I've been able to do. Anyway, if you want a shot at getting rid of my dear old mum, have at it, you'll be doing us all a favor. But for now, the rest of the Order wants to interrogate you." "Interrogate me about what? Where you've been mostly?" Dumbledore told them it was your story to tell, and personally I don't see why it's their business. True to his word, Harry found himself seated amongst many new faces, as Mrs. Weasley put together a plate of lunch for him. "Right, Potter, out with it. Dumbledore said keeping you safe is our best shot of winning this war, so tell me, how are we meant to do that if you'll just wander off?" Moody asked, slumping down into a seat directly across from him. "This is the first I've heard of you lot protecting me." Harry shrugged, before taking a bite of his meal. He let a moment of appreciation cross his face, accompanied by a fleeting glance of gratitude toward the bustling woman at the stove, before setting his face into a more serious mask. "I've only ever had Tonks looking out for me in the past, and she knew I was safe, and then was with me when the Dementors attacked. An attack I was perfectly capable of defending against, mind. Would you all have joined me in visiting the Dursleys? If necessary?" Moody growled, trying to pin Harry with a piercing gaze, before his false eye began lazily rolling to the side. "God's F. King damn it all to hell!" he suddenly roared, the intensity of his gaze faltering. With a sharp squelching sound, he plucked his magical eye from its socket. "Molly, be a dear and pass me that glass of water, please," Moody requested. Mrs. Weasley hurriedly fetched a glass, and Moody dropped his eye into the water, where it whizzed around until it fixed its gaze back on Harry. "Moody, what's the matter with your eye?" Harry asked cautiously, trying very hard to avoid looking at the hole the false eye normally covered. "It hasn't been working right ever since that scum wore it, clearly never bothered to care for it properly." "Got this during the good old days," Moody grumbled, taking a sip of the water. "One of a kind, this is. Dumbledore got it from Grindelwald's old fortress, so it's not like we can ask the Creator for help. Now, don't change the subject. Where were you before the Dementors attacked?" "We can't very well defend you if we can't find you," Moody repeated, trying very hard to appear intimidating. "I'm not at liberty to say, but rest assured I was well defended." Any attacker would have to get through some very old wards to reach me first, and then they'd have to defeat me. I'd only be at threat if Voldemort himself showed up, in which case I really doubt anyone here would have been much help. Grown into quite the cocky little bastard, haven't ya? Didn't take much to defeat you when Barty attacked you a few weeks ago, did it? I was far weaker then. Besides which, you didn't do well against him either. How many actual fighters are there in this order? Because how many of you here could actually beat Moody in a fight? That is beside the point. Moody snapped, we could have gotten you to safety, bought you time. And you can make our lives easier by staying sheltered here. You wouldn't have gotten noticed by the Ministry if we'd been with you. Actually, Mad Eye, I think the Ministry detected my magic. Tonks broke in. Harry still doesn't have a wand, so there shouldn't have been anything for the Ministry to detect. Once I explain I was the one doing magic, he should be fine. Good grief, girl, what are you still doing here then? Kingsley, go with her, get her report handed in immediately. All right then, Potter, what do you want me to say? That we'd have been completely useless alongside you, because I refuse to believe that. We shall just have to agree to disagree then. Harry said wryly, I don't need you all to be protecting me, you have far more important things to deal with. I have things I need to get done this summer, which I don't need supervision for. After he'd talked Moody into an impasse and his late lunch had been tidied away, Mrs. Weasley busied herself by the sink, distractedly addressing Harry over her shoulder. Right, Harry dear, I thought you could help the others clean this place up while we have our meeting. Actually, Molly, I was going to give Harry a tour of this old place. Maybe show him the family tapestry. Sirius countered, stepping up behind Harry's chair and placing a hand upon his shoulder. But the meeting's serious, it's just about to start. I'm sure someone can give me the cliff notes. It's not like I've got anything to report, and hearing Snivellus go on about his lack of information grates on my nerves after a while. No, I'd much rather spend time with my godson. Now really, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, throwing down her dishcloth in exasperation. Molly dear, Sirius does have a point, it isn't mandatory to attend every meeting. At least this way Harry gets to spend time with Sirius, and stay out of trouble. Mr. Weasley pointed out, giving his wife a pointed look. As if they won't just use this to spy on the meeting anyway. That man is as bad as the twins at times. Then at least he'd have someone in the loop to help explain things, rather than from less reputable sources. You have to remember dear, this is Sirius' second time in the Order, he understands the importance of what we do as well as any. And Mrs. Weasley, if I cared about what happened in these meetings, I'd ask Dumbledore directly. I can't afford to waste time worrying and trying to figure out what Voldemort's doing, because whatever it is I'll be unable to stop him. I need to train myself now, so that when I inevitably meet him again, I'll be better off. For goodness sake, you're 15. You shouldn't be worrying about things like this at all. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, you should be letting us adults handle matters. Rather than immediately reply, Harry instead tugged his coat out the way, before removing his mithril arm with a faint pop, before tossing it onto the table. It came to a grating stop before Mrs. Weasley's wide eyes, before everyone's eyes snapped to the revealed stump of his arm. Voldemort didn't care that I was 14 when he took my arm. He didn't care that I was 11 when he killed my best friend. He didn't care that I was a baby when he took my parents. I really doubt he'll stop to reconsider his actions now that I am 15. Seeing she had no response, and feeling guilty at the faint tears building in her eyes, he softened his tone. Mrs. Weasley, I appreciate your concern. I really do. And in an ideal world, I'd love to have a normal, stress-free life. But this world isn't exactly ideal. Simply ignoring the threat won't make it go away. Mrs. Weasley sighed, before nodding reluctantly, clearly torn. I just want everyone to be safe. I don't want you to face more pain and danger than you already have. Leaving his mithril arm behind, Harry quietly rose and left the room, with a more sedate Sirius following him. Come on, I was planning on letting you eavesdrop, Sirius admitted guiltily, but I think after that we'd be better elsewhere. If nothing else, the drawing room is quiet. Once again, Harry was incredibly unnerved by the feeling of the fragile expansion charms, especially as the staircase tilted slightly due to an uneven covering of the charm. But Sirius didn't seem to notice the danger, leaving Harry to follow the man through the house. So, Harry, I'm sure you've heard about how all the pureblood families are somehow related. Well, this family tree is that somehow, Sirius announced sardonically, a wry smile playing on his lips. Any British pureblood family going back at least 5 generations can be found on this tree. How? Surely the pureblood families aren't in such short supply. Harry asked doubtfully, eyeing the ancient tapestry. Like the rest of Grimmauld Place, it was heavily decayed, although it was in far better condition than some parts of the house. True purebloods are actually hard to find, especially those without any Muggle blood. Besides which, my family had always been fervently determined to keep our blood pure. We also had a problem of far more daughters than sons, which helped widen this tree along plenty. Look here, of my generation, obviously me and my brother Reg were male, but all 3 of my cousins were daughters of House Black. It was considered good for gaining political advantage, but once Reg got killed and I got sent to Azkaban, there was nobody left to carry on the Black line. In theory you should also be here to help balance this generation, but my darling mother blasted your father off the tree once he'd married Lily. Wait, really? Why would I be on your family's tree? Harry asked, suddenly finding the tapestry far more interesting. I said any pureblood family, didn't I? Here he is, James Charles Potter, you can just about see his name under the blast mark. Technically, he was my mother's cousin. And over here, my grandfather's cousin Cadrella was burnt off too, because she married one Septimus Weasley, who'd go on to be the grandmother of your mate Ron. And all the way up here to my great-great-great-grandfather, his youngest daughter Elidora married Lord Andreas Greengrass. And if we follow his line all the way down to their great-granddaughter, you'll find your girlfriend Daphne Greengrass. Sirius finished with a grin, raising his eyebrows suggestively. I did not realize me and Daphne were related. Harry stumbled, unnerved by the clear presence of Daphne's name magically inscribed upon the wall. Relax, you're something like third cousins, once removed. Basically no shared blood between you. Not like my parents, they'd already known each other from family banquets. That said, you'd struggle to find many pureblood girls you aren't at least somewhat related to. What about my friend Luna? Luna Lovegood. Lovegood, aha. Here we are, Phineas Nigellus Black, his youngest sister, married one Cassius Lovegood. Oh, and their daughter became an Ollivander. I did not know that. Unfortunately the Lovegoods weren't important enough to keep track of beyond the 2nd generation, so your friend probably won't be directly named on this tapestry. Alright then, Nymphadora Tonks. Waggling his finger, Sirius smirked over at Harry. I think you will find the Tonks family is a Muggle-born name less than 5 magical generations old. Nevertheless, she should be right here, under Andromeda Black, my cousin. She married Muggle-born Ted Tonks, which got her blasted off the tree. Dumbledore. I found him the other day actually. Once again going back to my great-great-great-grandfather Phineas Nigellus, this time it's his older sister who got married, to one Wulfric Arional Dumbledore. Their sole child was Percival Dumbledore, who's the father of R. Albus Dumbledore. Let me tell you, the last thing I'd expected to see on the Black family tree was a Dumbledore, but here we are. They didn't even get blasted off the tree, which I expect was my grandfather's influence. Apparently he and your grandfather fought alongside Dumbledore in the Grindelwald War. Which means my mother was full of shite with her. This family has a proud history of serving Dark Lords, how dare you dishonor us, shtick. He mocked, having taken on a shrill voice. Honestly, it's fascinating learning about my family history without my mother's bias. Oh, I must admit, I didn't expect to see so many familiar names here. Harry answered, not quite sure how to respond to his godfather. Yup, as you can probably tell from her portrait, my mother was very opinionated. One of the best moments in my life was when I finally ran away from this place, leaving this family behind. But I met this fantastic Vila while I was healing after Azkaban. She was beautiful, east the size of a hem. Anyway, she helped me see everything in a better light. Told me something about making my family history my own, to reclaim what was good, and to discard the weight of that which was bad. She said I was letting the past dictate the present, which I admit resonated with me at the time. Honestly, I wish I could have taken her with me when I had to leave. Why couldn't you stay there? It sounds like you were close, and if she really was helping. Well, you see, my godson had his name drawn for a murder tournament. So I put her words to use, my past is in the past, and my godson needed me in the present. Beaming appreciatively, Harry let Sirius recompose himself for a moment. Thank you. I can't remember if I ever said it, but it really did mean the world that you came all the way back here to help me, even if I was worried sick you'd get caught. I'm your godfather, taking risks for you is my job description. Sirius replied proudly, before slumping down slightly as he eyed his own burned name upon the tree. Sometimes, Sirius continued, a solemn note entering his voice, we can't escape our past entirely. But we can choose how it defines us. My dear old mum and her prejudices are part of my history, but they don't dictate my present or future. It's why I've spent so many hours up here, trying to learn my family history, from my point of view. For every bad egg like Bellatrix, I find someone like your grandfather, or my Uncle Alfred. I always thought my family were rotten to the core, that I alone was the rogue sheep, but I've found I'm actually average in my wider family. Like look over here, my great-grandmother, Hesper Black née Gamp. Her father's research for the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration was funded entirely by my family. An entire newly defined branch of transfiguration, all because my great-grandfather had a passing interest in his wife's transfiguration. Sirius said with a glint of pride in his eyes. It's stuff like that I keep unearthing. Here, Reginald Scrimgeour married the then Lord Black's sister, and then led the British forces against the 1880s Goblin Rebellion. Imagine, all of my family's political weight and resources, behind one of the strongest fighters of the age, and let me tell you, he made quite a name for himself. Then once the war was over, he became a trailblazer in advocating for the fair treatment of magical creatures. Reginald helped rebuild the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, laying the groundwork for improved relationships between wizards and magical beings. Didn't stop there either. Reginald worked tirelessly to ensure that goblins, and other magical creatures, had more rights and protections. He brokered agreements, mediated disputes, and helped create a better magical society. Then he was killed by a rampaging Sir Herbert Varney, whilst leading a squad to capture said vampire. What a guy. They didn't even burn him off the tapestry, because Phineas Nigellus actually approved of his actions. He certainly seems like a good guy, I guess. Harry volunteered, somewhat bemused by the almost frantic energy his godfather had taken on. But Reginald Scrimgeour's story got me thinking, Harry, Sirius continued, an eager expression on his face. For the longest time, I wanted nothing to do with my family legacy. I was content to let it rot and crumble into obscurity, but recently, I've been considering a different path. He wildly gestured towards the tapestry, encompassing almost the entirety of the Black family history. There's power in this history, Harry, and not just the dark kind. If people like Reginald can use it to bring about positive change, it made me wonder why I couldn't do the same. That sounds great, but I can sense one slight flaw. Aren't you still wanted for escaping Azkaban? Well, you see, I wouldn't be the first Lord Black to be a criminal, Sirius declared with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The goblins would arrange everything for me even if I was guilty, and then when I'm officially the Lord Black, the Ministry's own laws will stop them from being able to stop me. He leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Imagine, Harry, turning the tables on the very system that condemned me without a fair trial. Using this family's resources to fight the very Dark Lord my mother adored. I had to ask myself, what remains of a man when that man is dead and gone? If only memories and stories of his deeds will linger on, then is that not his legacy? But if my accomplishments aren't in the tale they tell, are the deeds that go unheralded my legacy as well? The question then is whether it is nobler in the mind to be well-liked but ineffectual, or moral but maligned. I'll probably never get my dream of being a hero that all the citizens adore, but if I hide here to save my life, what has my life been for? Ah, Sirius, noble thoughts indeed. Dumbledore announced from the doorway, before strolling into the room, his twinkling eyes fixed on Sirius. You are quite right, the essence of a man lives on not only in the memories of others but also in the choices and impact he leaves behind. As Seneca the Warlock once said, it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. The greatest use of life is to spend it for something that will outlast it. Sirius nodded thoughtfully, even if he shuffled awkwardly under Dumbledore's words. Right you are. Now, Dumbledore continued, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like a word with Harry here. I believe Remus and Arthur are eagerly awaiting your presence downstairs, Sirius, so they can give you the Cliff Notes for our meeting, as I hear you put it. Ah, about that headmaster, I really didn't mean, Sirius began, only to falter as Dumbledore raised a calming hand. Your meaning needs no explanation, you are a grown man, and I trust you to make your own decisions. As such, rest assured I fully support your desire to spend time with Harry. Although I will say from a personal standpoint, I did miss your sharp wit during today's meeting. Dumbledore added, his beard twitched into a soft smile. Right, well thank you. I'll just be off then. Sirius answered, eyes meeting Harry's to share a nod for good luck, before leaving the room as fast as could be polite. Dumbledore watched Sirius depart, his smile lingering. Ah, Sirius does amuse me at times. I cannot lie. There are times when I can only see the damage he carries, but I can also see the growth he's forced himself to undertake. Although I do wonder if he'll ever be able to talk to me without feeling like he's in trouble. Has anyone ever been able to forget their old school days around you, sir? Harry asked jokingly. Chuckling in response, Dumbledore's eyes once again twinkled with amusement. Oh, one or two, for better or for worse. It is the curse and privilege of an educator to see their old charges grow, yet never truly celebrate their growth with them. Now, here's your arm and gauntlet back. I trust I don't have to worry about you having used it to listen in on our order meeting. Dumbledore asked, raising his eyebrow. I hadn't thought of that actually. So no, you don't have to worry, but I can't make the same promise for the future. Harry joked, slotting the gauntlet back over the stump of his arm. Sighing fondly, Dumbledore let the matter drop. That as it may, there is more I wish to speak with you about, Harry, please take a seat. Rather than trust the decayed chairs available around the room, Harry instead used the gauntlet to transfigure the closest chair into a much cleaner wingback chair. He couldn't quite get rid of the smell of the damp and decay, but at least the dust and mold had gone. Harry's work, though impressive, was instantly overshadowed by Dumbledore's own chair, a squashy chintz armchair, which he'd conjured from thin air. Clearly showing off, its fabric even radiated a subtle warmth, and carried a vague why scent that easily muted the room's prior smells. Ah yes, this is much better. Now, Harry, we must discuss the immediate future. I know Nymphadora is likely already delivering her report on events, however I do not have much faith in its success. No, I fear the minister will push to have your hearing go ahead. I would urge you to reach out to the lovely Ms. Greengrass. I'm sure her father would be eager to help you out, especially after receiving your aid. Harry's fists clenched involuntarily. The minister's insistence on pushing forward with his hearing fueled a surge of burning resentment within him. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. He then registered Dumbledore's advice, a twinge of alarm coursing through him at the headmaster's apparent knowledge about his time at Greengrass Manor. What makes you say that, Professor? Harry asked, trying to sound casual. As I promised long ago, Harry, I do try to respect your privacy. But if you will use Fawkes to travel, he does have an awful tendency to gossip, and from there I can infer a great deal. Dumbledore explained, giving his patented smile. Now that the expression was aimed at him, Harry knew exactly why Sirius had been so eager to escape. Right. I'll send that letter soon. I would have told you, Professor, but I was asked to keep it quiet. Quite right. I did not strictly need to know, and you could get in some trouble were you to openly discuss another family's secrets. Now, one point that was raised by the Order is your lack of wand. They haven't been told how you were able to fend off the Dementors, and I'd suggest keeping it that way. It is unfortunately likely that Crouch Jr. has told Voldemort about your gauntlet, but we can hope neither fully understands the importance of it. But, it would do you well to have a wand for the time being, until you can get a proper wand. From Ollivander. I'd take you immediately, but by ministry decree a wand maker isn't allowed to sell wands to those awaiting trial, which unfortunately counts you now. But, I happen to have a few wands going spare. To Harry's great surprise, Dumbledore withdrew a roll of soft leather, which he cast to float between them, which unwrapped itself to reveal Dumbledore's 3 wands. The Elder Wand was noticeably absent from the selection, but Harry was still familiar with the fir, ebony, and hornbeam wands on display. He knew each had served Dumbledore through different eras of his life, and that he was deeply attached to each. even going so far as to having repaired all of them to a perfect working order. Harry couldn't help but feel a mix of gratitude and trepidation at the sight of the wands. "Are you sure, Professor? I know how much these wands mean to you. I wouldn't want to put them at risk. I don't exactly have the best track record with my own wands. I am quite sure. There are many elements to my decision. The first is that I want you to be safe, and my feelings for these wands are nothing compared to your safety. Secondly, the Ministry has long ago made it law that wands which have been passed down cannot be destroyed. As such, should your hearing come out poorly, they could only confiscate one of these wands, rather than trying to destroy whatever you might have bought. Finally, I know my wands long to be used again. Even after I've tried to avoid the Elder Wand, I cannot give all my wands the attention they desire." Slowly reaching out his hand, Harry let it hover over the wands, simply feeling out the subtle magic at play. To his surprise, he felt a definite pull towards the Hornbeam wand, which he deemed the least likely to accept him. Shortly after he'd moved into Dumbledore's cottage, when he'd first seen the wand, it had firmly revoked his presence, having very clearly marked itself as solely Dumbledore's. Now, however, Harry got the sense the wand was ready to change allegiance. Carefully picking up the nearly black wand, he was again surprised at how natural it felt within his hand, helped along by its accepting magic. Where his younger hand had found the twisting hilt sharp beneath his palm, he now found the same hilt provided a comfortable grip. Just holding the wand felt right, reminding him of his very first wand, sending a warmth up his arm. "This one, it just feels right. Now that is interesting. Grigorovich crafted that wand specifically for me, using the first wand feather from Fox. Its personal connection to me was meant to aid in my confrontation with Gellert and the Elder Wand, which did not disappoint. It served me very well during that war, and ultimately enabled me to best my old friend. Of course, once I had claimed the Elder Wand for myself, I noticed to my regret that wand seemed to lose its affinity for me. I can only hope it will now serve you just as well, especially as Hornbeam is known to serve those with a pure passion, or obsession, within their heart. Is that a good thing? Seems like something Ron would consider too, Slytherin." Harry commented, trying to gauge if Dumbledore actually approved of his choice of wand. "I suppose it might match Slytherin's ideals," Dumbledore chuckled, pulling at his beard, "but then so did I, at the time. I wouldn't approve obsession for the sake of obsession, but I like to believe my obsession with stopping Gellert saved a great many lives. Including that of your grandfather, Harry. For you, who Voldemort has taken so much. I am unsurprised you'd be passionate about seeing him stopped. However, as always, I would caution you to ensure you do not lose yourself in your quest. You would be doing the world a poor service if, upon vanquishing Voldemort, you end up supplanting him. I'll do my best," Harry promised, not quite able to meet Dumbledore's gaze as he did so. "That is all I ask of you. Now, there was one other matter I wished to discuss," Dumbledore announced, carefully wrapping his wands up again and pocketing them. "I regret to say this shall be far less pleasant. It's come to my attention that your mind may be vulnerable to Voldemort, especially if you are able to meet him on the field of battle." Leaning back, Harry studied the professor's face, trying to find any hint of a joke. "That shouldn't be possible. My mithrilium protects my thoughts. If it was enough to stop you, how would Voldemort be able to penetrate it in the heat of battle? Because when it comes to the mind arts, Voldemort is by far a higher caliber. I have seen him tear thoughts from highly skilled Order members in the past, having taken advantage of a single moment of weakness. He is skilled to an extent I'd fear for my own mental protection, if not for this," he explained, before pulling a leather cord from beneath his beard. At the end of the cord hung a radiant pendant, holding some rough feminine figure within a ring of jewel-encrusted gold. Intricate silverwork wove around the gold and gemstones, forming intertwining patterns that came together into protective runes. And at the centerpiece, within the figure's stomach, sat a shimmering gemstone. It held an ethereal glow, and even from his distance Harry could feel it pulsating with a definite magical aura. Dumbledore seemed unable to help the reverent way he delicately rubbed the pendant, causing a subtle shimmer to envelop it. "This," Dumbledore continued, "is Brisingamen, once worn by the Norse goddess Freya herself. Gellert somehow found it, and later gave it to me, before the incident. Wearing it provides unparalleled protection to the mind. Its divine magic weaves a shield that even Voldemort could never breach." Why would a goddess need a pendant to protect her mind? Because the gods of old were never quite as infallible as they'd gotten muggles to believe. You have to understand, Harry, the gods were very much real beings. Indeed, there are a few carefully tended tombs you can still visit, where you can feel the remnant magic of the honored god. Durmstrang itself is built upon the final tomb of Mimir, god of knowledge, a tomb I've seen with my own eyes. The power that resides within that tomb is enough to keep Durmstrang's wards on par with what two ley lines might accomplish. Harry, absorbing the weight of this revelation, found it hard to comprehend. He of course had known of divine magic, which was often used in the name of a god, but he'd never put much thought behind it. He'd only considered it to be a psychological aspect, over any real attachment. Here, feel it for yourself. I find once you've felt the magic of a god, it's much easier to believe in. Dumbledore said, slipping the pendant from his neck and holding it out to him. Cautiously taking the supposedly ancient artifact, Harry hadn't even fully taken its weight before he found he understood. Already fairly attuned to the workings of magic, Harry could instantly tell the magic of Brisingamen was reaching out to him simultaneously. It was far too similar to the sensation of his gauntlet for his liking, especially given he had no way to control this artifact. He could tell the divine magic of Freya had deeply embedded itself within the pendant, allowing it to long outlive its first owner, whilst granting it a low level of magical sentience. From there, Brisingamen could only tell him it had laid with Freya in her tomb, until it had been taken and passed through various mortal hands, until it found itself within his own. But, its history wasn't all he was told. Its own inherited understanding of the mind gave Harry some clue of how its protection worked, enough to know he could theoretically replicate the artifact, assuming he devoted the next decade solely to the project. The best part was how its form of defense worked independently of its power, or the possible mithrate crystal holding the magic together. No amount of sheer power could ever breach its protections, shielding the mind from most forms of attack or manipulation. I take it you see what I mean. Dumbledore chuckled, gently prying it from Harry's firm grip. The moment the metal left his touch, Harry blinked, finding his mind clear from a fog he hadn't even noticed. Turning his mind inwards, he caught himself brewing on the prospect of replicating its protection. With a wrench of his will, he forced himself to ignore the desire, sensing it hadn't originated from himself. Instead, he fed the knowledge straight into his mithrilium, trusting it to incorporate whatever would make it stronger. That's quite an addiction, Harry muttered wryly, bringing his hand up to try and rub away his new headache. Quite. As with most powerful named artifacts, it has its own ideas about what it wants. It took a very long time for the Elder Wand to accept its presence, let me tell you. Unfortunately, I've found Brisingamen isn't quite unassailable. It can however fail to counter certain attacks, especially those that came after its time. For instance, potions will not register to it at all. For that reason, alongside the fact Gellert didn't obtain Brisingamen in a strictly legal sense, I do my best to keep my possession of Brisingamen a secret. Harry sighed, the lingering echoes of the artifact's influence still tugging at his thoughts. Why tell me? Why show me this at all? In part, because I thought it would interest you, Dumbledore answered slowly, slumping back into his chair, eyes scanning Harry's. Please, forgive me if I was wrong. It took a while for Harry to respond, as he found himself again lost in a mixture of fascination and unease at the revelation of magical secrets, wondering just how many layers of the wizarding world remained hidden from his understanding. No, I'm sorry Professor, I didn't mean to offend you. I do find it very fascinating, although I think it's a bit much at the moment. No, I meant, why show me now, if I'm at risk of Voldemort taking the knowledge from my mind? Oh, I'm glad you still find it fascinating. Dumbledore replied happily, leaning forward once more. I thought it would be better to explain why I personally do not fear Voldemort's mental attacks, if I had a visual aid. Besides which, I must admit I was curious how much you'd be able to tell, especially with how much your mithril might be able to simulate its effects. It would be nice to have someone to truly confide in again, without fear. As it is, I suppose I shall have to look elsewhere to help protect your mind. I suspect you'd be made well aware of any mental intrusion, and perhaps you will be able to fight him off. But until we can know for sure, I regret to say we must limit your degree of knowledge. However, I see no reason why you cannot know as much as the rest of the Order, who are already at a similar risk as yourself. It's hard to imagine how I couldn't detect Voldemort's intrusion. The whole direct eye contact to form a mental connection is usually a good indicator, although I suppose he could wear a wig and sunglasses and try to ambush me in a busy street. You are incorrectly assuming Voldemort needs such aids. If determined enough, I have known Voldemort to attack his victims while they are many miles away, even if he could only ever pry information. Even though I've taken steps to prevent such repeat attacks, I cannot in good faith say it's impossible he might draw your thoughts from your mind. Well then, is there even any point to me trying to train and combat him? Harry exclaimed, rocking back in his chair in annoyance. According to you, he could simply read my mind and prepare himself for whatever I decide to use against him. I might as well save my energy and do nothing, and then meet the same fate anyway. Consider this, Harry. If Voldemort were to peer into your mind, what options would he have? To maintain his advantage, he'd need significant time for rigorous training, a challenging task at his level. However, that time spent honing skills is time diverted from plotting against us, an advantage for our cause. Alternatively, he might perceive your intent and consider your growth beneath him, bringing you closer to his level when you next cross paths. Dumbledore pointed out. Now, let's explore the alternative. If he were to read your mind and then perceive your lack of action, he'd certainly feel no urgency to enhance himself. Instead, he'd focus solely on plotting, placing us both at a disadvantage during the eventual confrontation. On the other hand, if he doesn't delve into your thoughts, you'd simply have wasted the time between now and then. To my eyes, you only come out worse if you sit back and do nothing. Begrudgingly, Harry could only nod in agreement, especially once Dumbledore had risen to vanish his chair. Now, I have told you all I felt you needed to hear. My offer of training you once the summer ends still stands, and I hope you understand why I have no choice but to withhold information from you. I also feel it's for the best that you remain here for the rest of summer. What's wrong with your house? Harry asked in surprise, suddenly fearful that his home for the last few years had been destroyed. Dumbledore's gaze softened, seeing the concern etched on Harry's face. Nothing, I assure you. However, whilst your mithril wards repelled the attack, they should have alerted me to such an attack. They are not supposed to remain silent in the face of an attack, leaving Nicholas's own testimony as the only evidence we have of the attack, which makes me wonder if they'd endured similar attacks in the past, without our knowledge. Harry furrowed his brow, trying to remember what he and Professor Babbling had done to create the mithril wards. They shouldn't have. The wards should work exactly like a normal ward, just boosted by the mithril. What will you do until I can fix that issue? Dumbledore sighed, his eyes wandering the room as if the answers could be found within the black tapestry. It's challenging to say, my boy. I would not like to give up the excellent wards you've created. But at the same time, I now cannot be sure of their true utility. As such, for now, you'd be safest here. Between the Black family wards, and my Fidelius charm, Voldemort himself could be out in the street and be unable to reach you. You'll have the Order members close by, and we can continue your training. Besides which, I'm sure Sirius will be delighted at your company. Now, I believe Molly has prepared a delicious dinner for you all, and I'd be remiss to keep you from it any longer. Re-entering the kitchen, Harry was surprised at the number of Weasleys dotted around. He'd already seen Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, but he hadn't expected to see their children, given their mother's issue with his own age. Ron visibly brightened upon seeing him, which also earned him the twins' attention. In between them, a gaunt-looking Ginny simply played with a food. Seeing her sent a pang of regret through him, remembering his friendly conversations with the reborn Tom Riddle, who had only come back after stealing Ginny's magic. However, it was the final Weasley he was unsure about. Unless Percy had undergone a serious change since they'd last met, there was yet another Weasley. Harry's eyes lingered on the tall figure, noting the distinctive features of someone who had been out in the world, facing challenges beyond the confines of an easy life. This Weasley, with his weathered appearance and the subtle dragonhide sheen on his coat, carried himself differently from the others. If Harry couldn't see the bright hair of Tonks, he'd almost wonder if his friend had morphed herself to look like a Weasley. To his embarrassment, the man caught his staring, before crossing the kitchen to hold out his hand. Harry, I've heard much about you, I'm Bill. Bill Weasley, if that wasn't obvious from my hair. Nice to meet you, Bill, Harry replied, accepting the handshake with a firm grip. I've heard a bit about you too. Seems like you've had your fair share of adventures. Bill chuckled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Adventures might be an understatement. Working for Gringotts exposes you to all sorts of things. But enough about me, I've been looking forward to meeting the famous Harry Potter. Charlie won't shut up about how you fought your dragon. Really wish I could have gotten some free time to see it myself. Nice coat, by the way. Dumbledore mentioned you've got some experience with creating magical items. I dabble. I take it you've got experience yourself then? Harry asked leadingly. Bill nodded, his eyes glinting with a hint of pride. Oh, more than dabbling, I'd say. Working with Gringotts, you learn to recognize magical items and artifacts like the back of your hand. It's practically my job to know them inside out, once we break into the tomb itself. Harry raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Must be a fascinating job. Bill chuckled. It has its moments. I've seen everything from ancient goblin-made treasures to cursed antiques. Keeps you on your toes, that's for sure. Is that something you might be interested in, or are you more about creating artifacts? Currently, I take whatever I can get my hands on. But certainly whilst I'm in Hogwarts, creating stuff for myself is easier than finding something. Yeah, I get you. If it's not too presumptive of me, how's that shield coming along? Fleur mentioned you'd asked her to enchant it, and we'd both wondered what you'd end up doing with it. Fleur told you? Harry asked, suddenly feeling quite defensive. Bill raised his hands in a placating gesture. Easy there, mate. Fleur and I work together, and often end up sharing things, especially when it comes to interesting magical projects. She's got a knack for enchantments, as you'd already know. Anyway, we were just curious. No need to spill the beans if it's a secret. Harry relaxed a bit, realizing there was no harm intended. It's not a secret, really. I'm working on enhancing my defensive capabilities. With Voldemort around, you can never be too prepared. The shield is just one part of it. I'm hoping to experiment with different magical alloys in the future to create something even more versatile, which can adapt to different threats. Bill's eyes gleamed with interest. That sounds fascinating. Mind showing me sometime? I'd love to see the process. Harry considered it for a moment, considering how much to reveal. Sure, why not? I could use another pair of experienced eyes. I've run into a problem where I can only have a few types of protective magic active at the same time. I can't just have them all on at once. With a flick, he brought his shield to bear, before removing it from his gauntlet and passing it to Bill. The moment Bill touched the mithril shield, his eyes rose before he nimbly flipped it over to investigate the runes on the inside. And you say you made this yourself? Other than the wood Fleur enchanted? Well, I had help with the rune work, but for the most part, yeah. Harry answered, only for Bill to draw his wand and erect a silencing barrier around them. You know how to work goblin silver? Bill asked, having gained a new intensity. Well, yes, but this isn't goblin silver. It's something else. How can you tell, anyway? Goblin silver, or whatever this metal is, always feels unique. It's got a smoothness other metals lack, and makes your fingers almost tingle. Bill replied, inspecting the shield closer, his fingers tracing the intricate runes. I've come across a few similar works in ancient tombs, but I always thought it was goblin silver. Are you telling me there's more wizards out there who can just create this stuff? Not to my knowledge, it's just me. Dumbledore thinks it's a rare ability that only shows up a few times across the generations. It's served me quite well, as you can see. That's quite the talent you've got there, Harry. Creating a metal like this is no small feat, Bill remarked, still examining the shield with a newfound appreciation. I can't understand all these runes, which is impressive by itself, but I can tell it's strong. Unfortunately, I think it's a tad beyond me. If I found this in a tomb, I'd know it's incredibly potent, but I'd just hand it off to Gringotts and let them deal with it from there. Damn, I would have asked for more for them if I'd known how rare it was. Now, my suggestion to you is to glaze these runes, if you've finished with them. I don't know what type of glazing would work best for you here, but I know Fleur's people use a type of amber to protect their runes. It stops the runes wearing away. I think the goblins use a type of liquid crystal to fill their runes. With that, Bill turned the shield back over to Harry, unable to hide his grin as Harry reattached it to his arm, and then sliding the shield back into his gauntlet. That's a remarkable piece of work, you should be proud. If you ever want me to test your work, I'll be proud to do so. But for now I think Mum's about to go spare. I appreciate that, Bill. I'll keep your offer in mind, Harry said, giving a nod of gratitude. And thanks for the advice. He would have said more, but the twins chose that moment to cause chaos, spilling butterbeer everywhere and almost sending a bread knife through Sirius' hand. As Bill rushed over to help his dad clean up, Harry went over to sit beside Sirius, catching the tail end of Mrs. Weasley's tirade. Bill didn't feel the need to apparate every few feet. Charlie didn't charm everything he met. Percy, only to stop dead, before glancing at her wooden-faced husband. Having no idea what that had been about, Harry almost asked Sirius, only to see the man subtly shake his head. Instead, Bill and Lupin broke up the icy mood, bringing a start to the dinner. Silently observing the table, Harry was somewhat surprised at how mundane everything seemed. Mrs. Weasley discussed with Sirius about a possible boggart, whilst Tonks was doing her best to cheer Ginny up. Across from him, Ron and the twins were arguing about the Chudley Cannon's chances, yet again. To Harry, the only important conversation was between Lupin, Mr. Weasley, and Bill Weasley, who were discussing the goblins' stance on Voldemort's return. They're not giving anything away yet, I still can't work out whether or not they believe he's back. Course, they might prefer not to take sides at all. Keep out of it. I'm sure they'd never go over to you-know-who, Mr. Weasley commented, shaking his head. They've suffered losses too, remember that goblin family he murdered last time, somewhere near Nottingham. I think it depends what they're offered, Lupin said, and I'm not talking about gold. If they're offered the freedoms we've been denying them for centuries, they're going to be tempted. Have you still not had any luck with Ragnarok, Bill? He's feeling pretty anti-wizard at the moment, said Bill. He hasn't stopped raging about the Bagman business. He reckons the ministry did a cover-up. Those goblins never got their gold from him, you know. Laughter from the middle of the table drowned the rest of Bill's words, despite Harry's best efforts to listen in. What's this about the goblins? Harry called, leaning towards them. Oh, well, Dumbledore's been trying to form alliances with those unconnected with the ministry, to try and stop you-know-who doing the same. Sirius replied through the sudden silence, before Mrs. Weasley surged forwards. No. Harry's not to be told what we've been doing. Molly, Harry was there when Dumbledore spoke about forming these alliances. We aren't risking anything by telling him. Sirius responded heatedly. And the other children, what about them then, Sirius, maintaining his firm stance, responded, Molly, none here will suffer from hearing about this. Now, if I were to talk about what we were doing down in the department, Sirius was swiftly cut off as his lips sealed themselves together beneath Mrs. Weasley's raised wand. Mrs. Weasley, her wand still pointed firmly at Sirius, glared at him before addressing the table. If you adults want to share your order secrets, that's your business. But there are certain things that shouldn't be spread freely, especially not around the children. We've already seen enough danger. Sirius, his mouth still magically sealed, shot an exasperated look at Mrs. Weasley, who remained resolute. Now that's out the way, what's this about the goblins? Harry reiterated, deciding to let Sirius remain under Mrs. Weasley's curse. Essentially, Dumbledore is concerned certain magical creatures will be pushed into joining you-know-who. He's reaching out to various groups to form alliances and strengthen our resistance, Lupin explained, glancing around the table to ensure Mrs. Weasley wasn't about to cast another spell. Bill here has been trying to gauge the goblins' stance on Voldemort's return, Mr. Weasley added. Bill nodded, picking up the conversation. It's a delicate matter. Goblins are historically neutral, but their grievances with the ministry, especially over financial disputes, have intensified. Ragnarok, the head of Gringotts, is particularly vocal about his distrust of wizards, especially after the Bagman incident. Ragnarok believes the ministry covered up the goblins' losses from the Triwizard Tournament. As you might imagine, he's not too happy about it, and it's making negotiations difficult. There's a rumor around the office that Lucius Malfoy has made overtures to privately pay off the debt, which we fear will put Ragnarok firmly in you-know-who's camp. Okay, and so you've been trying to, offer to pay off the debt ourselves? Harry guessed, only to get embarrassed looks around the table. Well, actually no. Dumbledore believes the goblins will see that their debt is nothing compared to all our fate if you-know-who is able to wage war again, Lupin explained, his gaze serious. Our primary goal is to secure alliances, to ensure we have united forces against the impending threat. Paying off the debt might be a temporary solution, but it won't guarantee the goblins' loyalty in the long run. We need them to stand with us willingly. Harry scoffed, a disbelieving smile playing on his lips. Let me get this straight. Bagman owes the goblins, can't pay, and now the ministry is shielding him. And, instead of settling the debt like any normal person would, Dumbledore's brilliant plan is to convince the goblins to forgive it altogether. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, a mixture of frustration and disbelief on his face. Forgive me if I expected something a bit more proactive. I don't know, maybe actually doing something about Voldemort instead of discussing debts with the goblins. The room fell into a tense silence as Harry's words hung in the air. Mrs. Weasley, her face tight with concern, was the first to break the silence. Harry, dear, it's not that simple. Negotiations and alliances are crucial in a situation like this. We can't just charge in without a plan, we need support, both magical and political. Harry, it's not that we're avoiding action. Dumbledore's working on multiple fronts. We're trying to gather allies, strengthen our defenses, and understand our enemy. It's a complicated game, and sometimes we have to make strategic moves that may seem indirect. Lupin added. Bill Weasley, who had been listening intently, spoke up, Harry, I get your frustration. But war isn't won in a day. It requires careful planning and maneuvering. We're not just fighting against Voldemort, we're up against an entire system that's been tainted by his influence. Right. And we lose what by just paying off the goblins? Harry asked pointedly, his gaze challenging those around him. Sirius, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, it's not just about paying off a debt. If we settle Bagman's issue like that, it sets a precedent. It shows weakness, vulnerability. Voldemort thrives on exploiting perceived weaknesses. We can't afford to appear feeble in the eyes of our enemies. Tonks chimed in, and it's not just about the goblins. We're dealing with a delicate balance. Dumbledore is working on building a united front against Voldemort. If we mishandle these situations, it could fracture the alliances we're trying to create. We need unity, not fractures. Fine, I can accept that. Who else are we trying to court? I believe Dumbledore mentioned giants to Fudge. What do the giants want? That, we don't know. Rubius was meant to have reached the giants by now, but seeing as he remained behind to guard you, his mission was delayed somewhat. Not that it's your fault, of course, Harry dear, but we won't know what the giants might want until Rubius can get back to us. Alright, so we're waiting on information from the giants. What about other potential allies? Bill Weasley leaned forward. There are talks with various magical beings. Currently the centaurs, merfolk, and Veela have agreed to be neutral. The trolls have, unsurprisingly, refused to engage in talks, and the vampires aren't letting themselves be found. Which just leaves me with the werewolves, Lupin finished, his expression weary. I've been reaching out to them, trying to gain their support. Unfortunately, the prejudice against werewolves runs deep, and many of them are appreciative of the terms Voldemort can offer them. Alright, what terms do they want then? What can we offer them, to keep them from joining Voldemort? Lupin sighed, there's little we could offer them. For many werewolves, it's about seeking revenge. They've endured years of discrimination and persecution. They've lost faith in the possibility of ever rejoining society, and instead, they seek to punish the wizarding world as they've been punished. I think you can understand why Dumbledore isn't willing to accept their demands. And with the Ministry passing yet another anti-werewolf law, it's hard for me to reach out to them and secure their support. Ron, who had been quietly listening, interjected, but why is the Ministry doing that? Shouldn't they be helping? Mr. Weasley sighed. Ron, the Ministry is in a state of denial. Even being seen as pro-Dumbledore is frowned upon. Fudge is stubborn and refuses to acknowledge the danger. It's yet another thing Dumbledore is working on changing, but Fudge isn't budging. No, but the werewolves must surely want something we can give them. Something more than, please ignore how we used to treat you. We'll probably do it again. The choice can't be between the status quo and joining Voldemort. Well, unless you have a cure to lycanthropy lying around, what more can we do? Lupin replied bitterly. It's always been clear the public won't support integrating werewolves, especially with the Ministry's current stance. Harry felt his frustration growing as he leaned forward. There has to be something we can do. If the ministry won't change, then we need another solution. Maybe there's a way to help them despite their lycanthropy. Some kind of compromise that keeps everyone safe. And if they're joining Voldemort because they think he can offer them a better deal, we need to show them that there's hope with us, too. Ron chimed in. That's a good dream, Ronald. Unfortunately, what can I give them to prove there is any hope? The werewolves know Voldemort won't bring change for the better, but they simply don't care. For them, they'd prefer the chance to get their revenge over their continued suffering. I think that's enough of this discussion for tonight, Mrs. Weasley declared, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of argument. It's getting late, and the children need their rest. We can revisit this another time when everyone's had a chance to cool off. Off to bed now, all of you. Immediately, Ron and the twins rose to complain, only to immediately get shut down by their mother. Moodily, they all marched out, leaving Mrs. Weasley to turn her hesitant gaze towards Harry. Standing slowly, Harry sighed and let the matter drop. Fine, I'll go to bed, assuming I have a room here. Ah, right, of course, creature. Sirius called, looking around expectantly. Damn that elf, creature. Come here. With an audible crack, a house elf materialized beside Sirius, staring up at his balefully. Unlike Dobby, who'd always displayed a youthful exuberance, this elf was the exact opposite. His nose, though bulbous, seemed oddly compressed, his bloodshot-lidded eyes held a clear weariness, and numerous folds of sagging skin draped over his form. He even had tufts of white hair sprouted from his drooping ears, which hung down behind him. In all, it was a pitiful sight, right up until the elf worked his mouth to spit a glob of mucus at Sirius' feet. Disgraced master calls for creature. Sirius scowled at the disrespectful display but kept his composure. Yes, creature, I did. We have a new guest, and my godson Harry needs a room. Make sure he's comfortable. The ancient elf slowly turned his gaze upon Harry, eyes opening in recognition, before scowling. Creature knows this one. Creature knows of the boy who stopped the Dark Lord. Undeserving of such accommodation within the sacred home of Black. The mudblood will sleep in the cupboard under the stairs. No less than where he belongs. Sirius' expression darkened at Creature's words. Enough of that, creature. Harry is my guest, and he will have a proper room. Show him to one immediately. Creature's scowl deepened, but he begrudgingly obeyed, stopping just outside the kitchen as he waited for Harry to follow. I'm sorry about that, Harry. Creature can be quite difficult, Sirius apologized, shooting a disapproving look at the elf. Anyway, sleep well. If you've got any problems, at least one of us will be down here throughout the night. Giving a brief wave to those around the table, Harry let Creature lead him through the dimly lit corridors of Grimmauld Place. The soft creaking of floorboards, derelict appearance, and distant murmurs added an eerie ambiance. Doing his best to ignore the creepiness of the house, he found himself listening in on the elf's self-commentary. It was only when Creature seemed to be talking about him again did he decide to engage the elf. What did you just call me, Creature? The mudblood child addresses Creature. Filthy Mistari thought Creature wouldn't know of him, but Creature always knows. Yes, I do address you. That name, Mistari, what does it mean? Harry demanded, unnerved at the sense of connection he'd felt when the elf had used the name. A sly grin spread across Creature's wrinkled face. The Mistari, can it be he doesn't know? Obviously, I wouldn't ask if I didn't. Now, spill, what on earth are you talking about? The Mistari, Creature began, his tone carrying a mix of disdain and reluctant acknowledgement, the creator of Doblenheim the Abomination. Named forevermore so that all may know him on sight, and know the foul magic he cast. The Mistari's legacy is one of creation and destruction. Doblenheim was his experiment, his folly. A magical being unlike any other, born of his arrogance and thirst for power, Creature explained, his voice a low murmur. The name, Doblenheim, resonated in the air, carrying a weight that Harry wouldn't have anticipated. Doblenheim. Wait, are you talking about Dobby? Harry asked incredulously. A name Creature can no longer use. But Creature knew that name, once. The abomination came to Creature in the night, speaking foul words of treachery and corruption. But Creature wouldn't listen. Creature would beat him, as Kircher would beat a mangy cur. Creature's eyes narrowed, a mixture of resentment and lingering anger etched on his wrinkled face. The Mistari, in his arrogance, thought to elevate such a lowly elf. gave him magic, a name, and a purpose beyond his station. But it was a mockery, a perversion of our kind. Harry, sensing the tension in the air, pressed further. What happened, creature? What did Dobby do to earn such disdain? The abomination preached of freedom and liberation, of breaking the chains that bound us to wizards, house elves rebelling against their nature. To become one of the forsaken risen elves, one of Doblinheim's horde. But creature will never be a servant to another, not whilst creature has yet to finish master's orders. As creature spoke, a shadow of remorse flickered across his eyes, his voice growing distant. Foolish creature failed his master, couldn't fulfill his task as he was ordered. Punished himself, creature did, for his failure, but no difference did it make. Right, well all you need to do currently is show me to my room. Unless you expect me to sleep here on the stairs. Harry pointed out, raising his voice to be heard over the mad rambling. Creature's eyes snapped back to the present, the glimmer of remorse vanishing. Follow creature, mudblood. Follow, and do not stray. Creature will show you to a room, though the honor is wasted on one like you. Without waiting for a response, the elf began to hobble away again, leading Harry up yet another creaky staircase. Finally, creature stopped before a heavy wooden door, the handle worn from years of use. Here, mudblood, your room. Creature hopes the Mistari shall stay and will not disturb the sacred relics within. Harry, feeling a twinge of frustration at continued use of the derogatory term, merely nodded. Thanks, creature. I'll make sure not to disturb anything. As creature shuffled away, muttering to himself, Harry gave the door a closer look, sighing when he saw the nameplate. Getting his gauntlet ready, he pushed the door open, entering Bellatrix Black's old room. The air inside was stale, and the furniture was draped in dusty covers, which at least reassured Harry the room had gone untouched for a while. Turning to take in the four-poster bed, Harry felt he didn't want to risk his chances, and with a simple tap shrunk the bed until it was the size of a toy. Then, causing the gauntlet to briefly illuminate the room, he recalled the miniature mithril mattress from the Eidolon core. Shifting the old bed aside, and placing his mithril in its place, it only took a thought for his trusted mattress to grow to its full size. Satisfied with his makeshift sleeping arrangement, Harry surveyed the room once more. Dust particles floated in the air as the gauntlet's glow dimmed, casting a warm ambiance in the dimly lit space. Casting a detection charm around the room, and then another charm to keep the dust away, Harry transfigured his outfit into suitable pajamas, before crawling into his new bed. He wrote a quick letter to Daphne, before pulling Corvus from his robes and sent him off to deliver it. After that, it took him a moment to settle down, before his eyes began to wander, tracing the patterns of the faded wallpaper and the contours of the old furniture. The room, despite its dusty appearance, felt strangely familiar, a place steeped in history, much like Dumbledore's cottage when Harry first moved there. Memories of that quaint cottage flooded his mind, the scent of parchment, the soft crackling of the fireplace, and the comforting presence of the old headmaster. It was a time when magic had felt like a refuge, providing a sanctuary from the tumultuous world outside. As Harry lay there, the weight of the past and the echoes of Dumbledore's wisdom seemed to creep towards him, filling his thoughts as his eyelids grew heavy, and he eventually settled into sleep. Harry woke up in a room bathed in morning sunlight, shining through curtains that were far too thin. He blinked, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. It took him a moment to remember that this was now to be his new home, for however long Dumbledore deemed it to be so. Sitting up in bed, he took in the room, his new room. The antique furniture, the old unfamiliar photographs on the walls, and the distinct smell of books. As he got out of bed and wandered through the house, he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. It was a whole new environment for him, likely filled with secrets and history. Eventually he found his way into the living room, where he found Dumbledore seated by the fireplace, quietly reading a large tome. The fireplace crackled with warmth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rugs, reflected pleasantly upon Fawkes' empty perch. "Ah, good morning, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him, setting aside his book and offering a warm smile. "I hope you slept well." Harry nodded, feeling a little shy. "Yes, thank you, Professor. It's just, everything is so different here." Dumbledore nodded understandingly. "Indeed, it can be quite an adjustment. But I want you to feel at home, Harry. This cottage is your sanctuary. You have the freedom to explore and make yourself comfortable. No room is off limits to you. But, I do also want to emphasize the importance of privacy. Just as I will respect your personal space, I ask that you do the same for mine. As I will do for you, I ask that if you ever find the door to my bedroom shut, please knock and wait for my permission before entering. I feel such will help ensure that we both have our own sanctuaries within these walls. Of course, Professor. That's the least I could do. Harry quickly agreed. He'd suddenly been struck with the image of walking in on Dumbledore while the elderly Professor was changing, and vehemently did not wish to suffer such a sight. Equally, I ask you to express any discontent or discomfort you may feel. I want you to feel safe here, both from any threat outside these walls, but also from any concerns you might have within. Harry, still caught in the dream, found himself nodding earnestly. The conversation with Dumbledore felt familiar, the advice echoing in his mind like words he had heard before. But as their conversation wore on, his mind blurred the words together, leaving only a comforting reminder of a time when his concerns were simpler, and his world less burdened. As the memory unfolded, Harry remembered his urge to explore the cottage more thoroughly. The old photographs on the walls seemed to tell stories of a bygone era, many featuring what could only be a younger Dumbledore. Moving through the cottage, he discovered hidden nooks and crannies that his present mind knew well, like cherished secrets. Through the living room he found the kitchen, where enchanted pots and pans seemed to stir themselves in preparation for the day, all under the aroma of Dumbledore's freshly brewed tea filled the air. Venturing upstairs, he discovered the bedrooms, keenly remembering his surprise at how he'd been given the largest in the house. Having taken a peek into Dumbledore's bedroom, he'd been unsurprised with ancient books neatly arranged on shelves, and a portrait of a serene landscape with Hogwarts in the distance adorning the wall. Finally he wandered through to the garden, where vibrant flowers swayed in a gentle breeze. Where his shed would eventually be, lay yet another flower bed, this one overgrown with weeds. The tranquility of the dream world wrapped around him like a protective cloak, and for a moment the weight upon his mind lifted. And then he blinked, and found himself in a far grimmer bedroom, with his injured ankle screaming in pain. The warmth and peace of the dream world instantly evaporated, replaced by the cold reality of Grimmauld Place. Between the walls adorned with faded paintings, and the dust-covered furniture, it stood as a far less welcome than Dumbledore's home had been. The transition from the dreamlike memory to the reality of Grimmauld Place left him with a painful sense of disorientation, as his mind fought to maintain the comfort of a happier time, only to be forced back into the confines of his current life. Pulling a fresh pair of clothes from his school trunk, Harry hurriedly dressed, wincing as he pulled his throbbing ankle through his jeans. Now that he'd left the safety of his bed, he pulled on his thick trench coat as soon as possible, which his used clothes and trunk soon found themselves within. Armored and safe again within his dragonhide trench coat, and with the room illuminated by the harsh light of day, Harry finally felt safe enough to explore the room. Doing his best to ignore his pained body, he carefully removed the dusty covers from the nearby furniture, finding himself unimpressed with Bellatrix's decor. But then he uncovered an old, dusty mirror tucked away in a corner and felt a shiver run down his spine. Its reflective surface was marred by cracks and speckled with grime, but he could still feel the echo of a spell that had shattered the glass. For a moment, he hesitated, his own reflection staring back at him with an intensity that seemed to echo the haunted depths of his eyes. Around the cracks, he almost couldn't recognize his wild appearance. Turning away from the mirror, Harry continued his exploration. When his next step gained a dangerous creaking from the floorboards beneath his foot, he quickly summoned his boots, trusting the layer of hardened air beneath them to lessen the danger. Finally, he uncovered an old vanity, filled with forgotten items of Bellatrix's past. He was surprised at how normal everything seemed, having expected more from the psychopath she'd become. Among the relics, a faded photograph caught his eye, which he pulled free from behind a dusty bottle. It depicted a group of wizards and witches, almost unmoving despite the magic giving them life. The familiarity of one face stood out, Sirius Black, young and grumpy, surrounded by his family. Around his young godfather, more of the Black family were present, with an elderly man looming behind and above them all, his eyes cold and calculating. Harry recognized him, having seen him within Dumbledore's memories of past court proceedings. The head of the Black family, Sirius' grandfather, Lord Arcturus Black. Next to him was clearly his younger brother, their expressions unified in their displeasure. The brothers standing before their parents, their mother easily recognizable from her older portrait downstairs. To their side, 3 girls stood in stoic poses, each reminding him strongly of Daphne's bearing, the unmistakable heir of a self-styled pure-blood lineage. Harry guessed Sirius aunt and uncle completed the family tableau, their features etched with stern pride. With a heavy sigh, he gently returned the photograph to its place. The distant sound of creaking stairs reached Harry's ears, reminding him that Grimmauld Place was not empty. Before he left the room, he brought his mithril arm to his lips, before opening a crack in the gauntlet. Ever since Nicholas had taught him how to brew the elixir of life, he'd hollowed out a part of his hand, so he could store his blood and maintain its connection to the underside of the Philosopher's Stone held within the mithril. Tipping his hand back as he'd do with any other drink, Harry kept going until the final drop of the elixir fell, eyes shut in pleasure as he felt the healing properties chase away his pains. Finally, his foot grew pleasantly warm, enough he no longer felt the need to distract himself from the pain. Despite how much the experience made him feel like a vampire, he wouldn't risk any other method of exposing a sufficient amount of his blood to the Philosopher's Stone. He certainly wouldn't detach it from his gauntlet, when he might need it at any moment. With a final deep breath, he gathered himself and left the room, making his way down into Grimmauld Place's kitchen, where the aroma of breakfast greeted him. Mrs. Weasley looked up from her cooking, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Oh, good morning, Harry. I didn't expect to see you awake so early." "Morning, Mrs. Weasley," Harry replied, a slight nod of gratitude. The men at the table paused in their conversation, turning their attention to the unexpected visitor. "Morning, Harry. I don't believe you've met Kingsley yet, have you?" Lupin gestured towards a distinguished figure at the table. Harry's gaze shifted to Kingsley Shacklebolt, a tall black wizard with broad shoulders, bald head, and a single gold hoop earring. "Kingsley, this is of course Harry Potter. Harry, a pleasure to meet you." Kingsley's deep voice held a comfortable warmth, extending a hand in a firm handshake. "You work with Tonks, right?" Harry asked, vaguely recognizing the name. "On occasion. I work with her more now as part of the Order, but I was familiar enough with her through our Auror work." "So what is it you do for the Order?" "Currently, my role involves monitoring the Minister's movements and gauging his current opinions. Additionally, I serve as his bodyguard, aiming to minimize his exposure to Death Eaters. I am also in charge of the hunt for Sirius within the Ministry, who I currently suspect to be in Tibet." Kingsley finished, winking conspiratorially. "I should visit Tibet at some point." Sirius yawned, stumbling into the kitchen, trailing water behind him. "I'm surprised you were up so early, given how many bottles you went through the night before." Lupin commented wryly. "Yeah, well, so did I, but that bloody elf dropped a bucket of water on me. One of those big metal ones." Sirius grumbled, flicking his wand to dry himself. Kingsley raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "Tibet might be a bit too quiet for your taste, Sirius. Though, I hear the mountains have a certain allure." Sirius shot a mischievous grin at Kingsley. "You know me, always up for a bit of adventure. Tibet or not, at least it's far away from the prying eyes of the Ministry. Quiet, other than all the Ministry's focus on that exact region." Mr. Weasley pointed out, putting aside his newspaper. "They've even started offering paid holiday to us office drones to comb over the mountains, so long as you don't mind hunting a mass murderer." Sirius raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "A paid holiday, you say? Maybe I should turn myself in just for the perks. I hardly think that's something worth joking about." Mrs. Weasley huffed. "As you say, Molly." Kingsley accepted, his tone neutral, but a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. The kitchen fell into a momentary silence, tension lingering in the air, before Lupin spoke up again. "So, Rubius was able to get a message here late last night. He and Madame Maxime think they've narrowed down the Giants' colony to somewhere in the Carpathian Mountains. With luck, they'll be able to reach the mountains within the week. Dumbledore hasn't sent Hagrid to the Giants just to try and talk them into being good either, has he?" Harry asked in concern, getting a deep chuckle from Kingsley. "No, even Dumbledore isn't that out of touch. Giants aren't exactly philosophers, they don't have notions of good or bad swirling around in their heads. Hagrid's got a bag of presents for the Giants, Goobrathian fire, a goblin-made battle helmet, and such," Kingsley explained. Seeing Kingsley wasn't going to elaborate, Lupin continued the explanation. You see, giants have a soft spot for magic, just as long as it's not pointed their way. Dumbledore hopes to spoil them with gifts, so Voldemort won't have anything to tempt them with. And of course Dumbledore won't mind getting a goblin-made giant helmet, but won't cash out to pay off a small debt. Harry grumbled, what does the helmet do anyway? Well, you see, if something were to hit the wearer's head, they'd be protected. Sirius explained slowly, grinning madly. Try to stop them losing too many brain cells after being struck. Har har. Yes, I know what a helmet does. But if the giants like magic, what does the helmet do, magically? Because a plain old helmet doesn't feel all that impressive, unless you're about to say giants secretly have a great passion for medieval armor. Lupin exchanged a glance with Sirius, and Mrs. Weasley's expression hinted at uncertainty. Sirius cleared his throat, attempting to maintain the facade. Well, you see, Harry, goblin enchantments can be a bit subtle. It's not always about flashy spells. The helmet was made to withstand quite a lot, magically speaking. It would take a lot to break it, even for a giant. Harry raised an eyebrow. But it doesn't look magical to the wearer, which according to you is all the giants care about. Sirius hesitated for a moment, before glancing around the table. You know what, Harry? You might just be onto something there. We might have overestimated the giants' appreciation for magical craftsmanship. But I'm sure the other gifts will make up for it. You said another gift was Goobrathian fire, that's everlasting. Fire, isn't it? Harry checked with Kingle C. I suppose that might be more magical looking, but I wouldn't have thought giants would have much need for the fire itself. Kingsley nodded, acknowledging Harry's point. Yes, Goobrathian fire is everlasting and quite impressive magically. But you're right, giants might not find it as appealing as we might, unless they have a particular use for it. They usually eat their meat raw, and see well enough in the dark. Maybe we need to reconsider our approach. Sirius chimed in, I did say we should have just loaded Hagrid with a bunch of Zonko's best pranks, but I definitely remember being told that was dumb. And yet here we are. Mrs. Weasley cleared her throat, looking at Sirius with a disapproving expression. We will not be sending a bunch of pranks to the giants, we are not children. We need gifts that demonstrate respect and understanding, not something that could be seen as a joke. Certainly not something you or the twins would volunteer. And instead, you've sent them something that they have no real use for, and no enthusiasm about. Harry pointed out. Well, what would you have sent, instead? Lupin countered calmly. For starters, I'd make the helmet do something. Make sparks when hit, or glow, or even invisibility. Something a giant could look at and go, oh, that looks nice. And where exactly are you expecting to find such a helmet, especially one large enough to fit a giant? Arthur Weasley asked. While his mind immediately flashed to his own mithril, Harry held his tongue, instead going a more explainable route. Dumbledore can always transfigure something. It's not like it would need to last too long, a year maybe. And I'm sure at least one of you, like Bill, could enchant it. Make it last a few months, and when it runs out, offer a new helmet with the same conditions. Arthur Weasley raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of Harry's proposal. And what if the transfiguration goes wrong? I work with enough poorly made enchantments to know how badly it can go wrong. We might end up with a helmet that may impress them, but also poses a danger to the giants. We need a reliable solution, not one that relies on the uncertainties of transfiguration. And how uncertain would you consider Dumbledore's work? Like, this is gearing up for a war, right? A war you presumably don't want the giants joining. Because from where I'm standing, it really feels like you've just sent whatever was easiest to get a hold of, and hoped the giants would be impressed regardless. I know I'd be impressed if I were a giant. Fred Weasley mentioned, breezing into the tense kitchen, without a care for the tense atmosphere. Although I think we'd just prefer a box of pranks. We heard our names mentioned. George finished, strolling in behind his twin. Of course you did, their mother muttered under her breath, as she got the stove lit. Right, I thought we'd try and tackle that drawing room again. Now that Harry's with us, we should really be able to bunker down and get it clean, Mrs. Weasley announced, attempting to shift the focus to a more mundane task. Cleaning? Harry asked, not liking the sudden shift in conversation. Yes, dear. In an attempt to make this place livable, we've all been doing our part to restore some order, Mrs. Weasley explained with a warm smile, "Get this old house in some livable condition. I'm fairly sure that's what Creature is for, no. And I wouldn't have thought the mess of this place would be too resistant to magic, certainly not enough to have it still be like this." Harry questioned, his skepticism evident. Mrs. Weasley bristled slightly at the implied criticism. "Creature has his own responsibilities, and there are certain charms in the house that make simple cleaning spells less effective. Besides, we don't want to rely on magic for everything. It's about putting in the effort ourselves." Harry raised an eyebrow, challenging the notion. "But we have magic at our disposal. Wouldn't it be more practical to use it, especially considering everything else we're dealing with?" Mrs. Weasley sighed, a hint of frustration in her voice. "Harry, you know as well as anyone that underage magic is heavily monitored. I can't have my children breaking the law just to clean a house, no matter how much it needs it." Very deliberately pointing his hand at the counter behind him, Harry very clearly intoned, "Scourgify." Immediately, his magic ran over the counter, transforming the hideously dirty surface before their eyes, the grime and stains being simply erased. The once dull counter began to gleam with a pristine cleanliness, as if it hadn't just sat under the years of neglect that had marred it. Mrs. Weasley, despite her frustration, couldn't help but be momentarily impressed by the transformative effect, appreciating a good cleaning charm when she saw one. "That is illegal, you know," Kingsley pointed out gravely, even as he made no effort to stop the supposed crime. "Actually, it isn't. We are in a pureblood home that's been in the family for more than a century, as such the rules for underage sorcery don't apply here." Harry pointed out, "Dumbledore made sure he understood that law when I first moved in with him, so I could practice magic while at home." "Is this true, Mr. Weasley?" asked Kingsley in surprise. "It could be," the man mused. "It's not really my department, I'm more involved with high-profile protection duties. But I know there is an exclusion for pureblood children somewhere in the law, and it wouldn't surprise me if that was the loophole they'd chosen. And the Ministry couldn't track underage sorcery to this location anyway. The unplottable charms would ensure that, let alone the Fidelius. Of course, there's the spirit of the law to consider, but as long as none of us here are muggles, Potter here's in the right." Mrs. Weasley, her face reddening, crossed her arms and huffed, "Well, legality aside, the point is not about whether you can use magic here. It's about manual labor. You youngsters need to understand the value of hard work. Cleaning this place by hand builds character." With a stern look at Harry and the others, she continued, "Magic can't fix everything, and sometimes you need to get your hands dirty. It's a good lesson for all of you. So, no more of these shortcuts. We'll restore this house the proper way, with good old-fashioned elbow grease. Right, and in the meantime it's just going to take forever. Look, if you want your children to do it that way, fine. But I do not have the luxury of sitting around and putting my back into doing something I can do with a single thought." Harry argued, trying to keep his irritation out of his voice. "Come now, Harry, a bit of cleaning won't kill you. And you won't find much else to do around here, especially when everyone else will be busy cleaning too." Lupin interjected, his tone gently chiding. "I have plenty more I could be doing. To start with, I'll need to prepare for this Ministry hearing, assuming Tonks wasn't able to talk them out of it. Secondly, I still need to visit the goblins at some point, which cannot wait until this house is spotless. Finally, I need to work on my magic." Mrs. Weasley's expression hardened at Harry's continued resistance, before planting a hand on her waist before waving a wooden spoon at him. "Harry, we appreciate your concerns, and we can discuss a schedule to accommodate your activities without neglecting the duties we have here. I'm quite sure you'll have time to prepare for your hearing after we finish each day. You still have a week left after all." Mrs. Weasley replied, her voice now carrying a determined edge, as she waved away Harry's words. Now firmly annoyed, Harry slammed his mithril hand upon the table, accidentally releasing a burst of magic through the gauntlet as he did so. A rush of cold air from the soul gem extinguished the stove top, while the Philosopher's Stone imposed a pressing silence upon the room. "Right, listen to me, all of you. Lord Voldemort, a man most of you are too cowardly to even name, has a vested interest in trying to kill me. All that stands between me and that death is my own skill, which is woefully lacking against a man many decades my senior. You lot may have the wonderful luxury of lazing around here cleaning, but I won't just sit around, when I can be getting stronger, Harry seethed. Seeing Mrs. Weasley failing to remove the silencing spell, he turned to fix her with his stare, freezing her in the act. There will be no schedule, because I am more than capable of planning my own time. If any of you want to help me get stronger, then I will gladly accept your help. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. If Dumbledore's house hadn't been attacked, I'd probably still be there, and I certainly wouldn't have such problems there. Sitting back and crossing his arms, he left everyone under his magic for just a moment longer, before releasing his magic. Immediately the stove whooshed back to life, the room's sound restored. Despite their restored speech, the adults took some more time to exchange glances, before Kingsley spoke up. Personally, I can help teach you some dueling techniques. From what I've heard, you've got the power, but need to improve your finesse. You can't be saying we should entertain this. Mrs. Weasley asked incredulously. I can, Sirius spoke up, looking harrowed. It's not like we didn't talk about this last night either. I'd rather have my godson trained, and he doesn't end up needing it, than coddled and dead. Mrs. Weasley's eyes narrowed as she looked from Kingsley to Sirius. So, we're just going to encourage reckless behavior. Teaching a teenager to fight against the most dangerous dark wizard of our time. Molly, it's not about encouraging recklessness. It's about being prepared. We can't afford to pretend the danger isn't real. Harry's not a child anymore, and he's already faced Voldemort more times than we'd like to admit. Sirius sighed wearily. Lupin, who had been silently observing the exchange, finally spoke up. But this is what the Order is for. To protect people like Harry from needing to face danger. I'm not saying I'm opposed to training him a little, but I think it's a bit pessimistic to assume Harry will need to face Voldemort again anytime soon. Think about how much work he had to do to get Harry last year. Last year, Voldemort couldn't just walk up to me. He had to get Wormtail and Crouch to do it for him. Harry pointed out, if nothing else, he's also massively increased the number of followers he has access to. And more to the point, you lot here couldn't even undo my spell. How are you planning on protecting me from Voldemort? Before anyone could come up with a suitable argument against him, the clear sound of the front door opening reached them. Oh look, anything else? Fred exclaimed, clearly relieved. Anyone want to take bets on who it could be? Seconds later they heard the troll's leg umbrella stand clutter over, followed by several swear words. Tonks, George wisely replied, before the ear-splitting shriek of Walburga Black echoed throughout the house. At least Ron will be awake now. Harry, deal with my mother's portrait, and I'll say that's your cleaning duties for the week, Sirius begged, as Mrs. Weasley hurried out to deal with the trouble. Deal. Harry instantly agreed, swiftly leaving his chair to follow Mrs. Weasley. Behind him, he heard the others rise to follow, and together, they entered the hallway where the portrait of Walburga Black continued her tirade. The harsh, disapproving gaze from the portrait fell upon Harry as he approached. Filthy blood traitor. Bringing your mudblood associates into this noble house. I won't stand for it. The portrait screeched. You won't stand for anything soon enough. Harry replied, placing the gauntlet against her canvas. Instantly, he could detect a faint prickling against his mithril, which he figured would hurt a lot if his hand had still been made of flesh. Focusing upon the Philosopher's Stone, he willed it to transmute the fabric into stone, only to be met with a surprising amount of resistance. Looking closer, he scowled as he saw the house wards themselves folded over the painting, pushing against his attack. Even with all three stones working together, Harry wasn't sure the Perennial Gauntlet could actually damage the wards. And although it would likely shut her up, Harry was quite sure the Order wouldn't appreciate the house falling down around them regardless. However, just as he was about to give up, the Eidolon core sparked the soul gem, before his hand sank somewhat within the painting, leaving a withered hole in the wards behind. From just his final touch, the canvas began to change, with the rough stone slowly spreading within its frame. Now yelling in panic, Walburga tried to flee, only to realize the stone had already covered her painted leg, apparently sealing her within the frame. Even as she desperately tugged at her trapped leg, the stone closed in on her, before with grim determination she looked at Harry with pure malice. And then the stone sealed over her face, making it impossible to tell she had been there at all. Removing his hand, he felt the Black family wards repairing the hole he'd made, going back to work protecting a portrait that no longer existed. Well, that was absolutely terrifying. Tonks summed up, staring at the slowly peeling stone in awe. After everyone had a chance to admire his work, they moved back into the kitchen. After she'd finished her breakfast, Tonks cleared her throat, bringing everyone's focus. Right, so, morning shift at the ministry, Tonks began, her voice quivering and her features serious. Not the most cheerful place, I'll tell you that. Basically, they didn't believe my report, so your hearing is definitely going ahead, Harry. I'm also no longer your bodyguard. A subtle shift in Tonks' demeanor caught Harry's attention, a fleeting shadow in her eyes, a fraction of a second where her shoulders slumped. She'd always been so cheerful and bubbly, it felt like a sudden gust had blown out the vibrant spark within her. He clenched his fists, his frustration yet again boiling just barely beneath the surface. The ministry's short-sightedness had not only jeopardized Tonks' career, but also put himself at further risk. All because Fudge refused to see the truth. Some nonsense about me needing retraining, but I suspect they just don't want me too close to you anymore. Tough luck for them, though. The minister gave Dumbledore the option of getting another, ministry-approved, Auror as a replacement, but he chose to cancel the contract. She shrugged, and Harry sensed a forced nonchalance that barely concealed the way her hair drooped in sorrow. Guess I'll be stuck doing paperwork and brewing coffee for the higher-ups for a while. Anyway, that's the update from the ministry. I'll see if I can get you reassigned to my unit, Nifedora. Kingsley announced, calmly. Ignoring the way Tonks' hair flashed at the mention of her name. Harry, though appreciative of Kingsley's attempt to remedy the situation, couldn't deny the disappointment he felt. The prospect of not having Tonks as his bodyguard, the friendly face he'd grown attached to, weighed on him. Won't that be a bit suspicious, though? Fred Weasley asked, pointing his fork between the two Aurors. Like, I know Fudge isn't the brightest, but if Tonks is in trouble for knowing Harry, surely having her in the same unit as Kingsley would raise some eyebrows. I doubt it. You should know, even now I rarely agree with Dumbledore on most matters. If I didn't believe you know who is back, I still wouldn't. As far as the minister is concerned, I've always been solely loyal to the ministry. How did you end up here then? Ron asked suspiciously, breakfast momentarily forgotten. I mean, if you don't agree with Dumbledore, how would you even find out he was telling the truth? Settling back in his chair, Kingsley fixed the teen with a steady gaze. Well, just because I find his methods underwhelming, I still keep a professional respect for him. Dumbledore's track record with you-know-who is not something to be easily ignored, nor the fact he has no need to sprout lies to take over the ministry. So when he starts saying the Dark Lord has returned, I paid attention. He's faced him more times than anyone else and survived. So, even if I think he could be more proactive, I won't sit around and do nothing. What do you mean by, more proactive? Do you think Dumbledore isn't doing enough to stop you-know-who? Ginny asked, speaking up for the first time. Kingsley sighed, running a hand over his bald head. It's a delicate matter. Dumbledore is a brilliant wizard, but he's a poor leader. Sometimes, he focuses on the long game, which involves too many sacrifices in the short term. If you-know-who hadn't died at the Potters in the First War, we would have lost. In truth, if there had been another option, I wouldn't have joined up. But, as matters stand, I will always side against you-know-who, and currently that means working within this order. What about during the First War? I take it you weren't a part of the order back then, given your opinions. Harry asked. Indeed I did not. Back then, it was accepted you-know-who was a threat, so we Aurors could work freely under the ministry. This time, things aren't so easy. Harry leaned forward, a determined glint in his eyes. So, you're saying we need to be more proactive this time. Not just reaching out to allies, but actively dealing with threats before they become bigger problems. No, I wouldn't say that at all, not with this order. Kingsley countered instantly, our main focus should always be to get the ministry to realize the growing threat. Gathering allies, obtaining as much intelligence as we can, that is what Dumbledore has been leading the order for. Harry frowned slightly, not fully satisfied with the response. But what if the ministry continues to ignore the signs? What if they refuse to acknowledge the danger until it's already too late? Kingsley sighed, understanding the urgency in Harry's words. If we had more fighters, I'd be inclined towards a more proactive stance. But look around us, most of the men and women here aren't capable of taking down an inner circle Death Eater. A point you yourself made the night before. Exactly. A familiar voice growled, as the kitchen door banged open, revealing the imposing figure of Alistair Moody. Several around the table jumped at his arrival. Dumbledore managed to get most of our fighters killed off in the last war, we won't survive a similar war. At a scratch, we could perhaps gather a half-dozen decent fighters. Something I've decided you need to see for yourself, Potter. I want all of you into Black's basement, double time. Moody barked, his gruff voice leaving no room for argument, as his magical eye whirred, constantly scanning the room with its characteristic intensity. As Moody issued his order, Mrs. Weasley's face tightened with concern. She started to voice her reservations. Now Alistair, I hardly feel like the children, but Moody promptly cut her off. You don't want the children fighting, I can respect that. But they need to know, Molly. They need to know where they stand. With Moody already moving away, she glanced around at the remaining occupants of the kitchen, realizing most were already obeying Moody's command, and huffed after them. As the kitchen emptied around them, Kingsley approached Harry. We'll continue this discussion later, but for now, let's focus on the task at hand. The Ministry might be slow to act, but they alone hold the numbers we need to adequately fight the Death Eaters. Finally, only Harry and Moody remained, the latter gesturing for Harry to follow. I suppose it was you who petrified the hag's portrait, Potter? Mad Eye asked, his gravelly voice cutting through the lingering tension. Good bit of magic, but don't you think that opens a security risk? Harry raised an eyebrow. You don't think the existing wards are enough? I don't think anything is enough when it comes to defense, Moody asserted. They may call me paranoid, but only because I've survived to tell the tale. Many aren't as safety conscious, and died for it. Moody led Harry further into the heart of Grimmauld Place, past Mrs. Black's stone portrait, and down an easily missed creaky staircase. The once cramped passageways expanded dramatically into a sizable basement, noticeably cleaner and better restored compared to the dilapidated house above. The black basement, though still bearing the clear neglect and decay, had been swept and cleaned, revealing the potential grandeur it might have held in its prime. The ceiling stood tall, supported by sturdy but worn pillars. The floor, etched with ancient runes, had been scrubbed clean, rekindled. Leading Harry past the assembled order, Moody took to the center of the chamber. He turned to Harry, his magical eye whirring with intensity. This place has seen its fair share of battles, Potter. It probably won't survive your full might. But that said, now is the time to show us all how dedicated you are. Prove you aren't just blowing hot air. Ronald, Fred, George. Come over here and fight Potter. If you beat him, I'll guarantee you a spot in the order. The three Weasleys exchanged glances as they approached Harry, ready for the mock battle they all knew they couldn't win. Begin when ready, Moody announced, as he backed away from them. Immediately, Ron snapped his wand up and fired a strong stunning spell. Shaking his head, Harry just turned slightly, letting his trenchcoat take the hit. Between its dragon skin scales and Dementor aura, Ron's curse didn't leave a mark. Which left him free to deal with George's Incarcerus, slashing through the ropes with some wandless magic. Fred's spell froze the ground at his feet in the exact next moment, which had no effect. With Harry's shoes having long allowed him to walk on a layer of air, the thin sheet of ice became inconsequential. He smoothly sidestepped Ron's next spell, the fire hex crackling through the air, leaving no impact on its elusive target. The Weasley twins, undeterred by their unsuccessful attempts, exchanged a quick glance and synchronized their wands. Expelliarmus, they chorused, casting the disarming spell in unison. However, Harry, easily reacting, deflected both spells, rebounding them harmlessly into the air. Moody, observing the mock battle with his characteristic scrutiny, grunted in approval. Not bad at all. But you've gotta be quicker than that if you want to catch the boy who lived, lads. For the first time in that battle, Harry had to actually summon a shield, as Ron used one of Harry's own spells against him. With a determined expression, Ron brandished his wand, unleashing a continuous off-white beam. The off-white beam danced across the magical barrier, creating ripples and distortions in its otherwise solid appearance. The paralyzing curse embedded in the spell tried to seep through the protective layer, causing the shield to flicker with each impact. Ron, maintaining the steady stream of magic, seemingly intended to wear down Harry's defenses. Despite the situation, Harry felt a surge of pride at Ron's attack, recognizing how strong his friend had grown. But, he still wasn't capable of beating Harry. Easily holding the magical shield with one hand, Harry drew his wand and fired the Mollusco Hex at Ron. The yellow hex spiraled around the beam attack, forcing Ron to cancel the attack and dive out the way. Slightly out of practice, Harry hadn't expected the wave of concussive force from George Weasley, which ruined his follow-up attack against Ron. Caught off guard, Harry staggered as the force rippled through the air. The disruption, however, hadn't been enough to significantly affect him. Recovering easily, Harry seamlessly spun around, swiftly sending his own whip of force at Fred, the magical lash crackling through the air with precision. Fred, who'd been planning a sneak attack, reacted instinctively, conjuring a protective shield to intercept the incoming magical force. The clash of spells resonated in the basement, creating a brief but intense flash as Fred's shield shattered around him. Spinning back to face Ron and George, Harry thrust his palm towards the second twin, sending a bolt of pure air. Shielding against Ron's fire attack, Harry used the brief cover to cast the bright gold missile Jinx. The golden bolt flew unnoticed through the flames, before it exploded into a dozen smaller darts, streaking towards Ron. His friend yelped when the first dart stung his thigh, before doing his best to block the remaining darts. "Hurry up, Potter. Stop playing around. William, step up and help your brothers, show them how a fight should be," Moody bellowed, his gravelly voice cutting through the magical chaos in the basement. Taking Moody's instructions to heart, Harry used the slight moment of confusion as Bill stepped onto the field, to turn back to Fred and unleash a stunning spell with the gauntlet. The crimson spell rocketed across the basement, striking Fred before he'd even finished the shield incantation. "Fred!" George yelled, his voice laced with concern as he hurried to his twin's side. In that moment of distraction, Harry seized the opportunity and cast a second stunning spell at George, who took the hit mid-run. With Fred and George out of the battle, Harry turned his attention to Bill, who had just joined the fray. As the eldest Weasley brother prepared for the duel, Harry's mind raced, trying to work out what the Curse Breaker's strategy would be. Moody's gruff voice cut through the tension. "Don't let up, Potter. Show them what you're made of." Rolling his shoulders, Harry snapped off a third stunning spell at Bill, who calmly caught and unraveled the spell. Harry paused for a moment, impressed by Bill's skillful work. "Nice reflexes," he muttered under his breath in admiration, before he launched into a heavy barrage of attacks, determined to test Bill's defenses to their limit. He wasn't quite ready to use the gauntlet against the man, but with Dumbledore's old hornbeam wand in his hand, it was hard to notice. The wand seemed to blur as spells flew across the space, as Harry used every non-lethal spell he'd ever learnt. But, through it all, Bill remained unbothered. The jet from Aguamenti was bent around him, glowing darts vanished, and even the thick fog conjured by Harry was effortlessly dispelled with a wave of Bill's wand. There was clearly a great degree of skill behind Bill's defense, but Harry could tell the man's reactions wouldn't have been quick enough if not for the space between them. Sensing Ron attacking from the side, Harry took a firm step forward, allowing the leg locker to sail harmlessly past him. Despite the distraction, his focus remained unwaveringly fixed on Bill. He knew that defeating Bill, or at least proving himself against such a formidable opponent, would easily convince the gathered order about his own capabilities. With quick flicks of his wand, Harry sent off a few self-seeking spells, followed by several with wide, curved paths, aiming to keep Bill busy as he dealt with Ron. Rolling under Ron's weakened slicing spell, Harry smoothly rolled under it, emerging facing his friend. Without hesitation, Harry thrust his fist forward, raising a slab of earth from the floor and simultaneously propelling it toward Ron. As soon as the attack was launched, Harry swiftly shifted his focus back to Bill, intending to resume their duel. However, mid-turn, he sensed a surge of magical energy from Bill. Reacting instinctively, Harry raised a shield, only for a silver spell to shatter against it. Immediately, a silver mist erupted outwards, phasing through the shield without any notice. Harry couldn't feel anything immediately happening, but as he tried to send a counter-attack, he felt incredibly sluggish. Through the mist, Harry saw Bill cautiously creep around, grouping up with Ron. Despite Harry forcing himself to move as fast as he couldn't turn to Bill faster than the man shuffled to the side. As Harry fought against the sluggishness induced by the mist, he realized the gravity of the situation. His movements felt as if he were wading through thick mud, each action requiring an immense effort. Despite his struggle, Harry remained determined. With a fierce determination burning in his eyes, he focused on dispelling the effects of the mist, pushing back against its oppressive weight with all his magical might. His magic was still flowing as fast as normal, so the mist wasn't actively slowing down time, just his own movement. Forcing his magic through his wand, he summoned a shield between himself and Bill, blocking the stunner. As the shield intercepted the stunner, Harry felt a surge of relief wash over him. Though still encumbered by the mist, he knew he had bought himself a precious moment to strategize. Drawing upon the reserves of his magical strength, Harry intensified his efforts to dispel the mist. With every ounce of determination, he focused his concentration, channeling his magic through his wand in a concentrated burst of power. The mist quivered under the force of Harry's will, but it stubbornly clung to the air, resisting his attempts to banish it completely. Finally, clenching his fist, the gauntlet reacted immediately to his will. A wave of chilled air erupted from the soul gem, consuming the mist and the magic that fueled it. Harry felt a slight sensation of vertigo, before he shook his head and fired a gauntlet-enhanced stunning spell at Ron and Bill. For his part, Bill wasted precious seconds staring at Harry in shock, before he had to dive out of the way of the spell. Which left Ron to take the hit, crumpling immediately. Clearly ruffled, Bill tried to revive his brother, only for his enervate to prove too weak to overcome Ron's induced sleep. Harry couldn't help his pride as Bill's eyes widened and finally looked at Harry in concern. The man's lips parted slightly, forming an O shape, his brow furrowing in uncertainty. But to his credit, Bill quickly composed himself, his expression shifting to one of determination as he squared his shoulders, readying himself for the challenge ahead. "Looks like it's just you and me now," Bill remarked, his tone carrying a mixture of determination and respect for Harry's skill. Without hesitation, he raised his wand, preparing to resume their duel with renewed intensity. Harry nodded in agreement, before swiftly punching the air before him several times, with each punch being followed by a whooshing noise. Bill just barely avoided the first bolt of compressed air, his red hair billowing in its wake. A hastily conjured stone slab absorbed the remaining air bolts, although the slab barely survived the final hit. But Bill took the crumbling slab and broke it into dozens of stone darts, which he then launched toward Harry with remarkable power. Harry quickly conjured his own magical shield to absorb the barrage of stone darts. The projectiles clattered against the magical barrier, sending sparks flying in all directions. With a determined grimace, Harry retaliated with a series of rapid spells, aiming to push Bill back onto the defensive. It was clear the eldest Weasley brother was a capable fighter, but Harry had long ago surpassed being merely capable. If it weren't for the fragile basement they found themselves in, and Harry's need to show how competent he was, he might have been able to end the duel sooner. But he held back to ensure the entire house fell upon them, even as he began to unleash his full arsenal of spells. Each incantation flowed effortlessly from Harry's wand, each gesture coming back to him, as he grew familiar with his new wand's weight and length. But despite Bill's valiant efforts to hold his ground, it was clear that he was outmatched by Harry's sheer range of magic. Bill simply couldn't keep up with undoing transfiguration, neutralizing curses, stopping elemental attacks, shielding another hex, then dodging a barrage of charms. Harry's spellwork was well honed, with each spell seamlessly transitioning into the next. It wasn't quite a perfect chain yet, but it was more than many could attest to. His mind also stumbled over the occasional destructive spell, which he didn't allow himself to use, which left brief openings as he came up with a replacement spell. But finally, when Bill pulled up another stone slab, Harry let his final spell fly, before whipping his wand forwards. In the darkened basement, Victor Crumb's spell shone all the more brilliantly, as the yellow ball of compressed lightning sailed over the room and shattered Bill's defense. With the shield destroyed, a weaker blast of air knocked Bill backwards, leaving him open for the bubble jinx, which enveloped Bill in a large blue bubble and lifted him off the ground. Caught off guard by the sudden change in his position, Bill struggled against the confines of the bubble, his movements hampered by the magical force holding him aloft. Despite his valiant efforts to break free, he found himself unable to escape Harry's grasp. "All right, Potter, that's enough, let William go. Now, Lupin, you used to teach this one. Show him how he fares against a seasoned duelist like yourself." Lupin emerged from the midst of the gathered order members, hands wringing together involuntarily in anticipation. Although he approached Harry with confidence, his eyes kept darting to Moody, betraying his apprehension. Harry could tell Lupin wasn't fearful of facing him, despite his defeat over Bill Weasley, but instead knowing all too well the veteran Auror's knack for introducing unforeseen challenges to upset the balance of a duel. It's just in their case, Lupin hadn't realized the curve ball would be thrown in Harry's court, not his own. The duel commenced with Lupin's wand movements appearing somewhat half-hearted, clearly engaging in the duel out of obligation rather than genuine enthusiasm. His spells were cast with precision but lacked the expected vigor or determination Harry had been hoping for. Deciding to try and punish Lupin for his lackluster opening, Harry easily swatted away the man's spells before delivering his own opening. Mixing his wandless, elemental, and wanded magic, he once again delivered the near-constant stream of magic which Bill had fallen against. As Harry continued to press the attack, Lupin's initial half-hearted defense began to falter under the relentless assault. With each spell that Harry unleashed, Lupin's shock became more evident, his expression growing serious at the toll defending against Harry was exacting. Forced to retreat further as Harry kept pushing forward, Lupin's defensive stance gradually shifted into a more sincere offensive. With a new sense of determination, Lupin expertly interrupted Harry's rhythm with a series of spells, breaking his onslaught and gaining control of the duel. He then sent his own set of punishing spells, which pushed Harry's Protega severely. Crouching behind his magical shield, Harry jerked his arm outwards, calling forth his overdrive shield and fixing it to his gauntlet. Mithril shield raised, Harry deliberately lowered his Protega, letting Lupin's final spell slam against the shield. Harry certainly hadn't expected such strength from the rather faded ex-professor, but nobody could hold a candle to the raw power Nicholas Flamel could unleash. And with his shield having withstood the aged alchemist's attacks, Lupin's spell was barely noticed. Sensing an opportunity to regain the upper hand, Harry emerged from behind his shield with renewed determination and unleashed a flurry of spells aimed at overwhelming Lupin's defenses again. Lupin, however, refused to repeat his mistake of underestimating his foe. Drawing upon his knowledge and years of experience, he deftly countered Harry's spells with precise wand movements, wasting as little energy as possible. And then he seized the moment of Harry's brief hesitation to launch a swift and unexpected attack of his own. With a flick of his wand, Lupin conjured a powerful gust of wind, aiming to knock Harry off balance and disrupt his offensive. Harry, caught off guard by the sudden change in tactics, stumbled backward, struggling to maintain his footing against the force of Lupin's spell. Despite his quick efforts to gain control over the wind, he found himself temporarily on the defensive, his focus momentarily fractured. Seeing an opportunity to press his advantage, Lupin pressed forward, unleashing a barrage of spells aimed at exploiting Harry's momentary vulnerability. With each incantation, he pushed Harry further back, his determination evident in every precise movement. And then a small Arlet's spell slipped over the lip of Harry's shield and hit his shoulder. Whilst it wasn't a stunning spell as he'd feared, the Expelliarmus instantaneously flooded his body, before it hit the stump of his arm, where the gauntlet clung to him. The tiny spell did its best to disarm him, only for the 3 stones upon the gauntlet to firmly destroy the offending magic. Before Harry could even take a breath, a trio of heavier stunning spells slammed straight into his shield, which had barely wobbled under the Expelliarmus. Without missing a beat, he stepped into a knockback spell trailing the stunning spells, swatting it aside with a powerful sweep of his shield. Harnessing the momentum from his swing, Harry seamlessly transitioned into a stronger counterattack, his wand outstretched as he unleashed a bolt of lightning from its tip. The bolt danced and sizzled through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering sparks in its wake as it surged toward Lupin. Its bluish-white glow illuminated the dim surroundings, casting stark shadows across the faces of the onlookers as it streaked towards its target. It wasn't quite true lightning, but it was as close as Harry was willing to get within the basement. As the bolt of lightning hurtled towards Lupin, he reacted with a precise movement of his wand, summoning a shimmering shield of translucent energy. The lightning bolt collided with the shield, scattering sparks and crackling energy. But Lupin maintained his focus, channeling his magic into reinforcing the shield against the onslaught. To his credit, the shield held strong against the force of the lightning, channeling it harmlessly into the stone beneath them. With a determined gaze, Lupin gradually dispersed the residual energy, before finally settling into a readied stance. While Lupin the werewolf had been somewhat easy to subdue in his third year, with him and Sirius having just buried him under conjured chains, Lupin the wizard was proving annoyingly resilient. With a quick flick of his wand, Harry conjured a swirling vortex of wind around Lupin, aiming to disrupt his concentration and test the limits of his magical defenses. The howling wind whipped around Lupin, tugging at his robes and stirring up dust from the floor. Despite the sudden assault, Lupin stood firm, his shield shimmering as it absorbed the brunt of the wind's force. His expression remained focused, betraying none of the strain he must have been feeling. Somehow, seeing several spells speeding towards him, Remus managed to steady himself within the vortex and blocked most of the spells. All except for one finally stunning spell, which scored him directly in the chest. But to Harry's great annoyance, while Remus stumbled somewhat, the Stupefy failed to overcome his werewolf resistance. Undeterred, Harry pressed on, determined to find a weakness in Lupin's defenses. With a swift motion, he redirected the swirling wind, aiming to create a distraction while he prepared a more potent attack. As Lupin again regained his footing, Harry seized the opportunity to launch a series of rapid-fire spells, each one carefully calculated to test Lupin's reflexes and resilience. The spells darted through the air, weaving intricate patterns as they closed in on their target. Lupin's response was swift but strained, his concentration visibly faltering under the relentless assault. Despite his best efforts, his slowed reactions couldn't block every spell, and Harry's magic found its mark, striking Lupin a few times. Of those that hit, the incendio caused the biggest impact, as Remus had to frantically put out the fire that had begun on his cardigan. Seeing Lupin's breathing growing strained, Harry raised the gauntlet and used the soul gem to unleash a dreadful chill. Like a vacuum, all the heat around Lupin was steadily pulled towards the glowing gemstone, rapidly lowering the temperature. Not quite understanding what was happening, Lupin nonetheless had the good sense to raise a shield, briefly trapping the heat. But to their shared disbelief, the shield itself began to crack and decay, slowly breaking under the all-consuming intense cold emanating from the soul gem. With each passing moment, the temperature plummeted, forming a frosty aura around Lupin as he struggled to maintain his defenses. But despite his breath crystallizing and hanging in the frigid air, Lupin refused to yield, even as his shield faltered. With a surge of power, he reinforced the weakening barrier, channeling his magic into a last-ditch effort to fend off the bone-chilling cold. But the frost continued to spread, creeping inexorably closer to Lupin's trembling form. As the shield finally gave way under the strain, Lupin found himself exposed to the full force of Harry's chilling magic, his breath hitching in the icy air as he braced himself for the onslaught. His recently smoldering cardigan grew stiff with ice, but Remus didn't seem to notice as he began weaving a stronger shield, which blazed with an inner heat. The primal warmth emanating from Lupin's shield clashed with the icy chill of the gauntlet's magic, creating a strong air current in the basement. Realizing that Lupin was not about to give in, Harry made a split-second decision. With a decisive motion, he released his hold on the chilling spell, allowing the frigid aura surrounding Lupin to gradually dissipate. He'd reached a point where he'd need to tap into more dangerous attacks, especially from his gauntlet. Tapping into the insatiable soul gem once had already been a calculated risk, but Harry hesitated to unleash its full potential against Lupin, especially in a mere practice duel. To his relief, and perhaps having sensed his hesitation, Moody called an end to their duel, sparing Harry from having to make a difficult decision about how far he was willing to go to emerge victorious. "All right, that's enough," barked Moody. "Clearly Potter and Lupin can keep chipping at each other until we all drop from boredom. So why don't we spice things up a bit? Nymphadora, you go and join Lupin. Shacklebolt, you help Potter. A 2-on-2 battle should shake everything up nicely." Harry couldn't suppress a smirk at Moody's typically gruff but oddly enthusiastic demeanor. The man seemed almost excited for the upcoming duel, showing the same suppressed joy Crouch Jr. had emulated in his own lessons. But as Kingsley stepped up beside him, whilst sharing some obscure look with Moody, Harry wasn't too sure how things would play out. He'd long been able to beat Tonks in their own duels, although the woman was very good at learning from her past defeats. So on paper he'd be able to focus on Tonks to knock her out, before focusing back on Lupin. However, the ever-constant confined space of the basement severely limited his usual attacks, and he had no idea how well Kingsley might do against Lupin in the meantime. Seeing Lupin and Tonks having a quick discussion, Harry turned to look up at Kingsley, pointing his head at their opponents. "Any way you want to deal with them?" he asked. "You're the boss here. I'll just follow your lead and command," Kingsley replied evenly, sparing Harry a glance even as he remained focused on Tonks and Lupin. "All right then. I think I can handle Tonks, if you can try and deal with Lupin." Harry tried, formulating a plan on the spot. Kingsley nodded in acknowledgement, his expression resolute. "Got it. I'll keep Lupin occupied." As Moody signaled the start of the duel, Harry and Kingsley moved into position, each ready to face their respective opponents. But to Harry's annoyance, Lupin's and Tonks together began to focus their efforts on him, despite Kingsley's best attempts at drawing fire. With his overdrive shield equipped, their combined attacks really weren't significantly threatening, but it wasn't what Harry had intended. Especially when Tonks began pulling out her transfiguration attacks, which required quick utilization of the Philosopher's Stone to undo. But even when he'd turned the large bear back into a pile of broken chairs, Lupin had immediately charmed them to charge at him. It didn't matter that he'd managed to break Lupin's control and launch the chairs back at Tonks, because by then she'd have conjured a new attack against him, during which Lupin had destroyed the chairs. Beside him, Kingsley kept focused on Lupin, his wand movements swift and precise as he sought to keep Lupin occupied and prevent him from aiding Tonks. Meanwhile, Harry found himself engaged in a relentless exchange with Tonks, with the basement filled with easily used clutter. He could feel the strain of this third duel wearing on him, his movements becoming slightly more sluggish with each passing moment. To make up for it, he relied heavily on his shield, as he pushed Tonks against the very clutter she was using against him. As Tonks conjured yet another barrage of animated objects to attack him, Harry knew he needed to change tactics. Making a clawed gesture with the gauntlet, he channeled his magic into a powerful upward pull, creating a large stone hand that rose from the floor to grasp her ankle. It didn't last long under Tonks' wand, but it gave him enough time to raise his wand high before whipping it downwards. The resulting purple wave of energy caught her nearly by surprise, and nevertheless propelled her forcefully into the wall behind her. With a resounding thud, she collided with the wall before crumpling to the floor, temporarily incapacitated by the impact. With Tonks momentarily subdued, Harry seized the opportunity to glance over at Kingsley, who was still locked in a fierce duel with Lupin. Despite his best efforts, Lupin seemed to be struggling to gain the upper hand against the seasoned Auror. But as Harry stepped forward to aid Kingsley, Lupin began to split his attention between Harry and the Auror, increasing his offense for a weakened defense. Despite the added pressure, Harry remained focused, weaving between Lupin's spells with some agility. Kingsley, on the other hand, seemed to be having a much harder time. His greater size and strength made him more susceptible to Lupin's attacks, forcing him into a more defensive stance. And then the Auror fell as a stunner got him from behind, as Tonks rose to her feet behind them. Cursing, Harry now found himself between his two opponents, with his ally fallen. Throwing another purple wave of force at Tonks, Harry desperately tried to keep both opponents at bay, his mind racing to devise a strategy that would allow him to turn the tide of the battle. But while Tonks was noticeably slower after her own fall, the distance between them was too great to properly capitalize on it. Behind his overdrive shield, Harry didn't have too much to worry about, but it was a situation he wasn't exactly thrilled to be in. Despite his valiant efforts, Harry found himself gradually overwhelmed by the combined onslaught of Lupin and Tonks. Despite his best attempts to keep both opponents at bay, the relentless barrage of spells forced him into a defensive position. As Lupin's spells grew more aggressive and Tonks recovered from her fall, Harry's options became increasingly limited. With the amount of rubbish Tonks had thrown at him, he had managed to transmute a fairly attractive stone fort, which Lupin had then blown open in just a few spells. To Harry, it was clear they were at something of an impasse. His shield and under armor would protect him from any spell Lupin and Tonks were willing to throw at him, but at the same time he couldn't break free without potentially hurting either of them. Caught between his desire to win and his reluctance to cause harm, Harry felt frustration mounting within him. He knew that continuing to defend himself indefinitely was not a viable strategy, yet the alternative carried risks he wasn't prepared to take. Deciding to take a risk, Harry stored his wand and conjured a lot of smoke, before charging at Lupin. His smokescreen barely lasted a second, but it was long enough for him to close the distance, at which point his armor absorbed the few spells Lupin was able to get off. And then he leapt upon the man, expecting to easily bring him to the ground and wrestle the wand away from him. But to his surprise, the ex-professor barely flinched at Harry's weight, and instead flipped Harry over his shoulder and into the ground. With his fall suppression runes in constant effect, his back barely felt the impact, but he certainly noticed Lupin diving atop him, pinning him down with surprising strength. Despite his struggles, Harry found himself unable to break free from Lupin's hold. But at the same time, Lupin was unable to actually subdue Harry. His conjured binding turned to water the moment Harry touched them, while his stunning spells didn't seem to take hold. Eventually, Moody had to shake his head and get involved, striding up to the two, before placing them both in a bubble. Harry was a bit bemused, until he noticed he wasn't breathing, at which point he began to work much harder to escape. However, even when he finally sent Lupin flying upwards, he found the bubble inescapable, and it was only when Moody voluntarily lifted the bubble that he was able to draw in a rasping breath. "Is there anyone who thinks they might be able to do better than Potter?" Moody asked conversationally, eyeing the order. When none replied, he pulled Harry to his feet, before turning him to face the main bulk. "As you all saw, Potter already has the power and skill, he just needs some refining. He's sorely lacking in non-lethal means of dueling, and completely incompetent at working in a pair. That is what we'll be teaching him, no cleaning, no grousing, the end. Any questions?" As the faint echoes of Moody's statement faded into the stone walls of the basement, a heavy silence descended upon the dimly lit dueling room. When nobody dared speak against his proclamation, the members of the Order began to disperse, leaving Harry standing alone in the middle of what remained from his duels. With Moody away in a dark corner with Lupin and Shacklebolt, few chose to speak with Harry, but he could tell he'd gained more respect than he'd started with. It seemed even Dumbledore's chosen order weren't above a peculiar aspect of the wizarding world. With magic, power spoke louder than anything, and in the aftermath of the duel, his prowess had demanded attention. Before, he had been just another 14-year-old, his wiry form seeming feeble, with no visible muscles or looks to command respect. But now, even despite his limited success against Lupin, he was a force to be reckoned with, an equal among wizards and witches far older and seasoned. It was a fairly shallow outlook, one that dominated much of the magical world, but when it worked in Harry's favor, he wasn't going to complain. "Chin up, Harry," Sirius instructed, startling Harry from his thoughts. "Huh?" he asked in bewilderment, turning to stare at his godfather. Sirius met Harry's gaze with a reassuring smile, his expression soft with affection. "Whenever you finish a duel, you should always look like you're ready for another. And part of that is about keeping your chin up, holding your head high." Even as he straightened his posture and lifted his chin, Harry couldn't help questioning the advice. "But why? I am ready to fight another duel, but I wouldn't have thought any amount of good posture could help anyway." "It's not about being physically ready, it's about the mental aspect, especially when you aren't able to continue fighting. If people see you standing tall, they can be tricked into believing they don't stand a chance, even when you're moments away from dropping. Plus, it makes you look cooler." Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Sirius's last comment, his mind drifting back to the disheveled and wild-haired man he had first met in his third year. "When did you grow so wise?" Sirius grinned, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. "Ah, it was actually James who drilled the chin-up stuff into my head, and I'm fairly sure he made it up. But it certainly worked, though. From what I heard, my dad wasn't much of a mentor," Harry remarked, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Sirius's grin widened as he got lost in his memories. "That's true enough, he was more of a partner in crime, really. But he had his moments of wisdom, especially when it came to dueling. For all his faults when we were kids, there was nobody who could deny he was skilled. Something you've clearly inherited. It's why you're the best of James and Lily." "Not yet, he isn't," Moody growled, marching up to them as Kingsley and Lupin left the basement. "But he will be when we're through with him." "I'm ready," Harry replied, turning to face the grizzled Auror, his voice firm with determination. "Whatever it takes, I want to become the best." Moody's eye flickered with approval, a rare glimmer of satisfaction amidst the perpetual vigilance. "Good lad. But we'll see about that. Now, do you know what you specifically did wrong during that final duel?" Harry paused, his mind replaying the duel's events. Yeah, he admitted, I underestimated Tonks and Lupin. I thought my plan would have worked, but they caught me off guard. I should have been more prepared for their own teamwork. Moody nodded, his expression grave. Teamwork's crucial in a duel. Can't always go it alone, especially against skilled opponents like them. Anything else? Harry hesitated, recalling his hesitation during the duel. I let my emotions get the best of me, he confessed. I hesitated when I should have acted, because I didn't want to hurt my friends. But I know I can't afford that in a fight. Moody's eye narrowed slightly, his scrutiny unwavering. Anything else? Harry nodded, a determined glint in his eye. Yeah, I let myself get backed into a corner. Should have adapted my tactics, been more assertive. Moody grunted in acknowledgement, his approval evident despite his gruff demeanor. Good insights, Potter. Shows you're willing to learn from your mistakes. And it takes guts to admit where you went wrong. Harry nodded, appreciating the acknowledgement. As you pointed out, your emotional distractions got the better of you, Moody continued, his magical eye fixed on Harry. You hesitated when you should have acted, letting sentimentality cloud your judgment. In a duel, sentimentality can be your downfall. You need to stay focused and keep your emotions in check if you want to come out on top. Moody's words hung in the air, the weight of their truth evident. Additionally, Moody went on, you underestimated your opponents. Tonks and Lupin may not be Death Eaters, but they're strong fighters with skills you shouldn't underestimate. You can't afford to let your guard down, especially in a 2-on-2 duel. Harry nodded at Moody's instructions, wanting to show the man he appreciated the assessment. And finally, Moody concluded, your lack of teamwork with Shacklebolt was evident. You need to communicate better and coordinate your efforts if you want to stand a chance against skilled opponents like Lupin and Tonks. It's not just about individual prowess, it's about working together as a team to outmaneuver your opponents. Moody's gaze bore into Harry's, emphasizing the seriousness of his words. We'll work on these areas in your training, Potter, Moody said firmly. You've shown potential, but it's up to you to turn that potential into skill. Are you ready to put in the work? Harry met Moody's gaze with determination. Yes, sir. I'm ready. Grand. Now, you know you're a strong lad, and I know it. But any ally or teammate you have to work alongside may not, Moody continued, his tone becoming more instructive. In a dynamic field like magic, specialization is common. You'll encounter wizards and witches with unique skill sets and magical abilities. Some may excel in offensive spells, others in defensive charms, and some may have expertise in niche areas of magic you've never even heard of. Moody paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. Effective teamwork requires understanding and leveraging each other's strengths and weaknesses, he explained. You might be a powerful duelist, but if you're paired with someone who excels in defensive magic, you'll need to adapt your strategy accordingly. Likewise, if you're facing opponents with unique magical abilities, you'll need to adjust your approach to counter their strengths. This is why communication is key, Moody stressed. You and your teammates must communicate effectively during a duel, coordinating your actions and adapting to the ever-changing circumstances. Trust each other, rely on each other's expertise, and always have each other's backs. You left Kingsley to flounder, and limited him with a very rigid order. And Kingsley being the stubborn sod he let himself be taken down because you hadn't ordered him to defend himself, simply to attack Lupin. Now, you can hope in a real duel, your ally will actually use their head, but when you are the leader, it's your duty to anticipate every possible outcome, Moody declared, his tone unwavering. You can't afford to rely solely on your partner's judgment. As the leader, you must assess the situation, formulate a plan, and adapt it as circumstances change. Moody's eye bore into Harry's, emphasizing the gravity of his responsibility. It made Harry realize that Moody had almost certainly led other oars before, that the man had likely learned his lessons the hard way. In the chaos of battle, you're the one your teammates will look to for guidance, Moody continued. You need to be prepared to make split-second decisions, delegate tasks effectively, and keep a cool head under pressure. If I were in your position earlier, I'd have ordered Kingsley to attack both opponents. You'd have been better in a support position, Moody asserted, his voice decisive. It was clear your raw power wasn't enough alone, but even at the end, your defenses held. Now, if you had focused on defending Kingsley, He paused, letting the implication hang in the air, shaking his hand from side to side. Kingsley could have opened vulnerabilities for you, Sirius finished, stepping in with a nod of agreement. With your strength and his knowledge, you'd have fared much better. Moody's eye flickered with approval as Sirius echoed his sentiments. Exactly. So that's what we'll be working with you on, Potter. You need to be taught how to work alongside your allies effectively. You'll learn to anticipate moves, cover for a teammate's weaknesses, and capitalize on each other's strengths. That's what separates the good from the great in a duel. We'll start with some basic drills to improve your coordination and communication skills, Moody continued, outlining their training plan. Then we'll move on to more advanced techniques, and get you used to being in charge. Having the real Mad Eye Moody as a teacher was just as tiring as when Crouch Jr. had pretended to be the man. It was perhaps made even worse by the presence of Sirius and the occasional Order member. The intensity of Moody's training sessions often left Harry physically and mentally drained, as they pushed him to use his mind and body far more than his magic. But despite the exhaustion and the mounting pressure, Harry was determined to rise to the challenge. He pushed himself to the limit in every session, absorbing Moody's teachings with unwavering focus. With each correction, and each piece of advice, drove him to become stronger, faster, better prepared for whatever awaited him beyond the walls of the impromptu training room. He could tell he was improving, but it was hard when he'd finally found something that didn't naturally come to him. There were no clever tricks or shortcuts he could take, there was only hard work and practice. However, with the hearing just one day away, Harry found himself torn between the demands of his training and the weight of his impending trial. It was something he'd largely tried to ignore, until the date loomed before him, leaving him feeling unprepared. Finally, Moody lowered his wand, sensing Harry's mind was elsewhere. The grizzled Auror's magical eye fixed on Harry with a piercing intensity, cutting through the haze of distraction that clouded his thoughts. "All right, Potter," Moody's gravelly voice broke the silence, drawing Harry's attention back to the present. "You're not focusing. Something's weighing on your mind, and it's affecting your performance." Harry shifted uncomfortably under Moody's words, knowing he couldn't hide the truth from the seasoned Auror. "It's the hearing, Moody," he admitted reluctantly. "I can't seem to shake the nerves." Moody's expression softened slightly, a rare display of empathy from the typically stoic Auror. "Ah, I understand, lad. Facing the ministry can be daunting, especially for someone as young as yourself. Is there anything in particular you are worried about, something I might be able to put at ease?" Harry hesitated, grateful for Moody's unexpected offer of support. "It's just, everything," he confessed, his voice tinged with frustration. "I'm worried they won't believe me, or that they'll try and cover up what happened." Those are certainly valid concerns." Moody nodded thoughtfully, his expression grave. "The ministry has a way of twisting things to suit their own agenda. But you'll have the truth on your side, and that always helps. They'll try to poke holes in your story, undermine your credibility, and make you doubt yourself." Harry's stomach churned at Moody's blunt assessment, feeling even worse. "Just what I wanted to hear, thanks Moody," Harry retorted wryly. Moody gave him a gruff nod. "Just remember, Potter, you've faced worse than a bunch of bureaucrats. Keep your wits about you, stick to the truth, and don't let them rattle you. You'll come out of this just fine. You've got more power than anything they've got, you just have to remind them of that. I'll be there to make sure you get there fine, and I can stay with you until you're inside the hearing. And you've been exchanging letters with that Lord Greengrass, haven't you? He'll make sure you won't be alone." Harry nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude toward Moody for his support. "Thank you, Moody. I appreciate it." Moody grunted in acknowledgement, his magical eye going back to scanning the room with its usual vigilance. "No need for thanks, Potter. Just doing my duty. Come on, there's no point staying here while you're so distracted, let's go see if Molly will make you a cup of tea." Just before they left the training room, Moody clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder, his grip firm but reassuring. "Remember, lad, you're not alone in this. We're all behind you, every step of the way." Arriving in the kitchen, they found Molly bustling about, the aroma of their upcoming dinner filling the air. She glanced up as they entered, a warm smile lighting up her face. "Any chance of a cuppa for the lad, Molly?" Moody asked, even as he wandered over to give the cooking pot a cautious sniff. Molly chuckled indulgently, nodding as she poured a generous amount of tea into a mug for Harry. Of course, Alistair. Sit down, Harry dear, you must be exhausted after all that training. Harry sank gratefully into a chair at the kitchen table, accepting the mug of tea with a small smile of thanks. The warmth of the tea seeped into his bones, easing the tension that had been coiling in his muscles. I'd recommend a good wash tonight, Harry. A good first impression always helps. Mrs. Weasley suggested, after a short whispered conversation with Moody, I know you've got your own style you like to keep, but Madame Bones is a very traditional woman, who I'm sure will appreciate a more traditional appearance. Looking down at his ruffled trench coat, Harry nodded thoughtfully, even if he wasn't sure what else to wear. I've got my dress robes from last year, would they work? Harry tried, hoping they would be suitable for the occasion. Mrs. Weasley smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling with reassurance. Oh, I think they'll do just fine, Harry. If you'd like, I can iron them tonight, make sure they're looking their best. Feeling a sense of relief at their assurance, Harry made a mental note to locate his dress robes as soon as possible. Despite his nerves about the upcoming hearing, he was incredibly grateful for the support and guidance of Mrs. Weasley and Moody. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Moody, Harry said sincerely, feeling a surge of gratitude towards them. I appreciate your help. It's no trouble at all, dear Mrs. Weasley replied warmly, patting Harry's hand affectionately. We're always here to help you, no matter what. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Moody, Harry said sincerely, feeling a surge of gratitude towards them. I appreciate your help. It's no trouble at all, dear Mrs. Weasley replied warmly, patting Harry's hand affectionately. We're always here to help you, no matter what. Moody grunted in agreement, his gaze lingering on Harry with a mix of pride and concern. Just make sure you're ready for tomorrow, Potter. You'll need to be on your toes for that hearing. Harry nodded, the weight of Moody's words sinking in. I will be, Moody. I promise. With a final nod of acknowledgement, Harry bid Mrs. Weasley and Moody goodbye and made his way up to his room. For a while, he simply lay back on his bed, trying to clear his mind, before eventually he sat up again. Summoning his dress robes from the depths of his pockets, he gave them a once-over and banished whatever had been caught up in the fabric. Putting them aside, he wrote one final letter to Lord Greengrass, before he used the fading sunlight to lay out what he wanted for the hearing. Without his trenchcoat and its expanded pockets immediately available, Harry knew he'd need to be strategic about what defensive items he could bring along. He rarely removed the skin-tight mithril undershirt, but he'd make sure to wear the outer Eastplate summoning crystal before he left the next morning. Equally, the large collection of his weapons were stored within his gauntlet, which being a part of his arm, he'd have with him. Of what was left, he doubted the basic goblin-made sword would be of any good, and he couldn't see how his various books could help in either the hearing or a potential attack. Finally, he withdrew the invisibility cloak, that would arguably be of the most use. That, he placed beneath the dress robes, where he'd fix the two together again once Mrs. Weasley had ironed the robes. Satisfied with his preparations, Harry placed everything else beside his dress robes. He felt a sense of reassurance knowing that he had some extra protection, even if it was just a precaution. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across his room, Harry made his way downstairs to join the rest of the household for dinner. The warm glow of the kitchen greeted him, along with the comforting aroma of Mrs. Weasley's cooking. Taking his seat at the table, Harry listened as everyone chattered about their day, trying to distract himself from the looming hearing. Despite their efforts to keep the mood light, Harry couldn't shake the feeling of anticipation gnawing at his stomach. With each passing moment, the hour of the hearing drew closer, and Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of unease settling over him. When he and the Weasley children were sent to bed early, he couldn't find it in him to protest, and after nearly an hour of tossing and turning, he finally fell into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, he rose far too early, and once awake he'd found returning to his sleep impossible. Even the knowledge he had several hours to go before even thinking about leaving for his hearing didn't alleviate the knot of anxiety coiled in his stomach. Harry dragged himself out of bed, his limbs heavy with exhaustion. Dressing slowly, Harry made his way through the dimly lit halls of the Grimmauld place. Bypassing the quiet kitchen, he descended into the basement, seeking solace in the familiar surroundings of Moody's impromptu training room. Focusing his will, a flicker of magic danced across his palm as he willed his custom-made changeling spell into existence. Then, throwing his palm outwards, a tiny gray-tinged lightning bolt-shaped burst of energy erupted from his palm, zigzagging across the room with precision until it struck the target dead center. In an instant, heavy chains erupted from the tiny spell, wrapping around the target and anything else within its reach with a resounding clang. Without missing a beat, Harry conjured a second now yellow changeling spell, this time sending it on a circular path around the room. The spell struck the target from behind, unleashing a powerful pulse of electricity that caused the chains to crackle with energy before falling still. Finally, Harry unleashed a third changeling spell, sending the dark green bolt hurtling straight towards the target. The spell exploded upon impact with a deafening noise and blinding flash, finally knocking the target over. Although the spell itself wasn't new, Moody had helped him refine it into something far more usable than it had been during the third task. The trio of effects were something of an Auror's standard containment, which he then incorporated into his changeling spell. Just as he was about to conjure another spell, the basement door creaked open, and Sirius Black stepped into the dimly lit room. His eyes scanned the targets and the remnants of Harry's attack with keen interest. "Nice work, Harry," Sirius remarked, his voice carrying a hint of pride. "Have you managed to get more than one of your spells going at once yet?" Harry looked up, giving a small frown at Sirius's question. "Not yet, but I'm getting closer. With the way Moody's been pushing me to improve, I think I'm making some progress." "You are making progress. Moody's tough, but he knows what he's doing. He wouldn't have spent so long training Aurors if he wasn't good at what he does. And I doubt he's had a student as brilliant as yourself, and I'd say that even if I wasn't your godfather." "Thanks, Sirius," Harry replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "But I feel like I should be further along by now. I mean, Moody's been pushing me hard, and I've been putting in the hours, but..." He trailed off, his gaze falling to the captured target as he struggled to articulate his frustration. Sirius's expression softened, placing a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. "Hey, it's okay to feel frustrated sometimes. Progress takes time, and mastering magic isn't something that happens overnight. You're doing great, Harry. Genuinely, you're progressing far quicker than either myself or Moody were expecting." "I've been thinking about that actually," Harry admitted, his brow furrowing in thought as he considered Sirius's words. "When it comes to magical abilities, what would you say the average number of abilities per person is?" Whistling lightly, Sirius leaned back in thought. "Well, I've got two that I know of, the same as James. But I'd say the average wizard probably only has one useful ability. Then you've got people like Dumbledore, who probably has dozens." Harry nodded, absorbing Sirius's assessment. "So, having more than one ability is relatively rare." Sirius nodded in agreement. "Basically. And of course most people will only have abilities that will be inherited from their family, like my minor empathivoric ability, and the Potters have usually got some degree of aerokinesis. But you can learn abilities too, like becoming an animagus. It's just that most people don't bother, since while it'll look cool, there's not much use for rare abilities when you're working a regular desk job. I think most of Dumbledore's abilities he picked up during the war against Grindelwald. Alright, so having 6 abilities would be quite uncommon." Harry hedged. Sirius chuckled softly, a wistful glint in his eyes. "Oh, definitely. 6 abilities would put you in a league of your own, Harry. It's not just rare, it's practically unheard of." Harry blinked, a mixture of surprise and uncertainty crossing his features. "Why do you ask?" Harry paused, his thoughts gathering as he considered his response. "Well, I seem to be picking up abilities, just by being exposed to them. For instance, I've always had a knack for wandless magic, which often involved manipulating elements. But what's different now is that I've come to realize these abilities aren't natural, and are rarely innate powers. Like, I've always sensed a connection to aerokinesis, even before I knew it was an actual ability. But then, I started naturally channeling electricity, discovering I have electrokinesis. And after the Quidditch World Cup, my pyrokinesis seemed to manifest within me. And now, I'm experiencing a similar sensation when I use ice spells, like I'm gaining cryokinesis." Sirius's expression grew serious, a weight settling in his gaze. Harry, these abilities you're developing, they're not something to take lightly. I mean, when you use these abilities, does it feel forced? Like, you aren't meant to have them. No, it always just feels natural. As I said, it was hard to distinguish them from just mimicking them with my magic. I was just hoping it's a thing that people have, that I just haven't seen yet. Yeah, I've never heard of anyone doing that before. Even from what I've heard about Dumbledore, he had to deliberately seek out knowledge and practice to master his various abilities. It's not something that just happens on its own. Should I be concerned? Sirius paused, giving Harry a long contemplating look. Nah, I'm sure you'll be fine. Apparating into an unassuming street, Moody swiftly released Harry, his magical eye immediately sweeping across the dimly lit surroundings. Graffiti marred the walls of decrepit buildings, their windows obscured by layers of grime. All except for a near-pristine red phone box, which looked like it could have been placed there that very day. But Moody barely paid it a glance, instead focusing on the suspicious man eating chips beside the box. If it weren't for the fact Harry recognized the man's deep red leather coat, pink magical signature, and the fact he'd seen Tonks turn into that man earlier at breakfast, he'd have been concerned. Any lurkers? Moody asked gravely, giving Tonks a once-over before going back to surveying the street. Nope, Tonks replied easily, dancing out the way as Harry tried to take one of her chips. Nothing but me, this old untampered phone box, and an old cat. An animagus. It didn't react to the animagus reversal spell, so I doubt it. Tonks replied, before scowling as despite her best efforts a chip found its way into Harry's mouth. We'll be down then, give us a few minutes before following. Remember, you aren't officially allowed to do this, so don't get caught. Rolling her eyes, Tonks nodded along. Yes Matt, I know. I am quite capable of remembering my own job. Grunting in reply, Moody opened the phone box, before ushering Harry inside. To Harry's slight alarm, Moody stepped in after him, crushing him against the far wall. And then he began dialing the phone, only for a cool voice to sound throughout the box. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business. Alistair Moody, retired Auror, escorting Harry Potter, disciplinary hearing. Moody announced. Thank you. Visitor, please take the badge and attach it to the front of your robes. A badge which Moody fished out, before handing it to Harry with a gruff instruction. Put it on, boy, and don't lose it. Harry nodded, taking the square badge and fastening it securely to his dress robes as instructed. What does it do? He asked, seeing only a faint aura of magic within the glossed silver. You wear it, Moody began slowly, looking down at him, and then it tells people looking at you what you are at the ministry for. Yup, thank you Matt. No, I meant, like does it tell the ministry wards to let me in, or something? You really think the ministry would care that much about who wants to break in? Visitor to the ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your wand for registration at the security desk, which is located at the far end of the atrium. The cool voice echoed in the confined space of the phone box, followed by a jerk as the entire box began to lower into the dark ground, interrupting any response Harry had. They weren't left in darkness for too long though, however. Golden light began to creep up the phone box, gradually illuminating its interior. Harry squinted as his eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness, as the vast, bustling chamber filled with the hustle and bustle of wizarding bureaucracy of the ministry atrium was revealed. The descent was accompanied by a cacophony of noise as the phone box descended amidst the swarm of office drones. The constant sounds of the fireplaces lining the walls were nearly drowned out by the sheer din of the workers. Towering dark marble columns reached towards the cavernous ceiling, their surfaces adorned with shimmering magical symbols that cast dancing shadows across the polished tiled walls. As Harry's gaze wandered, he easily noticed the striking similarity between these dark green tiles and those he had seen once before in the Chamber of Secrets. Feeling out with his senses, he felt the unmistakable taint of Plitchblende, with the powdered uranium giving the bricks their slight green glow. But he didn't have long to consider the brickwork, as Moody steered him through the crowd. Reaching the security desk, Moody grunted in acknowledgement as he handed over his wand for registration. Harry followed suit, feeling a pang of unease as he relinquished his wand to the scruffy wizard who negligently waved a dark detector around him. This wand belongs to Albus Dumbledore. The wizard queried, reading from the narrow strip of parchment a brass machine had rattled off. Belonged. Harry corrected politely, it was his, but due to my lack of wand, Professor Dumbledore gave me that one. Hornbeam and Phoenix Feather, 9 inches. Right. The wizard agreed, glancing down at the parchment again before awkwardly tapping it with his own wand. You'll need to visit a licensed wandmaker to officiate your change in circumstances, who'll then need to send an AL to the Wand Registry and Compliance Division informing them about the change. Until then, any magic you cast will be attributed to Mr. Dumbledore. The wizard informed him hesitantly. So, you're saying I won't have any magic cast with this wand in my name until I do this? Harry repeated leadingly, glancing at Moody and getting a subtle nod in return. Yeah, that's right. The trace still applies, mind. And it's a punishable offense if you're caught trying to impersonate another wizard. I think that's everything. I guess you can have this back. The wizard finished, handing the wand back. Moody didn't waste any time dragging Harry back into the crowd, before forcing their way onto a mostly empty elevator. Upon seeing Moody, most wizards clearly chose to wait for another elevator, apart from a few brave souls and one red-headed wizard, nose buried in his notes. It was only as the gates clanged shut that the man looked up, and Harry recognized Percy Weasley, whose eyebrows rose in surprise before purposefully looking away. Slightly stung by the redhead's reaction, Harry's greeting died on his tongue, where it seemed to remain until the doors opened again and Percy hurried off. Finally, they reached level 2, and Moody pushed him out into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The early morning light filtered through the clearly magical underground windows, casting a soft glow on the polished marble floors and highlighting the sparsely occupied desks. Harry glanced around, noticing that only a handful of dedicated witches and wizards were present at such an early hour. Some were engrossed in their work, while others sipped on steaming cups of tea, their expressions serious and focused despite the early hour. Moody led Harry down the corridor, their shared offbeat footsteps echoing softly in the quiet surroundings. The air felt charged with anticipation, as if everyone in the department was bracing themselves for the challenges that the new day would bring. So, what's actually the plan? Harry asked, breaking the silence as they continued on their way. Moody glanced at him, his magical eye gleaming with intensity. Well, since your hearing isn't for another few hours, we're going to sit outside Amelia Bones' office until it's time for your hearing, he explained in his gruff voice. Then, when you finish, I'll escort you back to headquarters. They soon reached Amelia Bones' office, and Moody wasted no time in arranging a makeshift camp outside the door. He conjured up a couple of chairs and a small table, where he placed a thermos of coffee and some wrapped-up sandwiches. Here we are, Moody said, gesturing for Harry to take a seat. Have what you want. Harry nodded, grateful for the offer, and settled into one of the chairs beside Moody. He reached for a still warm sandwich, feeling a pang of hunger as he took a bite. As they settled in for the wait, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease gnawing at him. Moody's reassuring presence beside him helped calm his nerves, even if the man's constant vigilance was already making Harry paranoid. When Kingsley Shacklebolt showed up, Harry attempted to wave in greeting, but Moody surreptitiously shook his head, which stalled his hand. Instead, Harry offered a hesitant nod of acknowledgement to Kingsley, unsure of the reason behind Moody's caution. As they waited, Harry felt the minutes stretching into hours, each passing moment feeling more stressful than the last. The quiet murmur of conversation among the few early rising Aurors echoed softly in the corridor, punctuated by the occasional sound of footsteps passing by. Finally, Harry was awoken from his slight slumber by the heavy door to Madame Bones' office banging open, and Harry's heart skipped a beat as the woman stepped out into the corridor. Her square-jawed face framed by close-cropped gray hair gave her a formidable appearance, accentuated by the monocle she wore. But, her stern expression softened slightly once she caught sight of Moody and Harry sitting patiently outside her office. Moody, Potter, Madame Bones greeted them, her voice kind despite the brisk tone. What brings you up here so early? Moody straightened in his chair, his magical eye fixed on Madame Bones with unwavering intensity. Potter's got a hearing scheduled today, Madame Bones, he explained gruffly. We're just here to wait until it's time. Madame Bones' eyebrows rose in surprise. Well, quite, but I'd have thought you'd be outside the courtroom by now, not up here. Unless there was something you wanted to discuss beforehand. No, I assure you, Amelia, Potter's letter said August 12, 9 a.m., at your office. Moody replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Madam Bones frowned heavily as she processed Moody's words. It seems like there's been a miscommunication then. Potter, your letter did say 9 a.m., but your hearing has been moved to courtroom 10, at 8 a.m. An owl was sent to inform you of this change, but I must admit I'm unsurprised it didn't reach you in time. Harry's heart sank at the realization that things were already going wrong, despite the fact his hearing hadn't even begun. He glanced at Moody, who remained stoic beside him, his expression unreadable. Let's not waste any more time then. Follow me, Potter. I was on my way to courtroom 10 anyway, Madam Bones said, her tone decisive as she led the way down the corridor. Feeling her urgency, Harry hurried to keep pace with Madam Bones. They retraced their steps back to the elevators, with Harry wincing slightly as he had to strain his still injured ankle to keep up with the woman's determined steps. The ride down was far too tense for Harry's liking, as they shot downwards with only the sounds of the elevator itself to distract him. Finally, they reached the atrium, before descending one final floor. Unlike the brightly lit hallways above, the hallway of level 9 was dimly lit, casting long blue shadows along the marble floors. Even the air felt heavy as they passed by closed doors, each one sealed with magic strong enough to make Harry shiver as they passed. And at the far end, a door loomed before them, its surface etched with intricate symbols that seemed to shift and change as he watched. But Madam Bones didn't hesitate to walk straight past the door and down a barely visible stairwell, its steps disappearing into the darkness below. Harry followed closely behind, his heart pounding as they descended into the depths of level 10. At some point, Moody had lagged behind, and as Madam Bones pushed open a heavy iron door, Harry barely had time to glance at the man before he was ushered inside. The moment the door swung shut behind him, he couldn't help gasping, as he recognized the courtroom from Dumbledore's memories. Madam Bones observed Harry's reaction with a sympathetic nod, understanding the gravity of the situation. These courtrooms haven't been used since the Death Eater trials, she explained solemnly, her voice echoing in the hushed space. But rest assured, Potter, this trial will be conducted with fairness and impartiality. She gestured for Harry to take his seat in the designated area, indicating the thick chain-bound chair that stood prominently in the center of the room. You'll need to sit here throughout the trial, she instructed, her tone firm but reassuring. Just remember to remain composed and answer truthfully to the best of your ability. The minister will pose inquiries to you, to which you must respond truthfully and comprehensively. You have the right to legal representation, and the ministry will arrange for counsel in the absence of you bringing your own. And don't be surprised if this trial gets sidetracked, at which point I'd suggest keeping quiet. Bones finished, before turning and making her way up to the seating. With little else to do but wait, Harry tracked her progress, and raised his eyes when she stopped to have a word with Daphne's father. The man's letters had been helpful when it had come to preparing for a small hearing before Madam Bones. But now that hearing had apparently been elevated to a full Wizengamot trial, Harry wasn't too sure how well his advice would apply. As the beginning of his trial drew near, more members began to acclimate, with some regarding him with open disdain, while others seemed indifferent to his presence, lost in their own thoughts and discussions. It reminded him of Dumbledore's memory of Ludo Bagman's trial, where the atmosphere had been charged with a similar buzz of casual conversation. It wasn't like the Lestrange trial, where there had been a chilling vengeful silence. Finally, the Minister for Magic and his entourage bustled into the chamber, openly glaring at Harry. Right then. I think we all know why we're here," Fudge announced, sinking into the Chief Warlock chair. "Are you ready?" "Ready, sir," Percy soon called back, hurriedly setting out his parchment and clutching a quill. Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August, Fudge initiated, bringing an abrupt start to the trial. Into offenses committed by Harry James Potter, resident at the Dumbledore Cottage, Godric's Hollow. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Court Scribe: Percy Ignatius Weasley. Has the accused provided his own defense? Fudge asked, looking down his nose at Harry. He has not. Madam Bones interjected, shifting Fudge's gaze to her, a self-satisfied smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Excellent, excellent, he muttered, his tone betraying a hint of satisfaction. In that case, we'll have the ministry provide you with representation. Turning to a somber-looking man seated aside from the Wizengamot members, Fudge gestured for him to step forward. Henry Gontis, he announced, his voice carrying across the chamber, you will serve as the ministry-appointed counsel for the accused. As the young man stepped forward, Harry's breath caught in his throat as recognition dawned upon him. Despite the subtle alterations in appearance, like his lighter hair and green eyes, Harry instantly recognized the features of Tom Riddle. To be continued, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.